In the realm of Tianwu, within the southern domain, lies the esteemed Xianyun Sect. The spiritual mountains stretch endlessly, representing one of the superpowers that have endured since ancient times. At this moment, in the servant quarters of Wanyao Peak, Li Xian awakens with a splitting headache. A torrent of memories floods his mind. Congratulations on passing the examination. All of you may now join our Xianyun Sect and embark upon the path of immortality. Yun Yi, with its Songtian body, enters the Yang War Palace as a true disciple of the Palace Master. Feng Ling Xiao, possessing superior spiritual roots, enters the Yuanling Palace as a direct disciple. Han Yanwu, with the 9 Yin sacred body, enters the Wandu Palace as a true disciple of the Elder. Xiao Patian, with an innate Dao body, enters the main palace as a personal disciple of the Palace Master. Lui Chen, with a Hunyuan spirit body, enters the Artifact Refining Palace as a core disciple. As each name is called, figures ascend the high platform one after another. This stirs excitement within Li Xian, who wonders to which palace he will be assigned, as his fellow newcomers are claimed by the various halls. As a superpower, the Xianyun Sect boasts countless branches, and merely entering one signifies the official commencement of a journey towards immortality. Li Xian, lacking any special physique and possessing the lowest grade mortal roots, does anyone wish to accept him? Upon these words, the vast square of Riyun Peak falls into an abrupt silence. After a moment, murmurs begin to arise. It is quite remarkable that, despite such mediocre aptitudes, he managed to pass the test. Would your Qingyin Palace be willing to accept him? That is unlikely. Our Qingyin Palace traditionally only accepts female disciples. It would be quite inappropriate for me to bring a male disciple back today. I suggest your Sword Spirit Palace take him instead. Are you joking? The minimum requirement for our Sword Spirit Palace is superior spiritual roots. How could he, with the lowest grade, qualify? He doesn't even count as having spiritual roots. Given his qualifications, it seems none of our halls are suitable for him. Indeed, the path of cultivation heavily relies on innate talent. For someone like him, I recommend we simply forego the effort. It's a waste of time. But he has already passed the test. It wouldn't be right to dismiss him like this. Sighs filled the square, as Li Xian stood alone in the center. Since no hall is willing to accept you, you may serve as a servant disciple and gather spiritual herbs at Wanyao Peak. As these thoughts settled, Li Xian slowly released his hands from his head. Why must it be this way? Gazing into the bowl of herbal dregs before him, he shook his head in frustration. It was indeed infuriating. His previous self had resorted to suicide by potion. Hence, the same name and identity led him to inhabit this body. Being a servant disciple isn't so bad here in the herb fields. I only need to interact with the spiritual herbs and concern myself with nothing else. How simple could that be? Before his transmigration, Li Xian had been a recluse, disliking social interactions, preferring solitude, spending nearly every day of the year at home. From the fragmented memories that surfaced, he learned that being a servant disciple wasn't quite as dire as it seemed. Aside from a somewhat embarrassing title, the resources allotted each month were equivalent to those of regular disciples, amounting to 3 spirit stones. For cultivators, this was a commonplace resource, but for mortals, it could assure a lifetime of comfort. Moreover, as a servant at Wanyao Peak, his daily duties were limited to tending to the spiritual herbs and occasionally assisting with gathering, leaving him with ample leisure time. Merely coasting through, he could earn 3 spirit stones without needing to engage much with others, a job seemingly tailored for socially anxious individuals. However, there was a downside. Servant disciples had little time for cultivation, resulting in a generally lower level of strength among them. The cultivation system in this world is distinctly hierarchical. Qi condensation, Qi transformation, foundation establishment, core formation, golden core, nascent soul, divine transformation, tribulation crossing, Tao Palace, supreme, saint, immortal emperor. The immortal emperor stands as the ultimate aspiration for all cultivators. Yet, at present, Li Xian was merely at the Qi transformation stage, nowhere near foundation establishment, unable to soar through the skies, hardly worthy of notice. Searching for suitable host, the strongest observation system is binding. System binding successful. Suddenly, a synthetic mechanical voice resonated in Li Xian's mind, causing him to shiver. A system, the standard accessory for transmigrators novels, had not deceived him. Gentle reminder. Due to the initial binding, we will now introduce the specific functions of this system to the host. The host need only observe diligently to receive system rewards. Rewards random. Red 1, gold 3, green 6, blue 15, white 75. The introduction was straightforward, devoid of complexity. The random probabilities were even clearly displayed, a commendable touch. By the way, system, what should I observe? The strongest observation system allows for daily observation of different people or objects, encompassing all things. Provided the host is wholly focused, divided attention will yield no rewards. Moreover, the more frequently one observes the same object, the lesser the value of the rewards obtained. As if transmitted via thought, this information appeared directly in his mind. Impressive. Li Xian felt as though he were in a dream. It seemed he merely needed to watch to receive rewards. Was there any difference from getting something for free? Buzz suddenly. A vibration emanated from the jade slip at his waist, and a voice resonated from within. Li Xian, senior sister Xianyun, needs some Huangling grass, hurry, and fetch her some. The speaker, named Yuan Tian, was a formal disciple responsible for managing the servant disciples at Wanyao Peak. He would typically relay any tasks through the transmission jade slip. Understood, senior brother Yuan, I will go at once. With no time to ponder the system further, Li Xian dashed out, swiftly gathering some quality Huangling grass from the herb garden. He hurried to deliver it to the area where the formal disciples resided. Senior sister Xianyun, here is the Huangling grass you requested. Thank you, junior brother. As he handed over the spiritual herb, Li Xian eagerly wished to depart, eager to test the system. Wait, junior brother, what is it, senior sister? Do you need any other spiritual herbs? I am about to refine a pill and have little confidence it may even explode. Could you please stay here with me for a while? Although he was a servant, he had heard of the perils of explosive pill refining. There are generally two types of explosions. One is a simple failure resulting in the destruction of the alchemical furnace, and the other is far graver, potentially harming the alchemist as well. That, if not treated promptly, it could lead to lingering effects or even death. Of course, senior sister, you can focus on your refining without worry. With that, Li Xian stepped aside, quietly observing Su Xianyun as she worked, heating the furnace, refining the medicinal liquid, amalgamating each step. Su Xianyun executed flawlessly. As time passed, the alchemical furnace before her began to stir, hinting an impending explosion. Li Xian felt his attention sharpen. She, too, was drenched in sweat, desperately trying to control the flames of the furnace with her spiritual energy. Finally, after a brief moment, Su Xianyun skillfully stabilized the explosive risk, soon opening the furnace to retrieve the finished pill. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in Li Xian's mind. Congratulations, host, by observing others in alchemy. You have received a red quality reward Xian Huang Rebirth Pill 9th tier. Chapter 002. Reshaping the Constitution, ascending 3 levels. Is this truly a reward? Not only was it obtained with ease, but it also manifested in a striking crimson hue. It was only after the system's voice faded into silence that Li Xian regained his composure. He observed Su Xianyun complete the alchemy process, and to his surprise, it too triggered the system, yielding rewards. Thank you, junior brother. Here, take this Huangling Dan. While Li Xian was still analyzing the situation, Su Xianyun extended her delicate, fair arm, revealing a freshly concocted pill nestled in her slender fingers. Although it was not a high-tier elixir for a disciple of the lower ranks, it was undoubtedly a valuable item. No, senior sister, this is far too precious. As a disciple of the lower ranks, Li Xian had some understanding of the various elixirs that could be crafted from spiritual herbs. The Huangling Dan, originally named Ling Chao Dan, varied due to the different spiritual herbs used in its creation. Ranging from low to high, the 7 colors of spiritual herbs corresponded to the tiers of elixirs, with Huangling Dan classified as a top-tier elixir of the 1st rank, while the highest, Ziling Dan, was a top-tier elixir of the 2nd rank. Just accept it as my gratitude for your vigilance during the alchemy process. Had you not been by my side, I would have been too anxious to control the Dan fire properly, which could have led to disaster. Thus, giving you this elixir is hardly a burden. The Huangling Dan allows martial artists below the foundation establishment stage to accelerate their absorption of spiritual energy for 3 hours, which will greatly benefit you at this stage. Then I must express my gratitude, Senior Sister Xianyun. Receiving the elixir, Li Xian respectfully cupped his hands in thanks and discreetly exited the room. Even with a 9th-tier Xianhuang rebirth Dan already in his possession, he bore no disdain for this gift. After all, the effects of the two were entirely different. One focused on reshaping his constitution, while the other emphasized cultivation, with no conflict between them. He decided to return to the disciples' quarters and exchange his previously mediocre aptitude. Unbeknownst to him, after his departure, a figure emerged from behind a nearby tree. A mere lower-ranked disciple had lingered in Senior Sister Xianyun's room for so long. Could it be that they? Contemplating this, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in the person's eyes, and they broke into a knowing smile. Upon returning to the disciples' quarters, Li Xian confirmed that no one was around and eagerly retrieved the Xianhuang rebirth Dan from the system's repository. The pill gleamed a golden hue, smooth as jade, with 9 radiant auras enveloping it, unmistakably a product of exceptional quality. As soon as he held it, an intoxicating fragrance permeated the entire room, and astonishingly, the elixir seemed to possess a spirit of its own, soaring and darting about the room. Indeed, a 9th-tier elixir with such vitality. Astonished, Li Xian exerted considerable effort to seize it once more. Stop your antics. Obediently assist me in reshaping my constitution. He opened his mouth and swallowed the Xianhuang rebirth Dan, which dissolved instantaneously upon contact, flowing down his throat into his body. In an instant, he felt an overwhelming heat coursing through him. A violent surge of energy erupted within his dantian like a tempest, causing him to break into a sweat and lose consciousness. Approximately 2 hours later, Li Xian gradually regained his senses, only to find his entire body aching as though he had been thoroughly beaten. However, he soon grew astonished. The dantian, once the size of a rice bowl, had now expanded to that of a vast lake. The comparison was stark. Moreover, his meridians flowed unimpeded, and just a slight circulation of spiritual energy accelerated his cultivation speed by at least 10-fold. It was as if he had undergone a complete metamorphosis. As the spiritual energy within him surged, an aura of ascension emanated outward. 3rd stage of Qi transformation. In merely a few breaths, he broke through the barrier, advancing from the 2nd stage of Qi transformation to the 3rd. What a delight! At this rate of cultivation, within a year, he would be able to attempt foundation establishment. Seizing the moment, Li Xian also consumed the Huangling Dan given to him by Su Xianyun. This elixir could double the cultivation speed of martial artists below the foundation establishment stage for 3 hours, with his current speed already exceeding 10-fold. Combined with the Huangling Dan, it became a staggering 20-fold. He sat cross-legged on his bed, swiftly entering a state of meditation. Like a vortex, the spiritual energy around the disciples' quarters surged toward him. Anyone witnessing this would surely be astonished that a mere Qi transformation disciple could cultivate at such an extraordinary speed. Truly absurd. Before long, an hour passed, and Li Xian successfully broke through once again, advancing to the 4th stage of Qi transformation. His cultivation speed exceeded even his expectations. In a single day, he had ascended 2 levels. Who would believe such a feat? To avoid wasting the Huangling Dan's effects, Li Xian continued to cultivate, maximizing the benefits. This time, he practiced for 2 hours. Boom! A familiar sound echoed once more, and he stared in astonishment. Again another breakthrough? This led him to reflect. Indeed, talent and aptitude are of paramount importance. He had previously doubted this notion, but now he believed it wholeheartedly. Merely reshaping his constitution and consuming a Huangling Dan had allowed him to ascend 3 levels in half a day's time. Such efficiency was something even the most gifted individuals in the sect might struggle to achieve. With a slight exertion, the aura of the 5th stage of Qi transformation erupted forth. After completing these feats, he suddenly noticed a sticky residue on his body, likely the impurities expelled during the process of reshaping his constitution. I must wash up first. Exiting the disciples' quarters, Li Xian made his way to the secluded waters of Wanyao Peak. There was a hidden pond here, seldom frequented, where he typically bathed. Splash, however. Just as he arrived, he heard the sound of splashing water emanating from the pond. Following the sound, he discerned a figure already bathing there. The person's long hair cascaded like a waterfall, their smooth, snow-white back glistening, slender arms gracefully moving through the water. Since the figure was facing away from him, he could not discern their features. Gulp! Li Xian felt a warm rush through his nostrils. What a stunning figure! Even merely viewing their back ignited his imagination. Before long, the individual emerged from the pond, and before Li Xian could react, they donned a light blue dress. Congratulations, host. By observing another bathing, you have received a blue quality reward. Gazing at Qi technique, mysterious tier. Is this even possible? The unexpected system reward left Li Xian momentarily stunned. Yet, before he could examine the specific details of the reward, the jade slip at his waist suddenly stirred to life. Li Xian, Elder One requires some Luo Mu roots. Hurry and dig some up and deliver them to the Qingyin Hall. Who goes there? At that moment, the woman who had just emerged from the water turned sharply to look in his direction. Chapter 003, Heavenly Tier Chess Manual. This is bad. I've been discovered. As he interrupted the communication jade slip, Li Xian's heart raced. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled. Stop! The woman's voice called after him. But Li Xian dared not glance back, his heart pounding as he sprinted away. If she caught him, he would face dire consequences. It was not as if he had intended to intrude. He had merely happened upon the scene. Luckily, he was familiar with the surroundings and quickly evaded her sight. Upon returning to the disciples' quarters, he filled a basin with water and wiped himself down before setting off to gather Luo Mu roots for Elder One. This particular root, found 2 meters below the ground, was unremarkable on its own but brewed into a tea that exuded a unique fragrance. Regular consumption calmed the mind and settled the spirit, making it a favorite among the elder members of the sect. After about an incense's time, Li Xian gathered a few roots and placed them into a basket before delivering them to Elder One. Unlike the disciples, every elder resided on their own designated peak. When Xianyun Peak, the journey to Wanyao Peak was less than 10 miles. When Li Xian arrived at this location, he could hear a hearty laughter emanating from the courtyard. Ha ha ha, old one. It seems you are at a loss this time. No, that won't do. Let's start over. I just made a random move. You've restarted this over a dozen times. A bet is a bet. Hurry up and hand over that damn furnace. Just one more time. I promise, this is the last. Upon entering the courtyard, Li Xian was astonished to find 2 elderly men seated at a stone table, engaged in a game of chess. One of them was familiar to him, Elderly One of Wanyao Peak, sporting a small goatee. The other man appeared somewhat unfamiliar, but his attire suggested he was from the Artifact Refinement Hall. Elder One, here is the Luo Mu Jin you requested. I have brought it for you. Elderly glanced at Li Xian from a distance, raising his hand as the basket containing the Luo Mu Jin flew towards him. This Luo Mu Jin is quite fresh. He raised his hand again, and the basket returned to Li Xian. Go and wash it, then brew a pot for me. Understood. Elder One. The elder's request was not to be refused. However, when he returned with the freshly brewed Luo Mu Jin tea, the 2 elders had resumed their game. As he approached, Li Xian's gaze fixated on the intricate black and white chessboard. He noticed that from the very beginning, the opponent had been deliberately tempting Elderly. Every move was a trap. After just 33 moves, the white pieces had already fallen into a perilous snare set by the black pieces. With a resounding clap, Elderly slammed a white piece onto the board, while the opposing elder nonchalantly placed a black piece in a specific position. In that moment, Elderly was left dumbfounded. Realizing he had lost once again, Li Xian too was taken aback, as his observation system had activated once more, and this time it was a golden legend. Congratulations, host. By observing others play chess, you have received a golden quality reward. Wangquapu, Heavenly Tier. What a treasure. Even the chess manual is of the Heavenly Tier. Could this allow one to ascend to the status of a chess sage? Moreover, the probability seemed rather high. Entering the system warehouse, Li Xian discovered that there was also a synchronization function. Driven by curiosity, he clicked on Synchronize. Suddenly, his mind was flooded with a wealth of knowledge about chess. From the basics to various strategies and endgame tactics, he found himself with an inexplicable familiarity with the pieces, even subconsciously analyzing the game on the table. Elder One, this time, please don't play tricks. Hand over the damn furnace. After a long while, Elderly raised a finger towards his opponent and declared, just once more. Truly the last time. Your skill is evident. No matter how many times we play, you will never defeat me. The opponent sighed. Having already played 18 games with Elderly, they had agreed that if he won, he would receive the Dan furnace for his research, yet the elder continued to evade. Trust me, this time is different. If I lose again, I will consider myself a dog. Hearing such a guarantee, Elderly shook his head helplessly. Well, if we must restart, let us at least allow you to regret one move. All right. You can trust me, Elder Zhao. If I lose this time, I will immediately give you the Dan furnace. I shall not go back on my word. Elder Li, smiling, picked up a white piece, his gaze wavering as he contemplated the board, yet he hesitated to make a move. Row 6, column 8. Unable to restrain himself, Li Xian interjected. Having observed that if Elder Li continued to play according to his own strategy, he would inevitably fall into the black piece's offensive and be ensnared. Thus, in the instant his opponent hesitated, he quickly analyzed the board in his mind, seeking a way to break the deadlock. Both elders glanced at Li Xian, not in anger, but with keen interest, asking, "You can play chess?" "A little." Elder Li executed the move suggested by Li Xian in his mind and discovered it was indeed a brilliant tactic. Without a moment's hesitation, he placed his piece on the board, excitedly turning to Elder Zhao. "Old Zhao, it's your turn." Elder Zhao stroked his chin, pondered briefly, and then followed suit. The two played hand in hand, continuing for 10 more moves until Elder Li paused, deep in thought, and inexplicably glanced at Li Xian. Noticing the look directed at him, Li Xian promptly offered his suggestion. "Elder, you should consider placing a piece here. This will not only evade the black piece's thrust, but also provide the white pieces with more room to develop." He pointed to an unassuming space on the board, which, though it appeared ordinary, concealed a hidden strategy. Li Xian's words struck like a bolt of lightning, illuminating the confusion on the board. Elder Li cast a grateful glance at him, reassessing the board and contemplating his next move. Under his guidance, the white pieces seemed to find a glimmer of hope, and the situation became increasingly enigmatic, subtly placing pressure on Elder Zhao. Row 8, column 15. Row 13, column 14. Each time Elder Li felt pressured and uncertain of his next move, Li Xian was there to illuminate his path. Finally, after a full incense stick's worth of time, the game concluded with a victory for the black pieces, drawing to a close. "Ha ha ha, old Zhao, who would have thought you would meet your match today?" In high spirits, Elder Li lifted his cup of Luomu Gen tea and took a sip, not forgetting to give Li Xian a thumbs up. "Young lad, you're quite remarkable." "Humph, without him, you would have lost 800 times by now." Elder Zhao grumbled, somewhat disgruntled that the Dan furnace, which had seemed within his grasp, had slipped away due to a disciple's intervention. "We had an agreement. If I lose, I give you the Dan furnace for research. And if I win, you will have my disciple forge a magical artifact." Elder Li chuckled, his eyes suddenly lighting up as he waved towards the main gate. "Luo Luo, you arrived just in time. Quickly tell Elder Zhao what kind of magical artifact you desire." At the sound of his voice, both Li Xian and Elder Zhao turned to the gate, where a girl clad in a light blue dress approached, her face flushed with indignation, muttering, "Humph, shameless scoundrel. I hope I don't catch you. Otherwise, I'll gouge out your eyeballs." Chapter 004. Should I say I won against Elder Zhao? Oh no. Upon recognizing who had come, Li Xian's heart sank. Was this not the very senior sister he had seen by the pond behind Wanyao Peak? Gulping, he began to move away slowly, trying to escape. "What's wrong, Luo Luo? Who has upset you so?" "Don't mention it, master. I just went to the back mountain to bathe, and I don't know who was spying on me." "What?" Upon hearing that his precious disciple had been watched while bathing, Elder Li's fury erupted as he slammed the table, causing the chess pieces to scatter. "Did you see the person's face?" "No, master. That brat ran away too quickly. I couldn't catch up." The mere thought of the incident infuriated Yun Luo, for she had no idea when the spying had started or what had been witnessed. "I'm so furious. My mood was perfectly fine until this happened. But I can assure you, he is a disciple of Wanyao Peak. Do not fret, my disciple. I shall order everyone at Wanyao Peak to gather, and you must help me find him. If we locate him, I will ensure he pays dearly." Elder Li regarded Yun Luo as his own granddaughter, so anyone who dared to bully her would face his wrath. Meanwhile, Li Xian, already a few meters away, was drenched in cold sweat. If Elder Li discovered he was the one who had spied on his disciple, would he not be torn to shreds? "No, master. This isn't a good idea." Upon hearing that the elder planned to assemble all the disciples of Wanyao Peak, Yun Luo felt a surge of anxiety and urged, "I don't want this incident to become widely known." Upon careful reflection, it is indeed true that a young woman's reputation holds paramount importance. Currently, the matter is merely known to a few, as it involves nothing more than a disciple having stolen a glance. Even if one were to be emboldened with 100 times the courage, they would likely refrain from spreading such gossip. However, should this knowledge become widespread, the number of those aware would inevitably increase. "Very well, I shall heed your counsel." Yun Luo, disinclined to engage in certain matters, would seldom be coerced by Li Wan. who understood the necessity of handling this situation with care. Yet, how might we uncover the identity of the individual responsible? Zhao Qingshan stroked his beard, articulating a rather pragmatic concern. With all disciples of Wan Yao Peak combined, there must be over 10,000 individuals, without any leads. The search would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Li Wan, arms crossed, sank into contemplation when Yun Luo's gaze fell upon Li Xian standing nearby, and a spark of realization flickered in her eyes. Halt. Upon hearing the commotion behind him, Li Xian's attempt to flee abruptly ceased. Feeling somewhat guilty, he addressed her without turning around. Sister, is there something you need? Turn around. I'd rather not, sister. My appearance might be a bit frightening, and I fear I may startle you. Turn around. Reluctantly, under the pressure of her authoritative tone, Li Xian complied, his heartbeat quickening and his expression becoming somewhat awkward. Fortunately, she appeared not to recognize him, instead cautiously inquiring, "Did you just visit the back mountain of Wanyao Peak?" "And no. I was at the herb garden digging up the Luo Mu root for Elder One." "Is that so?" Yun Luo narrowed her eyes at Li Xian, her expression suggesting skepticism, which made him feel increasingly uncomfortable, his gaze instinctively darting away. "Why are you so flustered? I just remembered something I haven't finished. If I fail to complete it on time, I will face punishment." "Sister, would you say I have reason to be anxious?" As he spoke, Li Xian hurriedly turned to Li Wan, asking, "If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave now." "Hold on, young man, don't be in such a rush. I still have a few questions for you. Please wait a moment." It seemed that his departure would not be so easy, and he wondered whether his sister would recognize him. Luo, let us set aside the matter of your being watched for now, while Elder Zhao is here. Quickly tell us what type of magical artifact you desire." Despite the shift in conversation, Yun Luo's gaze remained filled with suspicion as she looked at Li Xian. She couldn't shake the feeling that he bore a striking resemblance to the individual who had spied on her while bathing. Yet she had no concrete evidence to support her intuition. "Elder Zhao, I wish for an ice attribute longsword." "Ice attribute?" Zhao Qingshan frowned slightly, appearing somewhat troubled. "Currently, ice attribute magic cores are quite rare. To forge an ice attribute artifact, one must first possess a suitable ice attribute magic core, and the required tier of the core varies depending on the artifact's level. Moreover, ice attribute magical beasts are scarce, and even acquiring their cores is a challenge. From certain perspectives, this girl is quite audacious. Old Zhao, can't you think of a way? As an elder of the Artifact Refining Hall, obtaining an ice attribute magic core should not be an insurmountable task, right?" Li Wen repeatedly blinked at him, seemingly implying something. "Oldly, the control over magic cores in the Artifact Refining Hall is quite stringent, especially for rarer cores. Obtaining them requires numerous applications. While it is true that I am an elder, I do not possess the authority to appropriate them without due process." After providing a brief explanation, Zhao Qingshan felt somewhat embarrassed as he turned to Yun Luo. "My dear girl, would you consider changing to a different attribute? I truly cannot assist with the ice attribute." Yun Luo nodded, well aware of the rarity of ice attribute artifacts. Thus, her initial request was merely an expression of her genuine desire, without any expectation of fulfillment. As anticipated, it was not feasible. "Then let it be a fire attribute instead." "Very well, fire attribute is acceptable. I happen to have a 4th-tier fire attribute magic core. I shall forge you a fire attribute longsword shortly." Compared to ice attribute cores, fire attribute cores are considerably more common and thus subject to less stringent control, resulting in a considerable stock on hand. With Yun Luo's desired artifact settled, Li Wen finally rose, placing an arm around Li Xian's shoulder and conspiratorially led him aside. Speaking in hushed tones only they could hear, "Young man, if you were to face Elder Zhao in a game of chess, how confident are you in defeating him? Isn't that inappropriate? What could possibly be wrong with it? It's worth a try. Losing wouldn't be shameful. No, I mean, it wouldn't be right if I were to win against Elder Zhao." While he had indirectly triumphed over Zhao Qingshan earlier, he was seated opposite Li Wan, both of them of similar age and status, so it didn't matter much. However, should he personally face Zhao Qingshan in chess and win, how would that affect their future interactions? "You young man, I didn't expect you to possess such confidence." Li Wen nearly burst into laughter. "In that case, I shall lay my cards on the table. Should you truly manage to defeat him, I shall reward you." Chapter 005. Elder Zhao, let us continue. "What will you reward me with?" Upon hearing the mention of a reward, Li Xian instantly lost his fear. Even though he risked being recognized, he steeled himself to assist Elder One with this endeavor. At Wanyao Peak, we are never short of medicinal pills. How about this? If you can face Zhao Qingshan head-on and win, I shall grant you a third-tier Chongyuan Dan. Chongyuan Dan. Li Xian contemplated for a moment, recalling from his previous knowledge that the Chongyuan Dan was a splendid item for early-stage cultivation, and it came in various grades. Pills are categorized into 4 grades: low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and supreme grade. Generally speaking, aside from the supreme grade, the differences among the others are not particularly pronounced, only slightly enhanced. However, the Chongyuan Dan is exceptional. Even the distinction between low-grade and mid-grade is vast, making it imperative to clarify the grade of the reward. Elder One, may I inquire what grade of Chongyuan Dan you are offering? That depends on your specific circumstances. Li Wen crossed his arms. While he might not have much to offer in other areas, when it comes to medicinal pills, he was more than willing to oblige. I possess Chongyuan Dan in all grades: low, mid, high, and even supreme. The specific reward will depend on the outcome of your match with Elder Zhao. He understood. To put it plainly, it was all about the results. Therefore, he simply needed to strive to defeat Elder Zhao with all his might. No, perhaps it wouldn't even require such exaggerated effort. Having mastered the heavenly tier chess strategies, he need only exert a modicum of strength, for Elder Zhao was, after all, an elder. He couldn't afford to make the loss too humiliating. All right, it's settled. Li Xian nodded vigorously, then returned to the stone table alongside Li Wan. So, have you concluded your whispered conversation? Noticing the two returning with smiles, Zhao Qingshan set down his teacup and inquired, already suspecting Li Wen's intentions of leveraging the young man's chess prowess to defeat him. Indeed. What do you say, old Zhao? Are you still interested in playing another round? How shall we play? As anticipated, the old rascal was indeed scheming something. However, he was also quite curious about this disciple's chess skills. Earlier, the young man had merely observed the game, but his timely suggestions had completely negated Zhao Qingshan's advantage, leading to his defeat. Now, he was eager to see what would transpire if the young man participated directly, facing him head-on in a contest. Quite simple. If you win, I will still grant you that alchemical furnace to study. If I win, well, you understand. Li Wen rubbed his hands together while casting a mischievous grin at Zhao Qingshan, evoking an unsettling sensation in those who beheld him. So, you wish to forge magical artifacts again? Very well, let's adhere to the old rules. However, let me clarify this time. While we may proceed with the crafting, I shall refrain from rare attributes. A set of conventional attributes will suffice. No objections. The terms of their wager were swiftly established, and the game commenced. This time, Li Wen assumed the role of an observer, while Li Xian faced Zhao Qingshan across the board. Due to Zhao Qingshan's designation as the black pieces, he made the first move. With a decisive bang, he initiated a standard central opening, aiming to gauge his opponent's capabilities. Li Xian, however, displayed indifference, placing a white piece at a considerable distance. Why play over there? The onlooking Yun Luo, momentarily forgetting the earlier incident of being caught bathing, was utterly perplexed by Li Xian's strategy. You will understand as we proceed. Li Xian replied with a mysterious smile, seemingly aware of the forthcoming outcome. While Li Wen remained silent, he too struggled to comprehend Li Xian's unconventional approach, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Intriguing. Only Zhao Qingshan wore a slight smile, picking up a black piece and placing it near Li Xian's white piece, yet maintaining a deliberate distance. This tactic further confounded Li Wen, who could not fathom why both players were employing such an enigmatic strategy. After observing for a brief moment, it became evident that each move was landing in unexpected locations. Old Zhao, are you two genuinely playing chess? The more I watch, the less I comprehend. Unable to contain himself any longer, Li Wen finally inquired, but the engrossed players remained silent, particularly Zhao Qingshan, who was fixated on the board, worried about the precarious position of his black pieces. In contrast, Li Xian toyed with 2 white pieces, exuding an air of readiness to respond immediately. With a decisive bang, Zhao Qingshan, having studied the board for an extended period, finally spotted an opportunity and launched an attack on Li Xian's white piece. It's over. Li Wen realized at this moment, finally grasping Zhao Qingshan's intentions. The opponent was crafting a strategy, albeit one that was difficult to decipher at first glance. Now, with the black pieces interconnected from various angles, they had formed a formidable trap. The white pieces were in peril. Young man, despite your meticulous calculations, have you overlooked this? After executing his move, Zhao Qingshan exhaled, feeling assured of his victory. It appeared that his black pieces would soon overpower the opponent, leading to inevitable defeat. In the previous round, both had been on high alert, unwilling to concede any ground. But now, the dynamics were clear. Black was on the offensive, while white was relegated to defense. Humph, I thought you would be formidable, yet you dare engage with Elder Xiao in chess? Yun Luo scoffed, unaware of the unfolding complexities. However, almost immediately after she spoke, Li Xian chuckled. Oh, is that so? To everyone's astonishment, without a hint of hesitation, Li Xian placed his white piece in a seemingly inconspicuous location on the board. Bang! As the white piece settled, Li Wen, Yun Luo, and Zhao Qingshan all widened their eyes in disbelief. Can that be? Yun Luo was the first to break the silence, followed by Li Wen, who promptly gave Li Xian a thumbs up. Indeed, this young man's chess skills are remarkable. Finally, Zhao Qingshan, who had maintained a relaxed demeanor, suddenly appeared grim. His hand, clutching the black piece, hovered uncertainly over the board as he realized that no matter where he placed his piece, further mental simulations revealed he would still face defeat. Most critically, regardless of the position, his loss was no more than 5 moves away. I concede. After fruitless deliberation, he opted to accept the reality of his defeat. The game left him no room for a comeback, and it was wiser to surrender promptly. Elder Wen. Li Xian turned his gaze to Li Wen, who appeared to be mouthing words, as if to convey inferior quality. If his understanding was correct, winning against Elder Zhao meant he would only receive a low-grade Chongyuan pill. If that were the case, he would aim to procure a top-tier one instead. Elder Zhao, shall we continue? All right, let us proceed. Zhao Qingshan, unwilling to relent, resolved to reclaim his dignity. Having studied chess for over 30 years, he was no novice. Though he would not claim to be unparalleled, he was certainly a formidable opponent within the sect and could hold his own externally. Yet today, he found himself repeatedly bested by an ordinary disciple. If word of this spread, where would his esteem as an elder stand? I must win back a game. The second match began. Once again, Zhao Qingshan, wielding the black pieces, made the first move. Having learned from his previous experience, he opted for a more conventional approach. Conversely, Li Xian diverged from expectation, placing his piece directly in the center, a stark contrast to the prior game. What are you scheming now, you rascal? Zhao Qingshan, wary of underestimating his opponent, scrutinized the situation for a considerable time, but still could not discern Li Xian's intent, reluctantly continuing with his own strategy. Bang, bang, bang. The two players seemed engaged in a rapid match, with the sound of pieces falling echoing every second. Li Wen and Yun Luo, observing from the sidelines, found their heads swiveling back and forth between the two. Elder Zhao, you have lost. Suddenly, after a series of 30 moves, Li Xian spoke up. Impossible. How could I have lost? Zhao Qingshan leaned closely over the board. Despite his rapid play, each move had been carefully calculated in his mind, ensuring there were no errors. How could he possibly be losing? Perhaps you should examine it more closely. Upon hearing Li Xian's words, not just Zhao Qingshan, but even Li Wen and Yun Luo scrutinized the pieces. This situation seems quite favorable for Elder Zhao. How could he be losing? Perplexed, Li Wen could not refrain from retorting to Li Xian, who responded, would you like me to reveal where Elder Zhao faltered? Please do. Yun Luo, unable to discern the situation after a prolonged observation, grew impatient. No, wait. Let me take another look. However, Zhao Qingshan cut in, having learned from the previous match. He recognized Li Xian's prowess, so if the latter claimed he had lost, it was undoubtedly true. Therefore, he desired to uncover the source of his defeat himself. Minutes passed, and even Li Xian began to yawn in boredom. Have you figured it out yet, Elder Zhao? Hold on, let me search a bit longer. Shaking his head, Zhao Qingshan continued to inspect the 60 pieces on the board, yet found nothing amiss. Old Zhao, if you can't find it, just let him explain. Don't waste time. Li Wen, growing impatient, was eager to understand why Li Xian was so certain of Zhao Qingshan's defeat. Although he was not as skilled as Zhao Qingshan, after years of playing, surely he would not misinterpret such an evident situation. Sigh then, I must trouble you to elucidate, young friend. Having exhausted his search, Zhao Qingshan surrendered to reality, clenching his fists and fixing a serious gaze on Li Xian, filled with anticipation for his explanation. It's quite simple, Elder Zhao, look here. Li Xian casually pointed to the center of the board, yet the others still did not perceive anything amiss. What about here? Did you not notice that I intentionally left 2 positions open? So what? Yun Luo pressed on, still unable to grasp the significance of the two vacant spots. Indeed, Li Xian smiled, sliding his finger to another location. You may not see anything significant there at first glance, but what if I asked you to connect these 2 points? Upon the utterance of those words, the 3 individuals experienced an epiphany and exclaimed in unison, "So that is how it is." Indeed, merely observing the 2 vacant positions at the center was not particularly puzzling, but when connected to the surrounding empty spaces, it transformed into a pivotal factor that could influence the outcome of the game. Furthermore, given the current trajectory of events, Zhao Qingshan would undoubtedly occupy those positions. In essence, this was a scheme orchestrated by Li Xian, carefully crafted from the outset, yet concealed with such adeptness that even the onlookers failed to perceive it. Remarkable. The intricacies of the game were unfathomable. Zhao Qingshan was truly enlightened, and he willingly praised Li Xian with a thumbs up. He felt a sense of inferiority in the face of such strategic finesse. Although merely 2 games had been played, he was already captivated by the adversary's exceptional skills. "You're too kind, Elder Zhao. I merely took advantage of the rapid pace of the game," Li Xian replied modestly. "If we played at a slower tempo, with your expertise, you would have easily discerned the nuances." To prevent his opponent from experiencing too humiliating a defeat, Li Xian promptly offered a countermove. Zhao Qingshan felt a wave of relief at this gesture, recognizing that Li Xian was not like others he had encountered, who would belittle the loser after a victory. "Ha ha, young friend, you are indeed amusing. I failed to notice your remarkable prowess earlier. It seems I now have a worthy opponent for future games within the sect." In the realm of chess, one either practices alone with manuals or competes against those more skilled, as improvement is challenging without such interactions. Presently, this disciple from Wanyao Peak was the ideal candidate for Zhao Qingshan's advancement in the game. "I am unworthy, but should you need assistance in the future, I would be delighted to indulge in a few matches with you." As Li Xian spoke, he rose, exuding a sense of humility and readiness to yield his position. However, Li Wan, observing this, promptly insisted he sit back down. "What are you getting up for? Keep playing." Li Xian's lips twitched slightly, having won 2 consecutive games. He felt a twinge of reluctance. Despite his desire for the exquisite Chongyuan Dan, it would seem somewhat ungracious to continue winning if Elder Zhao was already conceding. "Oh, what are you saying? This old fellow has triumphed over me numerous times. Today, he must endure a thorough defeat." With that, he abruptly turned to Zhao Qingshan and declared, "Old Zhao, you are not permitted to leave. Play here with him. You shall not depart from Wanyin Peak until you have lost 10 games. Zhao Qingshan could only manage a wry smile, realizing that his friend had held on to every previous loss, and today was his opportunity to vent his frustrations. "Very well. I shall consider this a learning experience with you, young friend." Zhao Qingshan, ever adaptable, swept the black and white pieces apart and gestured invitingly to Li Xian, now placing the black pieces opposite him. "All right, since both elders have spoken, I shall not dampen your spirits," Li Xian responded with a chuckle, decisively placing his piece. An opportunity to procure the exquisite Chongyuan Dan was not to be squandered. He aimed to secure several. Under Li Wen's insistence, Li Xian continued to engage Zhao Qingshan in this strategic duel. He played without restraint, initially winning in 30 moves, then reducing it to 20, and subsequently to 10. Each match brought them unexpected delights. Although Li Wen and Yun Luo were not particularly adept at chess, they were nonetheless captivated by the exhilarating exchanges and the brilliance of the strategies displayed. In less than an hour, Zhao Qingshan had suffered 10 consecutive defeats. "No more. I can't continue. I am outmatched." Despite Zhao Qingshan's open-mindedness and recognition that playing against Li Xian could enhance his skills, the rapid succession of losses had begun to erode his composure. He needed a moment to recuperate. "Haha, good old Zhao. Who would have thought you would find yourself in such a predicament? How does it feel to experience the taste of continuous defeat?" Li Wen, thoroughly amused, found greater joy in Zhao Qingshan's losses than in his own victories. "Why don't you take a seat, and we can have a go?" "I'll pass. Simply watching you lose is quite satisfying enough. Get lost." Zhao Qingshan shot a glare at Li Wen, uninterested in engaging further with someone who was taking advantage of the situation. Were it not for Li Xian's exceptional skills, he would not have dared to utter such remarks. "By the way, we wager, we must adhere to the outcome. I count 13 losses in total, so you owe me 13 magical artifacts." "What nonsense! 13? Zhao Qingshan exclaimed in disbelief, suspecting that Li Wen was daydreaming. "1 game, 1 artifact was our original agreement." Get out of here. Who made that stipulation? Besides the initial agreement, these subsequent 10 games can only count as one, making it a total of 2. What a joke. Despite being an elder of the artifact refining hall and crafting magical artifacts with ease, the process was still labor-intensive, especially since all materials came from his own resources. Producing even 2 artifacts would be a stretch, let alone 13. Such a notion was utterly absurd. Old Xiao, where has your ambition gone? Is 13 artifacts really too much for you? That's irrelevant. It's still just 2 artifacts, take it or leave it. There was no chance he would become a servant for Zhao Qingshan. However, upon noticing Li Xian seated nearby, he suddenly shifted his tone. By the way, Li Xian, would you like an artifact? I could craft one for you. Really? Li Xian was overjoyed, surprised by this unexpected boon. Artifacts were highly sought after. Many wished for one but could not acquire it, and even using sect resources to obtain one would require considerable effort and time. Not to mention the quality would be average at best. Of course, as an elder of the artifact refining hall, would I deceive you? Zhao Qingshan chuckled, his eyes glinting mischievously. How about you join us at the artifact refining hall? I could use an assistant. And the benefits I offer would surely surpass those at 1 Peak. Hey, what are you doing, old Zhao? Are you trying to poach someone in front of me? Is that not a bit disrespectful? Upon hearing Zhao Qingshan's intentions to recruit Li Xian, Li Wen became agitated. Setting aside the fact that Li Xian was a mere disciple, his chess skills were enough to warrant special consideration. If Li Xian could mentor him, his skills would undoubtedly flourish, and one day, he could personally best Zhao Qingshan. I was merely speaking casually. What if Li Xian wishes to join me, right? In an instant, Li Wen and Yin Luo turned their gazes towards Li Xian, as if inquiring if he truly intended to leave with Zhao Qingshan. This left Li Xian feeling exceedingly awkward. Faced with such scrutiny, he could only politely refuse. I apologize, Elder Zhao, but when I entered the sect, my aptitude was lacking. Other halls would not accept me. Only 1 Peak. He trailed off at this point, but the implication was clear to all present. Did you hear that? Li Wen gleefully pointed at Zhao Qingshan, repeatedly questioning. He doesn't wish to accompany you, so you should abandon that notion. As for the benefits, I will naturally ensure they are addressed later. You need not worry about that. With an air of protectiveness, Li Wen's demeanor was assertive, leaving no room for Zhao Qingshan to entertain any false hopes. Well then, let us leave it at that. However, Li Xian, should you ever develop an interest in artifact refining, feel free to seek me out. I shall teach you. Thank you, Elder Zhao. Upon hearing this, Li Xian immediately stood, bowing deeply in gratitude. It was not easy to receive such a promise from an elder in this setting. Oh, by the way, Li Xian, what kind of artifact do you desire? I am not particular. I will leave it to you, Elder, to decide on the crafting. Shaking his head, Li Xian's response left Li Wen feeling frustrated, as such a golden opportunity for profit had been squandered. It would have been acceptable to make requests, so long as they were not excessive. Zhao Qingshan would oblige out of courtesy. However, if no requests were made, the other party would certainly take a minimalist approach, conserving resources wherever possible. Good lad. For that remark of yours, I shall certainly forge a suitable weapon for you. With that, Zhao Qingshan stood, clasping his fists towards Li Wen. All right, old Li, it's getting late. I must take my leave. Very well, very well. Hurry along. And do not forget your promise regarding the magical artifact. Thus, Zhao Qingshan resolutely turned to depart. Once he had fully left Wenxin Peak, Yin Luo leaned closer and nudged Li Xian's arm, exclaiming, impressive. Even Elder Zhao is no match for you. You're overpraising me. It was merely luck. Huh, such false modesty. Yin Luo rolled her eyes and made her way to her room. Meanwhile, Li Wen, quite satisfied, retrieved a porcelain vial from his spatial ring. After uncorking it, he poured out a round, lustrous pill. Here, this is the Chongyuan pill I promised you. Given your commendable performance, I shall bestow upon you a top-grade one. Just one? Li Xian pouted. Having triumphed over Zhao Qingshan in over 10 matches, by his calculations, he should have received 3 top-grade Chongyuan pills for his 13 victories. What gives? I merely promised you 1 Chongyuan pill upon defeating Elder Zhao. I never stated I would give you more. Fine. This cunning old man is resorting to wordplay. Li Xian thought, realizing he had no evidence to counter this argument. What? You don't want it? If you don't want it, I shall take it back. Of course I want it. Who said I didn't? Li Xian, in a flurry, reached out and snatched the pill, for as the saying goes, even the smallest grasshopper is still meat. 1 pill was certainly better than none. Little did he expect that the system would respond at that moment. Congratulations, host. By observing others' cunning, you have received a blue-quality reward, the gift of eloquence, mysterious grade. What is this? Li Xian was taken aback. Could such trivial observations trigger rewards? The gift of eloquence. He was eager to discover its nature. Entering the system warehouse, he found the description of the so-called gift of eloquence. Gift of eloquence. Rank, mysterious grade. Type, talent. Description. Upon activation, this talent grants you an 85% probability of winning in theoretical debates against others. It seemed a rather decent ability, although not as dazzling as the rewards from the Xianhuang rebirth pill. It was still a talent that would alleviate his concerns when negotiating. With a thought, he activated it. In an instant, Li Xian felt no significant change and was unsure how to test this newfound ability. All right, Li Xian, come, sit down, and play a couple of games with me. Let us discuss strategies. Teach me some valuable techniques that can yield quick results. Next time, I want to leave old Zhao without a trace. But elder, I still have work to do. Do not concern yourself. If I say stay, then stay you shall. That work can be neglected. Very well. Compared to the tedious chores, he preferred to accompany Li Wen in a game of chess. Given Li Wen's limited skills, it wouldn't require much mental effort. And he could enjoy some tea while leisurely passing the time, an utterly delightful arrangement. Without further ado, their chess match commenced, and they quickly fell into a rhythm. Li Xian assumed the role of teacher, requiring him to offer guidance with each move. After a while, he found himself thinking that returning to work might be less exhausting. During their game, sounds of rustling emerged from the kitchen, and upon glancing over, he noticed Yin Luo preparing a meal. Master, dinner is ready. All right, I'll join you shortly. Li Wen replied, then turned to Li Xian. You should stay for dinner as well. After we eat, we can play a few more games. I want to see if my skills have improved. Deal. For the sake of dinner, Li Xian was willing to comply. Reflecting on his time at the Xianyun Sect, he recalled how he had been looked down upon and how meager his meals had been, often just leftovers from the Wanyao Peak kitchen. When there was plenty left, he could fill his stomach. Otherwise, he would go hungry, as they would not prepare extra for him, which left him quite irate. Upon entering the dining area with Li Wen, he was taken aback by the spread before him. There were fish, shrimp, and fresh vegetables, such a nutritious feast, infinitely superior to the scraps he had grown accustomed to. Here, if it's not enough, feel free to take more. Reluctantly, Yin Luo handed him a bowl of rice. It wasn't he that she was stingy, it was just that her earlier cooking had reminded her of being spied upon during her bath, and currently, she had designated Li Xian as her primary suspect, making her hesitant to offer him her meal. Thank you, senior sister. Help yourself, don't hold back. Thank you. Elder one. The three dined in silence, embodying the adage of eating without conversation. Notably, Yin Luo's cooking was quite delightful, prompting Li Xian to contemplate a second helping. After the meal, he was invited to stay for chess, and the outcome was as anticipated. Li Wen lost every single match. By the time he left Wenxin Peak, the sun had already set. Around 8 in the evening, Li Xian returned to his quarters for disciples. Having eaten his fill, and with the night calm and undisturbed, it was the perfect time for cultivation. He sat cross-legged on his firm bed, consolidating the power he had gained during the day. As for the Chongyuan pill acquired from the elder, it was not yet time to use it. Known as the minor foundation pill, it could temporarily amplify one's spiritual energy, facilitating the expansion of meridians to increase the likelihood of breaking through the foundation establishment stage. However, being termed a minor foundation pill was not without reason. Its benefits for establishing a foundation were limited, and only those unable to obtain a true foundation establishment pill would consider using it. Most available were of lower or medium quality, while high-grade ones were exceedingly rare, let alone the exquisite one he possessed. Additionally, he had received a reward for observing senior sister. No, for observing her while she bathed, a technique called the gaze of insight, also of mysterious grade. Gaze of insight, rank, mysterious grade, type, technique. Description. This technique allows one to focus energy into their eyes, enabling distant observation. It appeared rather straightforward, merely a technique for honing one's vision. Suddenly, Li Xian realized that if he could master it to perfection, he could observe the world from his home and potentially reap countless rewards. Upon activating the technique, Li Xian's mind was immediately filled with methods for its cultivation. He learned that the optimal time for practice was from night until dawn, with the overall mastery divided into 4 stages: initial success, proficiency, great success, and perfection. Upon reaching perfection, One could see anything within a certain distance, including obscured objects, essentially granting the ability to perceive through barriers. In an instant, a bold idea sparked in Li Xian's mind. If he could see people, could he also see through their clothes? Just then, as he entertained this notion of perfecting the gaze of insight, a crisp sound interrupted him from outside the servant quarters, resembling a branch snapping. Li Xian quickly withdrew from his meditative state, tiptoed to the door, and listened intently to the commotion outside. Hush, keep it down, or you might get discovered. It is of no concern. I observed that the young man returned rather late from Wenxin Peak. After delivering some supplies to the elder, he was likely summoned to perform additional tasks, and by now, he must be utterly exhausted and fast asleep. Inside the room, Li Xian contemplated stepping outside but hesitated, unsure of the intentions of the two individuals. Thus, he gently pierced through the veil of secrecy and stealthily gazed outside. To his surprise, he noticed two figures in the courtyard, clad in dark attire and masked, rendering their identities unrecognizable. They furtively placed various items around the perimeter of the courtyard before swiftly departing. Congratulations, host. You have observed others framing and scheming, thus earning a white-quality reward, talent for stealth. Not me. A vein throbbed on Li Xian's forehead. Was the system overly sensitive? Was this truly a trigger for a reward? Moreover, could this be deemed a reward at all? He would not even accept it if it were freely given. A man as handsome, dashing, and charming as he should not be sullied by such trivialities. Nevertheless, he opened the system warehouse out of habit. To his astonishment, upon inspection, he found himself bewildered. Chapter 009. Shouldn't it be a big white rabbit? Talent for stealth. Rank. Yellow. Type. Talent. Description. Upon use, grants the ability for stealth, allowing one to conceal their presence during covert actions, with efficacy improving alongside proficiency. Additionally, there exists a probability of obtaining unexpected rewards during actions. Good heavens! While one might argue its high rank, it was merely a yellow-ranked talent. Conversely, dismissing it altogether would not be prudent, for it possessed certain utility. The ability to cloak one's presence was undeniably advantageous, and the potential for unexpected gains was intriguingly appealing. Eager to uncover more, Li Xian decisively clicked to activate it. Aside from acquiring a more detailed description of the talent in his mind, there were no significant changes. Perhaps this ability could only be activated under specific conditions. Contemplating this, he glanced up at the moon. Perhaps he should seize the cover of night to find a suitable location to test this talent? However, before doing so, he needed to examine what precisely those two had left in his courtyard. Following the recollection of their whereabouts, Li Xian quickly discovered remnants of spiritual herbs. Was that a purple ginseng flower? Observing the pale purple petals scattered on the ground, he felt a wave of distress wash over him. If memory served him correctly, the purple ginseng flower was a highly scrutinized herbal remedy. Anyone who neglected to water it adequately faced punishment, let alone one who dared to pick it. Who could it be? He lamented not having confronted them earlier. Now, he would have to painstakingly hunt down the culprit. Of course, if given a chance to redo the situation, he would still refrain from confronting them, as he was unaware of their strength. Being merely a fifth-level practitioner, he was outnumbered, and rushing out would be irrational. I haven't provoked anyone, he mused, crossing his arms and racking his brain for suitable suspects, yet none came to mind. After much deliberation, he resolved to collect the petals of the purple ginseng flower and secure them safely before leaving the servant quarters. Perhaps fortune would smile upon him. And those two had not ventured far. At this hour, if he encountered anyone nearby, especially if they were two individuals, it would be nearly certain. Currently, Wanyao Peak was somewhat tranquil, with few people outside, most likely resting or cultivating within their rooms. Occasionally, he spotted one or two figures, but their physiques allowed for easy elimination from suspicion. As time passed, he found himself on the back mountain of Wanyao Peak, an area significantly quieter than the location of the pond during the day. This was a serene little grove, more accurately a medicinal forest. As everything visible to the naked eye comprised various herbs. Sister, I just want to touch it. No way. What if someone sees? Impossible at this hour. No one comes here. Li Xian, catching snippets of a conversation, stealthily peered into the medicinal grove and discovered two figures leaning against a tree, engaged in some rather covert activities. What if someone comes? The woman sounded anxious and fearful, a sentiment Li Xian could agree with, for he had indeed arrived. There are no what-ifs. Don't worry, I'll only touch it briefly. The man persisted, exuding an air of determination. All right then, Unable to withstand the man's pleas, the woman relented. Li Xian activated his gaze-enhancing technique, gaining a clearer view, even if it did not amount to much. He saw the man, back turned, reaching for something. Sister, it's so soft and white. Brother, no? Don't. Suddenly, the woman exclaimed, for the man raised his hand, revealing a fluffy young spiritual beast. It was entirely snow white and only the size of a palm, undeniably adorable. However, Li Xian's muscles twitched in irritation. This was not the script he had anticipated. Why had it transformed into a young spiritual beast? Shouldn't it have been a big white rabbit? How utterly dull. Shaking his head, Li Xian turned to depart. But before he could take more than a few steps, the woman's voice rang out again. Don't do that, brother. What if those two from earlier return from the pond and catch us? If they report us to the sect, we will be done for. Wait. His departure halted abruptly as he caught certain keywords. Two individuals? The pond? Realizing this, he decisively retraced his steps. Apologies, senior brother and sister, for the interruption. Did you happen to see two individuals pass by here? Upon seeing Li Xian, the woman instinctively distanced herself from the man, appearing somewhat flustered. Did not see them. Go away. The man cast a dismissive glance at Li Xian's servant robe, exhibiting clear impatience. He was a formal disciple, after all. His status significantly superior to that of a servant. Brother, please, just tell me if you saw them. If I cannot locate them, I might have to disclose the young spiritual beast I just witnessed. As the words trailed off, the man grew visibly agitated. Don't you dare. I certainly wouldn't. So, brother, what did those two individuals look like? Seizing the opportunity, Li Xian understood that a measured threat would suffice. As long as they realized he held leverage over them, the ensuing conversation would be considerably more manageable. They're just two disciples from Wanyao Peak. I don't know them. After all, Wanyao Peak has many members. However, I did catch a whiff of floral fragrance coming from them. Floral fragrance? This was a crucial clue, as the purple ginseng flower indeed emitted a potent aroma. Now that you mention it, I do recall something along those lines. Receiving such a definitive answer, Li Xian smiled, for he had indeed found what he sought without much effort. He was eager to discover the identities of these two and the reasons behind their malfeasance. Thank you, senior brother. Please, continue. He hastened toward the pond without looking back, in that instant realizing his aura had grown exceedingly faint, likely due to the automatic activation of the talent for stealth. Ouch! Suddenly, he stumbled, having caught his left foot on something, and fell to the ground. Was he truly this unfortunate? Cursing inwardly, he turned back to see a fist-sized spiritual stone lying quietly where he had just passed. By its quality, it appeared to be a superior-grade spiritual stone. What fortune! He eagerly stowed it away in his spatial ring. Such an item was indeed valuable, especially one of high quality. The spiritual stones distributed monthly were merely of inferior grade, while mid-grade ones were reserved for higher-ranking disciples, and superior-grade stones were even rarer. With this superior-grade spiritual stone in his possession, he felt entirely confident in advancing another tier. Chapter 010. The 7-star sword technique. Though he had stumbled, it was of little consequence compared to the fist-sized high-grade spiritual stone. One must admit, this knack for stealth was indeed quite advantageous. In his haste, Li Xian did not linger but promptly stowed the spiritual stone away and continued towards the direction of the pond. As fate would have it, he soon spotted two figures seemingly engaged in washing something by the water's edge. Drawing nearer, he recalled his prior experience from the day and chose a more concealed position this time. Thanks to his innate talent for stealth, the individuals by the pond remained oblivious to his presence. Brother, why are we framing that kid? One inquired. Because he has offended someone he shouldn't have, the other replied, glancing around to ensure they were not overheard before whispering, Gu Shixiao. You mean the direct disciple of our esteemed Wanyao Peak's chief elder, Gu Beichen? Exactly. If memory serves, Li Xian just recently joined our Wanyao Peak, right? How could a mere errand boy provoke Gu Shixiao? I heard someone saw him getting rather close to Sister Xinlan. At this revelation, the other understood the underlying reason. For Su Xinlan was indeed quite beautiful and the object of admiration for many male disciples at Wanyao Peak. It was no wonder Gu Beichen took an interest in her. I thought so. His generosity in gifting each of us a high-grade spiritual stone is indeed characteristic of Gu Shixiao. Suddenly, the speaker stood up abruptly, causing his dark cloak to tumble into the water. What happened? My spiritual stone is gone. Suppressing a chuckle, Li Xian, hidden in the shadows, could hardly contain his amusement. Could it be that the stone he had found earlier was the very one that had slipped from this man's grasp? If so, it would be richly deserved. Where did you drop it? I don't know. I had just placed it in my bag. Are you foolish? Why not keep it in your spatial ring? Well, I wanted to take a good look at a high-grade spiritual stone since I've never seen one before. Look all you want. If someone else finds it and reports it to the elders, we're finished. Given that high-grade spiritual stones were rare among disciples, particularly for those of their rank, any discovery would certainly arouse suspicion. So what now? What else? We retrace our steps and search for it. Having discerned their features, Li Xian chose not to reveal himself just yet, allowing them to depart. The truth was, he felt far too weak at this stage and needed to find a way to strengthen himself rapidly. Ideally, he would achieve the foundation building stage, at which point he would deal with these two. As for Gu Beichen, he too would not escape unscathed. Despite having no relation with Sister Xinlan, the latter had resorted to treachery. Such a grudge could not go unavenged. On his return, to avoid encountering the two again, he opted for a different route. Although it was somewhat circuitous, it was far safer. While traversing, a sudden rush of wind caught his attention. Following the sound, he discovered someone practicing swordplay under the moonlight in a clearing. Although Wan Yao Peak primarily focused on alchemy, many disciples dabbled in both martial arts and alchemy, albeit at a rather mediocre level. Yet, at that moment, Li Xian perceived a remarkable uniqueness in the individual's sword techniques. Each move was exquisitely refined, drawing him into a trance as if he were witnessing a grand performance. After some time, the practitioner paused and promptly turned to look in Li Xian's direction. What's the matter? Are you interested in swordplay as well? Clearly, the individual had already noticed Li Xian. Upon hearing the voice, Li Xian approached with confidence. Good evening, sister. Upon noticing Li Xian's errand boy attire, the practitioner momentarily faltered but quickly regained her composure. She retrieved 2 water pouches from her spatial ring and tossed one to Li Xian. Thank you, sister. Why are you, a mere errand disciple, wandering about at this hour? I just needed some fresh air. Is something troubling you? With no pretense, she took a seat and continued. If you don't mind, feel free to share. Actually, it's nothing much. I think I'll keep it to myself. Feeling a bit awkward, Li Xian scratched his head, preparing to leave, but she spoke again. Since that's the case, how about you critique my swordplay from earlier? Excellent. I may not know much, but I felt every move you made was intricate. She smiled warmly, tossing her hair back as she stood illuminated by the moonlight, exuding an enchanting beauty. Thank you for the compliment, but my 7-star sword technique. Ling Wan hesitated, for while her swordplay was indeed commendable, it was merely a fragment of a foundational level martial art. She possessed only the first half, while the latter half had long been lost. Never mind that. You must find being an errand disciple at Wan Yao Peak quite challenging, I presume? From what she understood, errand disciples did not enjoy favorable treatment and often faced discrimination from other disciples. It's manageable. I just move where I'm needed. It's not like I'll die from it. Her light-hearted response resonated with Ling Wan, prompting her to reflect. If even an errand disciple could maintain such a positive outlook, what excuse did she have for not uplifting her own spirits? In that moment, some of her burdens seemed to lighten. Thank you, brother. Why are you thanking me, sister? Li Xian was taken aback by her unexpected gratitude. He had merely answered a few questions. It's nothing. I simply wanted to express my appreciation. With a gentle smile, Ling Wan stood, her sword in hand. You arrived late. There's still a segment you haven't seen. Allow me to demonstrate for you. Absolutely. I would be delighted. Thus, Li Xian settled down as a spectator, eagerly watching her sword practice from the beginning. This time, he witnessed her initial stance and several moves he had not previously seen. The seamless flow of techniques left him with a sense of awe, almost compelling him to join in. Congratulations, host. By observing another sword practice, you have received a green quality reward, 7-star sword technique, earth level. Wait a moment. Is this a pillow for a sleepyhead? Just as he contemplated practicing, the system had generously bestowed upon him the entire sword technique. Even more astonishing was that it was an earth-level martial art. Earth-level martial arts. What a concept. For ordinary martial artists, possessing even a single usable martial technique was already a stroke of luck, with no room for selection. Those in slightly better circumstances might practice advanced yellow-level or Xian-level techniques, but earth-level techniques were exceedingly rare, even within powerful sections. The possession of an earth-level martial art hinted at the extraordinary status of this sister. Chapter 011. Li Xian, do you know your crime? Earth-level martial arts. Li Xian hadn't anticipated such generosity from the system tonight. While not a celestial-level technique, earth-level was sufficient. He was not greedy. Upon utilizing it, a wealth of information regarding the seven-star sword technique flooded his mind. Closing his eyes, he could visualize the disassembled techniques in his mind, allowing him to scrutinize them meticulously, even pausing to observe specific frames. However, one peculiar detail struck him, despite both being called the seven-star sword technique. Why did the version the system awarded him contain more techniques than the one demonstrated? He sensed that the practitioner had only revealed half of the technique, concealing the rest. She held back. Indeed, such a remarkable sword technique could not possibly be showcased in its entirety to outsiders. Upon considering this possibility, Li Xian nodded in understanding. So, brother, have you discerned anything? Ling Wan's voice pulled Li Xian back to reality. As he exited the system interface, he noticed that the other party was already approaching him. This sword technique is impressive. It makes me want to practice it myself. Really? Ling Wan blinked, gazing at Li Xian with a meaningful look. Of course it's true, but I don't have a sword of my own yet. I need to work hard and gather some resources to exchange for one. Upon hearing this, Ling Wan felt a surge of sympathy. After all, as a mere servant disciple, not only was his time for cultivation limited, but even acquiring a sword posed a challenge. However, there was a solution to the sword issue. The swords she had previously used were collecting dust in her spatial ring. Though they weren't particularly fine weapons, they were more than sufficient for practicing the seven-star sword technique. The only prerequisite was that he genuinely wished to learn the technique and could persevere through it. If we set aside the sword issue, I must tell you that this sword technique can be somewhat difficult to learn at the outset. It requires a commitment of 7 hours a day for 7 consecutive days, totaling 49 days of practice. Do you still wish to continue? Yes. Without a hint of hesitation, Li Xian replied, making Ling Wan fully aware of his determination to learn the sword technique. All right, then let us begin with the first move. As she spoke, Ling Wan flipped her left hand, and a beautiful blue long sword appeared in her palm. The blade shimmered with the depth of the ocean, sparkling like stars in the night sky. The hilt was wrapped in soft blue leather, adorned with incomprehensible engravings, exuding both comfort and mystery. Instinctively reaching out to take the sword, Li Xian felt somewhat dazed. Is it true that brother system offers sword techniques, while sister offers swords? Come, watch me demonstrate. Ling Wan began her demonstration, but this time, Li Xian's attention was not on the sword technique. Rather, he was captivated by Ling Wan herself. He observed her graceful form, clad in a blue dress, fluidly transitioning between movements, resembling a beautiful ice lotus blossoming in a frigid realm. Exquisite yet intimidating to approach. Whoosh! Suddenly, accompanied by the sound of slicing wind, her sword landed on Li Xian's shoulder. Had he shifted just a little to the right, he would have bid farewell to this world. All right, it's your turn. Suppressing his inner shock, Li Xian grasped the long sword and took a deep breath. He began recalling the first move of the seven-star sword technique, and soon, his body began to twist in accordance with it, executing each movement with precision, leaving Ling Wan wide-eyed in astonishment. Quite impressive. Your movements are spot on. In comparison, he possessed a greater innate talent. To put it simply, if not for the fact that the seven-star sword technique was a unique secret of her Ling family, she might have suspected that he had learned it elsewhere. It's all due to your excellent demonstration, sister. You little rascal. Ling Wan playfully punched him, then reminded him, all right, let's leave it at that for now. When do you usually have free time? I will teach you. Li Xian initially intended to decline, but then realized that if he didn't learn from her, it might raise suspicions when he suddenly mastered this sword technique. How about in the evening, around this time? Great. Then we shall meet here at the same time tomorrow. With that, Ling Wan turned and walked away, her sword already flying to her side. Flying with the sword. Sister must be at least at the foundation establishment stage. Sister, your sword. Consider it a gift. With that parting remark, she soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of blue light beneath the starry night. Clearly, she was not one of the disciples from Wanyao Peak. Oh no, I forgot to ask her name. It was only after Ling Wan completely vanished from sight that Li Xian realized this. Well, I'll ask her tomorrow. Gazing at the blue long sword in his hand, Li Xian wore a proud smile. His life was beginning to improve. Not only had his physique been enhanced, but he had also garnered the favor of the esteemed Elder Zhao, and now he could practice swordsmanship with the beautiful sister. It seemed that his life as a servant disciple wasn't so dreadful after all. Setting aside his extraneous thoughts, Li Xian glanced around to ensure no one was watching before taking a deep breath and began practicing the complete seven-star sword technique. With his physique improved by the 9th tier Dan medicine, the Xianhuang rebirth pill, he discovered that whether in cultivation or martial arts, he felt as if he were swimming in water, and with Brother System's unique teaching methods, learning became even easier. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After about a cup of tea's time, he had practiced the entire 7-star sword technique once. Though still somewhat stiff, he had managed to grasp the basics. Merely practicing it once had significantly boosted the spiritual energy within him. Practicing swordsmanship can enhance my cultivation? With this revelation, he decided to attempt it a second time. Since practicing the 7-star sword technique could elevate his realm, he might as well practice several times for double the benefit. Unbeknownst to him, this practice lasted for 5 hours until dawn began to break before he became aware of it. Well, I should have some breakfast and get to work. As the time approached for watering the medicinal garden, he didn't even return to the servant quarters. He went straight to the kitchen, grabbed a bowl of plain porridge, and headed towards the medicinal garden. There were more than 100 medicinal gardens scattered across Wanyao Peak, and he was responsible for 3 of them, each requiring at least an hour to tend to. Thus, by the time he completed his tasks, it was already noon. Li Xian, Elder Wang is looking for you. What does he want? If he recalled correctly, Elder Wang was from the Law Enforcement Hall of Wanyao Peak. If he had caught the elder's attention, it could not be for anything good. You'll find out when you get there. Since the other party wouldn't elaborate, he had no choice but to obediently follow. However, when he arrived in front of Elder Wang, he found himself back in his servant quarters. Elder Wang was standing with his hands behind his back in the courtyard of the servant quarters, flanked by several stern-faced disciples from the Law Enforcement Hall, with a gathering of onlookers encircling them. He is here. Look, Li Xian has arrived. Whispers rippled through the crowd, and in an instant, dozens of gazes fixed upon him. Simultaneously, Elder Wang turned his back to him and bellowed, Li Xian, do you know your crime? Chapter 012, Stealing? Which of your eyes saw him steal? Know my crime. Li Xian was somewhat bewildered. What crime could he possibly be guilty of? If it was regarding the 2 individuals who had framed him last night, hadn't he already cleaned up all the petals of the purple ginseng flowers? How could it still be discovered? Even if someone had reported him, evidence was essential. Elder Wang, may I ask what crime I am being accused of? What crime? Elder Wang snorted coldly, turning around and pointing to various corners of the servant quarters. Li Xian's eyes widened as he saw numerous petals and remnants of purple ginseng flowers scattered in those places. Li Xian was dumbfounded. Hadn't he cleaned everything last night? Why were there still remnants? He shook his head in confusion. Elder Wang, I didn't do this. Not you? This is your courtyard. If it wasn't you, then who else could it be? The elder's tone was stern, and it struck fear into Li Xian and the onlookers, who were anxious about being implicated. While it is my courtyard, I truly did not do it. Is it possible that someone else is trying to frame me? He couldn't say it outright, so he could only hint at the possibility of a misguided judgment. Oh, so you mean to say that I, an old man, have misjudged and cannot distinguish right from wrong? I am merely a servant disciple. How could I dare to imply such a thing? Humph. It seems you are indeed thinking that way. Before Elder Wang could respond, a disciple from the Law Enforcement Hall interjected, scolding Li Xian and prompting nods of agreement from the others. We must adhere to the principles of evidence in our actions. Which of your eyes witnessed me tampering with the purple ginseng flowers? The petals and remnants lie within your courtyard. What further discussion is necessary? Indeed, with evidence laid bare, do you still wish to engage in a futile defense? As a chorus of voices echoed this sentiment, the blame was squarely directed at Li Xian, implying that acknowledgement of guilt was inevitable, whether he desired it or not. I have committed no wrongdoing, hence there is no basis for a defense. A man of integrity fears not the shadows that may loom. Although I remain uncertain as to why the remnants of purple ginseng flowers have appeared here, my conscience remains clear. I am eager to see what actions Gu Beichen, the favored disciple of the chief elder, might take against me. The Xianyun Sect, despite its ancient lineage, is not a realm where one man, the chief elder of Wanyao Peak, can wield absolute power. Are you not, at this moment, engaged in a defense? I find it tiresome to converse with someone of your ilk. Following the enforcement of punishment, let us expel him from Wanyao Peak. I concur. Retaining a person of such character only brings disgrace to us. It is a pity for the purple ginseng flowers. Nurturing them is no easy task, and I regret ever showing pity by admitting him to our ranks. A failure is a failure, lacking in talent. Even the role of a servant is sullied by his actions, resorting to thievery of spiritual herbs. The surrounding cacophony of insults continued unabated, with not a single individual willing to stand in defense of Li Xian, nor even to voice a neutral opinion. Li Xian, do you still have anything to say in your defense? Elder Wang seemed disinclined to pursue further inquiries. Should Li Xian remain silent, he would not hesitate to have him apprehended and taken to the martial arena of Wanyao Peak for public punishment. Whether it be blows or insults, let them come. This issue poses no threat to my life, so I remain unafraid. At worst, I shall endure a beating. Once I establish my foundation, I shall reclaim every slight from Gu Beichen's lackeys, including Gu himself, who will also face my wrath. Stubborn fool, bring him to me. Escort him to the martial arena for public punishment. Yes. In response, individuals surged forth from the crowd, surrounding Li Xian and offering him no chance to resist. Nor did he intend to. As long as they do not kill him, there will be ample time to settle accounts later. After the passage of a short while, Li Xian stood before the martial arena of Wanyao Peak, where the gathered crowd had swelled to an estimated 200 to 300 individuals. Among them was Su Xinlan, who regarded him with incredulity. In her mind, this junior brother hardly seemed the sort to engage in dishonest behavior. Elder, is there perhaps a misunderstanding here? At last, Su Xinlan was the first to speak on behalf of Li Xian, who expressed gratitude with a glance in her direction. Yet, to be fair, this entire predicament stemmed from her involvement. Had it not been for her, Gu Beichen would likely have had no reason to target a mere servant disciple. Misunderstanding? So many disciples have witnessed this. Can it still be called a misunderstanding? Elder Wang stood resolutely, casting a stern glare at Li Xian. Sister Xinlan, you need not speak. Reason cannot be expected from such individuals. As Elder Wang stated, there is indeed no misunderstanding. Someone simply wishes to target me, though I need not name them. I am aware. In this instance, Li Xian's gaze inadvertently drifted toward the two individuals from the previous night, yet they remained oblivious, merely observing him with disdain from the throng. You claim to be targeted. Then who exactly seeks to undermine you? If you can name them, I shall ensure justice is served. Are you certain? Li Xian offered a sardonic smile in Wang Shengquan's direction, who nodded affirmatively. Naturally, as the elder in charge of the law enforcement hall of Wanyao Peak, I am committed to fairness and will neither wrong an innocent nor let a guilty party escape. Perhaps it's best to let it go. I cannot afford to offend. I shall remain silent. After some contemplation, Li Xian refrained from revealing Gu Beichen's involvement, for it was evident that Elder Wang was already aware of the truth. Such a glaring setup could not escape his notice. Frankly, both he and Gu Beichen were in cahoots. Rather than expose this knowledge and invite further exaggeration of their schemes against him, it was wiser to endure for the moment, denying them the opportunity to act further. You feel wronged and targeted, yet, when given the chance to speak, you remain silent. What do you wish to achieve? In Elder Wang's eyes, Li Xian merely seemed to be lamenting his plight without truly understanding who was behind his troubles. Very well, I shall remain silent. Punish me as you will. I will accept whatever comes. Li Xian shrugged, adopting an attitude of indifference, which only served to irritate Wang Shengquan further. Excellent. Let it be known that you tacitly admit to the theft of spiritual herbs. Just as Elder Wang was about to continue, a deep voice resonated from the outskirts of the crowd. Theft. Which of your eyes witnessed him committing such an act? Accompanied by the voice, all eyes turned toward the periphery of the gathering. Li Wen, looking displeased, entered the arena alongside his disciple, Yun Luo. Greetings, Elder One. The surrounding disciples knelt in greeting. Yet Li Wen remained unfazed, for his sole purpose was to rescue Li Xian. Earlier, while engrossed in strategic discussions at Wenxin Peak, he had been abruptly informed by Yun Luo of Li Xian's predicament and had rushed to the martial arena without fully understanding the situation. Upon learning that Li Xian had been accused of stealing purple ginseng flowers, he couldn't help but marvel at the audacity of the lad. The purple ginseng flower was among the spiritual herbs that the chief elder specifically instructed to nurture carefully, and no one dared let it suffer even the slightest mishap. Yet here was Li Xian, daring to steal it? However, upon his arrival at the scene, he felt that the actions of the law enforcement hall were somewhat excessive. Setting aside the question of whether Li Xian had indeed stolen anything, did a mere servant disciple truly warrant such public punishment? Old Li, what brings you here? Wang Shengquan glanced at him, a sense of foreboding rising within. I heard a thief had been caught, so I came to see for myself. You refer to him? Wang Shengquan gestured toward Li Xian, now in the custody of the law enforcement hall. This lad has illicitly taken purple ginseng flowers, discovered by others in his courtyard, with both eyewitnesses and physical evidence. yet he stubbornly refuses to admit it. Upon hearing Wang Shengquan's account, Li Wen fixed his gaze on Li Xian, their eyes locking. Li Xian, is this true? I did not steal. Li Xian stood tall, unwavering in his response. Very well, I too believe you did not steal. Li Wen nodded emphatically before turning to confront Wang Shengquan. You just stated that there are both eyewitnesses and physical evidence. Are you referring to the remnants of purple ginseng flowers found in someone else's courtyard? Indeed. If that is the case, your conclusions are rather hasty, are they not? Li Wen replied with a smile, shaking his head. What evidence do you possess to prove that those remnants belonged to Li Xian? This retort left Wang Shengquan at a loss for words, as he indeed lacked such evidence. And might I inquire, does Li Xian strike you as a fool? The crowd fell into silence, perplexed by Li Wen's statement. Li Xian, bewildered, thought, what does that even mean? How did this come to be associated with whether he is a fool or not? Elderly, what prompted such a statement from you? Just say whether he looks like a fool or not. He does not. Merely stating what Wang Shengquan said is insufficient. Li Wen turned to the other disciples of the law enforcement hall and asked, what do you think? They echoed, not at all. Even the disciples who were merely spectating joined in. So what do you all think? Not a bit. Exactly. He is not a fool. He stole the purple ginseng flower and then left evidence in his own courtyard. Does that make sense? At last, the crowd's confusion dissipated, and they grasped what Li Wen was trying to convey. However, the undeniable fact remains that the remnants of the purple ginseng flower were discovered in Li Xian's courtyard, and there is no way to deny it. Old Li, you shouldn't say it like that. What if he was careless and forgot? How could there be so much carelessness? Would you forget to sleep? Thus, your material evidence is void. With just a few words, Li Xian regained some ground. Indeed, the old ginger is spicier. Even Li Xian couldn't help but give a thumbs up in his heart. Yet, he felt somewhat vexed. Clearly, he possessed the same talent. But his knack for clever speech failed to activate, despite an 85% chance of winning. He was even outdone by Elder One. Before Wang Shengquan could respond, Li Wen seized the opportunity and continued, now, let us discuss witnesses. May I ask, who among you witnessed Li Xian stealing the purple ginseng flower? Please step forward and testify. Upon hearing this, the hundreds of disciples present all shrank back, with some even taking a step back, fearing they would be mistakenly identified as witnesses. No one. Li Wen cast a meaningful glance at Wang Shengquan, as if asking where the witnesses he referred to were. Old Li, don't complicate matters. He has already tacitly admitted to stealing. Why are you still defending him? Admitted? Li Wen looked astonished, staring at Wang Shengquan as if he had heard something outrageous. Did you not hear him clearly when he said he did not steal? His reprimand left everyone dumbfounded, especially Wang Shengquan, who felt utterly humiliated in front of so many disciples. If he did not respond, how would he maintain his authority as an elder of the law enforcement hall? Li Wen, do not be so audacious. Although you are an elder, if you obstruct the law enforcement hall from executing justice on a guilty disciple, beware that I might penalize you as well. At that moment, all the disciples held their breath, their attention riveted on the two elders. Such a tense scene had not been witnessed for a long time, and it warmed Li Xian's heart. Who would have thought that merely helping the other win a few chess games against Zhao Qingshan would lead to such support for him? Oh, such great authority. Should I be punished too? Suddenly, another voice echoed from afar, this time from above the clouds. After a few seconds, a streak of light descended rapidly from the clouds, landing steadily in the center of the martial arts arena. Elder Zhao. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the disciples bowed in unison. Your disciples from Wanyao Peak are so polite, but some elders are not quite the same. The implication was clear to everyone. Zhao Qingshan. This is a matter for Wanyao Peak. Do you intend to intervene? Wang Shengquan was filled with confusion. He found it strange that, despite Li Wen's support, even Zhao Qingshan from the alchemy hall had arrived. When did this young man establish connections with these two? What do you think? Zhao Qingshan replied with a calm smile, showing much restraint compared to the visibly emotional Li Wen. Although he appeared nonchalant, the aura he exuded clearly indicated that he had come for Li Xian's sake. You arrived quite late. Li Wen shot Zhao Qingshan a wide-eyed glance, seeming somewhat dissatisfied. Ha ha ha, I ran into an acquaintance on the way and was slightly delayed. Zhao Qingshan chuckled, waving his hand as if to apologize, but regardless, I made it in time, didn't I? Very well, I shall leave the rest to you. I will take a break. Li Wen crossed his arms and waved his hand, conjuring tables and chairs from his spatial ring to rest at the spot. While Yun Luo hurriedly served tea, creating an atmosphere as if inviting Zhao Qingshan to perform. Chapter 014. You little brat, do you disregard your elders so openly? Upon Zhao Qingshan's arrival, Li Xian was almost moved to tears. He had never expected that these two elders would so readily help him, a mere servant disciple, simply due to their past games of chess. Truly, they were gallant. However, Li Xian was not one to forget kindness. If he were to improve in the future, he would certainly remember the deeds of these two today, as well as the actions of Elder Wang from the Law Enforcement Hall. Li Xian, I have heard much about the situation, but I still wish to personally ask you. Did you really not steal the purple ginseng flower? I did not. Like Li Wan. Upon his arrival, Zhao Qingshan also inquired of Li Xian. After all, the matter of the purple ginseng flower concerned the chief elder of Wanyao Peak. So it was essential to ensure absolute certainty. All right, I believe you. Zhao Qingshan nodded vigorously before turning to face Wang Shengquan of the Law Enforcement Hall. Old Wang, you have been with the Law Enforcement Hall for quite some time now. I hope you do not act too excessively. Wrongfully accusing a servant disciple without cause is rather embarrassing, don't you think? I feel embarrassed for you on behalf of the Alchemy Hall. Why are you also speaking up for this kid? Wang Shengquan was genuinely baffled. Li Wen was understandable, as he was from Wanyao Peak, but why was Zhao Qingshan, an outsider from the Alchemy Hall, intervening in the affairs of Wanyao Peak? It is not that I speak for him. I merely advocate for justice. Zhao Qingshan retorted. Have you forgotten why the Law Enforcement Hall exists? Pray, could you recite the first rule of the Law Enforcement Hall for everyone to hear? Upon hearing this, Wang Shengquan fell silent. The first rule of the Law Enforcement Hall is to uphold justice, and he had indeed failed to do so. The events of today were orchestrated by the chief elder's direct disciple, Gu Beichen. Though he was an elder of the Law Enforcement Hall, he was merely part of Wanyao Peak, akin to a branch hall, and his status was only slightly elevated above that of ordinary elders, overshadowed by the chief elder. Under normal circumstances, he would not have intervened, but this situation was different. It was a scheme tacitly approved by the chief elder, or perhaps even orchestrated by him. The intent was clear, to find a pretext to expel Li Xian, a waste with no cultivation aptitude, from Wanyao Peak. Thus, he felt somewhat stifled by the situation. What is it? Have you forgotten the first rule of the Law Enforcement Hall as an elder? Would you like me to help you recall it? Initially, Wang Shengquan thought Zhao Qingshan would be easier to deal with than Li Wan, but to his surprise, Zhao Qingshan's words cut sharply, leaving no chance for rebuttal. Elder Zhao, this is an internal matter of Wanyao Peak. I think it would be best if you refrained from meddling. You have admitted it. Anyone with a modicum of sense could discern the hint of concession in his statement. He did not attempt to explain, but instead asked Zhao Qingshan not to interfere, indicating he no longer wished to conceal the truth. What do you mean, my alchemy hall? Zhao Qingshan countered, genuinely astonished. Isn't my alchemy hall a part of the Xianyun Sect? Or do you claim Wanyao Peak is not part of the Xianyun Sect? Good heavens! Li Xian exclaimed, marveling at how, with just a couple of sentences, Zhao Qingshan elevated the stakes against Wang Shengquan. The talent for eloquence bestowed by the system was surely not stolen by him. If the other party insists on not allowing Zhao Qingshan to take charge, it signifies his tacit acknowledgement that Wanyao Peak is not a part of Xianyun Sect. However, if Zhao Qingshan is permitted to take charge, combined with Li Wen's intervention, the matter at hand becomes exceedingly difficult to pursue. Should the chief elder lay blame, he would find himself unable to bear the wrath. Zhao Elder, let us not allow our tempers to flare so fiercely. We should address matters directly. Your words seem rather dismissive. Dismissive? Who exactly is being dismissive here? The constant refrain of internal and outsider stung Wang Shengquan's countenance, reddening his old face. He acknowledged that he was somewhat in the wrong and could not counter the other's arguments. What do you propose to do? Quite simple. You either present irrefutable evidence that Li Xian has stolen the purple ginseng flower, or you release him. In front of the hundreds of disciples of Wanyao Peak, Wang Shengquan found himself at a crossroads. Where could he procure more incontrovertible evidence? This was merely a slander. He had already presented all the evidence he had prepared, and there was nothing more substantial to present. However, if he were to release Li Xian, his authority as the head of the Law Enforcement Hall would certainly diminish. In that moment, he felt trapped. Zhao Elder, this is Wanyao Peak, not the Artifact Refining Hall. How we, the Law Enforcement Hall of Wanyao Peak, discipline our disciples is not within your purview, is it? Just as Wang Shengquan was at a loss, another voice resounded, this time from the northern direction of the training ground, which was the inner area of Wanyao Peak. Soon, a man clad in white descended on a flying sword, embodying a streak of light. Brother Gu, upon recognizing the newcomer, the hundreds of disciples present erupted in voices, even more fervent than when elders Zhao Qingshan and Li Wen had arrived. Gu Beichen was a source of pride for Wanyao Peak. In less than 5 years since his initiation, he had successfully established his foundation and risen to the rank of a third-tier alchemist. Many within Wanyao Peak had been practicing for over 10 years and remained stuck at the second-tier level, especially those solely focused on alchemy. In contrast, Gu Beichen, who excelled in both alchemy and martial arts, was rightly referred to as a prodigy, having been personally accepted as a disciple by the chief elder. As he continued to grow, his standing within Wanyao Peak even eclipsed that of some elders. Seeing Gu Beichen arrive, Wang Shengquan felt as though he had grasped a lifeline and hastily cast a pleading glance in his direction. "Ah, you young one, do you not respect your elders?" Faced with Gu Beichen's arrival, Zhao Qingshan furrowed his brow, feeling the situation becoming increasingly difficult. In comparison, he found Wang Shengquan, the head of the law enforcement hall, easier to deal with than Gu Beichen. This young man was a prodigy of Wanyao Peak, previously summoned by the sect leader of Xianyun Sect. If all went well, he might soon become one of the next holy sons of Xianyun Sect. To everyone's astonishment, Gu Beichen showed no deference to Zhao Qingshan and directly unleashed a wave of oppressive aura towards Li Xian. Foundation establishment? No, this aura seems far more potent. A shiver ran through the crowd as they grew curious about Gu Beichen's level. 6 months prior, he had been at the late stage of foundation establishment, and now, judging by his aura, he had likely reached the pinnacle of that stage. The pinnacle of foundation establishment. Even under the pressure of such an aura, Li Xian stood firm, his veins visibly bulging, clearly straining against the force. Standing beside him, Yun Luo's expression darkened, as if having made a firm decision, and she swiftly positioned herself before Li Xian. Enough. In an instant, Li Xian felt a lightness in his body as the oppressive aura weighing on him diminished significantly. Upon further reflection, he realized that this Yun Luo's sister was assisting him. Foundation establishment. Sister Yun Luo is also at the foundation establishment stage. Yet her level seems to lag behind Gu Beichen, only reaching the late stage. Yun Luo, you are merely at the late stage of foundation establishment. Do you think you can withstand me? I may not be able to withstand you at the pinnacle stage. But do you not think it overly cruel to attack junior brother Li Xian without provocation? Is that so? Gu Beichen replied indifferently, eyeing Li Xian while discreetly intensifying his oppressive aura, causing even Yun Luo to feel discomfort. She was barely able to protect Li Xian, let alone endure it herself. Enough. Suddenly, Li Wen waved his hand, enveloping the two in a protective aura that completely isolated them from Gu Beichen's oppressive force. Compared to Gu Beichen, Li Wen's cultivation level was clearly superior. Gu Beichen, as the chief elder's direct disciple, you are also their senior brother. Can you not show a bit of leniency? Indeed, Elder Li is right. Beichen's actions are inappropriate. I can apologize to Sister Yun Luo about this. As he spoke, he slightly bowed, adopting an apologetic demeanor. However, the next moment, he shifted his tone, coldly smirking at Li Xian. As for our junior brother Li Xian, for stealing my master's purple ginseng flower, a minor punishment should not be excessive. By Gu Beichen's account, this was indeed not excessive, yet the crux of the matter was that Li Xian had not stolen anything. Even a minor punishment was unwarranted. Brother Gu, regardless of whether I am at fault or not, does it fall upon you, a mere disciple, to take action? The purple ginseng flower belongs to my master. I am merely punishing the culprit on his behalf. What is wrong with that? Gu Beichen remained unfazed, as if he had already prepared various retorts. Yet, within Li Xian's mind, a series of words surged forth effortlessly, allowing him to articulate his thoughts with clarity. Punishing the culprit is fine, but the key is that I am not the culprit. Do you possess any evidence to prove that I am the one at fault? If you do, please present it. If not, I kindly suggest you find somewhere comfortable to remain. With these 3 sentences, Li Xian left Gu Beichen momentarily speechless. He had not anticipated that this mere servant disciple would dare to speak to him in such a tone. The others felt similarly, astonished at how this servant had the audacity to confront Gu Beichen. It was well known that when Gu Beichen was angered, he could act recklessly. Thus, aside from his status, no one within Wanyao Peak dared to offend him. You young man, you dare to speak to me in such a manner? What of it? Are you a senior brother? So remarkable. Must I treat you with deference simply because you are a senior brother? Must I be bullied by you merely for your status? A barrage of questions rendered everyone speechless, including elders Li Wen and Zhao Qingshan, who silently applauded Li Xian's audacity. Had he spoken like this earlier, even Wang Shengquan from the law enforcement hall would have found it difficult to detain him here. All right. I did not expect you to be so eloquent. Though Gu Beichen maintained a calm demeanor, he was nevertheless incensed by Li Xian's words. He shot a glance at Wang Shengquan, saying, Elder Wang, my master has decreed that anyone who finds the true culprit, regardless of who they are, shall face severe punishment to serve as a warning. Of course, those who commit wrongdoings shall not escape the law enforcement hall's retribution. Come, seize Li Xian and administer 30 strokes of the spirit whip. Yes. In response, several disciples from the law enforcement hall stepped forward, each assigned a specific role to restrain Li Xian. Some held him down while others prepared the spirit whips for punishment. The spirit whip, though not particularly unique, had one notable feature. It was quite painful, making it a commonly used tool for punishment within the law enforcement hall. Master, you must think of a way. Junior brother is about to be punished. Yun Luo exclaimed anxiously. For some reason, witnessing Li Xian in such a predicament stirred a deep sense of compassion within her, even if he might have been the one who spied on her. She could not bear to see him suffer, feeling an inexplicable urge to be the one to deliver punishment herself. Elder Wang, should your law enforcement hall resort to using the spiritual whip against Li Xian today, I will have no choice but to seek an audience with the higher-ups at your main hall to inquire thoroughly. Are you threatening me? Wang Shengquan inhaled deeply, a sense of apprehension stirring within him. For if the other party truly approached the main hall, his actions would undoubtedly be indefensible. After all, the so-called evidence he possessed could not entirely substantiate Li Xian's involvement. It was rather one-sided. The spiritual whip could only be employed when evidence was irrefutable and the accused admitted guilt. Otherwise, it would constitute a violation, and he would bear the consequences. The potency of the whip's strikes was contingent upon the wielder's strength, meaning that despite his status as an elder with considerable prowess, a user of comparable ability could inflict significant harm upon him. No, I merely offer you a caution. Do not allow trivial gains to tarnish your reputation as an elder of the law enforcement hall. Otherwise, you may find that no one on Wan Yao Peak will heed your words again. Li Wen felt a surge of tension within, yet managed to maintain a facade of calm. In such moments, it was imperative to remain composed. Otherwise, all thoughts would be betrayed upon his countenance, and the other party would undoubtedly dismiss his words. Elder Wang, do you dare disregard my master's command? Sensing Wang Shengquan's wavering resolve, Gu Beichen swiftly interjected. Today's incident had indeed benefited Wang Shengquan, so the latter had no choice but to comply. Otherwise, Gu Beichen too could report him to the main hall. You all in that moment, Wang Shengquan felt caught in a vice, uncomfortable regardless of whom he offended, as both could report him to the main hall, leaving him to bear the brunt of the fallout. Elder Wang, allow me to speak a word of fairness. At that moment, Zhao Qingshan chimed in. Let us consider Li Xian's matters as if they had not transpired. You may continue searching for relevant evidence thereafter. Should evidence be found, let the punishment be duly administered. However, if no evidence surfaces, a public apology to Li Xian would suffice. What do you think? It must be said that Zhao Qingshan's proposal was quite astute, preserving the law enforcement hall's authority to pursue accountability for Li Xian while allowing them to temporarily detain him. However, while he could acquiesce, Gu Beichen certainly would not. That is unacceptable. Li Xian must be punished today. Should the two elders insist on interfering, I shall have no choice but to summon my master. Gu Beichen was resolute in his intent to frame Li Xian, inflicting a measure of suffering upon him, and subsequently expelling him from Wan Yao Peak. Thus he would not agree to this proposal. Where is Li Xian? Suddenly, a voice imbued with authority resonated from afar. Chapter 016. Release, release, release. If the sword sovereign commands it, I shall release him. Even before the figure arrived, everyone present in the martial arena was captivated by the sound, looking around in anticipation. Soon, a figure descended from the heavens, appearing to be in their 30s or 40s, yet exuding an aura of profound steadiness, far beyond what one would expect of such youth. Behind this individual, 3 flying swords hovered, moving in synchronicity with their movements. We humbly welcome the Sword Sovereign. Upon the arrival of this person, all present, be they disciples, elders, or the haughty Gu Beichen, immediately knelt in reverence. We humbly welcome the Sword Sovereign. The title startled Li Xian, who gazed in bewilderment at the figure, realizing that this person must hold significant standing, as even the elders showed such deference. Where is Li Xian? The figure surveyed the assembly once more, reiterating their inquiry. "Here at your service." As the words were spoken, the piercing gaze of the figure fell upon him, akin to being crushed beneath a mountain, rendering him utterly immobile. How terrifying! A mere glance instilled such dread that perspiration trickled down his back. It was noteworthy that the individual had not emitted even a hint of their aura, indicative of their formidable prowess. "You are the menial worker, Li Xian?" "Yes, esteemed elder. I am the one who took the purple ginseng flower." Before Wang Xinquan could finish his sentence, the fierce gaze shifted to him, silencing him instantly. "Did I permit you to speak?" The atmosphere grew tense. As the presence of this individual made all feel uneasy, every action, every breath became cautious. "Sword Sovereign, I beseech you to temper your wrath. I acknowledge my transgressions." This address of Junior astounded Li Xian. It was one thing for a disciple to refer to themselves as Junior, but for a decades-old elder to do so implied that the individual before them was of an age far surpassing that of these elders. Contemplating this possibility, 3 words surfaced in Li Xian's mind. Ancient monster. In this realm of cultivation, greater strength often correlated with extended lifespan. It was not uncommon for superlative beings to live for hundreds or thousands of years, with some even rumored to achieve immortality. Viewed through this lens, the individual before him was undoubtedly a significant figure within the Xianyun Sect. Having recognized your error, will you not swiftly release the individual? Release him? Wang Xinquan was momentarily bewildered. Release whom? Li Xian? May I inquire, Sword Sovereign, are you referring to this menial disciple, Li Xian? What other could it be? The figure's tone was stern, causing Wang Xinquan to startle, hastily explaining. Sword Sovereign, this individual is a thief. The chief elder has decreed that he must face severe punishment upon capture. If you command me to release him, it may prove somewhat troublesome. Troublesome? Indeed. Wang Xinquan nodded, attempting to portray a semblance of difficulty, for he believed the Sword Sovereign to be a person of reason. Therefore, if he exhibited sufficient distress, he was certain the Sword Sovereign would not make things unnecessarily difficult for him. With a sudden flourish, one of the 3 suspended spiritual swords darted forth, slicing through the air like a drawn blade, ascending to a considerable height before abruptly enlarging and cleaving towards the neighboring mountain peak. In the first breath, all appeared normal. Nothing was amiss. In the second breath, the crowd began to hear faint rustling sounds. By the third breath, amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the neighboring peak slowly began to cleave apart, as though the cutting edge was so sharp that it required an eternity to sever the mountain. With a thunderous crash, the peak was reduced to half, the split edge as smooth as paper. Now what say you? Release, release, release. If the Sword Sovereign commands it, I shall release him. With that, Wang Xinquan hastily signaled his disciples to let Li Xian go. Although uncertain why he was being spared or the true identity of this figure, Li Xian wasted no time in expressing his gratitude, rushing forward to exclaim, "Thank you, esteemed elder. There is no need for thanks. I am merely fulfilling a request. Since you are unharmed, I shall take my leave." After a brief exchange with Li Xian, the figure turned and departed, casting a final admonition. "I hope to hear no news of Li Xian being apprehended after my departure. Otherwise, the fate of the mountain shall be your own." Yes, yes. Please rest assured, Sword Sovereign. Today's matter concludes here. He may leave at any time, and the law enforcement hall shall not trouble him further. Thus, the man referred to as the Sword Sovereign lightly touched his toes to the ground, transforming into a streak of light that soared into the heavens, with the previously severed sword following closely behind. Few only after the figure's presence dissipated did the crowd exhale in relief, especially Gu Beichen, who was so anxious that he dared not utter a word, fearing the Sword Sovereign's gaze might fall upon him. Ha ha ha, Wang Xinquan, did you expect this? A mountain surpasses another mountain. That lad Li Xian has the Sword Sovereign backing him. Zhao Qingshan and Li Wen exchanged knowing smiles, unable to contain their mockery. The tyrannical behavior displayed by you all has even drawn the ire of the Sword Sovereign. You wish to strike him with 30 spiritual lashes, do proceed. The whip is right here, so strike him swiftly. As their words escalated, Wang Shengquan's face grew increasingly flushed. He yearned to retaliate. Yet having just pledged to the Sword Sovereign to let the matter rest today, he knew he could not act against Li Xian. Humph, consider yourself fortunate. Gu Beichen was also aware that framing Li Xian could no longer continue. Thus he had to endure this indignation. After all, time is on his side. Once the storm passes in a few days, he can arrange another scheme against Li Xian. He held no belief that the Sword Sovereign would intervene again. Disperse, disperse. Wang Shengquan feigned composure, gesturing for the crowd to disperse. At that moment, Su Xinlan hurried over, expressing concern. How are you, junior brother? Are you all right? Thank you for your concern, senior sister. I am fine. Unable to contain himself, Gu Beichen approached Li Xian, whispering just loud enough for the two of them to hear. Junior brother, I advise you to keep your distance from Xinlan. Otherwise, next time it won't merely be about stealing the purple ginseng flower. Regardless of your methods, I shall not back down. Then take care of yourself. Gu Beichen slapped Li Xian's arm twice with some force before departing. Humph, such an arrogant fellow. Just because he has become the personal disciple of the chief elder, he struts around like he owns the place. Yun Luo, feeling disgruntled, crossed her arms and strolled over leisurely, elbowing Li Xian as she said, I don't care. You owe me a favor. Though the article she summoned did not succeed in saving Li Xian, she at least made an effort, and this favor must be acknowledged. Thank you, not only to you, senior sister, but also to the two elders. I am truly grateful for today's events. He clasped his hands and bowed deeply, prompting Li Wen to step forward and grasp his arm, saying, if you truly wish to thank me, follow me back to Wenxin Peak for a few games. The onlookers exchanged amused glances. Just then, Li Xian's observation system responded, as if it were experiencing a network delay. Chapter 017, not a servant, but a personal disciple. Congratulations. Host, you have observed another's release of the Sword Dao Essence and received a red quality reward. Sword Dao Essence, entry level. Is this even possible? The penalties from the observation system are always so unexpected. After a brief moment of astonishment, he quickly accessed the system. Sword Dao Essence, rank, entry level, type, divine ability, description. Upon usage, one may acquire the entry-level Sword Dao Essence, allowing resonance with the sword. At first glance, the description did not seem particularly special, and being merely entry-level implied that there must exist higher tiers. But what does it matter? He was grateful to possess it at all, not one to be picky. After utilizing it, he sensed a subtle change within his body. It was not a surge in strength, but rather an inexplicable connection that allowed him to resonate with the sword. Whenever he cast his gaze upon a blade, he could feel its emotions. Could it truly be so powerful? Were it not for his own experience, he would hardly believe that a sword could possess emotions. It was akin to the various swords wielded by disciples in the training grounds. Some expressed joy while others appeared to weep, each displaying unique emotions as if they could speak. Yet to others, these swords seemed no different from lifeless objects. Could this be what it meant to resonate with a sword? Contemplating this, Li Xian resolved to find a secluded spot to experiment. Since it is the Sword Dao Essence, regardless of its entry level or a higher tier, it should deepen his understanding of swordsmanship. However, at that moment, as he was lost in thought, Li Wen had already pulled him back to Wenxin Peak. Come. I developed a new strategy last night. Help me test it. Li Wen eagerly seated Li Xian, while Zhao Qingshan observed from the side. Su Xinlan and Yun Luo chatted briefly before heading off to prepare a meal. As such, Li Xian's plan to test the Sword Dao Essence had to be postponed. He swiftly dominated the board, leaving Li Wen utterly defeated. Even dismantling the new strategy Li Wen had been excited about, causing him to fall into a contemplative silence. Master, it's time for dinner. No, you all eat. Li Wen waved his hand, his focus still fixed on the recently concluded game. No matter how he scrutinized it, he could not fathom how Li Xian had discerned his strategy or at which moment he had figured it out. I never knew senior sister Yun Luo could cook so well. Su Xinlan praised between bites, this being her first meal at Wenxin Peak. Previously, she had always rushed out without enjoying such a feast. You flatter me, junior sister. It's merely some home-cooked dishes. After being modest, Yun Luo took the initiative to serve Zhao Qingshan a piece of fish, saying, Elder Zhao, do try this. It's a new recipe I learned. Just the aroma alone tells me it must be delicious. Zhao Qingshan chuckled as he sampled the fish. Yet halfway through his meal, he suddenly recalled something and turned to Li Xian, instructing, "All right, Li Xian, after dinner, come with me to the Artifact Refinement Hall. I wish to show you some samples of magical tools. While I have a specific type of artifact in mind to forge for you, the exact design shall be left to your discretion." Understood, Elder Zhao. He was no mere servant disciple. He was clearly a personal disciple. Not only did he frequently visit Elder Zhao for special lessons, but the elder personally crafted magical tools for him, catering to his needs in every aspect. One could not deny that such treatment was exceptionally generous. After dinner, Zhao Qingshan bid farewell to the still puzzled Li Wen and led Li Xian away from Wenqing Peak. Meanwhile, far away at the Sword Spirit Hall on Spirit Sword Peak, a young man with 3 floating spirit swords behind him appeared. Qing, I have taken care of the matter you entrusted to me. Thank you, Grandpa Feng. Dressed in a white gown, Ling Qing dashed over from the edge of the pond, her face aglow with joy. But Li Xian, he shouldn't know that I asked you for help, right? Rest assured, that lad doesn't even know who I am, let alone that you sent me. That's good then. Ling Qing nodded in satisfaction, fearing that Li Xian might discover her identity and subsequently distance himself from her. While she was acquainted with many in the Xianyun Sect, none were genuine. Most approached her with ulterior motives, which repulsed her. Yet Li Xian was different. This oblivious servant disciple knew nothing of her status, and through their chance encounter the previous night, she found him rather agreeable. However, she was astounded to hear today that someone had framed him for theft. Had she not feared revealing her identity, she would have rushed to his aid herself, negating the need for Grandpa Feng to come personally. By the way, Qing, the sect's grand competition is in 3 months. You must prepare diligently. Today, I noticed Gu Beichin from Wanyao Peak is already at the peak of foundation establishment, nearly stepping into core formation. Or rather, by the time of the grand competition in 3 months, he will undoubtedly have reached the core formation stage. Fear not, Grandpa Feng, no matter how hard he trains, he cannot surpass me. My only rival is Xiao Tianyi from the Zhanyang Hall. Upon hearing Ling Qing's response, Guanfeng nodded in agreement, though he continued to advise. Regardless of whether it's Xiao Tianyi, Gu Beichin, or anyone else, do not underestimate them. Maintain a humble heart. Though you are already in the late stage of core formation, and you will achieve commendable results in the sect's grand competition to secure a representative position in the trials 6 months from now, it would be prudent to reach the golden core stage. I understand, Grandpa Feng. I will strive to break through to the golden core within 6 months. Though the challenge was considerable, Ling Qing felt no doubt in her ability to achieve it. She is the direct disciple of the chief elder of Lingjian Peak and the chosen successor of the sword master by Grandpa Feng. She must strive to be more exceptional and diligent than others. Only then can she swiftly avenge her kin. Meanwhile, atop the main peak of Wanyao Peak, in the chief elder's pavilion, Wang Xinquan stood alongside Gu Beichin. Before them, an elder with an ethereal presence was writing vigorously on rice paper with a brush. Neither of them dared to speak. After a brief moment of silence, the elder finally set down his brush without lifting his head and asked, "So, why is it that you cannot even handle this minor matter?" "Chief Elder, this is not my responsibility. It was the sword master who intervened unexpectedly. I was compelled to act under pressure," Wang Xinquan replied. The elder's displeasure was evident. Having already demonstrated his intentions by destroying one of Wanyao Peak's mountains to protect Li Xian, the lowly disciple, which Gu Beichin had also witnessed. Upon hearing this, Gu Beichin nodded in agreement. "Indeed, master. Had it not been for the sword master's intervention, Li Xian would not only have faced punishment, but would likely have been expelled from Wanyao Peak by now." Chapter 018. No worries, elder. Let us forge it this way. Upon hearing their words, Li Tiancheng, the chief elder, slowly placed his hands behind his back, his eyes revealing a hint of surprise. "Oh, are you implying that even the sword master is favoring this young man?" "Indeed, and it is not just a simple favoritism. It seems that anyone who dares to challenge Li Xian will face dire consequences," they replied. Li Tiancheng gazed out the window, his thoughts swirling as he recalled his knowledge of the sword master, who was known for his indifference to trivial matters within Xianyun Sect. Why was he suddenly so invested in a mere lowly disciple? It was perplexing, even for him, the chief elder of Wanyao Peak. Could it be that Li Xian shares some hidden connection with the sword master? "Have you looked into Li Xian's background?" he inquired. "We have. His identity is remarkably clean, just like his lack of cultivation talent," Wang Xinquan quickly responded. He had conducted a thorough investigation, which allowed him to act without hesitation in framing Li Xian. But then, why is the sword master so keen to protect him? Could it be that the sword master acts out of a sense of justice, perhaps on a whim? Li Tiancheng pondered. Did the sword master say anything else? He pressed on. "Well," Wang Xinquan and Gu Beichin exchanged glances, suddenly recalling something. They hurriedly responded, "Yes." After Li Xian expressed his gratitude, the sword master mentioned he was merely acting on someone else's behalf. On someone else's behalf? Whose? Li Tiancheng's eyes brightened, as if he had grasped a crucial clue. It was clear that the sword master would not concern himself with a lowly disciple without reason. "Apologies, Chief Elder. We are unaware of the specifics." The sword master did not elaborate, they replied. Very well, let us put a halt to this framing for now. For the time being, do not provoke Li Xian, and if you must, ensure you have a legitimate reason. Understood? Understood, they replied in unison. Wang Xingquan would never dare to provoke him again. He had nearly lost his wits when questioned by the sword master. The moment that sword descended, he felt as if he had glimpsed his own demise. However, Gu Beiqin remained contemplative, pondering how to make Li Xian suffer for daring to pursue the woman he favored. On the eastern side of the forging hall, atop the sub-peak known as Chongqing Peak, Li Xian was brought here by Zhao Qingshan. In contrast to the herbal scent of Wanyao Peak, the air here was filled with a metallic aroma. The presence of metal was only natural in a forging environment, and aside from the slight discomfort, everything else was acceptable. However, he noticed that the spiritual energy here was denser than at Wanyao Peak, particularly more so than at Wenqing Peak, as Wanyao Peak's herb garden was primarily for cultivating spiritual herbs, which were more abundant than what he encountered here, aside from the times when one would tend to or harvest them. Upon arrival, they entered a small courtyard, where the forging cauldron was visible from afar, resembling a large alchemical furnace. The cauldron was massive, requiring 4 or 5 people to encircle it, adorned with numerous deer motifs, particularly featuring 2 protrusions resembling antlers, exuding an imposing aura. Elder Zhao, is this the cauldron you use for forging? Li Xian inquired. Indeed, this cauldron is called the 7-Deer Cauldron, a 6th-tier premium artifact that has been with me for decades, Zhao Qingshan replied, his face lighting up with nostalgia. In truth, he had once forged a 7th-tier superior artifact with it. Typically, the highest tier of artifact a cauldron can produce correlates with its own tier. For instance, the 7-Deer Cauldron, being a 6th-tier premium artifact, can typically only forge 6th-tier artifacts. Yet, Zhao Qingshan had defied the odds by successfully creating a 7th-tier superior artifact, earning him accolades within the forging hall and the entire Xianyun Sect. Such exceptional cases were rare, and since then, he had been diligently researching methods to forge higher-tier artifacts with lower-tier cauldrons, though he had never succeeded. Come, take a look at the swords placed in that room. You can choose any type or mix and match as you wish. Zhao Qingshan gestured toward a nearby open door, where Li Xian could already see the gleaming swords within. As he stepped inside the room, Li Xian was overwhelmed by the sight. The spacious area, easily over 100 square meters, was adorned with countless swords hanging or displayed, with 95 being unique designs, each with its own distinct features and vibrant colors, leaving him momentarily indecisive. Initially, Zhao Qingshan had planned to forge a sword for him without asking, but now, having witnessed such a plethora of artifacts, a uniquely designed sword began to form in his mind, distinct from all the others present. Elder Zhao, are you saying I can freely combine the shapes of these swords? He asked. Certainly, as long as you find them comfortable to wield, Zhao Qingshan affirmed confidently. The aesthetics of the finished product were entirely at his discretion, much like crafting wood or molding clay. In that case, I would like the blade from this sword, the hilt from that one, the tip and body from another, and the magical core placement style from that sword over there. He enthusiastically pointed out over 10 swords, prompting Zhao Qingshan to hastily jot down notes. What kind of combination are you envisioning here? If it turns out unattractive or unwieldy, I want to take responsibility, Zhao Qingshan cautioned. Do not worry, Elder. Let us proceed with the forging as discussed, Li Xian replied, brimming with excitement. He had already envisioned a rough design for his sword, which, while not entirely conventional, would certainly be distinctive. As for whether he could wield it comfortably, he believed practice would make perfect. Very well, I've noted everything down. I will begin the forging process right away. If you have time, feel free to stay and observe. If not, you may return for now. Yes. I certainly have time. Li Xian eagerly nodded his head. Whenever there was a task assigned to him as a menial disciple, his senior brothers would convey the message through sound transmission, and he could set off at that time. Primarily, he was keen to observe whether Zhao Qingshan's artifact forging would trigger any system rewards. Chapter 019. Elder Zhao's concern after agreeing with a nod. Li Xian stood by like a diligent apprentice, attentively watching. Zhao Qingshan, in turn, generously laid out all the materials, offering thoughtful explanations for each. The main material for your artifact is this piece of Shihai black steel, while the auxiliary material is this chunk of purple gold meteorite. The combination of the two will elevate the quality of your artifact significantly. Li Xian was uncertain about the iron's properties. He merely knew that these materials sounded extraordinary. As for the base to embed the magic core, I plan to use this premium Thunderstrike wood. Elder Xiao, why would an artifact forging? Although he might not grasp the other materials fully, he certainly understood the concept of Thunderstrike wood, simply wood struck by heavenly lightning. But did it truly need to be included in the forging process? You see, forging is the art of refining all tangible materials into the desired form and function. So, don't be surprised. Even if you handed me a handful of soil, I could incorporate that as well. He was astonished, realizing that artifact forging was indeed all-encompassing, permitting the addition of virtually any substance. As for the magic core, I intend to use this fire attribute core from a 5th-tier celestial demon beast. The magic core of a celestial demon beast? In Li Xian's recollection, celestial demon beasts were among the more ferocious 5th-tier creatures. Was Zhao Qingshan truly going to use its magic core for him? Elder Zhao, this is too precious. Just crafting me a simple artifact would suffice. I'm quite taken aback by your generosity in producing a 5th-tier one. Upon reflection, he realized he was merely a chess companion to Zhao Qingshan, without significant stakes involved. Yet, here he was, being offered a 5th-tier artifact, which felt overwhelmingly extravagant. I, Zhao Qingshan, either forge nothing or I produce only the finest. Although my 7-tier cauldron can typically forge a 6th-tier artifact, the 6th-tier magic cores are tightly regulated, and I currently have no private stock. Thus, you must settle for this 5th-tier version. No settling here. Elder Zhao, your words are too humble. I am already exceedingly satisfied with the 5th-tier artifact. There is no need for a 6th tier. He had anticipated that a 2nd or 3rd-tier artifact would be the best he could hope for, never daring to think of a 5th-tier one. This was truly unexpected. All right, that is all for the introduction. If you have any questions during the forging process, feel free to ask. Understood. Unbeknownst to him, it felt as if Zhao Qingshan was teaching him, which surprised Li Xian. He recalled Zhao's previous attempts to recruit him into the artifact forging hall, realizing that he was genuinely serious about it. Perhaps once he had spent enough time at Wanyao Peak, he might indeed visit the artifact forging hall. Our forging differs from alchemy. The temperature must be adjusted continuously. The key to artifact forging is high temperature. The higher, the smoother the process. As he spoke, he activated his spiritual energy, transforming it into soul fire to heat the 7-tier cauldron. However, one thing remained consistent. Both forging and alchemy utilized soul fire. Although there were some fortunate individuals who could acquire rare flames such as beast fire, which would yield exceptional results in both disciplines. Among the most formidable was a fire that surpassed all others, reigning as the absolute king of flames. Elder Zhao, given your prowess, do you not possess any? Li Xian curiously inquired, prompting Zhao Qingshan's expression to become stern. Young man, is not a trivial matter. Most people cannot possess it. It requires immense fortune. If the opportunity is lacking, even if you encounter it, you cannot harness its power. Not to mention, is exceedingly rare. Whenever it appears, it is fiercely contested by numerous powerful individuals. As for me, I can at most toy with beast fire. Upon finishing his words, the soul fire he released changed color to a light azure, appearing quite splendid. From it, Li Xian sensed a hint of beastly energy, confirming it was indeed beast fire. Compared to, beast fire was somewhat easier to obtain, yet still rare, with each type holding considerable value. After listening to Zhao Qingshan's explanation, Li Xian grasped one crucial point. Flames were paramount. Whether in artifact forging or alchemy, a superior flame could set one apart from others. Thus, Zhao Qingshan occasionally shared insights with Li Xian, ensuring that the observation process was not tedious. Unbeknownst to them, 2 hours had passed, and the primary materials had begun to show signs of melting. Elder Zhao, at this rate, won't it take 10 to 15 days to complete? Not at all. I will require at most a day or two. Clearly, forging took longer than alchemy. According to Zhao's previous teachings, a better flame would significantly shorten the forging time. Li Xian also realized that since leaving the training ground, the senior brother assigned to give him tasks had not contacted him at all. This was quite unusual. Normally, he would have received numerous tasks by now, leaving him no time to spare. Elder Zhao, it's getting late. I should return now. Why the hurry? Have dinner with me before you leave. Huh? Li Xian looked around in confusion. Although there was a kitchen, no one appeared to be cooking. What dinner? Rest assured, there will be someone delivering it shortly. Elder Zhao? Your dinner. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, a voice rang out, followed by a figure soaring in on a sword. The individual held a large 4-tiered food box, undoubtedly filled to the brim with delectable dishes. Thank you for your efforts. Just doing my duty. After placing the food box down, the individual swiftly departed on their sword. Set the table. Once ready, we shall feast. Understood, elder. Li Xian hurried forward, opened the food box, and discovered an array of delicious dishes. Fish, pork, and a balanced mix of meat and vegetables. It was a stark contrast to the leftover scraps he had been eating previously, which often lacked variety and left him unsatisfied. In comparison, dining with Elder One and Elder Zhao felt like a true blessing. Setting the table, he even noticed 2 sets of chopsticks, indicating that Zhao Qingshan had anticipated his presence, which warmed his heart. Elder Zhao, the meal is ready. Soon, the two sat across from each other, with Zhao Qingshan occasionally serving Li Xian. You're at a growing stage. Eat more. Thank you, Elder Zhao. This meal brought tears to Li Xian's eyes. In such a merciless world, receiving care from others was a rare and precious gift. After a simple cleanup, Li Xian returned to the menial quarters at Wanyao Peak. Upon reaching his abode, night had fully descended. With some time left before his appointment with the senior sister, he hurriedly engaged in cultivation for a while. In the dead of night, he set out for the agreed-upon location. Chapter 020. Rest assured, the senior sister will not harm you. Arriving at the designated place around the same time as the previous day, Li Xian heard the familiar sound of wind slicing through the air. From a distance, he saw a figure illuminated by moonlight, wielding a sword with precision. Each strike aligned perfectly with the standards of the complete 7-star sword technique in his mind. However, after a while, she paused, indicating that she did not know the latter part of the form. After a prolonged observation, it is now your turn. Ling Wan, who had just paused, raised her arm and flung her long sword, accompanied by a swift gust of wind, directly embedding it into the stone wall beside Li Xian. A shiver ran down his spine as he felt a cold sweat break out. Not again, senior sister, that was rather terrifying. Fear not, my strikes are always measured. Ling Wan replied with a gentle smile, beckoning Li Xian to commence their practice. Without hesitation, Li Xian retrieved her long sword and began to wield it, skipping even the initial posture and diving straight into the first move. Such confidence for just one day. Have you become so conceited? Ling Wan thought, assuming that Li Xian was excessively pleased by her praise from the previous day, now eager to demonstrate his apparent mastery of the swordplay. No, senior sister. I merely believe that the initial stance holds little significance in actual combat, so I chose to forego it. Oh, you claim it is of no use? Is it not? Li Xian paused, realizing that the initial stance, by its very name, serves as the foundational movement from which subsequent techniques unfold. In genuine life and death scenarios, who would have the luxury to perform such elaborate gestures? It is all about utilizing whatever moves one has at their disposal. Well, then, hand the sword back to me. What is the matter, senior sister? Return it to me first. Emphasizing her point, Li Xian finally handed the sword back with both hands, only to see her smile mischievously. Since you assert that the initial stance is futile in real combat, let us put it to the test and see its true value. Without waiting for Li Xian's response, she charged at him with her sword drawn. However, Li Xian recognized that this was not the initial stance, but rather the third move. With swift movements, he dodged to the sides, narrowly escaping each attack as the blades grazed perilously close to his garments. Senior sister, how can you attack without warning? I was not prepared. To borrow your words, in a genuine battle, would your opponent grant you the luxury of preparation? Fair point. Li Xian conceded, continuing to evade while retrieving the long sword she had gifted him from his spatial ring. The clang of their weapons resonated like a clear chime as he managed to parry each of Ling Wan's strikes. Of course, this was without employing any spiritual power, otherwise, he doubted he could withstand even one of her blows. Well done, but you must be cautious moving forward. As soon as she spoke, she abruptly transitioned from a fierce assault to a seemingly soft defensive stance akin to the initial posture, catching Li Xian off guard. Yet, even with this brief shift, he quickly adapted and matched her pace. Surprised that he could keep up, Ling Wan felt a wave of relief and increased her attack tempo. She initially expected him to falter, but he not only sustained his performance, but also executed moves she had never witnessed before. Stop. Please, halt. Realizing the situation was escalating, Ling Wan called out, but Li Xian ignored her, mimicking her earlier words. In real combat, an adversary will not cease simply because you request it. With that, the roles shifted, and Li Xian initiated the assault, each strike a novel technique that resonated with an inexplicable familiarity to Ling Wan. What style are you employing? It feels strikingly similar to my 7-star sword technique. Li Xian grinned mysteriously. Indeed, it is the 7-star sword technique. Merely the latter half that you are unfamiliar with. Senior sister, how do you find these moves? Impressive. They harmonize beautifully with my 7-star sword technique. It feels as though they could seamlessly connect. Ling Wan, regardless of the origin of his techniques, began to assimilate them, attempting to weave them into her own 7-star sword technique. The moment she attempted to combine them, she was utterly astonished. If there was any compatibility, it was a resounding 100. Despite her unfamiliarity, the fluidity of execution and the coherence between moves indicated that they could indeed form a cohesive swordplay. Gradually, she fell silent, completely engrossed in learning these techniques. However, Li Xian practiced at such a rapid pace, as though he had rehearsed them countless times, leaving her with only a superficial grasp of the techniques. As he continued without pausing, he aimed to indirectly teach her the latter half of the 7-star sword technique. After all, if he simply informed her of its origin, how would she perceive it? Just yesterday, she claimed she was inept with a sword, and now she was mastering techniques she had never encountered before. The two remained engrossed in their training for a solid 2 hours. I can't go on, senior sister. I'm a bit fatigued. Finally, Li Xian, unable to endure her relentless spirit, distanced himself and called for a break. Ling Wan, as if jolted from a trance, realized she had indeed gone overboard, reluctantly nodding in acknowledgement. Apologies, junior brother, I got a bit carried away. Did I frighten you? As before, Ling Wan retrieved 2 water pouches from her spatial ring and handed one to Li Xian. No worries, senior sister. As long as you wish, I will accompany you again after a brief rest. Li Xian opened the pouch and took a few hearty gulps, only to be bewildered as the liquid was anything but ordinary. He could not discern its nature, but after just a few sips, his fatigue dissipated rapidly. Even the spiritual energy in his dantian began to circulate autonomously. Senior sister, what exactly is this you have given me? It's of no concern to you. Just know that I would never harm you. Ling Wan replied with a mysterious smile, leaving Li Xian curious about the contents of the pouch. If just a few sips could yield such effects, prolonged consumption or refinement would undoubtedly be beneficial to cultivation. Chapter 021. Do you have any objections? After a brief conversation, Li Xian gleaned some basic information about Ling Wan. She hailed from the Crescent Moon Empire, was 19 years old, and enjoyed practicing swordplay during the late hours of the night. However, any attempt to delve deeper into her background was met with gentle refusals. All right, junior brother. Let us resume our practice after a brief rest. Without waiting for Li Xian's consent, Ling Wan charged at him with her sword drawn. Senior sister you. Li Xian exclaimed in shock, quickly rolling to evade her strike and hastily unsheathing his sword to engage her in battle. The sound of their clashing swords filled the air, drowning out all else. This continued until dawn approached, at which point Ling Wan suddenly remembered something and called for a halt. Junior brother, let us end our session for today. With that, she hastily soared away on her sword. Watching her vanish into the clouds above Wan Yao Peak, Li Xian stretched, feeling surprisingly invigorated rather than fatigued. This truly is a remarkable substance, he mused, glancing at the remaining half of the water pouch. It seemed he would need to ration it. After storing the pouch in his spatial ring, Li Xian headed straight to his quarters, quickly washed up, changed into clean clothes, and made his way to the kitchen to collect his breakfast. I'd better hurry. Today's breakfast has likely all been claimed. What time is it? How could it possibly be finished? Li Xian furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed as he gazed at Su Zhong. Just yesterday, when he arrived slightly later than today, there was still food to be had. How could today be any different? His eyes wandered, and he immediately spotted the steamer that had not yet been covered, filled with a considerable number of buns and steamed buns. Clearly, the other party was brazenly lying. Aren't there still buns? Those are reserved for senior brother Gu. Someone will come to collect them shortly, Su Zhong replied without even glancing at him, preoccupied with preparing a fish. With so many, you can't possibly eat them all yourself. What's wrong with you giving me 2? Senior brother Gu requested that many. If I give you some, how would I explain it to him? What about the other food? There must be something left, right? Growing weary of the argument, Li Xian shifted his gaze to the other food items in the kitchen. Though he only visited for breakfast each day, he had observed that the kitchen was stocked with numerous semi-finished dishes prepared for when they were needed. Nothing left. You. Li Xian felt a tightness in his chest, unable to express his frustration. He couldn't believe they were no longer pretending. What do you mean you? I've said there's no breakfast left. Hurry and leave. Come back for lunch. Su Zhong waved him away impatiently, provoking Li Xian's urge to punch him. What a bunch of opportunists. It was obvious someone had tipped them off. Scanning the entire Wanyao Peak, only one person had the motive and capability to target him. Gu Beichun. Fine, if it's just breakfast, I can do without it. With that thought, he decisively turned to leave. Oh, isn't this our special care recipient from the Sword Sovereign, Li Xian? What are you shouting about? No breakfast? Upon recognizing the newcomer, Li Xian could hardly muster a response. This was Jiang Ping, one of Gu Beichun's subordinates, who often wielded his influence with Gu Beichun to bully others at Wanyao Peak. When Jiang Ping noticed Li Xian's silence, he leaned in closer to Su Zhong and asked, "Where's the breakfast that senior brother Gu ordered?" "Hurry up." "Yes, brother Jiang, just a moment." Su Zhong's demeanor shifted entirely as he hurriedly packed the buns and brought them out, even lifting the lid in front of Li Xian to release the tempting aroma. For anyone who had missed breakfast, this was an enormous temptation. It smells delicious. Jiang Ping casually grabbed a bun and took a bite, the rich meat flavor bursting forth, making Li Xian's mouth water. "Hey, Li Shidi, what did you say about not eating breakfast? That's unacceptable. Here, take 2 buns. Jiang Ping casually handed Li Xian 2 buns, his demeanor exuding a false warmth. "Thank you, brother, but I'm not hungry yet." No sooner had he spoken than his stomach audibly protested, creating an awkward moment. "Whatever you say, just take them and eat while they're hot," Jiang Ping insisted, forcefully placing the buns in Li Xian's hands, oblivious to his protests. "All right, Shidi, see you later." Even as Jiang Ping left with the remaining buns, Li Xian remained bewildered. Had the sun risen in the west? Why would Gu Beichun's trusted aide give him buns? As he felt the warmth of the buns in his hands, his sense of unease grew. It must be a trick. Surely there's something amiss with these buns. He furrowed his brow and pulled apart one of the buns. It smelled incredible. Such a fragrant bun couldn't possibly be poisoned, could it? After much internal deliberation, he steeled himself and took a bite. Delightful, even for a cultivator. One still needed sustenance. The so-called fasting was merely a moderate adjustment, not an absolute. This was especially true for a novice like him in the Qi transformation stage. He quickly devoured the second bun, feeling a fulfilling satisfaction wash over him. Even if the buns were laced with some drug, he would accept it. However, as 2 hours passed and everything felt normal, he began to wonder if he had overthought the situation. Lying on the cot in the servant quarters, his unease lingered. After all, Gu Beichun was not known for his generosity. He had failed to achieve his goal yesterday and would likely intensify his efforts today. Though he was uncertain of the means he would employ. "Li Xian, the chief elder is calling for you." Suddenly, a figure appeared at the door of the servant quarters. It was rather unusual for the esteemed chief elder to summon a mere servant disciple by name. If he had done something wrong, it would be understandable. But he hadn't done anything at all. Why was he being called? "Excuse me, brother, what does the chief elder want with me?" "I'm not sure. I'm just here to deliver the message. You'll find out when you arrive." The other person's demeanor was unremarkable, leaving Li Xian with no clues. Ultimately, he was led on a flying sword to the main peak where the chief elder resided. "Go on in. The chief elder is waiting for you." At the door of a room, the guide halted, and Li Xian, without further thought, clasped his fists and greeted, "Disciple Li Xian, here to pay respects to the chief elder. Enter." A voice, deep and resonant, beckoned him inside. The moment he stepped in, a sense of oppression enveloped him, making him feel uncomfortable. Soon, at a desk in the inner chamber, stood an elderly man, ethereal and dignified, sketching something on paper. "Chief Elder, may I inquire why you have summoned me? I've heard that Elder Zhao is personally crafting a long sword for you. I would like you to surrender this sword to Wanyao Peak without compensation when it is completed. Do you have any objections?" Chapter 22. What the hell? Are they trying to drive me to my demise? What? Li Xian was taken aback. Was this something a chief elder should say? How could he demand that something given to him be handed over without compensation? Because you are a member of Wanyao Peak, you should contribute to our sect. But, Chief Elder, how does this relate to making a contribution? Li Xian was perplexed. The sword belonged to him, and it was the only one he had. Why should he turn it over? The key issue was that it was a demand for it to be surrendered without compensation. This was sheer bullying. "Child, heed my advice. You cannot handle such a magical artifact." Li Tiansheng, with an impassive expression, lifted his gaze to regard him, seemingly attempting to persuade him. "Do you really think it appropriate for a servant disciple to possess such a weapon?" According to his reliable sources, The magical artifact Zhao Qingshan was currently forging was of the 5th tier. As the chief elder, he himself only wielded a 5th tier artifact. What right did a mere servant disciple have? Thus, he intended to acquire it for his disciple, Gu Beichen. As the saying goes, a fine steed deserves a fine saddle. A good magical artifact should be wielded by someone of worthy status. As for this servant disciple, Li Xian, it was best for him to comply. If he refused, as the chief elder of Wanyao Peak, there were plenty of ways to make his life difficult. How could it be inappropriate? Li Xian fervently nodded. Though he had yet to acquire the sword, he would not simply surrender it. This is a gift from Elder Zhao. I will not part with it. Li Xian, I want to say more. I will ask you one question. Please, Chief Elder, would you prefer to remain a servant disciple at Wanyao Peak? Or would you like to surrender the magical artifact and become a formal disciple? What a predicament. To relinquish a 5th tier magical artifact in exchange for the status of a formal disciple? This was an outrageous form of bullying. Chief Elder, if I must choose, I would prefer to remain a servant. At long last, upon hearing Li Xian's response, Li Tianqing halted the arm that had been incessantly waving a brush across the parchment. Surely, he had not misheard. This lad actually aspired to be a servant? Yet, upon contemplation, it was not entirely incomprehensible. After all, one was a 5th tier magical artifact, while the other merely held the status of a formal disciple, their values starkly disparate. Therefore, to persuade the young man, it seemed that a modicum of incentive was necessary, primarily for that artifact. Li Xian, do not mistake this elder for one lacking generosity. If you agree to surrender the magical artifact, not only will you attain the status of a formal disciple, but you will also receive a 3rd tier magical artifact and a chance for me to personally concoct a pill for you, potentially of the 5th tier, with all the necessary materials provided by me. You need only to reap the benefits. What say you? One could not deny that this offer was considerably more enticing than the previous one, yet it remained only slightly more alluring, failing to sway him. After all, how could he utilize something gifted by another for his own benefit? Furthermore, the prior tacit approval of Gu Beichen's targeting of him made compliance seem absurd. Apologies, Chief Elder, but I wish to keep this magical artifact for myself. Your kindness is duly noted. Crack. The moment his words escaped his lips, the brush in Li Tianqing's grasp snapped in two. While he could understand the refusal stemming from an inadequate offer earlier, the current generous conditions warranted acceptance. The refusal now seemed like a grave misjudgment. Li Xian, do you think this elder is too lenient? Not at all. Since I entered this room, I have felt an overwhelming pressure, especially after encountering you. My nerves have intensified. Is that so? Yet, I observe you appear utterly unfazed. Li Tianqing clenched his other hand into a fist behind his back, contemplating whether to employ a more forceful approach, knowing full well that the sword sovereign was unaware of their exchange. Nervous? Of course I am. My palms are sweating. In a bid to prove his sincerity, Li Xian displayed his hand, but Li Tianqing paid no heed. The hand gripping the brush trembled slightly, and the broken piece flew from his grasp like a projectile. Whoosh! It zipped past Li Xian's ear, even grazing a few strands of his hair, its speed leaving him no opportunity to react. Gulp! Li Xian swallowed hard. Had this man truly intended to kill him, he would already be a corpse. But what of it? The artifact was his, and if he chose not to yield, he simply would not. If pushed too far, he could always seek refuge in Elder Zhao's artifact refining hall, where he could also serve as a servant disciple. What difference did it make? Chief Elder, even if you threaten me, my answer remains unchanged. I will not surrender this magical artifact. I shall grant you one final opportunity. Will you surrender it? Or, I will not surrender. Before Li Tianqing could finish, Li Xian interjected, enunciating each word with unwavering resolve. In that moment, the room fell into a profound silence. Li Tianqing regarded Li Xian with a perplexed gaze, unable to fathom how such a lowly servant disciple possessed the audacity to stand firm against the chief elder. Li Xian, undeterred, met his gaze with equal intensity, refusing to believe that the elder could truly resort to violence in this setting. Should he perish here, the coveted 5th-tier magical artifact would slip entirely from the elder's grasp, for Zhao Qingshan would never relinquish it. The two men engaged in a silent standoff. Their eyes locked for several minutes, until Li Tianqing finally spoke again. Very well, since you have chosen this path, do not blame me for the warnings I am about to impart. Serving as a servant disciple at Wanyao Peak is not as effortless as you might imagine. Be prepared. Prepared? He had already endured much. What further preparation was necessary? It would merely entail various attempts to undermine him, and he would simply endure it all. If the chief elder has no further matters to discuss, I shall take my leave. Ah, but I do have matters. Li Tianqing's lips curled into a slight, dismissive smirk. The flowers and plants in my courtyard require watering. Go and tend to them. Yes. Having anticipated a simple task, Li Xian took it lightly. But upon returning after a mere incense stick's time, he reported, Chief Elder, the watering is complete. My backyard is cluttered with fallen leaves. Go and clean it up. Yes. Soon, upon returning yet again, this time Li Tianqing preemptively commanded, deliver this letter to Elder Wang. Another half an incense stick's time passed, and the letter was promptly placed in Wang Shengquan's hands. Just as Li Xian thought his task was complete and turned to leave, he heard Wang calling from behind. Li Xian, the chief elder instructs you to return to the main peak immediately after delivering the letter. He has further tasks for you. Understood. It became evident to him that Li Tianqing was intent on putting him through the ringer. Chapter 023. A casual gesture. Half a mountain vanished. At Wanyao Peak, the main peak. Reluctantly, Li Xian returned, where Chief Elder Li Tianqing had already stepped into the courtyard, perusing a book as he walked. Nearby, a towering stack of books, at least 2 men high, was stacked, numbering in the hundreds. Chief Elder, I have returned. Now that you're here, assist me in returning these borrowed books to the library. Yes. As a servant disciple, his duties revolved around such menial tasks, and he had no room to refuse. Remember, these are precious tomes. If you mishandle them, you will face dire consequences. Then why don't you return them yourself? He thought, but kept his mouth shut, replying instead, of course, Elder. Over 100 books, weighing nearly 100 pounds, posed a significant burden for an ordinary person, but for a cultivator, it was merely an inconvenience. Li Xian managed to shoulder the load, albeit with concern about losing 1 or 2 along the way, so he tread cautiously. If only I could fly. After a while, he paused to rest in the mountains, wiping the sweat from his brow as he took a few sips from the water pouch gifted by his senior sister. Had he been able to summon his sword, the time he spent traversing this stretch of terrain would have sufficed to deliver the books to the library, sparing him the exhausting trek. It should be noted that the main peak was several dozen miles from the library, and the path was fraught with treacherous mountain trails. Li Tianqing was undoubtedly doing this on purpose, fully aware of his inability to fly, thus intentionally tormenting him with the arduous walk. Did he think I would bow to him? Not a chance. Frustrated, Li Xian spat on the ground and muttered to himself, even if my legs break or I perish from exhaustion today, I will never bow to you. In the midst of his tirade, he glanced at the towering stacks of books and casually picked one up. Nine-Yong Array, Compendium of Herbs, Chronicles of Wonders. The sight of these titles only intensified his anger. Were these truly the precious tomes he spoke of? They were merely familiar titles, ones even he, a servant disciple, had heard of and could easily purchase in the mundane world. Very well, old man, I shall remember today's events. One day, I will ensure you experience the same treatment, so you can taste the bitterness of being ordered about. In a fit of frustration, he kicked the stack of books, causing the ones at the edge to topple. What is this? Curious, he opened one of the fallen books, and his eyes widened in disbelief. It was a recipe for a poison pill. Each type of extraordinary poison is exceedingly terrifying. Some are colorless and odorless, capable of causing instant death upon contact with an ordinary person. Others can inflict excruciating pain within mere moments, while some can silently destroy vital energy channels without leaving a trace. Furthermore, there are those that can achieve remarkable effects such as controlling the victim, typically employed to extract information that one is unwilling to disclose. In summary, this book meticulously records various methods for concocting these extraordinary poisons, not limited to elixirs, but also encompassing solids and liquids, with a wide array of applications and usage scenarios. As Li Xian delved deeper into the text, he became increasingly engrossed, realizing the vast potential applications of these poisons. Unfortunately, he was still a novice in alchemy, incapable of even crafting basic elixirs, let alone poisons. Nevertheless, he persevered, reading through the entire volume of Record of Extraordinary Poisons. Congratulations, host. By observing Record of Extraordinary Poisons, you have received a blue-quality reward, Obedient Pill, Tier 3. What is this? The sudden notification from the system nearly left Li Xian in a daze. Could it be that merely reading could trigger such an event? Without pausing to check the reward, he decisively picked up another book to peruse. However, This time there was no reaction. It seemed this method was futile. Disappointed, he placed the book back and inspected the reward he had just received. Obedient pill, tier 3, type, elixir. Description: this elixir is colorless and tasteless, dissolving in water. Consuming 1/3 of it will ensure the user answers any question posed. If the entire elixir is consumed, the user will comply with all commands without resistance for the duration of the effect. This item bears an uncanny resemblance to a certain type of potion. Never mind. It seems somewhat perilous. I shall set it aside for now. Although uncertain when it might prove useful, he resolved not to use it lightly. He then stretched and moved about a bit, recalling his intention to test his sword aura. After returning with Elder Zhao to practice weapon forging, he had forgotten this plan amidst the busyness of the day. Now, with no one around, it was the perfect time to assess the strength of the entry-level extreme sword intent rewarded by the system. Anything associated with the concept of extreme surely held remarkable power. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes, gathering spiritual energy in his right hand's index and middle fingers, forming a sword gesture that he gradually raised. As he felt the air around him stir, scenes of his surroundings began to materialize in his mind. With a swift motion, he brought his hand down, unleashing a sword intent condensed from spiritual energy that shot forth from his fingers. Despite being about 100 meters from the target tree, the sword intent struck it in an instant, shattering it into countless fragments that scattered across the ground. Remarkable. He marveled at the scene. He had wielded no weapon, relying solely on sword aura to achieve such an assault. If he became more adept, or if his strength increased, the power would only amplify. Suddenly, a rumbling sound emanated from the location of the tree. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to be coming from the mountain's interior. What was happening? Gradually, he noticed the surroundings beginning to tremble. The noise grew increasingly intense, to the point where he could no longer stand upright and had to crouch down. In a state of shock, he watched as the mountain before him split in two, one half sliding down as if cut through like tofu. No way. Could the force be so tremendous? His mind was racing. He covered his mouth in disbelief. Firstly, he had not expended much spiritual energy, and secondly, he had merely symbolically gestured to unleash the extreme sword intent. The fact that he could strike a tree 100 meters away with such force was already immensely satisfying, considering he was merely a beginner. Yet, the current situation was far beyond his expectations. He began to doubt whether this was truly an entry-level skill. Could it be that with just a flick of his finger, half a mountain vanished? Meanwhile, far away on Spirit Sword Peak, the renowned sword sovereign Yaofeng abruptly turned, a look of confusion crossing his face as he gazed toward the direction of Wanyao Peak. Was that the extreme sword intent? Li Xian stood frozen in place for nearly half a minute. Swallowing hard, his heart raced, for he had never anticipated that an entry-level extreme sword intent could wield such extraordinary power. This was merely a casual gesture. If he were to employ a proper sword, wouldn't it cleave through several nearby mountains? However, in light of the shock brought by the extreme sword intent, he was now faced with a pressing concern: escape. Such a tremendous commotion would surely attract attention, and people would undoubtedly be rushing toward this location. Thus, he needed to flee without delay. Without further ado, he organized the ancient texts and hurried toward the sub-peak where the library was located. Just as he began to run, a streak of light shot in from afar, coming to a halt above the spot where he had just been. As expected, it was indeed the extreme sword intent. Yaofeng floated in midair, 3 magical long swords hovering behind him. With a thought, one of the swords separated and attempted to obscure the area where the mountain had been cleaved. He was astonished to find that the extreme sword intent that had just split the mountain was not inferior to his own. Who could this formidable individual be? Realizing the strength of the opponent, he furrowed his brow. The extreme sword intent was not something just anyone could possess. Those who wielded it were typically revered sword sovereigns. Like himself, presently, he was merely a third-tier sword sovereign, yet even so, the number of individuals who could claim the title of sword sovereign across the entire Tianwu Continent was exceedingly limited, let alone those who could reach the third tier. Therefore, if such a person existed, he would undoubtedly be aware of it. Yet now, he had discovered one within the confines of the Xianyun Sect, leaving him perplexed. Moreover, he could not detect even a trace of the opponent's presence, which was quite perplexing. The fact that even a third-tier sword sovereign like himself could not discern their energy only suggested that the adversary's realm might surpass his own. Why would someone of such caliber choose to conceal themselves within the Xianyun Sect? This notion was disconcerting. Could it be? Suddenly, A thought crossed his mind. Was the individual deliberately seeking to provoke him? After all, he had only showcased the extreme sword intent the day prior, so it was not improbable that the other party had sensed it. Furthermore, if the individual had ulterior motives for hiding within the Xianyun Sect, there would be no need to create such a ruckus. Therefore, if given the choice, it seemed more plausible that they had come to challenge him. Indeed, this seemed to be the case. The more he pondered, the more convincing it became. Yet Guanfeng also recognized a pressing question. What message was the other party trying to convey? Was it a declaration of battle? If so, he must respond in kind. To the friend who has come to my Xianyun Sect, if you wish for a spar, please feel free to reveal yourself. However, despite his earnest call to the surroundings, no one responded. Were they unwilling to show themselves, or had they already departed? After a fruitless shout, Guanfeng grasped a magical flying sword and hurled it forcefully at the remaining section of the mountain. Clang! Contrary to his expectations, the mountain was not cleaved in two. Instead, the magical long sword embedded itself deep into the mountain, leaving only the hilt and a portion of the blade visible. Subsequently, Guanfeng inscribed words upon the adjacent rock face. Whoever can pull out this sword may claim a reward on Spirit Sword Peak. He could not believe that beneath the lure of riches, there would be no brave souls willing to step forward. The news would surely spread. And should the individual choose not to respond, it would be a sign of cowardice. Conversely, should they dare respond, they would undoubtedly be capable of extracting the sword, revealing their identity as the one who had cleaved the mountain. Having completed this, he transformed into a streak of light and departed. Soon after, disciples who had sensed the commotion arrived to investigate the situation. They were first struck with awe at the sight of the cleaved mountain, and then they noticed the magical long sword embedded within the rock. This was the Sword Sovereign's magical sword. Was that commotion just now caused by the Sword Sovereign? Goodness! Has the Sword Sovereign become addicted to cleaving the peaks of Wanyao Peak? He only cleaved yesterday and has returned again today? Look, there are even inscriptions nearby. When they learned that whoever could draw the sword would be rewarded at Lingjian Peak, excitement surged among them. Let me give it a try. A Foundation establishment disciple soared into the air on his sword, grasping the hilt with all his might. Yet despite his efforts, he could not even budge it. Allow me. Others, unable to stand idly by, attempted to draw the sword as well. However, regardless of who tried, the outcome remained the same. The sword had only penetrated halfway into the ground, yet it remained immovable. This is impossible. What does the Sword Sovereign mean by this? Is he intending to recruit disciples at Wanyao Peak? Surely not. If he wanted to recruit disciples, he could simply summon us all together. Alas, it was unfortunate. They were left wondering what kind of reward awaited those who could draw the sword. The crowd buzzed with anticipation, each yearning for the reward. Yet realizing their own limitations, they could only watch, hoping for someone to succeed. Meanwhile, Li Xian, who had long since fled, hurriedly made his way to the library pavilion after spending 2 hours traveling. As a mere servant disciple, he ordinarily had no right of entry here. Today's visit was indirectly due to the influence of Li Tiancheng. Halt! What is your purpose here? Greetings, senior brother. I have come to return books on behalf of the chief elder. Li Xian promptly displayed the large stack of books on his back, and the gatekeeper nodded in understanding. Very well, you may enter, but do not wander. Proceed inside, hand the books to the administrator, and return immediately. No lingering. Understood, senior brother. Nodding, Li Xian hastily entered. The library pavilion was eerily quiet, so much so that the sound of the door opening was jarringly loud. There were no ordinary disciples present. Not even a ghostly shadow. At this hour, there should have been someone around. Is anyone here? He hesitated, not seeing anyone, so he decided to inquire. The library forbade loud voices. Just as he spoke, a voice floated down from above. Looking up, he saw a disheveled old man peering down at him. Greetings. I am here to return some books. Do you know where the administrator is? I am the administrator. You are the administrator? Li Xian was taken aback. He had not realized that this scruffy old man was the one in charge of the library. He looked more like a beggar than a manager of books. Perhaps he should start by managing his own appearance first. Chapter 025. If there are issues, have him come find me personally. Hello. I have come to return books on behalf of the chief elder. Although he was inwardly grumbling, Li Xian maintained a pleasant expression. The old man scrutinized him for a moment before expressing dissatisfaction. This Li Tiancheng, without me noticing, has borrowed so many books, and he actually has you, a disciple. Return them. How can he call himself a teacher? Indeed. Upon hearing Li Xian's words, The old man regarded him with an odd expression, as if questioning how he dared to speak so freely. Li Xian felt a sudden tension. The old man's familiarity with the chief elder's name suggested that he might hold a higher status than Li Tianqing himself. There was an inexplicable sense that this seemingly disheveled figure might be a significant figure, compelling him to tread carefully. Forget it. Just bring the books up to the second floor. The old man shook his head, not pressing Li Xian further. His lack of fondness for Li Tianqing was evident, even bordering on disdain, and he resolved to lecture the chief elder the next time he came to borrow books. Upon reaching the second floor, Li Xian discovered that it was not smaller than the first, but rather even more spacious. The shelves against the wall towered 3 to 5 men high, requiring a ladder to retrieve books. Here, he finally got a clear view of the old man's full appearance. Not only was his face unkempt, but his clothing was also quite unseemly. The gray linen robe he wore was filthy, and standing close, one could detect an unpleasant odor. All right, just place the books here. The old man did not even glance at him, instead focusing on examining something in front of a row of shelves. Very well, I shall leave the books here, and I will take my leave. Having unloaded the books, Li Xian felt a sense of relief and stretched his arms before turning to depart. Wait a moment. Just as he reached the stairs, the old man's voice called out to him. What is it, elder? Is there something else? Could you please help me place these few books on that shelf over there? Following the direction of the old man's finger, Li Xian noticed that he wanted him to place the books on the highest shelf. Not a problem. It's a trivial task. For someone his age, it was hardly a challenge. He brought over a ladder and swiftly climbed up, finishing the task in mere seconds. Indeed, young people like you have nimble legs, making you perfect for such tasks. Suddenly, he heard the old man's voice again, but this time, an unsettling feeling crept over him. Elder, may I leave now? You should stay a moment longer and help me put these books away. A glance around revealed scattered books in front of almost every shelf, requiring him to climb up and down repeatedly. Wait, I'm merely here to lend a hand. Why am I being burdened further? But elder, I have other matters to attend to. Perhaps you could ask someone else? Do you think there is anyone else here besides us? No. Li Xian instinctively replied. Then that settles it. Besides, I have no interest in anyone else. You seem agreeable, so you shall do. Ah, the sky has fallen. Just as he emerged from one predicament, he stumbled into another, and this time it was a far greater one. Elder, don't be deceived by my appearance. I'm quite clumsy, and these are the library's treasures. If I were to accidentally damage them, it would be disastrous. No matter, if they break, they break. There are so many books that losing a few doesn't matter. Goodness, is this truly something a library administrator would say? To keep him around for assistance, the old man would say anything. Hurry up and place them. Once you're done, I'll reward you. Upon hearing the word reward, Li Xian immediately sprang into action. After all, it was just a matter of placing a few books. Upon returning, he would undoubtedly be at Li Tianqing's beck and call anyway. He might as well stay here without having to run around. What seemed like a lot turned out to be more work. After over an hour, he had only completed a third of the task, illustrating just how many books were stored within the library. Without exaggeration, if a wall of bookshelves collapsed, the books could potentially cause serious harm. Suddenly, his communication jade slipped into motion, and upon opening it, he heard Yuan Tian's furious voice. Li Xian, where on earth have you been? The chief elder instructed you to return a book to the library. Why are you still not back? Due to the profound silence within the library, the shout echoed, causing the administrator nearby to stop and look over. I apologize, elder. It was not my intention. Just as he began to explain, the old man waved his hand dismissively, and the communication jade swiftly flew back. I instructed him not to return yet. Do you have any objections? And you are? Yuan Tian, perplexed, inquired briefly, yet the elder administrator did not provide a direct answer. Instead, he cryptically remarked, what does it matter who I am? In any case, this fellow named Li Xian is assisting me today. If you have matters to attend to, delegate them to someone else and do not disturb him. Senior, Yuan Tian interjected, Li Xian is an errand boy from Wanyao Peak. Our chief elder has instructed that he return promptly, as there are important tasks to assign him. Although he was uncertain about Li Xian's current company, the tone of the administrator suggested he was no ordinary person. Thus, he respectfully addressed him as senior, even invoking the name of the chief elder. Then tell Li Tiancheng that I, Yaofeng, have retained him. If there are issues, he must come to me personally. With that, he tightened his grip, disregarding any potential reaction from Yuan Tian, and the transmission jade slip shattered effortlessly in his hand. Li Xian exclaimed, wait, What does it mean to crush my transmission jade slip? Elder Luo, I. Observing Li Xian's hesitation, Luo Feng waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. I've never liked that old rascal Li Tiancheng. If he seeks trouble afterward, come directly to me. I shall stand by you. Though this was fortuitous news for Li Xian, as he gained a new ally, he lamented the unjust loss of his transmission jade slip. Elder Luo, I meant to say that this is my. Enough of your mine and yours. I speak with authority. It is settled. With that, Luo Feng paid him no further heed. Engrossed in his own affairs, leaving Li Xian to mourn the shards of his transmission jade slip scattered about. The thought of applying for a new one filled him with dread, knowing it would likely draw the ire of others. He could already envision the disdainful expression Yuan Tian would wear, especially with Li Tiancheng's likely instigation. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Since the slip was broken by Luo Feng, he could apply for a replacement under the elder's name. Yes, that should work splendidly. Chapter 26. It seems today I have found a strong support. Within the main peak of Wanyao, Li Tiancheng waited restlessly in the courtyard. Yet Li Xian did not return. With no other options, he resorted to transmitting a message to Yuan Tian, who managed the errand disciples. What is the matter? Where is Li Xian? Reporting to the chief elder, Li Xian has been retained by Elder Luo. Upon hearing this, the anger on Li Tiancheng's face diminished considerably, even hinting at a smile. Oh, did he mention when he would be released? No, his exact words were, tell Li Tiancheng that I, Luo Feng, have retained him. If there are issues, he must come to me personally. Yuan Tian recounted Luo Feng's statement verbatim, feeling a bit aggrieved as he was merely the messenger and had received a reprimand himself. Very well, I understand. When Li Xian returns, have him come to me, Li Tiancheng commanded. Understood, elder. Once the transmission ended, Li Tiancheng's spirits soared. It was likely that Li Xian had provoked Luo Feng, which explained why he had been forcibly retained. Regardless, his intent was to torment Li Xian, and whether it was under Luo Feng's or his own supervision, the outcome would be the same. Meanwhile, far away in the library, Li Xian sneezed abruptly. Who is speaking ill of me? He furrowed his brow, rubbing his nose in mild exasperation as he returned the book he had been holding. After being detained for over 3 hours, he was nearing completion, with only a few hundred books left to reorganize. Little Xian, if you're tired, take a break. No rush. How can you say no rush while keeping me here against my will? Li Xian rolled his eyes but continued with his task. No worries, Elder Luo. I'll finish quickly and return. Return where? To Wanyao Peak, of course. Not so fast. You should stay a few more days to keep this old man company. A black line appeared on Li Xian's forehead. What do you mean by stay a few more days? Are you truly intending to keep me here? What is so good about going back? You'll be under someone else's thumb, bowing to their whims. Better to stay here with me. I find you likable. And you can assist me in organizing the library. You can do as you please at other times. I want to restrict your movements. What do you say? That sounds excellent. However, I have connections and matters back at Wanyao Peak, such as my sister who practices swordsmanship with me, elder one who stands up for me, and my vendetta against Gu Beichun. Until I have dealt with him, I cannot leave Wanyao Peak. I must make a name for myself there first. Thank you for your kind offer, Elder Luo, but I have not yet considered these matters. Take your time to think it over. Whenever you reach a decision, come find me. As for Li Tiancheng, I will notify him myself. Such assertiveness, to be associated with such an elder, even as a mere errand disciple, was a matter of great prestige. One could only wonder of Luo Feng's standing within the Xianyun Sect. Soon after Li Xian completed his task, the sun had nearly set. To express his gratitude, Luo Feng gifted him a small token. It was palm-sized, seemingly unremarkable, a wooden yellow color adorned with intricate patterns, with a single character, Luo, inscribed on its reverse. With this token, you may freely enter and exit the library and any area under my jurisdiction. No one will dare obstruct you. This is a marvelous boon. For Li Xian, a mere errand disciple, this token was indeed a treasure. It allowed him to peruse books as freely as other disciples, perhaps even more so, as he could visit at any hour rather than waiting for designated open times. Thank you, Elder Luo. He hastily bowed in gratitude, then suddenly realized. By the way, Elder Luo, you mentioned other places under your management. May I inquire which areas those are? Oh, quite a few. There's the Spirit Beast Garden, the Armory Pavilion, the Refining Tower. Li Xian was utterly astonished. I had no idea. This disheveled old man oversees so many places within the Xianyun Sect. No wonder he shows no deference to Li Tiancheng, the chief elder of Wanyao Peak. It appeared he had indeed found a formidable ally today. Rest assured, you will discover more as you explore. After leaving the library, Li Xian clutched the token with exhilaration. If he were not being deceived, he had struck a great deal. Upon reaching the entrance, the guard who had seen him enter during the day swiftly halted him, exclaiming, "Weren't you instructed to come out immediately after entering? What took you so long?" Li Xian said nothing, leisurely displaying his token. Instantly, the guard's demeanor shifted dramatically, stepping back with a respectful bow, signaling that Li Xian could pass. Excellent. The effect is quite remarkable. He resolved to explore the Spirit Beast Garden and other areas soon. Considering the inevitable tasks Li Tiancheng would assign upon his return, he decided to visit the artifact refining hall to check on Zhao Qingshan's progress with the artifact he was crafting for him. Li Tiancheng desired it greatly. He could not allow the elder to succeed. Once the artifact was completed, he would immediately bond with it through his blood, making it impossible for anyone to seize it unless they took his life. Upon arriving at Chongqing Peak, night had fully descended. In a small courtyard, Zhao Qingshan sat, periodically adding materials to the refining cauldron containing the long sword artifact. You arrived just in time. The crafting of your artifact is progressing even more smoothly than anticipated. It will be ready shortly. Elder Zhao, you are truly remarkable. Li Xian clasped his hands together and settled onto a small stool, observing quietly as he had the previous day. Yesterday, he had witnessed the general process of artifact forging, and today marked the most critical phase, determining the artifact's final form. This step, known as determining the artifact, solidifies the crafted item, rendering it immutable thereafter. If there are no adjustments needed, I shall finalize the artifact. Please proceed, Elder. His heart raced and his hands trembled with excitement, not expecting such swift success in forging. At that moment, Zhao Qingshan rose, his hands forming a sword gesture. After a series of intricate motions, the long sword within the furnace suddenly emitted a low, resonant hum. Though the sound was subtle, it gradually spread throughout Chongqing Peak, reaching every corner of the Xianyun Sect. Notably, several elders who sensed the disturbance turned their heads toward the forging hall, clearly aware that a top-tier artifact was being born. Such unique sounds only accompany the emergence of supreme artifacts. Chapter 027. Sister, you arrived rather late today. Within the gentle hum, the long sword was released from the furnace. It transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the sky, piercing through the clouds and dispersing in all directions. Li Xian gazed upward, struggling to pinpoint the sword's exact location. It was only after employing the gazing at chi technique that he discerned a glimmering trail darting freely at an immense altitude. Return. Zhao Qingshan commanded sharply, and a powerful force of attraction pulled the sword back. With a swift motion, the long sword plunged vertically into the ground before Li Xian, not far from him. Observing it closely, he noted that the sword radiated warmth, its hue a deep crimson. The blade bore a blood groove, and at the junction of the hilt and body was embedded a magical core from a fifth-tier heavenly demon beast. After being forged into an artifact, the energy contained within the core had intensified, instilling a sense of trepidation in Li Xian, who possessed only a fifth-tier chi transformation cultivation. Is this a fifth-tier artifact? No. To be precise, it is a fifth-tier supreme artifact. Zhao Qingshan emphasized once more, causing Li Xian's heart to leap. Not only was it fifth-tier, but it was also of the highest quality. What a tremendous gain. He felt an instinctive sense that this artifact was even superior to the one his sister wielded. Quickly, blood for recognition. Yes. In front of Zhao Qingshan, Li Xian pressed his thumb, allowing blood to seep from his index finger, and with a swift flick, several droplets splattered onto the long sword. Like water meeting a hot surface, the blood evaporated with a sizzling sound, merging entirely with the sword. Moments later, he sensed a connection forming between himself and the artifact, Heavenly Demon Sword. Unknowingly, he uttered its name as the sword seemed to respond, swirling around him as though it relished the name. Elder, shall it be named Heavenly Demon Sword henceforth? It is your artifact. You may name it as you wish. Zhao Qingshan replied, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face. As a craftsman, nothing delighted him more than witnessing his creations cherished by others. Disciple Li Xian, I am grateful for Elder Zhao's assistance in forging. Despite his excitement, Li Xian did not forget to express his gratitude once more. Whether it was Li Wen or Zhao Qingshan, their unwavering support during his formative years would not be forgotten when he ascended to the pinnacle of the continent. Good lad. There is no need for such formality. The gift of the artifact is my pleasure, and you have impressed me with your genuine strength. Repeated thanks are unnecessary. With that, Li Xian, eager to test the sword, brandished the heavenly demon sword and demonstrated a set of 7-star sword techniques, astonishing Zhao Qingshan in the process. Zhao Qingshan observed that each strike Li Xian delivered seemed imbued with unparalleled sword intent, evoking an involuntary urge to revere him. It even struck him that this 5th-tier supreme artifact was unworthy of Li Xian. Whom did you learn this sword technique from? From a senior sister. Senior sister? Zhao Qingshan pondered, realizing this was no ordinary technique. To his knowledge, only the sword spirit hall possessed such techniques, leading him to deduce that Li Xian's senior sister likely hailed from there. Given that even the sword sovereign had personally intervened, a particular individual sprang to his mind: Ling Wan, the talented daughter of the sword spirit hall, possessing remarkable abilities at a young age, rumored to have already entered the core formation stage. Indeed, it must be her, otherwise, why would the sword sovereign concern himself with a mere servant disciple? Yet, he found himself puzzled about how such a celebrated prodigy could be acquainted with Li Xian, let alone teach him sword techniques. Is something amiss, Elder Zhao? Li Xian felt an inexplicable sensation of being scrutinized. Nothing at all. This sword technique is excellent. Practiced diligently. For even a servant can be remarkable. He patted Li Xian's shoulder before turning to retrieve the hot meal he had prepared. Do you drink? I do. Then join me for a drink. Let us celebrate properly. However, as Li Xian eagerly accepted the cup, he soon regretted it. For the taste of this world's liquor was peculiar, and even the scent was off-putting. Elder, what kind of wine is this? This is my secret beast wine. You must try it. Beast wine? Li Xian grimaced, instantly recalling the various concoctions from his past life involving insects and beasts. May I inquire what beast you use for this wine? Enough with the questions. Just drink and find out. Left with no choice, Li Xian steeled himself. Then I shall toast to you first. Seeing him down the drink in one go, Zhao Qingshan beamed with delight. How is the taste? It's tolerable. Perhaps I'm just not accustomed to it yet. No worries. Drink more, and you'll get used to it. Another round. Before Li Xian could react, Zhao Qingshan had refilled his cup, and they clinked glasses, savoring the moment. This indulgence continued for 2 hours. What was meant to be a modest drink had resulted in 6 jars lined up beside them. Well, you're quite the drinker. Just a moment, I'll fetch more. As Zhao Qingshan staggered to retrieve more wine, Li Xian decided it was time to return to Wanyao Peak to find his sister. Not wishing to linger, he slipped away while Zhao Qingshan was occupied. Perhaps it was due to his early arrival, but he had yet to see his sister's figure despite waiting for a considerable time. This after effect seems rather potent. If he were to describe it, the alcohol content must exceed 90%. While he felt little during drinking, now he struggled to regain his composure, a strange heat coursing through his body, leaving him impervious to the chilly night air. Rubbing his temples and lightly slapping his cheeks, he found that the dizziness persisted. Amidst the haze, he faintly heard a voice. Congratulations, host, for observing another forging. You have received a red quality reward, 9 Heavens Divine Sword, Ultimate Imperial Weapon. Am I hallucinating? Did I really just hear the system? Furthermore, a red reward? A smile crept onto his face, though he dismissed it as a mere illusion caused by excessive drinking. Leaning against a tree, Li Xian sensed someone approaching. Blinking his eyes open, he beheld a tall figure striding towards him. As he gazed up, the stunning visage of the newcomer elicited a grin. Sister, you arrived rather late today. Chapter 28. What is the matter, Brother Yuan? Did you not intend to force me? In a state of drowsiness, Li Xian felt himself collapsing onto something soft and fragrant. He struggled to open his eyes, yearning to discern what lay beneath him. Yet his eyelids seemed impervious to his will, as if weighed down by an insurmountable force. Oh well, a nap might not be such a bad idea. Gradually, his consciousness slipped into a deep slumber. In his dreams, a woman with an indistinct visage gazed down upon him. Though her features remained shrouded in mystery, he could sense her smiling at him. What are you doing, drinking so much? Have you encountered some unhappy event? You can tell me. Are we not friends? He longed to respond, yet found himself unable to articulate a single word, relegated to merely hearing her speak. After a while, perhaps due to his silence, she ceased her words, turning her gaze elsewhere. When he awoke again, it was midday the following day. As he opened his eyes, he discovered himself lying in the servant quarters of Wanyao Peak, a water pouch resting upon the table. It's my sister. Observing the pouch brimming with spiritual spring water, Li Xian felt a swell of gratitude. It seemed his sister had returned him safely and left behind a fresh water pouch. He must remember to express his thanks. Rubbing his aching head, he hurriedly took a few sips from the pouch. Instantly, his mind felt invigorated, and the after effects of the liquor dissipated. Indeed, this elixir was remarkable. Bang! Just as he spoke, the door was forcefully kicked open. A figure entered, hands clasped behind his back. It was Brother Yuan Tian, the one responsible for managing the servants of Wan Yao Peak. Upon entering the room, Yuan Tian seemed to catch a whiff of something and sniffed the air intently. "You rascal, you dare to steal a drink?" he exclaimed. "I wondered why I couldn't reach you all day. Quite bold of you." He then fixed his gaze upon the water pouch in Li Xian's hands. "Come on, hand over this so-called treasure and follow me to the law hall for punishment." "Brother Yuan Tian, this is not alcohol." "Nonsense. There is a strong scent of liquor in your room. Do you think I can't smell it?" As he spoke, Yuan Tian snatched the water pouch from Li Xian, took a cursory sniff, and upon realizing it bore no trace of alcohol, skeptically took a sip. In an instant, he was astounded. This was indeed spiritual spring water. It was known that only core disciples of the various halls were entitled to such a precious resource, and even then, it was limited to a meager amount each month. How could a mere servant disciple like Li Xian possess an entire pouch? Had he stolen it? Certainly. With this thought, Yuan Tian's gaze toward Li Xian grew increasingly hostile. "So, you not only steal alcohol, but also someone's spiritual spring water. You're compounding your sins." "I did not steal." Li Xian straightened his back, defending himself loudly. "This was given to me by someone else. Someone gave this to you. Do you have any idea how precious this is? Who would bestow such a treasure upon a mere servant disciple like you?" Yuan Tian's words rang true. Even core disciples were limited to a single pouch each month, and they hardly had enough for themselves, let alone to gift it to a servant. "I do not know if it is a treasure, but it was indeed given to me. Believe it or not." "I certainly do not believe you." Yuan Tian glared, shouting at Li Xian. "I had my doubts when you were accused of stealing the chief elder's purple ginseng flower, but now I feel you may not have been wronged at all. I wonder how the elders allow such a thief to remain a servant disciple. Hurry and come with me, or I shall not hesitate to resort to force." As he spoke, Yuan Tian unleashed the aura of his 6th-tier Qi transformation realm. Though he was older, his aptitude was not much superior to Li Xian's, and thus he had remained at the bottom tier for years. "Brother Yuan Tian, I respect that you entered the sect before me, hence I address you as brother. However, if you cannot discern right from wrong, do not blame me for lacking decorum." Li Xian retorted, "What, do you intend to fight me?" This time, Li Xian remained silent but adopted a stance of readiness, his meaning unmistakable. If a fight was to ensue, he welcomed the opportunity to test his recent progress. After enhancing his physique with the Xian Huang rebirth pill, his physical strength surpassed that of his peers, rendering him unafraid of Yuan Tian, even if there was a slight disparity in cultivation. "Very well. I am eager to see what a mere servant disciple can do against me." In the next moment, Yuan Tian transformed into a blur, giving Li Xian no chance to react, landing a straightforward punch to his chest. Smack! Yet the outcome was that Li Xian seemed to have anticipated it. As Yuan Tian's fist approached, his left hand appeared, perfectly intercepting the blow. Instantly, he wrapped his palm around the fist, seizing Yuan Tian's wrist and twisting it forcefully in the opposite direction. Crack! Ah! The sound of breaking bone accompanied Yuan Tian's anguished scream. "Why you, how?" Yuan Tian, after his scream, stood in shock. Wasn't he this a servant disciple with no Qi transformation? How could he exude the aura of a higher-tier practitioner upon engaging? In comparison, he felt almost evenly matched. After all, he was a 6th-tier Qi transformation disciple. Yet this fellow possessed strength comparable to his own. "What's the matter, Brother Yuan? Did you not intend to force me? Come on, let us continue. I could use a good stretch." Li Xian laughed, which only unnerved Yuan Tian further, as he sensed that Li Xian might hold back no longer should the fight continue. Instinctively, he wished to retreat, but the thought of being outmatched by a servant disciple stung his pride. Resolutely, he steeled himself and charged again with his spiritual power. "I was careless before, but this time you must." Smack! Yet he had barely finished speaking when Li Xian sent him flying out of the room with a single slap, landing him unceremoniously in the courtyard. "Oh no! Brother Yuan Tian, are you perhaps going easy on me? Just wait. I will report this to Elder Wang." Ultimately, with no other recourse, Yuan Tian had to rise, humiliated, and scurry toward the law hall. How absurd it was that a mere servant disciple could possess such prowess. Once Yuan Tian departed, Li Xian promptly secured the water pouch gifted by his sister. She claimed it was spiritual spring water, and indeed, her present was extraordinary. Glancing at the time, he noted it was mealtime. Rubbing his stomach, he hastened toward the kitchen. However, to his surprise, in stark contrast to the usual meager leftovers or the deliberate withholding of food, a full table had been set aside just for him. What was going on? Chapter 29. The former sect master? That scruffy old man. Junior brother Li Xian has arrived. Quickly, take a seat. We saved a special meal just for you. Upon seeing Li Xian, Su Zhong, who typically wore a sullen expression, was unusually cheerful today, pulling him to a small table laden with dishes. Though it was not the main dining table, but rather one used for storing odds and ends in the kitchen, it was overflowing with food. Usually, he could only smell the aromas, rarely catching a glimpse of the dishes. Yet today, he found a plentiful spread awaiting him. 4 dishes and a soup, 3 meat and 2 vegetable dishes, along with a large bowl of rice. Who would not be bewildered by such generosity? Although Su Zhong was not particularly amiable, his culinary skills were commendable, devoid of any criticism. No, today the sun has risen in the west. What is going on here? Ah, junior brother. It was my elder brother's fault before, so do not hold it against him. The more the other party spoke, the more perplexed Li Xian became. Why was this person apologizing when he had seemingly done nothing wrong? Su, if you have something to say, please speak plainly. There is no need for all this. All right, junior brother, you eat first, and we can talk as we dine. Seeing the other party's eagerness, Li Xian simply picked up his chopsticks and pushed some food around on his plate, saying, "You are not trying to poison me, are you?" "Absolutely not, junior brother. You can rest assured." To allay Li Xian's suspicions, Su Zhong hastily sampled a bit of every dish, swallowing each mouthful, even taking a bite of rice. Only then did Li Xian feel reassured enough to start eating, thinking that even if he had consumed something toxic, it was too late to worry. "All right, tell me, what exactly is going on?" Noticing Li Xian devouring his food with the appetite of someone starved, Su Zhong thoughtfully fetched a cup and poured him a small drink. "Li Xian, here, have a sip." "No, I'll just have some soup." "What a joke. I just drank last night, and my head is still a bit heavy. How could I drink again?" After this, Su Zhong finally sat opposite Li Xian, resting his hands on the table, and in a voice only they could hear, whispered, "Junior brotherly, I heard you spent the entire day with Elder Luo yesterday?" "Yes, so what? I heard Elder Luo even gave you a token." Upon hearing the word token, Li Xian's eating came to an abrupt halt. He glanced at Su Zhong, perplexed. How do you know that? He had only displayed the token once when leaving the library, and since then it had remained hidden. How could a mere disciple of the kitchen know about it so quickly? "You might not know, but in our kitchen, many disciples come to eat every day, and I naturally hear things from others." Even if he had heard it from others, the news spread far too quickly. However, he was too lazy to investigate who had leaked the information. It was a fact, after all. "So, why are you asking about this? Could I trouble you, junior brother, to show me that token? Just to have a look." "Have a look?" Li Xian felt a bit dazed. Was this fellow misusing terms? To have a look at a mere token? It sounded as though he were referring to some rare treasure. "It is just a token. What is there to see?" No, junior brother, you are mistaken." Seeing Li Xian's reluctance, Su Zhong hurried to explain, "This token is the personal disciple token of Elder Luo. Holding it allows one to freely enter any area under Elder Luo's jurisdiction. Furthermore, the various halls of the Immortal Cloud sect will treat you as a personal disciple." Wait a moment. The more Li Xian listened, the more he felt something was amiss, to the point where he lost his appetite. Setting down his bowl and chopsticks, he slowly inquired, "Are you saying that the token Elder Luo gave me is only for his personal disciples?" "Yes, but as far as I know, Elder Luo currently has only you as his personal disciple." "Wait." Li Xian raised his hand, signaling Su Zhong to pause. But Su Zhong, as if he had not seen it, continued speaking. "So, junior brotherly, why not just show me the token? I have seen most of the personal disciple tokens from other halls, but never one from Elder Luo. I told you to wait." Not allowing Su Zhong to finish, Li Xian raised his voice, finally prompting Su Zhong to fall silent. "A token, a personal disciple. When Elder Luo gave it to me yesterday, he did not mention anything about being a personal disciple. He only said I could go to many places. Is it true, junior brother? Are you certain he gave me a personal disciple token? I can only know for sure once I see it." Without hesitation, Li Xian decisively retrieved the token from his spatial ring and tossed it to Su Zhong. Catching it with both hands, Su Zhong carefully examined it. Indeed, this is the personal disciple token. After merely a glance, he exclaimed in excitement. In truth, all personal disciple tokens looked alike. The only difference was the surname of the elder inscribed on each. Based on the multitude of personal disciple tokens he had encountered, Su Zhong was certain that Li Xian's was genuine, and it indeed bore the character for Luo. Congratulations, junior brotherly. To be chosen as Elder Luo's personal disciple, you have struck gold. He slapped Li Xian's arm enthusiastically, appearing even more delighted than Li Xian himself. Is Elder Luo really that formidable? After pondering for a moment, Li Xian decided to set aside the matter of being a personal disciple for now. After all, he had not been mentioned as such. Perhaps it was merely a reward granting him access to various privileges. Moreover, Su Zhong's excitement was genuinely intriguing. Junior brotherly, you are new and it is normal not to know these things. What you do not know is that Elder Luo was our Immortal Cloud Sect's former sect master. What? This time it was Li Xian's turn to be astounded. The former sect master? That scruffy old man. The image of Luo Feng flashed through his mind, and he felt that the man was hardly fit for such a status. Even to be considered an elder seemed a stretch. I know you are surprised, but it is indeed true. Su Zhong seemed to possess quite a bit of knowledge, and he began to quietly introduce Li Xian to the details about Luo Feng. As time passed and the food grew slightly cold, Li Xian's heart was stirred profoundly. It turned out that Elder Luo, after a failed tribulation, had returned to life in this disheveled state and had entrusted the management of the Immortal Cloud Sect to others. Now he finally understood why Su Zhong had been so excited upon learning about the personal disciple token. If he pleased him now, he would effectively be currying favor with the personal disciple of the former sect master. One day, if the former sect master were to reclaim power, how could he treat Su Zhong poorly? Junior brother, your food is getting cold. Let me heat it up for you. After chatting for a while, Su Zhong accidentally knocked over a bowl, realizing it had grown cold, and hurriedly took it back to the stove. Li Xian watched Su Zhong busy himself, glancing at the personal disciple token in his hand, deep in thought. It seemed he would have to seek out this old man Luo to inquire about his true intentions. Did he genuinely wish to accept him as a personal disciple, or was it merely to grant him some convenience? Surely, it could not be the case of being a personal disciple. After mulling it over, he felt it would be rather hasty to accept such a title considering they had only spent a few hours together, during which he had merely been engrossed in studying books, showing no other personal capabilities. Here, junior brother, eat up. In the midst of his thoughts, Su Zhong returned with the hot dishes, even kindly reminding Li Xian with a smile. All right, junior brother, whenever you are hungry in the future, just come to me. I shall be your personal chef from now on. Whatever ingredients are available, I will prepare it for you. All right, then I shall thank you in advance, elder brother. No need for thanks. While Su Zhong might have been somewhat opportunistic, his current display of attentiveness greatly pleased Li Xian. Then you enjoy your meal. I shall attend to my tasks. Go ahead, do not mind me. With a wave of his hand, Li Xian gestured for Su Zhong to leave, and he continued to eat his meal. The kitchen of the Xianyun Sect is not singular. Due to the numerous branch halls, there are as many as 10 kitchens, each evenly distributed near their respective halls. Generally, the disciples dine close to their own kitchens, though those with greater prowess may choose to traverse further to other kitchens. After all, the culinary skills of the chefs vary, and they often engage in friendly competition. The kitchen that caters to more disciples can distribute greater rewards, including rare ingredients such as beast meat and exotic spiritual herbs. Observing Su Zhong, who was engrossed in his tasks, Li Xian felt a surge of empathy. Day after day, Su Zhong toiled in this kitchen, repetitively preparing meals. It would indeed require considerable perseverance to sustain such a routine. The clattering of utensils was rhythmic as Su Zhong expertly transformed a once dirty potato into a pristine pile of julienne strips in mere seconds. Congratulations, host. By observing others prepare food, you have acquired a blue-quality reward, masterful knife skills. Wait a moment. The sudden system notification left Li Xian momentarily bewildered. Is it truly the case that everything in this world is worthy of observation? Watching another slice vegetables could yield such a remarkable skill? He began to ponder whether observing Su Zhong's cooking might enhance his culinary prowess as well. With these thoughts in mind, he hastily finished his meal, remaining in the kitchen, keenly watching Su Zhong. What is it, junior brother? Is there a dish you desire? Just tell me, and I shall prepare it for you. Su Zhong inquired. No, Su senior brother, please carry on with your work. I merely wish to observe. Li Xian quickly waved his hands. Although Su Zhong was puzzled, he continued his preparations without further inquiry. Soon, all the necessary ingredients for dinner were ready, and he proceeded to cook. With oil heated in the wok, vegetables were added, seasoned, and cooked seamlessly, akin to a master executing a flawless sword technique. Despite the large quantity, the dish was completed in just a few minutes. Junior brother, come and taste. Seeing Li Xian's rapt attention, Su Zhong hurriedly set aside a portion for him. However, Li Xian remained oblivious to his gestures, even as Su Zhong waved a hand before him. Unbeknownst to Su Zhong, Li Xian had confirmed his hypothesis by observing Su Zhong cook. He had indeed earned another system reward. Congratulations, host. By watching others cook, you have acquired a blue-quality reward, proficient culinary skills. Eager to explore his newfound abilities, he rushed into the system warehouse, ready to synchronize his skills and try his hand at cooking. Yet, upon entering, he was astonished to discover an unexpected additional reward, a red-quality item. Ninth Sky Divine Sword. The sight of those words left Li Xian in a state of astonishment. Could it be that the voice he heard last night was not a mere illusion, but a genuine reward from the system? Ninth Sky Divine Sword. Rank: Divine. Type: Weapon. Description: this divine artifact is sealed with 9 layers. The stronger the user, the more seals they can unlock, thereby unleashing its full power. Note: due to the host's current realm being too weak, this artifact cannot be used at this time. Please attempt again after reaching the core formation stage. The good news was that the system had granted him a divine artifact. The bad news was that he could not wield it yet. It was understandable, for otherwise, a novice wielding such power would wreak havoc among the mighty. Starting from the core formation stage, it seemed a distant goal, yet not insurmountable. In the cultivation hierarchy of this world, levels range from Qi condensation, Qi transformation, foundation establishment, core formation, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, tribulation crossing, Tao palace, supreme, saint, to immortal emperor, 12 realms in total. Calculating from core formation to immortal emperor, there were exactly 9 levels, corresponding perfectly to the 9 seals of the Ninth Sky Divine Sword. Thus, to fully harness its might, he must first attain the immortal emperor level. Such thoughts were beyond his current aspirations. The immediate priority was to reach core formation and be able to wield the sword. Currently, he was at the 5th level of Qi transformation. With effort and the aid of medicinal pills, foundation establishment should pose no challenge. Yes, it was close. Even unlocking 1 layer of the seal would render him invincible among peers. Should be a simple feat. The more he contemplated, the more excited he became, eager to return and devote himself to cultivation. However, before that, he was keen to test his newly acquired masterful knife skills and proficient culinary skills. If successful, he could cook for himself whenever he wished, without relying on Su Zhong. After synchronizing both skills, Li Xian returned to reality, sweeping aside Su Zhong's dish and surveying the ingredients scattered throughout the kitchen. What dish should he prepare? As he considered the array of ingredients, a multitude of related dishes emerged in his mind. From preparation to cooking, every detail was crystal clear, as if he were a seasoned chef who had crafted these dishes countless times before. He had yet to begin, yet he already felt a confident grasp on the process. Chapter 031. The Kitchen Master? Seeing Li Xian selecting ingredients and commencing preparations, Su Zhong scratched his head in confusion. Junior brother, just tell me what you wish to eat, and I shall prepare it for you. Why go through the trouble yourself? Yet Li Xian had entered a state of flow, consumed solely by thoughts of the dish he was about to create, oblivious even to Su Zhong's voice. Meanwhile, other disciples returned to the kitchen, witnessing Su Zhong standing by while Li Xian skillfully chopped vegetables, leaving them bewildered. Su Zhong, what is going on here? Yeah. Did you push this kid to the point he has to do it himself? No, he just suddenly started doing this. Su Zhong longed to explain, but found his words falling on deaf ears. After all, he had often been the one to challenge Li Xian, so it was hard for others to believe this situation was unrelated to him. The sound of Li Xian chopping vegetables rang clear and melodious, a delightful symphony that resonated in their ears. Observing closely, they noted that the vegetables were sliced uniformly, each piece identical in thickness and length, executed with such finesse that they felt compelled to applaud. Soon, after completing the preparation, Li Xian began to stir-fry in front of them, the entire process flowing effortlessly, reminiscent of a seasoned kitchen veteran. Particularly, his tossing technique was impeccable, each motion precise and calculated. Li Xian, are you really this skilled at cooking? As the saying goes, a master reveals their skill with a single move. Though none among them could claim to be a culinary expert, those who worked in the Xianyun Sect's kitchen were no novices. Thus, witnessing Li Xian's prowess assured them that the dish he was preparing would not disappoint. In merely a few minutes, Li Xian's stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat was ready to serve. Ah, it smells divine, though they had yet to taste it. The aroma alone assured them of its delightful flavor. Li Xian, may we sample it? Of course. His own judgment was insufficient. He awaited their assessment eagerly. Would the dish, crafted with proficient culinary skills, earn the approval of these seasoned cooks? Including Su Zhong, several eagerly took their portions to taste. The bamboo shoots were cooked to perfection, retaining their crisp tenderness, while the meat was tender and smooth, akin to a delicate egg custard. In my view, flavor is paramount. The dish prepared by junior brother Li Xian is light, yet perfectly seasoned, though it is not heavily flavored. The first bite compelled me to crave a second. It is truly remarkable. Each of us expressed our opinions, unanimously praising Li Xian's culinary skills. Was it really that exaggerated? Hearing this, Li Xian tasted a bite himself, and to his astonishment, he found himself momentarily stunned. Could this truly be his own creation? Although he was already skilled in cooking, he was aware of his own limitations. His dishes were merely edible, manageable at best, but certainly not presentable. Yet now, the plate of bamboo shoots and meat before him was so delicious that he felt a surge of pride, confident enough to share it with others. Junior brother Li Xian, I must say, I had no idea you possessed such culinary prowess. Why not join us in the kitchen? One suggested. Indeed, the kitchen does not require high cultivation qualifications. With your skills, the elders would surely agree, and you could cease being a mere servant disciple. The uninformed seniors continued to extend their enthusiastic invitations. But Su Zhong quickly interjected to decline on Li Xian's behalf. You are thinking too small. Junior brother Li Xian is currently the direct disciple of Elder Yaofeng. Whose disciple? They gasped in disbelief, eyes wide. Elder Yaofeng. As Su Zhong reiterated, they held their breath, glancing between the dish of bamboo shoots and meat and Li Xian, before finally giving him a thumbs up. Junior brother Li Xian, while we are impressed with your culinary skills and believe you could flourish in the kitchen, since you are already Elder Yaofeng's direct disciple, we shall not press further. Indeed, with Li Xian's culinary talent, excelling in the kitchen would be effortless, yet compared to the identity of a direct disciple, the kitchen seemed rather constraining. Yaofeng was the former sect master of Xianyun Sect. Although he now served as an elder overseeing specific areas, he could easily reclaim his former position if he wished. Thus, being Li Xian's mentor elevated his status immensely. Perhaps Elder Yaofeng did not intend it that way. Li Xian waved off the notion of his status as a direct disciple and inquired about his dish. Brothers, based on your professional standards, do you think this dish is presentable? Absolutely. They chorused in unison, adding, if this dish cannot be showcased, then our creations are even less worthy. They held back their true thoughts, feeling somewhat ashamed that after so many years, they had not surpassed a newly initiated servant disciple. Junior brother, with your skill level, I believe you could participate in the upcoming Kitchen Master election in 2 days. Kitchen Master? Li Xian expressed confusion at this novel title. Junior brother Li Xian, you should know we have a total of 10 kitchens, right? Yes. The Kitchen Master is elected annually through a culinary competition among these 10 kitchens, granting the victor the authority to manage all 10 kitchens. You may consider it akin to a managerial position. What are the benefits of winning? At first glance, it seemed appealing, but he remained uninterested. Oh, the benefits are numerous. For instance, you can venture down the mountain for procurement, receive additional spirit stone resources from the sect each month, and even have opportunities to engage with the hall masters of various divisions or even the sect master of Xianyun Sect. Finally, hearing about these additional benefits piqued Li Xian's interest. He primarily valued the chance to procure items from the outside world and acquire more spirit stones. As for mingling with others, it held little significance for him. Can I participate? Of course. You can compete under the name of our kitchen. Su Zhong assured him with a firm pat on his chest, but then suddenly worried. However, aside from this dish of bamboo shoots and meat, what else can you cook? What other dishes? Li Xian pondered, recalling the wealth of recipes his advanced culinary skills had afforded him. Even unfamiliar ingredients, upon sight, could be transformed into dishes with the help of his mastery. So, if asked what else he could prepare, he could confidently assert that he could manage nearly everything. I can actually make quite a few dishes. Is there a limitation on the types of dishes for the kitchen master election? Not exactly, but participants typically showcase a variety of dishes. If your offerings do not dazzle the audience, the position of kitchen master will not be easily attained. Su Zhong spoke truthfully. For each kitchen housed between 4 to several disciples. In their case, they were few, only 4. Thus, when the election began, it would surely be a fierce competition. Each participant presenting their finest creations. Let me tell you this. Last year, the brother who won the kitchen master title prepared a dish featuring ingredients from a magical beast. Receiving unanimous acclaim from the elders, even the sect master acknowledged him. That dish has since become one of our sect's standard options for hosting guests. It seemed the competition was fiercer than he had anticipated. Regarding dishes made with magical beast ingredients, he did possess some suitable recipes within his advanced culinary repertoire. However, the challenge lay not only in taste, but also in the rarity of the magical beast ingredients used. What tier of magical beast did that brother use? Apparently, it was a 3rd-tier phoenix tail shrimp. Only 3rd tier? Li Xian blurted out. Given that his advanced culinary skills included recipes using ingredients from at least 4th-tier beasts and even up to 7th tier, he felt confident in this regard, provided he could obtain the ingredients. Even 4th-tier magical beast ingredients were not easily accessible for him. Junior brother, a dish made from 3rd-tier magical beast ingredients is already quite impressive. You must understand that our sect's standard guest menu only features up to 5th-tier ingredients, crafted by the elder chefs of the previous generation. From this perspective, if he could prepare dishes using 4th-tier magical beast ingredients, he stood a fair chance in the election. Yet, a glaring issue remained. Where would he procure such ingredients? Brothers, might I trouble you with a request? What is it? Their attitudes toward Li Xian had transformed entirely, each keenly attentive. Do you know where I might obtain ingredients from a 4th-tier 7-portal rabbit? The 7-portal rabbit, though classified as a 4th-tier magical beast, is known for its relatively weak attack power and delectable meat, making it one of the most sought-after magical beast ingredients. However, due to its fragile survival capabilities, it is quite rare, mostly found in captivity, and even a single specimen commands a handsome price. They, being cooks, often accompanied the kitchen master down the mountain for procurement, yet had seldom encountered such creatures. Junior brother, acquiring that is no simple task. Not to mention the price, it's hard to find in the market. Is there truly no way? His advanced culinary knowledge relied on the existence of recipes featuring the 7-portal rabbit. Without them, the prospect of securing higher-tier magical beast ingredients would be even bleaker. Perhaps you could try a certain place. What place? The Spirit Beast Garden. Upon hearing those 3 words, Su Zhong immediately nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed, as far as I know, the Spiritual Beast Garden seems to house the 7-portal exquisite rabbit, but the risks are considerable. The number of rabbits there is meticulously recorded, so if any are found missing, a thorough investigation will ensue. Do you absolutely require this 7-portal exquisite rabbit, junior brother? What about the 5th-order Huangshi flying fish? The crowd looked bewildered. They had merely inquired whether Li Xian could lower his demands to procure lower-tier beast materials. Perhaps 3rd or 2nd order, yet unexpectedly, the other party mentioned even a 5th-order creature. Junior brotherly, as for the Huangshi flying fish, let's not even go there. That is an exceptionally rare beast material. In our Xianyun Sect, we have only 3 of them raised in the Xianling pool. Upon hearing this explanation, Li Xian had a rough understanding of the situation. It appeared that the only viable option was indeed the 7-portal exquisite rabbit. Since these ordinary disciples were of no help, perhaps that old fellow Yaofeng might lend a hand, considering that the spiritual beast garden falls under his jurisdiction. It shouldn't be too much to ask him for a rabbit, right? With this thought, he promptly bid farewell to Su Zhong and the others, leaving the kitchen. He had already devised a plan. If Yaofeng refused, he would have no choice but to explore the spiritual beast garden himself, seeking any suitable alternatives. In that case, he wouldn't even inquire but would simply take away what he needed under the cover of night. However, as he made his way to the library pavilion peak, he passed by the location where he had tested the extreme path Sword Chi yesterday. At this moment, he could see disciples of Xianyun Sect scattered everywhere, some even venturing close to the severed mountainside, vigorously attempting to pull out a sword embedded within. This is futile. It's simply 1T budge. It seemed that the reward was beyond their reach. The reward was secondary. The primary desire was merely to catch a glimpse of the sword master himself. Could it be that the sword master is playing tricks on us? I think so too. From yesterday until now, Not only our Wanyao Peak disciples have tried, but even other external disciples have come to attempt it, yet none can extract it. As Li Xian listened to the crowd's discussions, his gaze fell upon the inscriptions carved into the mountainside. Whoever can withdraw this sword shall claim a reward at Lingjian Peak. No wonder everyone was trying. It turned out there was a reward. With this in mind, Li Xian felt a surge of excitement. Possessing the extreme path sword intent, he wondered if he could extract this sword as well. Brothers, may I have a chance to try? Li Xian politely called out to the crowd. But they merely glanced back at him, showing no inclination to part ways. What business does a mere servant disciple have here? Besides, this is the Sword Master's magic sword. If so many of us cannot pull it out, what makes you think a lowly servant disciple could do it? We must recognize our positions. Even in attempting, one must consider if they are worthy. Influenced by Gu Beichen, they completely disregarded Li Xian, and thus none were inclined to yield. However, Li Xian retorted defiantly, "What of being a servant disciple? Perhaps you are even beneath me." Li Xian's voice drew derisive laughter from the crowd. "Servants should know their place. Do you truly believe we are inferior to you? Even if you attempt to pull it, it will surely remain in place. How could the Sword Master's magic sword be touched by a mere servant disciple?" Upon hearing this, Li Xian felt a surge of frustration, but given the overwhelming numbers and their superior cultivation levels, he suppressed the urge to retaliate, thinking he might return to try again when the crowd was thinner. Yet, just as he turned to leave, he heard voices calling from behind. "Wait a moment. What? You can't give up?" Li Xian shot a cold glance over his shoulder. Though his current strength was lacking, he would have preferred not to engage in such banter. "I considered that this is indeed a test left by the Sword Master, open to all disciples. Since our servant brother here is so confident, why not let him give it a try? Otherwise, if the Sword Master learns of our reluctance, we would be in trouble." Their words were sweet, but everyone, including Li Xian, understood that they merely wished to see him fail. Such individuals were truly insufferable. "I just remembered I have matters to attend to. I shall try another time. Surely, junior brother, you are not worried about failing to pull out the magic sword and losing face? Fear not. Your seniors would not mock you. They were the ones forbidding him to try while simultaneously urging him to do so." At times, Li Xian truly believed that shamelessness was unbeatable. As he observed the crowd parting to create a passage, Li Xian felt the heat of their scrutiny intensifying. It seemed that today, not attempting to pull the sword would be impossible. Reluctantly, he approached the magic sword. However, due to its height, he, unable to fly, could barely reach it. "Junior brother, would you like me to assist you? Ha ha ha, you can't even reach it, yet you wish to pull the sword. You are too cruel to mock him." Buzz. However, just as the taunts continued, Li Xian, standing directly below the magic sword, merely raised his hand and heard the sword emit a resonant chime. What does this mean? Everyone stared at the magic sword, which, despite no one touching it, began to visibly tremble as it slowly withdrew from the mountainside. It moved? Since yesterday, they had all tried. Yet none could evoke even the slightest motion from the sword. But now, with Li Xian's arrival, it reacted without even being touched. Clang! Suddenly, after a certain extent of retraction, the magic sword abruptly flew out, spiraled in the air a few times, and ultimately landed straight before Li Xian, embedding itself 3 inches into the ground. Without hesitation, Li Xian grasped the hilt and effortlessly pulled the sword free from the earth. In that moment, the entire scene fell silent, as if a pin drop could be heard. Everyone gazed at him in sheer astonishment. The magic sword, which none could extract, was now in the hands of a mere servant disciple. Simultaneously, far atop Lingjian Peak, the Sword Master, deep in thought over who might be challenging him, suddenly felt a stirring in his heart and turned sharply towards Wanyao Peak. There he is, the one who can withdraw the sword he left behind. If all went as expected, this person must be the one who had challenged him by severing the mountain peak yesterday. "What is it, Grandpa Feng?" Not far off, Ling Wan, sensing Gu Feng's unusual demeanor, approached, but Gu Feng merely shook his head, saying, "It's nothing. Continue your practice. I will be back shortly." With that, he clasped his hands behind his back, transforming into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon in an instant. In merely a few breaths, he appeared above the sword-pulling scene. Gazing down, he discovered that the one wielding his magic sword was none other than the servant disciple, Li Xian, whom he had previously saved. How could it be this brat? This left him utterly bewildered. Were it any other disciple, he might have believed it, but this servant disciple? He could not fathom that Li Xian possessed the extreme path sword intent, yet here was his sword in the disciple's grasp, a fact that could not be faked. Look, it's the sword master. His arrival brought forth brilliant lights, and some sharp-eyed disciples below quickly noticed him. Disciples pay their respects to the sword master. We have seen the sword master. Regardless of their location, everyone, without exception, bowed and clasped their fists in respect. Even Li Xian, somewhat taken aback, followed suit. Pray tell, how did you draw this sword? Simply like this. Li Xian returned the sword to its sheath, and, before Guanfeng, drew it once more. The entire process appeared effortless, as if the sword were merely a decorative item to him. Unbeknownst to him, this sword could alter its weight based on the swordsmanship of its wielder. For one utterly ignorant of the art, it could weigh as heavily as 1,000 pounds of black iron, while for someone who comprehended the ultimate sword intent, it felt as light as a willow branch, devoid of any burden. Yet, this mere servant disciple, Li Xian, seemed to wield it with the same ease. Raising the question, did he truly possess the ultimate sword intent? With this thought in mind, Guanfeng gestured for Li Xian to strike at him. No, 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 sword master. That simply cannot be. Upon hearing the command to swing the sword, especially a magical longsword, Li Xian was instantly taken aback. Previously, he had merely pointed the sword to cleave a mountain in two. Now, with a true sword, what devastation might he wreak upon this esteemed sword master? Just strike. Enough with the hesitation. Li Xian, feeling the pressure, stepped forward, visibly anxious, as if to return the sword and forfeit any reward. If you want to strike me, then I shall strike you. With that, one of the two magical longswords floating behind Guanfeng swiftly detached and was grasped in his hand, prompting Li Xian to retreat several paces. No, 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 sword master, let us converse civilly. Do not resort to violence. I shall ask you once more, will you strike or not? Li Xian hesitated for a few seconds, but during that fleeting moment, Guanfeng had already raised his sword hand high, the sword intent coalescing upon the blade, ready to descend at any moment. Strike, strike, strike. Is that not permissible? In this era, he had never encountered such an unreasonable demand. Why must he be compelled to strike at the sword master himself? Under the duress, Li Xian could only wield the magical longsword lightly, hoping to avoid unleashing the ultimate sword intent. Yet he was Navi. Even this seemingly gentle stroke instantaneously released an incredibly terrifying sword intent. Chapter 034. From this moment forward, you are the sword master. Swish, the sword intent, formless yet now solidified, instilled a profound sense of dread in every onlooker. This was merely the sensation experienced by those nearby, as the intended target, Guanfeng, even he, a revered sword master, found himself grappling with regret. Why had he insisted that the other strike him? Anything else would suffice. Why must it be himself? Now, faced with such formidable sword intent, there was no evading it. He could only brace himself to endure. In a moment of frantic thought, the sword intent approached, leaving him with no choice but to utilize both remaining magical longswords for defense. Crack, a sharp sound echoed as both of his magical longswords shattered in an instant. This scene left onlookers dumbfounded. The sword master's treasured swords had indeed broken? Without time to reflect, Guanfeng hurriedly shifted his body, yet was still inadvertently struck by the sword intent, resulting in the severing of his left arm. Although the expected carnage did not ensue, his left arm was undeniably lost, a testament to his elevated cultivation. Otherwise, any lesser individual would have suffered a far more gruesome fate. Ultimate sword intent. This was indeed the ultimate sword intent. Despite his injury, he could not suppress his astonishment. He believed he had grasped the ultimate sword intent, yet compared to the other, his own seemed trivial, akin to a child yet to grow. Thunderous. At that moment, a resounding explosion echoed as the departing sword intent cleaved a mountain peak 100 paces away in half. There was no doubt. This was the ultimate sword intent, one even more potent than his own. Guanfeng's heart raced with excitement as he regarded Li Xian. His investigations revealed that the latter was not the concealed form of some powerful figure. Thus, only one explanation remained. It was a matter of innate talent. Some individuals were simply enviable. They required no effort, born with advantages in certain realms. In some respects, this servant disciple named Li Xian appeared more suited to be his successor than the young lady Ling Wan. Sword master, are you all right? Beads of sweat formed on Li Xian's brow. While unaware of the state of Guanfeng's arm, He knew he had severed the sword master's magical longsword, an undeniable fact. He dared not contemplate the value of such a weapon. As a mere servant, he could not possibly afford to compensate for it. No, do not call me sword master. From this moment forth, you are the sword master. What? Li Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. While he had inadvertently showcased some ultimate sword intent, such an exaggeration was unwarranted. Your innate talent in the sword arts is unparalleled among all young practitioners I have encountered. With but a single stroke of sword intent, you severed both my treasured swords. The title of sword master is rightfully yours. As a third-rank sword master, he felt no shame in losing composure before a younger individual and could no longer claim such a title in the presence of Li Xian. The surrounding disciples remained in stunned silence, grappling with the whirlwind of events that had transpired in mere seconds. Li Xian had unleashed sword intent, severed the sword master's treasured swords, cleaved a mountain, and the sword master himself had reversed the title to Li Xian. If not witnessed firsthand, they could never have believed such a sequence of events. My heavens, is this servant truly so formidable? This must be a dream. I am surely dreaming. A disciple, unable to contain himself, slapped his own face, feeling the stinging pain confirmed the reality before him. I cannot believe I am outdone by a mere servant. In an instant, hundreds of disciples felt a profound sense of defeat. They had initially sought to witness Li Xian's misfortune, yet the tables had turned, and he now observed their folly. Reflecting on Li Xian's previous words, they recognized that being a servant disciple was no disqualification. In fact, they might even be inferior to him. Clearly, he had not spoken in jest, but had substantiated his claims with undeniable prowess. Sword master, please refrain from such talk. You are only belittling me. Li Xian hastily shook his head, returning the remaining magical longsword with both hands. The title of sword master was one he might one day bear when he grew stronger, but certainly not now. No, you are deserving. Yaofeng insisted emphatically. The title of sword master pertains solely to swordsmanship. Your sword intent astonishes even me. A third-rank sword master. You are truly worthy of this title. I, in my capacity as sword master, recognize you, Li Xian, as sword master. Should anyone contest this, they may seek me for clarification. At that moment, two peculiar titles surfaced in Li Xian's mind: servant sword master or sword master servant. He never imagined these two phrases could one day be so closely intertwined. No, 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 sword master. I am merely a servant. I truly cannot bear this title. Li Xian repeatedly shook his head in refusal. What was this predicament? He merely happened upon the situation and, enticed by the reward, tried his hand. How had he earned the title of sword master? Surely, it would be better to simply receive the reward for drawing the sword. The young man was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such humility from the other party. However, upon reflection, he recognized this as a positive trait. After all, the other was still inexperienced. Forcibly bestowing the title of sword master upon him might indeed impose undue pressure. Very well, when you reach the core formation stage, I shall personally proclaim your title to the world, and at that time, I shall formally address you as sword master. He initially intended to decline again, but reconsidered, thinking that as long as he did not pressure him now, future matters could be addressed later. All right, I shall abide by your words, sword master. After a respectful bow, Li Xian handed the man his sword once more, and this time, he extended his hand to accept it. Simultaneously, he tossed a token over. Here, this is a reward for drawing your sword. Without waiting for Li Xian's reaction, he transformed into a streak of light and vanished. When Li Xian finally discerned the token in his hand, he felt as though struck by lightning, standing motionless for a considerable time. It wasn't until a curious onlooker caught sight of the token he clutched that an exclamation escaped their lips. Good heavens! This is the personal disciple token of the sword master. Chapter 035. It's just a rabbit. Don't be so stingy. Another personal disciple token? He found it increasingly difficult to contain himself. He had yet to sort out the token from that old coot Yaofeng, and now the sword master had presented him with another. What did this mean? Was he to be accepted as a personal disciple or granted some other advantages? It was imperative to clarify. Did this mean he was no longer a mere servant disciple? Transitioning directly from a servant to a personal disciple was akin to soaring into the heavens. Immediately, the majority of those present cast envious glances in his direction. Forget about being a personal disciple. Even being a core disciple would suffice for them. In the Xianyun Sect, disciples received varying levels of cultivation resources based on their rank. from lowest to highest. They could be divided into servant disciples, formal disciples, core disciples, and personal disciples. Above personal disciples, there existed the closed-door disciples, the last disciple of the master, symbolizing the master's most favored student. Usually, closed-door disciples were rare, making personal disciples the highest recognized status. No, he is one of us from Wanyao Peak. Here, he remains a servant. Moreover, the sword master had not explicitly stated that he was to be accepted as a personal disciple. Such a decision would require the approval of our Wanyao Peak's chief elder. Nevertheless, a few envious individuals continued to deny Li Xian's status as a personal disciple. Of course, he himself did not dwell on such matters, for whether he possessed this title or not was of little consequence to him. Ultimately, his progress was largely tied to the system. To evade further scrutiny, Li Xian swiftly departed, continuing his journey toward the library pavilion. Upon his arrival, the gatekeeper disciples exhibited a marked change in demeanor, not only granting him passage but also respectfully gesturing for him to enter. Inside the library pavilion, Li Xian glanced around but found no sign of Yaofeng. That was peculiar. He should have been present at this hour. Ascending from the first to the second floor, and then the third, he searched layer by layer. After thoroughly inspecting all 9 floors of the library pavilion, he still failed to locate Yaofeng. Where could that old coot have gone? Who are you calling an old coot? Suddenly, Yaofeng's voice materialized beside him. Turning around, he discovered the elder had silently appeared behind him. Not you, Elder Luo. Were you trying to scare someone? I had no intention of frightening anyone. I was here all along. You were simply too focused to notice me. Too focused? Li Xian pointed at himself, astonished. He had been diligently searching for Yaofeng, and if the elder had been present, how could he have failed to see him? What brings you to seek me? Oh, I was hoping to ask if you could procure a 7-portal linglong rabbit for me. What do you want that creature for? Casting a sidelong glance at Li Xian, Yaofeng sidestepped towards a nearby bookshelf. I wish to participate in the upcoming election for the head of the cooking hall. What business do you have with the cooking hall? Yaofeng found this amusing. The cooking hall was where meals were prepared, and this fellow, a mere servant guarding the medicinal garden, seemed to be reaching beyond his station. To be frank, Elder Luo, my culinary skills are quite commendable. I received recommendations from the senior brothers in the cooking hall and plan to enter the competition. If I succeed, I could secure more cultivation resources each month. As for cultivation resources, with the token I provided you, you can claim the highest allowance every month. Why involve yourself in such a fruitless endeavor? In Yaofeng's view, the cooking hall was just that, only a cooking hall. Aside from culinary expertise, it could not rival the training opportunities afforded to formal disciples. Thus, no matter how many resources were provided, it would inevitably fall short compared to others. Unbeknownst to him, Li Xian valued not only the cultivation resources from the cooking hall head, but also the opportunity to procure supplies from the outside world. While the mountain was splendid, he understood that the world below held its own allure, brimming with the essence of human life. Even a monk who had long adhered to a vegetarian diet would occasionally crave the richness of other flavors. How much more so for a cultivator who had spent all their time on the mountain, yearning to explore the world below. Oh, Elder Luo, it's just a rabbit. Do not be so stingy. Stingy? Since you mentioned the 7-portal linglong rabbit, you must be aware of its rarity. To seek such a creature merely for the head of the cooking hall is not me being stingy, is it? Li Xian was somewhat perplexed. From Yaofeng's tone, it seemed the 7-portal linglong rabbit was even more precious than the position of cooking hall head. Then, Elder, might you grant me one? Despite his insistence that the head of the cooking hall was not significant, he did not outright refuse, indicating there might still be a chance. However, he deemed it unworthy to expend a 7-portal linglong rabbit for such a trivial matter. I could give you one, but the 7-portal linglong rabbit is a rare high-tier demonic beast ingredient, and each must be utilized to its fullest potential. If you can prove to me that you possess the capability to make full use of it, I shall grant you one. Agreed. Though uncertain of the elder's past culinary experiences, Li Xian was confident in his own cooking skills. Even as a proficient cook, he believed he could impress this old coot. Elder Luo, what would you like to eat? I will prepare it for you immediately. I have no particular preference. Make whatever you wish. Even if you simply boil some cabbage, as long as I can sense your skill, I will still give you the rabbit. With this assurance, the task became significantly easier. With no specific dish required, he merely needed to select a refined recipe with rich flavors to prepare. Elder Luo, please wait a moment. I shall return shortly. Where are you off to? As Li Xian took a couple of steps, he turned back to explain, to the cooking hall at Wanyao Peak to prepare your dish. This place is too far from Wanyao Peak. You should go to the cooking hall nearby, the library pavilion. But I don't know anyone here. What if they drive me away? Very well, I shall take you. Setting down the book he held, Yaofeng stepped forward, placing a hand on Li Xian's shoulder. Before he could react, they both vanished from the library pavilion. In the blink of an eye, Li Xian found himself alongside Yaofeng, standing before the entrance of another kitchen. Chapter 036. Is this how you cook? Greetings, Elder Luo. In the kitchen, everyone who laid eyes on Yaofeng bowed respectfully. Li Xian observed closely, noting that there were considerably more people here than at Wanyao Peak, with a total of over a dozen gathered both inside and outside. Please, make some space for him. Yaofeng gestured towards Li Xian. The crowd regarded him with disdain, for he was clad in the attire of a miscellaneous disciple. Elder Luo, our kitchen is at full capacity, and we cannot accommodate him. If you wish for him to join, perhaps you should look elsewhere. To them, it was evident that Yaofeng intended to foist this miscellaneous disciple upon them, which they vehemently opposed. No, no, no. I merely wish to borrow a spot to prepare a dish. Upon hearing Yaofeng's explanation, the onlookers cast curious glances at Li Xian. Cooking? Him? Clearly, they did not believe that the miscellaneous disciple before them could create anything palatable. Their faces bore expressions of contempt, and one even suggested, Elder Luo, if you desire a specific dish, simply let us know, and we shall prepare it for you. They believed that allowing a miscellaneous disciple to cook would lack professionalism and likely waste ingredients. Professionalism? I doubt you possess it to any notable extent, Li Xian interjected, challenging them. Look at your preparation. Your knife skills are so crude. Is this what you call professionalism? You little brat, do not feign knowledge. That is a rolling cut, and it is meant to look like this. Li Xian appeared incredulous at such a statement, pointing at the poorly chopped ingredients. If that is the case, I question your competence and whether it matches your claims of professionalism. What? Are you deliberately seeking trouble? I am not seeking trouble. I simply wish to borrow a space for Elder Luo to prepare a dish. Then quit your prattle and go cook over there. The kitchen supervisor, weary of arguing with Li Xian, pointed to an outdoor stove in the courtyard. The thick layer of dust atop it indicated that it had not been used in quite some time. Could you not provide him with a better one? Yaofeng, unable to watch any longer, inquired. Apologies, Elder Luo, but it is nearly mealtime, and other stoves are occupied. We cannot free one at the moment. The crowd's demeanor was markedly respectful towards Yaofeng, in stark contrast to their treatment of Li Xian. It's fine, Elder Luo, this stove will suffice. With a wave of his hand, Li Xian approached the stove and began to clean it. Seeing this, Yaofeng chose not to say more. They had come unannounced, and given the impending mealtime, they could not disrupt others simply for the sake of one dish. The cutting board and knives are over there. The cookware is in that direction, and the seasonings are over there. If you require any specific ingredients, please fetch them yourself. After giving Li Xian brief instructions, no one else in the kitchen spoke to him. Li Xian paid them no mind, methodically cleaning the stove before testing the weight of the pots hanging nearby. This one will do. After selecting a pot of appropriate weight, he swiftly gathered the necessary seasonings along with the ingredients. Contrary to what they expected, the ingredients were rather simple, just a fish. You intend to cook fish for me? Indeed, Elder Luo. Do you enjoy fish? As Li Xian prepared the fish, he engaged in conversation. It's acceptable, but I am quite particular. I will not eat anything that carries even a hint of fishiness. Then do look forward to it. While conversing, Li Xian skillfully scaled and gutted the fish, each precise cut a joy to behold. None of his movements were superfluous. This caught the attention of those who previously looked down on him, and they began to watch with growing interest. Once finished, he deftly seasoned the fish for marination. During this time, he also ventured to the firewood area to select his fuel carefully. All the wood was dry, easily gathered, yet despite warnings, Li Xian was discerning in his choice. He needed wood that was not entirely dry, while fully dry wood would create a more vigorous flame. He aimed to prepare wood-smoked fish, which required a specific moisture level, ideally 8 parts dry to 2 parts wet, to produce a gentle heat that would enhance the fish's natural flavor. Notably, each type of wood imparts a unique aroma. The majority here was peach wood, which was fortunate. After spending a while gathering enough firewood, he proceeded to heat oil in the pot, gently pan-frying the fish before suspending it above the prepared wood pile. Is this how you cook? Yaofeng questioned, perplexed. I can already imagine the taste of your fish. It must surely be unpalatable. Do not rush, Elder, Patience is key. You will know once it is finished. Li Xian gestured for him to remain calm, while occasionally tossing a handful of spices onto the fire. As the spices hit the flames, they erupted into a fragrant smoke that caused those sensitive to scents to cough. Will he even manage to cook? Do not waste our kitchen-nest fish. Ignoring the naysayers, Li Xian remained focused. Once the dish was complete, the taste would silence them all. How much longer must it smoke? Approximately another hour. After what felt like an eternity. As mealtime approached, Yaofeng, feeling hungry, inquired again, "Is it ready yet?" Soon. Under Li Xian's precise control, the fish was smoked to perfection. As he lifted the lid covering the fire pit, the delightful aroma of the fish wafted through the kitchen. Instantly, the scent enveloped everyone, drawing them in as they inhaled deeply, captivated by the unique fragrance. What is this delightful aroma? They wondered, bewildered. The scent was unmistakably fish, yet it also carried a subtle woodsy note, complemented by a hint of spices, a veritable symphony of fragrances. Chapter 037. We are convinced. How delightful. What kind of fish is this? Did he not mention it was called wood-smoked fish? In truth, it appears quite appetizing, in stark contrast to its initial appearance. The fish had been smoked to perfection, its coloration enticing, and after Li Xian's meticulous plating, it resembled a gourmet dish. Even Yaofeng, poised with chopsticks, found himself at a loss for how to begin. Is this how you eat the fish? Indeed, Li Xian affirmed, then suddenly recalled something and hurried away to attend to it. Thus, Yaofeng tentatively lifted a piece of fish, finding the flesh firm and intact, contrary to his expectations. As he savored the first bite, he closed his eyes to relish the flavor. What a superb fish! Within moments, he could no longer contain his enthusiasm. Upon hearing his remarks, the surrounding disciples were left salivating. "Elder Luo, may we also have a taste?" "Indeed, you all should savor it thoroughly." Yaofeng was not petty. He had witnessed the disdain others had shown towards Li Xian, a mere servant disciple, and felt it was essential to showcase Li Xian's true prowess. No sooner had he spoken than the disciples eagerly picked up their chopsticks, each taking only a morsel, yet before long, half of the fish had vanished. A profound silence enveloped the scene, as they were all entranced by the exquisite flavor. If pressed for an evaluation, the unanimous verdict could only be distilled into two words: delicious. Even after finishing, they savored the lingering taste, relishing every last bit. "Wait, before you finish. Try it with my secret sauce." At that moment, Li Xian returned with a small dish containing the special sauce he had just concocted. A spontaneous idea he believed would complement the dish splendidly. "Allow me." Without hesitation, Yaofeng grabbed another piece of fish to try. All eyes were glued to him, observing his every expression. It would not be an exaggeration to say that even the slightest flutter of his eyelashes would not go unnoticed. "Marvelous. Simply marvelous." After a brief moment, Yaofeng exclaimed, explaining to the others, "The fish itself is already incredibly delectable, but paired with this sauce, it elevates the flavor to new heights, offering a delightful second surprise." Hearing this, the others, without seeking Yaofeng's permission, resumed their indulgence, dipping their pieces in the sauce. Unsurprisingly, when they finished, every one of them gave a thumbs up. "Impressive. This is the best fish I've ever tasted. I concede. I apologize for my prior attitude. No wonder Elder Luo personally brought you to cook. It turns out you possess genuine talent." Li Xian smiled at the accolades. Indeed, the most effective response to gossip is to let one's abilities speak for themselves. "Elder Luo, about what I mentioned earlier." Li Xian rubbed his hands together, eagerly gazing at his companion. Now that everyone was satisfied with the meal, surely the exquisite seven-portal rabbit would be within his grasp. "No problem. I shall provide you with a rabbit." Yaofeng rejoiced, for Li Xian had not disappointed him, crafting dishes that left even him astounded. In light of this, he felt that Li Xian's participation in the culinary competition was far from a waste of time. As he now looked forward to what delectable creation Li Xian would conjure using the seven-portal rabbit. "Junior brother, why not join us in the fire kitchen?" "Yes, come to our kitchen. We will make you the head chef. Your culinary skills are far too exceptional to be wasted as a servant. Joining us would surely be more advantageous." Facing the enthusiastic invitations, Li Xian smiled and politely declined. Should he choose to join, it would be with Su Zhong and his group, as he had already made commitments and could not go back on his word. Moreover, he aspired to become the head of the kitchen, making the choice of which group to join less significant. "Junior brother, since you found us lacking in professionalism, could you demonstrate what true rolling cuts are?" At that moment, a somewhat petty disciple named Huang Yi brought forth a cucumber, one of particularly odd shape, undoubtedly increasing the difficulty of the rolling cut technique, clearly attempting to set a trap for Li Xian. Huang Yi, what are you doing? Someone admonished loudly. Despite their previous disdain towards each other, having tasted Li Xian's fish, those sentiments had evaporated, and they were ready to bury the hatchet. Yet, Huang Yi's actions contradicted this, risking the reputation of their kitchen. After all, having produced such a delightful dish, why focus on the cutting technique? I merely wish to learn from my junior brother. Huang Yi, disregarding Li Xian's consent, placed the cucumber before him. If Li Xian cut it poorly, he would surely be ridiculed, yet if he refrained from cutting, he would also be criticized. Such cunning tactics. Nevertheless, Li Xian merely smiled with indifference. Very well, then allow me to show you. The true rolling cut should be executed as follows. With that, Li Xian took the cucumber in his left hand and a knife in his right. The crisp sound of the knife against the cucumber echoed as he sliced, causing it to roll with each cut, each angle and position varying uniquely. The onlookers were captivated, their eyes fixed on the display, fearful of missing this extraordinary skill. Though the cucumber was oddly shaped, he expertly transformed it into uniformly sized pieces. This was no mere display of knife skills. It exemplified his mastery over the cucumber and his exceptional technique. In essence, he had already visualized each cut before making it, determining the ideal size beforehand. At that moment, Huang Yi's expression was one of disbelief. His intention had been to undermine Li Xian's bold claims about his rolling cuts, even selecting a challenging cucumber specifically for that purpose. Yet he was now witnessing an utterly astonishing scene. Li Xian, I am utterly convinced. Yes, we are all convinced. The other disciples of the fire kitchen echoed in unison, while Huang Yi remained silent, unable to comprehend how a mere servant disciple could possess such profound abilities. After a brief moment, Li Xian set down the knife and clasped his hands in respect to the crowd, stepping back. However, the others rushed forward, meticulously examining the cucumber pieces he had just cut. This knife skill, even if you gave me 10 years, I might not achieve it. To be honest, junior brother, such knife skills cannot be honed in less than 20 years. Still calling him junior brother? At this point, he deserves to be called senior brother. Hearing such praise, Yaofeng felt elated, for it validated his faith in Li Xian. Previously, he had doubted Li Xian's abilities, but now he recognized that not only did he possess talent, but he had also captivated everyone present. Excellent. By the way, I only sampled the fish earlier. Could you prepare 2 more dishes for me to satisfy my hunger? Yaofeng chuckled warmly, patting his stomach. Of course, I shall prepare a couple more dishes for you, elder. With that, Li Xian headed straight to the ingredient area, meticulously selecting his materials. The others pulled out projection jade slips to record Li Xian's every action, eager to study his techniques later. The process was largely the same as before, but without the need for smoking, they completed it in just over 10 minutes. In the end, he crafted precisely 2 dishes. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, leaving every disciple salivating. However, this time Yaofeng refused to share, quickly taking the dishes aside to enjoy them alone. Li Xian also prepared himself a portion, making do with a simple meal. This led him to reflect on the convenience of being able to cook. After finishing, he noticed some leftovers, prompting eager disciples to rush over, saying, "Junior brother, you needn't bother. I will help clean up." No, let me help the junior brother with that. Please tidy up first. I will take these leftovers to dispose of them. As he said this, he couldn't help but tilt his head back and push the remnants deep within as the other person walked halfway. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you stealing the leftovers of your junior? Who is stealing? Didn't I just say I would help my junior with the leftovers? Li Xian's eye muscles twitched at this exchange. In some respects, it could indeed be considered disposal, just that one was discarded in the trash bin while the other was consumed directly. In truth, if others needed it, he wouldn't mind cooking a separate dish, as it would enhance his culinary skills, which would be beneficial for him. There was no need to treat leftovers as precious treasures worth fighting over. Come on, I have promised you. Let us go to the Spirit Beast Garden. After enjoying a hearty meal, Yaofeng did not linger in the kitchen. He placed a hand on Li Xian's shoulder and soared into the air. Farewell, Elder Luo. The disciples below quickly bowed, but in an instant, their voices faded away as he was whisked away to another peak. Upon entering this area, one could even see birds and beasts flitting about, and through the clouds, one could vaguely spot the demonic beasts running on the peaks below. This peak was called the Beast Peak, where the Spirit Beast Garden was located. Yaofeng briefly explained to Li Xian before descending in height. Elder Luo. Like other places, this area also had guards, and their cultivation level was not weak, possessing late-stage foundation establishment skills. However, with Luo Feng leading the way, they moved smoothly along. And soon the old and young arrived at the section designated for nurturing the 7 portal exquisite rabbits. Kid, choose one to catch. Li Xian's gaze followed the hopping rabbits. Of course, he aimed for the plumpest one. Since this type of demonic beast ingredient was exceedingly rare, he planned to prepare half for himself and savor the rest later. Elder Luo, I'm really going to catch one. Go ahead. Luo Feng nodded, appearing as if he meant what he said. With a leap, Li Xian jumped into the enclosure, crouching down as he lunged for the fattest 7 portal exquisite rabbit. However, the rabbit was too quick the moment he leaped. It had already dodged away. Left with no choice, he sought out a wooden basin nearby, carefully aimed, and brought it down, determined to catch it this time. Yet, while his imagination was optimistic, reality proved harsh. After nearly a stick of incense's worth of time, he ended up with nothing but a mouthful of rabbit fur. Ha ha ha, the scene had Luo Feng outside the enclosure laughing heartily. Kid, catching rabbits isn't done like that. Then how is it done? Li Xian was perplexed. Was there some technique to catching rabbits? Wasn't it just a matter of aiming and pouncing? This is a 7 portal exquisite rabbit, a demonic beast, not an ordinary rabbit. If you wish to catch it, you must treat it as a demonic beast. Upon hearing this, Li Xian seemed to grasp some understanding. Although the 7 portal exquisite rabbit appeared harmless, it was still a 4th-tier demonic beast, equivalent to the golden core stage in cultivator terms. But Elder Luo, how can it be so weak and still be 4th tier? Because it contains a demonic beast's core, and if it were to self-destruct, its power would be comparable to that of a golden core cultivator's explosion. Got it. He understood that the evaluation standard was based on the core's strength. Achieving 4th tier simply indicated the core's potency. Other aspects were inconsequential. So, how exactly was it to be caught? Elder, it won't suddenly self-destruct, right? How could that be? Luo Feng waved his hand and quickly explained. Generally speaking, the 7 portal exquisite rabbit lacks the intelligence to do such a thing. To catch it, the most crucial point is to attract it with spiritual power. What is spiritual power attraction? Li Xian felt overwhelmed. Who would have thought there was so much to consider in catching a rabbit? Watch. I will demonstrate. Luo Feng taught as he flipped into the enclosure. Simply raising a hand, and several 7 portal exquisite rabbits bounded toward him. This isn't catching at all. It's merely waiting for the rabbits to come. Yet, he still didn't quite understand how to attract them with spiritual power. Before he could voice his confusion, a voice resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host. Observing others catch the 7 portal exquisite rabbit has granted you a blue quality reward, spiritual power attraction. Chapter 039. It's okay not to recognize. Just as he contemplated what spiritual power attraction was, the system chimed in. After the system's announcement, Li Xian quickly checked it. Spiritual power attraction, type, technique, description, upon use. One can acquire the technique of spiritual power attraction, which can be applied in specific situations, such as capturing spirit beasts or comprehending array restrictions. Without a specific level, it indicated that this was merely a common method that he had yet to comprehend. But it didn't matter. With the system's assistance, he now had it. After swiftly applying it, Li Xian instantly understood the essence of spiritual power attraction. To catch a 7 portal exquisite rabbit, one uses a part of their body as a medium, controlling their spiritual power to emanate from that part, leading the rabbit to mistakenly perceive it as a spiritually rich treasure, prompting it to approach and ultimately allowing for its capture. With this understanding, the principle seemed rather straightforward, but he had previously lacked comprehension and thus could not proceed. Now, you give it a try? After dispersing the gathered rabbits, Luo Feng gestured for Li Xian to attempt. He had anticipated this scenario, knowing that encountering such beasts for the first time would likely result in failure, so he intended to assist Li Xian in catching one later. The reason for encouraging Li Xian to try himself was to help him understand the process. Otherwise, he would remain oblivious, which reflected Luo Feng's earnest intentions as a mentor. Even if you fail, it doesn't matter. After all, this is not something that can be rushed. Just practice diligently in the future. As he spoke, Li Xian began his attempt. However, just as he crouched down and extended his hand, the 7 portal exquisite rabbits from all directions rushed toward him. This scene left Luo Feng dumbfounded. How could this be? For even he could only attract a few rabbits with his spiritual power, but this kid, who had just grasped the concept of spiritual power attraction, was now successfully attracting so many rabbits, indicating his remarkable control over spiritual power. Elder, I did it. Li Xian excitedly looked up at Luo Feng, who could only shrug, momentarily at a loss for words. It wasn't he until Li Xian caught a plump 7-portal exquisite rabbit that Luo Feng, feeling somewhat defeated, waved his hand and said, "All right, you've caught the rabbit. Let us head out. Elder, since it's such a rare opportunity, why not show me around a bit?" In Li Xian's eyes, such a vast spirit beast garden surely contained more than just this one type of demonic beast ingredient. Even if they wouldn't give him anything, he could take this chance to familiarize himself with the place and later return to pilfer at will. What is there to look at? They're just spirit beasts, just as dull as the books in the library. Luo Feng had no intention of lingering, waving his hand to signal Li Xian to hurry up and follow. However, Li Xian was not one to relent easily. He stepped forward, grasping Luo Feng's arm, and began to plead, "Oh, Elder, as a mere servant disciple, after today, I may never have another opportunity to come here again. Please take me to have a look. With the token I provided, you can come at any time." Luo Feng, unimpressed, continued to walk outside with his hands behind his back. In truth, he had no desire to linger here. If these creatures were indeed spiritual beasts, it would be a different matter. However, the reality was that they were merely demonic beasts. The distinction between demonic beasts and spiritual beasts, though subtle, bore significant implications. Demonic beasts are associated with malevolence, while spiritual beasts possess a connection to the virtuous. He needed to comprehend the heavenly path and could not afford to entangle himself with malevolent entities. Had he not feared that Li Xian would fail to capture the 7-opened luminous rabbit and sought his assistance, he would have preferred to let Li Xian come alone. Now, to be asked to explore this place together was utterly inconceivable. You wish to explore? Do so on your own. I shall take my leave. Noting Li Xian's intense curiosity, Luo Feng did not insist on his company and departed first. Observing this, Li Xian tossed the captured 7-opened luminous rabbit into his spatial ring, only to find it impossible to contain a living creature. Resigned, he carried it instead. From his vantage point above, the spiritual beast garden appeared manageable, but now, immersed within it, he grasped its vastness. His observations revealed that each area housing various demonic beasts was reinforced with corresponding restrictions to prevent them from straying. Halt! Just as he was engrossed in noting the types of demonic beasts in each section, a voice sounded behind him. Turning around, he saw a disciple carrying a bamboo basket and some fodder, glaring at him menacingly. "Greetings, senior brother. May I inquire what the matter is? You possess quite the audacity to enter the spiritual beast garden and steal a 7-opened luminous rabbit." "I did not. Elder Luo promised it to me." "Nonsense. How could Elder Luo possibly give you such a precious ingredient?" The other disciple was not swayed. As he set down the bamboo basket, he replaced the fodder with a rope. "Rabbit thief, you better not struggle. Follow me to meet the elder." "I told you, I did not steal." Li Xian lamented silently, wondering how he found himself in this predicament. If it were not for the necessity of preserving the rabbit's freshness, he would have simply discarded it into his spatial ring. Now, being mistaken for a thief without Luo Feng's presence left him at a loss for words. "If you did not steal, what is that in your hand?" "A rabbit." "Then how is this not theft?" "I." Li Xian felt a rising urgency, wishing to summon Luo Feng to clarify the misunderstanding. Day after day, he faced accusations of theft, first spiritual herbs, now demonic beasts. "Senior brother, if you doubt me, we can ask Elder Luo." "That is acceptable, but first, you must come with me." "Where?" "To the law enforcement hall." Li Xian was taken aback. "I have stated I did not steal. How can this fellow be so dense? Does he not understand human speech?" "The law enforcement hall. No way am I going there." "I'll go, but may I ask, do you know me?" The disciple scrutinized him and instinctively shook his head. "I do not know you." "Look again." "What for?" "I said I don't know you." The disciple appeared agitated, displaying impatience. Yet, Li Xian chuckled, not knowing is precisely right. "Senior brother, if you wish to go, you may, but I have matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave." With that, he turned and fled, leaving the other disciple dumbfounded. It took quite some time for the disciple to regain his senses. "Hey, you rabbit thief, stop right there." After half an hour of mutual pursuit, Li Xian vanished within the spiritual beast garden. The one tasked with capturing him, Zhang Huai, cursed under his breath, his mind filled with the image of Li Xian carrying the 7-opened luminous rabbit. As one of the caretakers of the spiritual beast garden, he dedicated his days to meticulously caring for the demonic beasts within. Even if one or two occasionally went missing, he would conduct thorough searches day and night. Yet today, witnessing someone snatch a 7-open luminous rabbit right before his eyes was infuriating. In the entire Xianyun Sect, he could scarcely fathom who would dare such a feat. Even the most favored disciples would not risk challenging the sect's regulations. Could it be that the culprit was not from Xianyun Sect? After pondering, Zhang Huai resolved to report the incident, allowing the law enforcement hall to investigate. If the miscreant was not from within the sect, that would be impressive. However, if they were, the consequences would be dire. Concealed among the underbrush, Li Xian watched as the disciple's figure dwindled into the distance. A look of disdain etched on his face. And he dares to chase after me? He should train for another 3 to 5 years. As the words left his mouth, he suddenly felt a chill at his ankle. Instinctively reaching down, he touched something soft and slippery, which seemed to have coiled around his leg. What is this? He slowly glanced down to find a serpent, as thick as an arm, entwined around his ankle. Its forked tongue flicked in and out, sending a shiver down his spine, rendering him motionless. "Oh, great serpent, I am merely passing through. Please spare me your bite." He clasped his hands together in supplication, yet by sheer coincidence, the 7-opened luminous rabbit in his grip caught the serpent's attention, swaying enticingly in front of it. The 7-opened luminous rabbit, a coveted ingredient for humans, was equally desirable to demonic beasts. To the serpent, the allure of the rabbit was as potent as a lecher encountering a beautiful maiden. "Would you like to eat?" Li Xian seemed to grasp the serpent's intent and pointed to the rabbit in his hands. Remarkably, the serpent appeared to understand and nodded in response. "But this is for my competition. If I give it to you, what shall I use?" Li Xian found himself in a dilemma. Should the serpent's mood turn foul, it could easily end his life. The serpent, however, remained fixated on the rabbit, its gaze unwavering. "How about I let you have just a little? I need to save some for the cooking contest." This time, the serpent comprehended and nodded vigorously. With no other option, Li Xian retrieved a dagger from his spatial ring and swiftly dispatched the 7-opened luminous rabbit. Drawing upon his culinary prowess, he skillfully prepared the rabbit, even stripping the skin for his own use. Yet the serpent, seemingly unable to contain itself, repeatedly opened its mouth in anticipation of the feast, only to be thwarted by Li Xian's focused efforts. "Patience, I shall serve you shortly." With a decisive motion, he severed a rabbit's leg and tossed it aside. The serpent lunged, securing the leg in its grasp before devouring it eagerly. Seeing this, Li Xian seized the opportunity to make his escape. Now that the rabbit was butchered, he needed to procure ice to maintain its freshness. Otherwise, the unique environment of his spatial ring would not suffice to prevent spoilage before the competition. However, just as he began to flee, the serpent swallowed the leg and pursued him. Hearing the rustling behind him, Li Xian instinctively glanced back. Initially, he maintained a steady pace, even contemplating other matters, but upon turning, he was struck with fear, prompting him to run even faster. "Why are you still following me?" This time, the serpent offered no reply, simply continuing its relentless pursuit. Ultimately, with no alternative left, Li Xian retrieved the 7-opened luminous rabbit once more and tossed it forward, hoping to appease the creature. "Please, stop chasing me," he exclaimed. Unfortunately, despite his attempts to escape, the white serpent seemed fixated on him, relentlessly pursuing him. If not for his decent stamina, he would have already been ensnared once more. "Brother, help me." In his frantic flight, he spotted his fellow disciple from the spirit beast garden, who had just departed, and waved from a distance. "Ah, you dare return to provoke me?" Zhang Huai, already irate, could no longer contain his frustration. He had been contemplating how to capture someone, but now the individual had returned of their own volition, clearly taunting him. "No, brother. Look behind me." "What is behind you?" Zhang Huai instinctively leaned forward to peer further behind Li Xian. In an instant, he froze. A serpent was indeed chasing him, and it looked eerily familiar, the 9-devouring soul python. His eyes widened, brimming with questions. "Wait, you little rascal, stealing the 7-portal exquisite rabbit was one thing. But now you're daring to provoke the 9-devouring soul python? Are you seeking a death wish?" As he shouted, Zhang Huai didn't wait for Li Xian to reach him and began to run again. The two of them dashed forward, neither daring to pause. "Brother, aren't you the caretaker here? You must stop it." Li Xian sprinted alongside him, but Zhang Huai shot him a furious glare. "I may be a caretaker, but I'm not responsible for it. That creature is a 7th-tier beast. How could you even dare?" At that moment, Zhang Huai desperately wished to interrogate the rabbit thief beside him, curious about the reckless courage that prompted him to provoke such a serpent. Would you believe it was an accident? I do believe a ghost before you. The nine devouring soul python only roams within a specific territory. You must have provoked it, or else why would it chase you so fervently? I didn't provoke it. Upon reflection, he realized he hadn't provoked it. In fact, he had even fed it rabbit legs, which should have dissuaded it. Brother, what do we do now? Seeing a fork in the road ahead, he suggested. Let us split up. I'll go left, you go right. Whoever escapes first can seek help. All right. They quickly agreed, and soon they reached the fork. Just as they arrived, Li Xian suddenly darted left. Wait, why are you running towards me? Zhang Huai was taken aback. They had agreed to go separate ways. Yet Li Xian was acting contrary to the plan. After thinking it over, brother, let us stick together for mutual support. I'll support you with a hearty greeting. Zhang Huai muttered under his breath, but Li Xian ignored him. He didn't trust this fellow's sense of direction. What if the path he chose was fraught with other dangers? For safety, it was better to stick together. So brother, what shall we do now? At that moment, Zhang Huai felt an urge to commit homicide. Chapter 041. I want this piece. The rest is yours. What else could they do? They should flee to a populated area for assistance. Zhang Huai shouted, quickening his pace. Fortunately, he had grown accustomed to the terrain of 100 Beast Peak from his frequent travels, allowing him to maintain his speed. Yet, what was up with the lad beside him? His pace was nearly equal to Zhang Huai's, and he seemed on the verge of overtaking him. Brother, I'll go ahead and see if there's anyone up ahead. With that, Li Xian began to visibly pull ahead of Zhang Huai, the distance between them steadily increasing. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. Even the relentless devouring soul python was keeping pace with him. However, a curious phenomenon occurred. The serpent didn't even cast a glance at Zhang Huai, as if it were entirely focused on the thief ahead. Indeed, it's that rascal who provoked the devouring soul python. Why should I run? Realizing this, he ceased his flight and came to a halt, watching as the pair, one man and one serpent, disappeared into the distance. You dared to steal rabbits, and now you're facing retribution. You deserve it. With that, Zhang Huai turned and headed straight for the law enforcement hall of the Xianyun Sect. Every branch hall had its own enforcement division, but 100 Beast Peak fell under the jurisdiction of the Xianyun Sect. Thus, any incidents could only be reported to the main hall. I report a rabbit thief sighted at 100 Beast Peak. And where is he now? The disciple responsible for recording the incident remained unfazed, glancing at Zhang Huai. He ran away. Where did he go? I don't know. Can you identify him or describe his features? Zhang Huai hesitated, struggling to recall any distinguishing traits. However, he vaguely remembered that the thief wore the garb of a servant disciple. I recall he seemed to be a servant disciple. A servant disciple, the recorder, Sun Tong, looked increasingly troubled. There were countless servant disciples at the Xianyun Sect. Each branch harbored dozens, and collectively, they numbered in the thousands. Then tell me, do you know which branch he belongs to? I don't know. If you saw him again, would you recognize him? Absolutely. Zhang Huai replied confidently. If that rascal appears before me again, I will certainly recognize him. Very well. Then you shall accompany the enforcement team to visit every shop, searching for the culprit. Understood. Oh, brother, I have one more thing to report. What is it? Sun Tong continued to flip through previous records, checking which enforcement disciples were available to accompany Zhang Huai. The devouring soul python has escaped from 100 Beast Peak. Isn't it a matter of capturing it and returning it? Sun Tong replied instinctively. However, his pen hesitated mid-air as the realization struck him. Was he actually referring to the devouring soul python? What did you just say? What creature has escaped? The devouring soul python. Zhang Huai reiterated. Upon confirming, Sun Tong's pen fell from his grasp. The devouring soul python was a 7th-tier beast, equivalent to a human cultivator in the transformation realm. The thought of such a creature escaping from 100 Beast Peak was unfathomable. Wasn't there a barrier in place? How had it managed to break free? I have no idea, Zhang Huai admitted, looking bewildered. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed the python had escaped. How do you know it has escaped? Because I saw it chasing that rabbit thief. Sun Tong, so, you're saying that since your arrival, the thief has been pursued by the devouring soul python? Exactly. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Once Sun Tong grasped the situation, he immediately retrieved a communication jade slip to inform the elder in charge of the law enforcement hall. Upon hearing the news, the elder reacted even more fervently than Sun Tong. Seal off 100 Beast Peak immediately. Prohibit any personnel from entering or exiting. Additionally, Instruct all enforcement disciples to rush to 100 Beast Peak for support. The support was not meant for a direct confrontation. As the thief was akin to a cultivator in the transformation realm, the disciples would be unable to withstand him. Their role was merely to assist in tracking the 9 devouring soul python. If a confrontation were to occur, it would ultimately fall to the elder himself. In no time, the entire enforcement division of the Xianyun Sect received directives from the main hall. Everyone hurried to 100 Beast Peak, effectively sealing off all routes. They also dispatched personnel for a thorough search, hoping to locate the 9 devouring soul python and the so-called rabbit thief. Yet, 2 hours passed, and they had still found nothing. How peculiar! 100 Beast Peak is such a small area. How could there be no trace whatsoever? Elder, do you believe that the 9 soul-eating python might have pursued that young man outside? While this possibility cannot be dismissed, it would undoubtedly expand the search area significantly. Nanyangzi, with his hands clasped behind his back, contemplated the pathways leading beyond the 100 Beasts Peak. They had arrived swiftly. Yet the current predicament was that they had found nothing within the confines of the peak. Thus, the only option before them was to broaden their search radius. Zhanghuai, is it true that you are absolutely certain of your assertions? Indeed, Elder Nanshan. Do you think that the young man could have been caught by the 9 soul-eating python and subsequently devoured, only for the python to find a hiding spot thereafter? Zhang Huai's audacious conjecture prompted several to nod in agreement. It was indeed plausible, whether he had escaped or been consumed. Both scenarios were conceivable, albeit with varying probabilities. Dispatch a message to the various branches to ascertain if any of our servant disciples are missing. It would be ideal if there were none, but if there are, report immediately. Unbeknownst to them, in the servant quarters of the Wanyao Peak, Li Xian had hastily returned from the 100 Beasts Peak, not pausing for a moment. It was not out of reluctance, but rather due to the relentless pursuit of the snake behind him. Fine, I concede. You can have the remaining rabbit meat. Just leave me be. Upon entering the servant quarters, Li Xian gazed at the white snake that had followed him inside, his face pale as despair engulfed him. Fortunately, the snake did not advance further, merely coiling at the entrance, maintaining a certain distance while observing him. Here, take this piece, the rest is yours. Before the white snake, he sliced off a portion of the remaining rabbit meat, discarding the rest. The creature, unreserved, devoured it all and even belched afterward, infuriating Li Xian. Dear snake, you've chased me and eaten your fill. Might you consider departing now? If it were any other beast, it might be tolerable, but it was a snake, his greatest fear, especially one possessing the prowess of a 7th-tier beast. Chapter 042. What lies beneath the bedding? Gazing at the white snake in the room, Li Xian's head throbbed painfully, as no amount of persuasion or coercion could compel the creature to leave. I have but this one piece left. Surely you don't want it? Clutching the last remnant of the exquisite 7-portal rabbit meat, he felt tears welling up. Initially, he had a hefty rabbit weighing over 10 gene, yet now only a little more than a gene remained. Without this, how could he possibly compete? To his astonishment, the snake nodded. Snake brother, snake sister, can you not eat something else? I truly cannot part with this meat. In desperation, he retrieved a piece of pork he had stealthily taken from the kitchen. Here, will this suffice? The white snake, however, did not even glance at it, displaying a rather discerning palate. What do you truly want? You refuse the pork and insist on clinging to this scant bit of rabbit meat. It was unclear who was responsible for feeding the snake. Its tastes were far too refined. Yet, upon reflection, even if it were domesticated, it would hardly be given the luxury of 7-portal rabbit meat. After much contemplation, it seemed more likely that this was the snake's own desire, rather than a matter of habit. Li Xian. Suddenly, a familiar loud voice echoed from outside the courtyard. It was Yuan Tian. This is bad. Glancing at the white snake in the room, Li Xian had little time to dwell on it. Grabbing a blanket from the bed, he hastily covered the creature and tossed it onto the bed. Creak. Just then, the door swung open, revealing not only Yuan Tian but also several disciples from the law enforcement hall. Outside, Wang Shengquan had already stationed himself, keen to observe the situation discreetly. Li Xian was someone whom even the Sword Sovereign would defend, so even in the face of law enforcement, one must tread carefully to avoid displeasing the chief elder and offending the Sword Sovereign. Li Xian, regarding your alleged act of drinking, I have reported the matter truthfully to Elder Wang of the Law Enforcement Hall. Are you aware of your transgressions? Acknowledge my guilt? Li Xian chuckled. Not only had he denied any wrongdoing that morning while still reeking of alcohol, but in this room, There was nothing that could incriminate him. Elder Yuan, I fail to comprehend what crime I have committed. Very well, you dare to argue in front of the esteemed disciples of the law enforcement hall? Yuan Tian was incensed. How could such a mere servant disciple disregard him? And now even the other disciples. You all have witnessed his blatant disregard for our rules. Quickly take him away. Li Xian, while perhaps we have erred in our previous dealings, how do you intend to explain today's events? Prior to arriving, they had been fully briefed by Yuan Tian about the details, and they trusted that Yuan Tian would not falsely accuse Li Xian without cause. Thus, it was now a matter of how Li Xian would defend himself. Should he fail to prove his innocence, they would take him away. Even the sword sovereign would find it difficult to intervene. What can I explain? What do you wish for me to elucidate? Yet, Li Xian feigned ignorance, shrugging his shoulders nonchalantly. Of course, it pertains to the matter of drinking. Very well, present your evidence. Li Xian remained unperturbed, casually sitting down to pour himself a cup of tea. If you can provide proof, I shall accompany you without hesitation. In that moment, every disciple from the law enforcement hall turned to Yuan Tian, whose muscles twitched with anxiety. Where could he possibly find evidence? The only thing he had was the lingering scent of alcohol on Li Xian, but hours had passed, and the scent had long dissipated. Fellow disciples, please trust me. This young man truly drank without permission. Evidence. The disciples of the law enforcement hall felt the pressure, while they wished to support Yuan Tian. They could not act without proof, especially with the sword sovereign as his backing. He must have alcohol within his spatial ring. What kind of logic is that? Setting aside the fact that I possess no alcohol in my ring, even if I did, what would that prove? Li Xian's retort resonated with the crowd, and they nodded in agreement. Without concrete evidence, their endeavor would be in vain. At that moment, Yuan Tian noticed a slight movement beneath the bedding on Li Xian's bed. An idea struck him, and he pointed decisively at the bed. What lies beneath the bedding? What it is has nothing to do with you. With the snake revealed, Li Xian feigned calmness, but internally he was drenched in cold sweat. If they discovered a 7th-tier beast concealed beneath the bedding, he would undoubtedly be branded a beast thief, potentially leading to his immediate capture. This was far more serious than merely drinking. Of course it matters. In our Xianyun Sect, keeping a pet beast without permission is a violation of our rules. One must apply for approval beforehand. Upon hearing this, the law enforcement hall disciples seized upon this opportunity, echoing in unison. Indeed, Yuan Tian is correct. Let us temporarily set aside the matter of your drinking. First, explain to us what lies beneath the bedding. Li Xian was momentarily at a loss for words. What could he possibly say? No matter what, they would uncover the truth upon lifting the blanket. Watching as Li Xian struggled to articulate a response, Yuan Tian approached the bed with a triumphant smile. Do not touch that. Do not lift it. Li Xian raised his hand in protest, but Yuan Tian was swift, yanking the blanket away. In an instant, everyone stood frozen in shock, their faces pale as they processed the unexpected revelation. Beneath the bedding lay a serpent. This was no ordinary snake. It was the infamous 9 soul-devouring python, a 7th-tier beast raised in the spirit beast garden. Renowned for its ferocity, it was confined to a designated area even within that sanctuary. How could it possibly be here? Hissing, the python flicked its tongue, observing the crowd, yet its gaze ultimately settled on Li Xian. Gulps echoed as Yuan Tian, the closest, instinctively took a step back, silently praying that the creature would not attack him. Suddenly, the stillness shattered as the 9 soul-devouring python moved, prompting everyone to scream and flee the room. Li Xian, however, found himself ensnared by the python, rendered immobile. You're not thinking of eating me, are you? Please, I can offer you the last piece of rabbit meat. Li Xian pleaded, but to his astonishment, after Yuan Tian and the others fled, the python merely nudged its head against his cheek, as if seeking his favor. Chapter 043. You may stay by my side, but you must assist me. Panic erupted from the servant quarters, startling Wang Shengquan, who stood guard at the door. He soon witnessed Yuan Tian and several law hall disciples rush out, their faces etched with terror as if they had encountered a formidable entity. What happened? Why the uproar? W. Wang, Elder Wang, inside there's a 9 soul-devouring python. They stammered. Their halting words left Wang Shengquan utterly perplexed. The 9 soul-devouring python was a 7th-tier beast, confined to the spirit beast garden on the 100-beast peak. How could it possibly appear in the servant quarters? Such a creature, known for its violent nature, would surely have devoured someone before allowing them to escape unharmed. Taking a moment to consider, He concluded that if they had managed to flee, the python should have pursued them by now, yet it had not. You lot are quite something. Have you learned to deceive the elder? No, Elder Wang. We are not lying. Yuan Tian, nearly frantic, had already conceded to the drinking accusations, but the sight of the python was undeniable. Yes, Elder Wang, we all saw it. The 9 soul-devouring python was right on Li Xian's bed. One disciple insisted, prompting Wang Shengquan to take their words more seriously. Let me there at once. As an elder of the law hall, his cultivation was merely at the nascent soul stage, yet the 7th-tier beast equated to the transformation stage for human cultivators. Surely, he would sense its presence. However, upon entering Li Xian's quarters with his disciples, there was no python to be found. Only Li Xian sat on his bed. Elder Wang, what brings you here? He greeted, but Wang Shengquan ignored him, scrutinizing the room until he confirmed that nothing was amiss. I heard there was a 9 soul-devouring python here. Not at all. Please don't listen to their nonsense. How could such a dangerous beast be here? Li Xian protested. But so many claim to have seen it. Shouldn't you explain? Wang Shengquan pressed. There's nothing to explain. Li Xian shrugged innocently. But Yuan Tian and the others objected, pointing to the bedding. Elder, don't listen to him. The python must be hidden under the covers. Yes, it must be underneath. They all insisted, and Wang Shengquan squinted, directing Li Xian, reveal the bedding. To everyone's surprise, Li Xian complied without hesitation, lifting it to reveal nothing. See, I told you there's nothing there. Wang Shengquan glanced back at the group, seeking answers. But Elder, we truly saw it. Could it be that you are all merely fatigued and hallucinating? That's impossible. While one person might hallucinate, it's unlikely that so many would experience the same vision. Yuan Tian, I understand you dislike me. Previously, you accused me of drinking, and now you claim I have a 9 soul-devouring python? Find a more plausible excuse. Since this is a misunderstanding, let us disperse. After a prolonged silence, Wang Shengquan, feeling awkward, decided to leave. Li Xian was relieved, wishing for their swift departure to avoid exposing the python concealed on him. Stop hiding, come out. Once assured that no one was outside, he opened the bag containing the spirit spring water, and a small serpent head emerged. The 9 soul-devouring python was now a mere palm-sized creature, adorably content. After sensing its affection, Li Xian, lacking any other offerings, poured a little spirit spring water for it. To his astonishment, it transformed into a streak of light and dove into the bag just as Wang Shengquan re-entered, leaving him no choice but to let it remain hidden. Seriously? You didn't leave me a drop? Li Xian lamented, shaking the empty bag, hoping for a few drops to fall, but none came. You drank it all. How selfish. That was a gift from my senior sister. Despite his complaints, the python busily explored the table, nudging cups, and even investigating the teapot, behaving like a curious adventurer. All right, just go. I beg you, don't cling to me. Waving his hand, Li Xian opened the door wide, but the python flew onto his shoulder, coiling quietly, its eyes reflecting a hint of reluctance. What are you doing? You are a 7th-tier beast. Why trouble yourself with a mere servant disciple? You could seek any elder instead. I have nothing to offer you. The only spirit spring I had is all gone. As the thought left his lips, an idea struck him. If a 7th-tier beast was feared even by humans, what about other beasts? If he nurtured it, wouldn't he have nothing to fear from lesser creatures? Do you wish to stay by my side? The python eagerly nodded in response. Then let us establish some terms. You may stay, but you must assist me. The python nodded again, and the communication flowed effortlessly between them. Seeing the python so agreeable, Li Xian wasted no time in issuing his command. Return to the spirit beast garden and capture another 7-portal linglong rabbit for me. Having consumed all the rabbit meat, he needed to replenish his supplies for the upcoming culinary competition. No sooner had the command been given than the python slithered off his shoulder, gliding towards the door without even a backward glance. It truly went. Li Xian was immediately filled with joy, although he was perplexed as to why the formidable 7th-tier beast, the 9 soul-devouring python, would obey a mere chi transformation cultivator like himself. If it could indeed assist him in capturing the 7-aperture linglong rabbit, then it would be a benevolent and obedient serpent worth keeping by his side. Chapter 044. How could it be impossible? At the Beast Peak, in the Spirit Beast Garden, a group of disciples clad in law enforcement hall uniforms was meticulously scouring the mountainside. Hurry, check every detail thoroughly. Leave no stone unturned. One disciple, Zhang, was questioned by his peers, Are you certain the 9 soul-devouring python fled this way? Zhang confidently pointed down the path. Indeed. The thief who stole the rabbit was pursued by the python and escaped through here. However, after searching for a long while, they found no trace. The disciples of the law enforcement hall looked puzzled. If Zhang were lying, they had already verified that the seal on the area housing the 9 soul-devouring python had indeed been lifted, and there was no sign of the serpent. They had searched for a full 2 hours without any success. Brothers, could it be that it has already left Beast Peak? This possibility cannot be dismissed. If we cannot find it here, we must search the various branches for that errant disciple you mentioned. Look, quick. Sun Tong, having already devised a plan, was abruptly pulled by a companion, who pointed excitedly at a nearby spot. Turning to see, he spotted a python dragging a 7-aperture linglong rabbit, swaggering right past their line of sight. Senior brother Sun, that seems to be the 9 soul-devouring python. Of course I recognize it. No need to state the obvious, Sun Tong replied, furrowing his brow in surprise. It truly was a matter of serendipity. They had been troubled about where to find the serpent, and now it had conveniently presented itself. Quickly, notify the elder. Tell him we have located the 9 soul-devouring python and request his presence. Yes, it was no jest. This creature was a 7th-tier beast, and they, being mere Foundation establishment disciples, stood no chance of capturing it. Their only recourse was to follow and observe until the elder arrived. Soon, they trailed the python as it made its way south from Beast Peak, ultimately arriving at Medicine Peak. Do you think the 9 soul-devouring python intends to cause havoc among the medicinal herbs of Medicine Peak? Who knows? Let's wait for the elder. Following the python, they arrived at the errant disciples' quarters of Medicine Peak. They couldn't help but recall Zhang's mention of the rabbit thief, who had seemingly donned the garb of an errant disciple. Could he be residing here? As the python entered the errant quarters, the group hesitated, contemplating whether to rush in and catch the thief in the act. After much deliberation, reason prevailed over impulse, and they chose to wait, primarily concerned that if a formidable figure from the Xianyun Sect had infiltrated, they would be in dire straits. Inside the errant quarters, Li Xian beamed with delight at the sight of the 9 soul-devouring python returning with a rabbit, amazed at its obedience. Well, since you are so well behaved, you may accompany me. However, I must inform you that I currently have nothing of value to offer you. But, rest assured, as long as I, Li Xian, have meat to eat, you shall have a share. The python nodded repeatedly, clearly pleased, but Li Xian was curious. Having reached the god transformation stage, could it not speak human language? Beast, come forth at once. A loud voice bellowed from outside the errant quarters. Both Li Xian and the python turned to look. And through the door, Li Xian activated his gaze technique, realizing that a multitude of disciples clad in law enforcement hall uniforms had gathered outside. What is the meaning of this? Is there no end to this? Wang Shengquan had just visited, and now more had arrived in such a short span. Quickly hide, he instructed, opening his water bag to signal the python to conceal itself, swiftly placing it in an inconspicuous spot, making the entire room appear quite normal. As for the 7-aperture linglong rabbit, he had no time to ponder its fate. He used a special technique to ensure it bled not a single drop before tossing it into his spatial ring. Suddenly, a gust of wind burst through the door, revealing an elder standing imposingly at the threshold, hands clasped behind his back. He surveyed the room but found nothing amiss, causing Li Xian to feel a twinge of confusion. Where was the serpent? So many disciples had seen it enter, and he had sensed the aura of a beast, yet it had seemingly vanished. Medicine Peak's errant disciple Li Xian greets the elder. Seeing the elder's imposing demeanor, Li Xian took the initiative to speak first, while the elder, appearing unfazed, entered the room without even glancing at him and inquired, "Did you see a serpent beast enter here?" "Not at all," Li Xian replied without the slightest hesitation. The python was safely hidden in the water bag, and unless it was opened, no beastly aura would be revealed. "Are you certain?" The elder abruptly turned, fixing a piercing gaze upon him, as if that alone would compel the truth to surface. "Indeed, elder. I have been in this room the entire time and have seen no serpent beast." Fortunately, Li Xian's acting was impeccable, allowing the law enforcement hall's elder Yu to detect no hint of deceit. "Where is Zhang Huai?" "Elder Yu, I am here." Zhang Huai rushed in, performing a brief salute before spotting Li Xian and exclaiming loudly, "Thief of the rabbit." With that, Li Xian was immediately overwhelmed by an oppressive aura, forcing him to kneel with his hands on the ground to avoid prostrating completely. Soon after, His spatial ring was scrutinized, and within moments, the lifeless body of the 7-aperture Linglong rabbit was revealed, tossed before him as if to declare, "The evidence is here. What defense do you have? You dare to steal a beast from the sect? Do you plead guilty?" "Elder, I did not steal it. Elder Luo gave it to me." "Elder Luo? Which Elder Luo?" The Xianyun Sect was vast, and several elders bore the surname Luo, so he needed clarification. "Elder, it is Elder Luo Feng." Preposterous. To his shock, this straightforward statement incited the elder's fury. How could Elder Luo possibly give you a 7-aperture Linglong rabbit? From his understanding of Luo Feng, the former sect master held precious treasures, including rare beasts like the 7-aperture Linglong rabbit, in the highest regard. He had previously requested one from Luo Feng for a visiting guest, but the elder had refused. Why would he then bestow such a treasure upon an errand disciple? Thus, it was highly likely that this young man was fabricating excuses to evade responsibility. It is true. If you do not believe me, you can inquire with Elder Luo himself. No need for inquiry. Based on my knowledge of Elder Luo Feng, he would never. How could it be impossible? As he spoke, a voice that Li Xian found both familiar and exhilarating echoed from outside. Chapter 045. If there is no issue, why are you still standing here? Elder Luo. Elder Luo. Greetings. From outside the room, disciples called out respectfully, while inside, Elder Yu's expression tightened, shifting aside. Moments later, a figure entered the errand quarters, hands behind his back. Li Xian focused and realized it was indeed Luo Feng. But before he could greet him, Elder Yu, visibly agitated, interjected, "Old sect master." Luo Feng cast a fierce glare at him, then swiftly altered his tone, exclaiming, "Elder Luo, you have arrived." Despite the change in address, the instinctive honorific confirmed for Li Xian that the information he had gleaned from Su Zhong in the kitchen was indeed accurate. This seemingly inconspicuous old man, Luo Feng, was the former sect leader of Xianyun Sect. Otherwise, Elder Yu would not have appeared so apprehensive. "I have heard that your enforcement hall has repeatedly sought trouble with a mere servant disciple. What is the matter? Have you nothing better to do? Or do you bear a grudge against him?" His voice, though not loud, resonated with authority, causing every disciple of the enforcement hall, along with the elders present, to tremble as if reprimanded for their misdeeds. "Elder Luo, you may not be aware, but our actions were prompted by reports that the 9 soul-devouring python from the Spirit Beast Garden has breached its confinement. Witnesses claim to have seen it enter the servant quarters of the Wanyao pharmacy." "And the beast?" Luo Feng inquired coldly. "We have not spotted it." Elder Yu Dehan responded, panic evident in his voice. As expected, Luo Feng's chilling demeanor persisted. "So, are you not prepared to offer an apology?" "Apologize?" Yu Dehan cast a sidelong glance at Li Xian. Asking a servant disciple for an apology seemed excessively grandiose. Setting aside the question of whether they had wronged him, it would be rather inappropriate for an elder to humble himself in such a manner. "Elder Luo, is it truly that serious?" "Not serious?" Luo Feng began to pace the room, speaking with an air of nonchalance. "As far as I know, your enforcement hall has wronged him multiple times and has yet to issue a formal apology. Do you not feel any guilt?" Yu Dehan was momentarily taken aback. He wished to defend himself, asserting that he was new and this was his first encounter with the servant disciple. However, it was clear that Luo Feng would not entertain such excuses, leaving him feeling cornered. "Perhaps it is unnecessary, Elder Luo, although it is indeed disheartening to be wronged. I have never been one to force the issue. I believe Elder Yu and the others did not act with malice. Let us simply overlook this matter." Noticing Yu Dehan's hesitation, Li Xian understood that it was time to intervene and ease the tension. In doing so, he inadvertently took on the role of the mediator, making Yu Dehan's reluctance to apologize inconsequential and providing an exit for the others. "Honestly, you all could learn a thing or two from a mere servant disciple." Luo Feng shot a glance at Li Xian, but did not press the issue of the apology further. He continued, "Upon my arrival, I overheard your discussion regarding the 7 clever and delicate rabbit. I indeed took it upon myself to capture it. Should you have any queries, you may direct them towards me. And no problems here." Yu Dehan fervently shook his head. Given Luo Feng's assertion, he dared not voice any objections. "Then why do you remain here?" Upon hearing this, Yu Dehan quickly exchanged glances with the disciples of the enforcement hall, signaling them to depart. "Elder Luo, we have other matters to attend to. We shall take our leave." As they hastily exited, their previous nonchalance transformed into urgency. It was truly astonishing that a mere servant disciple could earn Luo Feng's favor. even obtaining the precious 7 clever and delicate rabbit. Elder Yu, what shall we do about the 9 soul-devouring python? Search elsewhere on Wanyao Peak. It may have fled to another location. Understood. As the commotion outside subsided, Yaofeng waved his hand, causing the door to slam shut with a resounding bang as if propelled by an unseen force. Quite impressive, my young friend. You managed to capture a 7th-tier beast, the 9 soul-devouring python, during a casual visit to the Spirit Beast Garden? No, Elder Luo, it was all a misunderstanding. Li Xian hurriedly approached, guiding Yaofeng to a seat while pouring him a cup of tea. A misunderstanding? You may deceive them, but do you truly believe you can deceive me? Li Xian recognized that Yaofeng, as a former sect leader, possessed a level of strength and insight far beyond that of ordinary elders, making it impossible to conceal the truth from him. As he hesitated, Yaofeng's gaze shifted, and a water pouch flew into his hand. The cork popped open, revealing a miniaturized version of the 9 soul-devouring python. Tell me, is this a misunderstanding? Elder Luo, your perception is indeed remarkable. Nothing escapes your notice. Li Xian sidled behind Yaofeng, gripping his shoulders and kneading them. You may find this hard to believe, but the 9 soul-devouring python approached me of its own accord. I tried to send it away, but it insisted on staying. Oh, Yaofeng squinted at the creature, observing it thoughtfully. Are you suggesting that it has shown no inclination to harm you? Precisely, not in the slightest. Realizing his phrasing might be misconstrued, he quickly added, at least, not thus far. Moreover, Elder Luo, it appears quite adorable in its current form. Since the Spirit Beast Garden falls under your purview, might I propose that you allow me to care for the 9 soul-devouring python? Do you comprehend that it is a 7th-tier beast? I was unaware previously, but I have come to understand. A 7th-tier beast is equivalent to a human cultivator at the transformation stage. Although this particular 9 soul-devouring python had sustained injuries and its power had diminished to the 5th tier, it still rivaled the formidable strength of a golden core cultivator. Do you genuinely believe that, given your current abilities, you could subdue it should it become unruly? Perhaps. Maybe. I could manage. Li Xian gazed at the diminutive python, feeling a twinge of anxiety. For he was merely a fledgling cultivator at the qi condensation stage, with a considerable gap to the golden core level. His tentative response stemmed from a desire to negotiate for the opportunity to care for the creature. Very well. You may temporarily assume responsibility for this 9 soul-devouring python. Should it refuse to heed your commands and cause any trouble, I will have no choice but to reclaim it for the Spirit Beast Garden. Thank you, Elder Luo. Li Xian could hardly believe his ears. The elder had truly acquiesced. Elder Luo, you must be nearly ready to digest that. I shall prepare a dish for you using the 7 clever and delicate rabbit. Without waiting for a response, he dashed out the door towards the kitchen of the Wanyao pharmacy. Once he departed, Yaofeng turned to the 9 soul-devouring python and remarked, how do you find this new master I've chosen for you? Chapter 046. Isn't it merely rabbit meat? Just eat and roast it afterward? Inside the room, a man and a snake exchanged glances. As Yaofeng posed his question, the 9 soul-devouring python nodded appreciatively, seemingly quite satisfied. While the young man's cultivation level was somewhat lacking, his patience made him an excellent companion. Following him would be no mistake. Although the 9 soul-devouring python could not speak, it dipped its tail in the tea and inscribed the word thank you on the table. Thank you? If anyone should express gratitude, it is I who should thank you. Had you not intervened back then, I would have perished during the heavenly tribulation. Reflecting on that moment, Yaofeng felt a wave of nostalgia. The events of that time were still vivid in his memory. Typically, failing a tribulation would lead to certain death. Yet he had been fortunate to survive due to the intervention of the 9 soul-devouring python. At that time, the beast was at its peak. A genuine 7th-tier creature, comparable in strength to a transformation stage cultivator. It had risked its own cultivation to protect his nearly shattered nascent soul, allowing him to recover and continue living. However, since then, the realm of the 9 soul-devouring python has stagnated, or more precisely, its advancement has been exceedingly sluggish. Although he, as the sect leader of the Immortal Cloud sect, has sought numerous methods to aid its recovery, none have proven effective. A preliminary conjecture suggests that while protecting its damaged nascent soul, it suffered a permanent injury to its foundation due to the intrusion of tribulation lightning into its body. Thus, he has always felt a sense of guilt towards it, which is why he placed it in the Spirit Beast Garden for recuperation, even contemplating finding it a responsible master. The reason he himself did not take on this role was that he felt he was not yet worthy. However, fortune smiled upon him as he discovered that Li Xian was a patient and responsible disciple, whom he deemed quite fitting. Hence, before departing, he deliberately broke the seal to allow the 9 soul-devouring python to emerge, to see if it would take a liking to this prospective master. To his delight, it was content. All right, from now on, you shall remain by his side. Though he may not be able to protect you well at present, I believe that given some time, he will surely rise to prominence. I, old Luo, have a keen eye for people, and you can rest assured in this matter. After reiterating his instructions to the 9 soul-devouring python, he finally stood up. Come, let us see what that lad intends to prepare for me. With a slight gesture of his hand, the feared 9 soul-devouring python soared and coiled around him, and in the next moment, both man and serpent vanished from the room. In the fire kitchen of Wanyao Peak, Su Zhong and 3 other disciples stood like apprentices, eagerly watching as Li Xian deftly handled a 7-portal linglong rabbit. Wait, brotherly, you actually brought back a 7-portal linglong rabbit? Su Zhong exclaimed in astonishment. Goodness, I've been in the fire kitchen for many years, and this is the first time I've seen one. Brotherly, could you spare us a small piece later? Of course. Li Xian readily agreed, as the rabbit caught by the 9 soul-devouring python was quite plump, and sharing a bit with them was no great matter. He wasn't so petty. Thus, he proceeded to skillfully butcher half of the rabbit for marination and then prepared it for roasting. By the time Yaofeng leisurely arrived, the enticing aroma of the roasted rabbit had begun to waft through the air, causing him to involuntarily inhale deeply, his throat moving as he swallowed repeatedly. What a delightful scent! What are you cooking, old Master Luo? Upon seeing Elder Luo, the 5 disciples, including Li Xian, greeted him respectfully. However, the elder paid no heed to such formalities and went straight to the roasting fire. Is it ready to eat? Not yet, Li Xian replied succinctly. It looks like it's already sizzling with juices. How can it not be ready? Indeed, Elder Luo, you must wait a bit longer. We are currently rendering the excess fat from the meat to ensure it is rich, yet not greasy. With no other option, Yaofeng could only suppress his cravings and patiently wait. An hour passed, and the aroma of the meat was akin to an invisible hand tugging at him. Yet observing Li Xian's calm demeanor, he knew it was not yet time. I can't take it anymore. I'm going out to wait. Watching here is simply torturous. As soon as he spoke, he vanished from the spot. Su Zhong and the others cautiously approached Li Xian to inquire, Brotherly, how much longer must we wait? It should still take about an hour. An hour? Won't it turn into jerky? They exclaimed in disbelief. It's already been nearly 2 hours. If we wait another hour, how will we eat it? I think it looks fine as is. That won't happen. Just wait and see. Shaking his head, Li Xian adjusted the heat slightly lower, meticulously adhering to the culinary techniques stored in his mind. If he were to mess this up, he would have to seriously question the reliability of this system. Su Zhong, what on earth smells so divine? Hurry and let us have a taste, and then prepare a separate portion for Brother Gu. At that moment, a group entered the fire kitchen, and upon raising their eyes, Li Xian and his companions recognized Jiang Ping, one of Gu Beichen's trusted subordinates. Brother Jiang, this rabbit meat is specially prepared for the elders. I fear we cannot share it with you. To avoid conflict, Su Zhong smiled and approached to explain. But Jiang Ping was indifferent to such niceties. They had just returned from an outing with Gu Beichen and were absolutely famished, which prompted them to seek sustenance in the fire kitchen. After all, even though it was meant for the elder in Wanyao Peak, even elders had to show respect to their brother Gu, who was the direct disciple of the chief elder. It's just rabbit meat. Can't we eat some and then roast another? Quickly, help us out. We're starving. Jiang Ping urged impatiently, leaving Su Zhong in a very awkward position. If they had only come a bit earlier, it might not have been so embarrassing. Brother Jiang, I truly can't. It's not that I won't help you, but there is limited food, and this is the only portion. Moreover, the elder has been waiting for quite some time. If he finds out, I won't know how to explain it. If you don't say anything, I won't either. He won't know. Just give me a rabbit leg. Staring at the golden brown roasted rabbit, Jiang Ping and his companions were nearly salivating. After waiting fruitlessly for so long, he picked up a dagger and stepped forward to slice the meat. Wait, Brother Jiang, Su Zhong called out, wishing to intervene, but he was too far away, and Jiang Ping's hand was already hovering over the rabbit meat, the knife about to descend. Brother Jiang, please don't put us in a tough spot. This rabbit meat is indeed for Elder Luo, and if you consume it, we will have no way to explain ourselves. In a critical moment, Li Xian reached out to grab Jiang Ping. His willingness to speak kindly was purely due to a prior favor when Jiang Ping had given him buns. He didn't know why, but he had at least received them. So he felt it was only right to offer a reminder now. Get lost. This is my business. When did it become your place to comment? However, seeing Jiang Ping's reaction, Li Xian ceased to concern himself with politeness and simply relaxed his grip, adopting a demeanor of indifference. You must be looking for trouble, aren't you? Truly insatiable. As he spoke, his knife fell upon the rabbit meat, which still required another hour to be fully cooked. Stop. Yet, before Jiang Ping's knife could strike the meat, a voice filled with authority resonated from outside the fire kitchen. Everyone turned to see a disheveled old man approaching with his hands clasped behind his back. Old Master Luo. In an instant, Jiang Ping and his companions were left stupefied. Could it be that the meat prepared for the elder was indeed for Elder Luo Feng? If so, he was in deep trouble. Although all elders held power, this particular one was far more formidable than even the chief elder of Wanyao Peak. Had he known beforehand, he would not have dared to offend him, even with 100 lives. Greetings, Elder Luo. However, Elder Luo paid them no mind and directly approached the roasting rabbit, inhaling the aroma deeply before turning to Li Xian. So, how is the meat coming along? Not yet. It needs a bit longer. Despite his mouth watering, he managed to contain his excitement, showing respect for the culinary process. Only then did he turn to Jiang Ping and the others, admonishing them. Did you lot just attempt to cut my rabbit meat? And no, we were merely checking to see if the meat was cooked. Isn't it the duty of the fire kitchen disciples to monitor the cooking? What need have you for it? Jiang Ping attempted to defend himself, but found he could not. Enough. There is nothing for you here. Go find something to eat elsewhere. With a grand gesture, Luo Feng summoned a gust of wind that swept across the mountain where the cooking house was located, fortuitously landing beside Gu Beichen, who was waiting outside to receive their food. What on earth happened to you all? Were you not instructed to fetch the food? Why do you appear so disheveled? Gu Beichen inquired, his expression one of confusion, tinged with a hint of irritation as he surveyed the bruised and battered faces of his companions. Senior Brother Gu, we did go, and we discovered that the cooking house was roasting rabbit meat. We were just about to bring it down for you when we encountered Elder Luo. They explained. But what of it? You did not commit any wrongdoing, so why fear him? Gu Beichen responded, perplexed. That rabbit meat belongs to Elder Luo. Otherwise, we would not have been driven out. Jiang Ping and the others lamented, their faces a portrait of grievance. They could only blame Su Zhong and his group for their lack of clarity. Had they mentioned it was Elder Luo's, they would not have dared to approach. Could you not have taken something else? Gu Beichen pressed on. Elder Luo stated that there was nothing for us to eat in that cooking house. And then he expelled us. Upon hearing this, Gu Beichen furrowed his brow. Was it truly the case that disciples of Wanyao Peak had to seek sustenance elsewhere? Yet, given Elder Luo's esteemed status, he dared not challenge authority and resolved to swallow his frustration. Very well, we shall return after he departs. As he stood to leave, Jiang Ping and the others quickly interjected, Senior Brother Gu, how about we ask the cooking house to roast us a couple of rabbits later? Indeed, Senior Brother Gu, you cannot imagine the exquisite aroma. It is the most delectable roasted rabbit I have ever encountered. Suit yourselves. Just ensure they prepare a feast for me before nightfall. I have an appointment. Understood, Senior Brother. Su Zhong and Li Xian are only so arrogant because Elder Luo is present. Just wait until he leaves. We shall see how we deal with them. Li Xian is also there. Gu Beichen halted in his tracks at the mention of the name. Yes, Senior Brother Gu. Not only is he present, but it appears Su Zhong's group is rather friendly with him now. Oh, Gu Beichen turned fully, gazing at the mountain where the cooking house resided. As far as he knew, Su Zhong had previously aligned with him, consistently opposing Li Xian. Why had their relationship shifted so dramatically? Do you know why their rapport has improved? We do not know. Useless. You do not seek to uncover the truth? Yes. We will investigate immediately. After being chastised by Gu Beichen, they hastily made their way toward the cooking house, deciding to remain there and wait for Elder Luo's departure, at which point they would rush in to confront Su Zhong. Meanwhile, within the cooking house, Luo Feng finally indulged in the long-awaited charcoal-grilled 7-aperture linglong rabbit after an hour of anticipation. The mere act of savoring the unadulterated flavor was a delight, and when paired with Li Xian's exclusive dipping sauce, he could not help but give it resounding praise, his mouth too occupied with rabbit meat to speak. Elder Luo, might we have a taste as well? Su Zhong requested. In response, Luofeng generously offered each of them a piece, albeit small, about the size of a finger, but sufficient for a taste. As they savored the exquisite flavors, they closed their eyes, relishing every nuance of the succulent meat. Truly remarkable. Junior brother Xian, your culinary skills are commendable. Although they understood that the ingredients were extraordinary, they acknowledged that without proficient grilling skills, the outcome would be unremarkable. In my opinion, this young man's craftsmanship deserves to be independent, Luofeng remarked, sensing their intent to support Xian in establishing his own cooking house, which required the endorsement of an elder followed by approval from the sect's higher-ups. Young man, do you wish to run your own cooking house? Luofeng inquired. Well, Xian took a deep breath. Running his own cooking house would mean providing meals for others, significantly reducing his personal time. Comparatively, remaining a servant disciple was far less demanding. Perhaps not. I lack confidence in preparing meals for so many. I understand your concerns. How about this? We shall establish a few unique rules for your cooking house. You may choose your hours of operation freely. Cook whenever you desire and as much as you wish, with no obligations or restrictions. Furthermore, your cooking house will operate independently, and anyone dining there must pay. What do you think? Do not speak. This proposal is indeed exceptional. Xian realized that this arrangement would alleviate his earlier concerns while allowing him to hone his culinary skills, enhancing his expertise further. Most importantly, it would provide a source of income, an essential factor, as cultivation requires substantial resources, which would only increase over time. The meager monthly allowance from the sect would not suffice. Very well, I shall establish my own cooking house. Excellent. My Xianyun Sect still has several vacant peaks. Let me know what you prefer, and I shall report to the sect to allocate one for your cooking house. Seeing Xian agree, Luofeng felt greatly satisfied, ensuring that his future requests for meals would be more legitimate. Moreover, he was eager to observe how far this young man could advance in this endeavor. While a few among them found the taste agreeable, they acknowledged the risk of misjudgment. However, if he garnered the approval of more sect members, it would be an undeniable advantage. Should guests visit in the future, Xianyun Sect would possess commendable dishes to offer. Thank you, Elder Luo. After indulging for about half an hour, alternating between meat and wine, Luofeng departed after handing over the 9 soul-devouring python. Once he left, Su Zhong and the others immediately pressed Xian to share his method for roasting the rabbit. But Xian insisted that there was no difference between his words and what they had observed. That cannot be right, junior brother Xian. According to your explanation, could one truly achieve such delectable roasted rabbit? While using different rabbits may yield varied flavors, it should still be quite good, even though he had never done it before. He believed the technique would remain consistent, with the only variable being the type of ingredient used. The group, ever proactive, promptly slaughtered 2 ordinary rabbits to experiment. Just as they finished marinating the rabbits and placed them on the fire, Jiang Ping and his crew arrived. Ah, still roasting, I see, Jiang Ping remarked, glancing at the rabbits just beginning to cook. I see Elder Luo has eaten his fill and departed. These should not belong to him, right? Correct, Brother Jiang. These are our own roastings. If you desire, feel free to take them once they are done. Su Zhong eagerly nodded, his demeanor markedly more agreeable. Yet, when he turned to Xian, his tone shifted to one of displeasure. You, just now, took advantage of Elder Luo's presence, did you not? Without Elder Luo, you are nothing. Senior brother Su, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Farewell. Xian disregarded him entirely, bidding farewell to Su Zhong and the others before making his exit. However, halfway through, Jiang Ping blocked his path from behind. I am speaking to you. Where do you think you are going? Where I choose to go is my own freedom. It seems to have little bearing on you, does it? With Luofeng as my support, he certainly won't concede to Jiang Ping. Moreover, aside from Luofeng, there is also Jianzun Guanfeng as another ally. The few individuals before me are merely backed by Gu Beichen. In terms of connections, they are utterly incomparable. After 2 days apart, your tone has grown quite audacious. Hasn't he it? Do you truly believe that Elder Luo would protect you simply because you fed him? Let me enlighten you. Not everyone can curry favor with him. Elder Luo's status is far beyond that of a mere servant disciple like yourself. I advise you to abandon such futile hopes. If you think this gives you leverage over us, you are gravely mistaken. Believe it or not, even if we were to take action, he would completely disregard you. So, observing Jiang Ping and his companions flaunting their bravado, Xian found himself unwilling to engage, yet they clung to him vehemently, growing more animated with each word. You would do well to possess some self-awareness and not be ungrateful. Remember, this is Wan Yao Peak. What the Chief Elder decrees holds weight. And our senior brother Gu is a direct disciple of the Chief Elder, understand? The undertone of this statement continuously reminded Li Xian whose territory this was, and whose favor he must seek. Yet, such threats bore little weight on him. For his relationship with that old coot Yaofeng was far more intricate than Jiang Ping could fathom. Hiss, at that moment. The sound of a snake flicking its tongue reached their ears. Jiang Ping and his companions immediately began searching the courtyard for the source. Strange. Why do I feel as if there is a snake? Yes, Jiang Shixiao, did you hear that? If it exists, then it does. Our Xianyun Sect is rich in spiritual energy, so having such small creatures is quite normal. Isn't it? Jiang Ping dismissed it. And even when the 9 soul-devouring python slithered from Li Xian's sleeve, they maintained a nonchalant demeanor, jesting. TSK, you've raised a little snake? Do you even understand how to care for it? You are just a servant disciple. Where do you find the audacity to keep a pet beast? Though Li Xian remained calm, the 9 soul-devouring python was another matter entirely. Its body shimmered and transformed into a sizable serpent several meters long, completely contrasting its previous diminutive and adorable form. The 9 soul-devouring python? In such a formidable shape, Jiang Ping and his companions recognized it instantly, their legs trembling uncontrollably. It is known that this is not its true form. If it were, it would stretch dozens of meters and could easily swallow them whole. What's wrong, Jiang Shixiao? What are you afraid of? Not only Jiang Ping, but even Su Zhong and the others were flustered. Although they had witnessed Yaofeng handing this snake to Li Xian, they had dismissed it as trivial when it was so small. Who would have guessed it could grow to such a size? Well done, Li Xian. It appears the law enforcement hall is seeking a 7th-tier beast, and you possess the 9 soul-devouring python. And so what? It was given to me by Elder Luo. Li Xian replied candidly, emboldened by Yaofeng's endorsement. Even if members of the law enforcement hall were to arrive, his answer would remain unchanged. Who provided it matters little. Just as they were about to retort, they suddenly realized this was indeed a gift from Yaofeng. Surely, the elder must have lost his mind to entrust a 7th-tier beast to a servant disciple? What you say is meaningless. Save your words for the brothers of the law enforcement hall. Hiss! The python flicked its tongue, revealing its venomous fangs, prompting Jiang Ping and his companions to flee in a panic. Li Xian, if you have the courage, stay here. You are finished. As they ran, they didn't forget to threaten him, while the 9 soul-devouring python, showing remarkable understanding, darted forward, swiftly catching up to them, its tongue flicking menacingly, as if preparing to devour them. Help! The snake intends to eat us. Gu Shixiao, Chief Elder. They lamented their parents had given them extra legs, doubling their speed as they rushed towards the peak where Gu Beichen resided. Enough, enough, come back. Fortunately, Li Xian called the 9 soul-devouring python back, just in time. Noticing the snake's displeased expression, he quickly patted its head, saying, All right. I know you're defending my honor, but merely scaring them will suffice. If they truly come to harm, it would be troublesome. Here, a reward for you. He tossed a suitably sized piece of 7-aperture linglong rabbit meat to it. After swallowing, the python reverted to its small form and returned to Li Xian's sleeve. Well then, my fellow brothers, I shall take my leave. With that, Li Xian swiftly departed, heading straight back to his quarters. With some time left before meeting his senior sister, he intended to test whether he could refine and absorb the demon core of the 7-aperture linglong rabbit. Having slain 2, he now possessed 2 5th-tier demon cores. Chapter 049. Absorbing the demon core, ascending to the 8th stage of transformation. Upon returning to his quarters, Li Xian retrieved the demon cores, which were about the size of jujubes. While he could manage to swallow one, he sensed no spiritual energy emanating from them. It felt almost as if they were devoid of power. Could it be that the lack of spiritual energy was why the 7-aperture linglong rabbit had such feeble combat capabilities? After pondering fruitlessly, he decided to test the waters. After all, the demon core wouldn't poison him. Opening his mouth, he swallowed one and focused, channeling his internal energy to begin the process of refining and absorbing the core. Initially, it seemed unremarkable. After a prolonged period, he felt nothing, as if it sank into an ocean without a ripple. Nevertheless, holding on to his resolve, he continued absorbing the core entirely. However, merely a few minutes later, his closed eyes suddenly opened wide as he detected a faint trickle of spiritual energy emanating from the core. Although it was scarce, it was indeed present. This was a promising sign. He hastened the refining process. As time passed, more spiritual energy flowed from the core, and as a fifth-tier beast, it was akin to the inner core of a golden core stage cultivator. The deeper he refined it, the more potent the spiritual energy became, reaching terrifying levels for him. Meanwhile, at a subsidiary peak of Wanyao Peak, Gu Beichen glared at Jiang Ping and his companions, who knelt before him, filled with disappointment. A bunch of useless fools. I sent you to procure some food, yet you couldn't even manage this simple task? No, Gu Shixiao, it was Li Xian. That Li Xian has a 9-yin soul-devouring python. Do I appear to be a 9-yin soul-devouring python? Gu Beichen glared fiercely at them, his frustration boiling over. The 9-yin soul-devouring python is a 7th-tier beast. How could a mere servant disciple like Li Xian possibly care for one? But Gu Shixiao, we truly saw it. Yes, that python was even chasing us. Then how did you escape unscathed? This. The group exchanged glances, unsure themselves, curiously. The snake had halted its pursuit midway. You may be incompetent, but could you at least fabricate a credible excuse? Were it not for the fact that they had been with him for so long, contributing in their own way, he would have considered discarding them entirely. Very well. I shall grant you one final opportunity. Within half an hour, I demand to see a meal prepared, or from tomorrow onwards, you need not return to see me. Gu Shixiao, ISNT half an hour a bit too rushed. Get out. Leaving the courtyard in a state of disarray, Jiang Ping and his companions were drenched in sweat, feeling an immense sense of relief. However, they soon realized that acquiring meals within half an hour was utterly unfeasible from the other kitchens. After much contemplation, they concluded that only the kitchen at Wanyao Peak stood a chance of meeting their needs. The mere thought of Li Xian's 9-yin soul-devouring python filled them with trepidation. Brother Jiang, what shall we do? What if Li Xian is still there? Fear not. We shall claim it is for the elders. Surely, he wouldn't dare meddle with their meals, Jiang Ping reassured them. With this resolve, they decided to take a gamble. Little did they expect that one day, while seeking provisions, they would find themselves at the mercy of others' whims. If word of this spread, their reputations would be irreparably tarnished. Fortunately, when they returned to the kitchen, they found no trace of Li Xian, aside from Su Zhong and his companions. Yet, for safety's sake, they cautiously inquired, Su Zhong, where's Li Xian? Brother Jiang, junior brother Li has already returned. Instantly, their spirits lifted. Good. Hurry and prepare a fresh spread for us. We must leave at once. As they spoke, they busied themselves in the kitchen, consuming the ready meals after a long day of hunger, all of which they attributed to Li Xian. Finally, they could satisfy their appetites. However, with Li Xian absent, Su Zhong and his peers dared not offend them, hastily preparing the dishes. They believed that compliance would spare them any trouble, but once they were well fed, Jiang Ping and the others vented their frustrations onto Su Zhong and his companions. Hey, Brother Jiang, please don't hit us. We did nothing wrong. Did nothing? It seems you are quite chummy with that Li Xian fellow. Are you not aware that Brother Gu has decreed that all disciples of Wanyao Peak must target Li Xian? Your actions clearly show a lack of respect for Brother Gu. A beating is the least of your worries. After venting his ire, Jiang Ping's anger seemed to dissipate considerably, and he moved past the bruised Su Zhong and his companions. Remember, anyone who dares to associate with Li Xian will meet the same fate as you. If I catch you doing so again, I shall deal with you more severely. With that, Jiang Ping departed, leaving Su Zhong and his companions feeling wronged. Damn it. He's merely a dog of Gu Beichen. What is there to be so proud of? Indeed, tomorrow we should inform junior brother Li and let him report to Elder Luo. Perhaps it's best to let it go. I doubt Elder Luo would concern himself with such matters. We should simply be cautious moving forward. Meanwhile, while they were being bullied, Li Xian was engrossed in absorbing a demon's core. 3 hours had swiftly passed since he commenced this process. By midnight, he had finally refined the 5th-tier demon beast core, propelling his cultivation from the 5th tier of Qi transformation directly to the 8th tier. 3 small tiers in just 3 hours. If others were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly be consumed by jealousy. If refining one core could elevate him 3 tiers, then if he were to refine the remaining core, he might not only establish a foundation, but at least achieve the pinnacle of Qi transformation. Though cultivation becomes increasingly challenging as one progresses, the fact that he had surged 3 tiers from the 5th to the 8th was remarkable. Considering the time, he decided to temper his excitement and save the 2nd demon core for another day, opting instead to seek out his senior sister. As usual, he arrived at their meeting spot, But today was different. She had arrived early and was already practicing her swordplay. Sister. The moment he spoke, her sword lunged towards him, her expression as cold as ice. Sister, what are you doing? The situation turned dire, and he had no choice but to draw his sword in defense. Clang, clang, clang. Each collision revealed her intent was serious. Every strike was deft and precise, despite her suppressing her cultivation to the Qi transformation stage. She showed no mercy in other respects. However, after a few exchanges, a flicker of surprise crossed her face. You have reached the 8th tier of Qi transformation? Ling Wan's exquisite features were now filled with profound astonishment. Just yesterday, he had still been at the 5th tier, and now, within a mere day, he had skyrocketed to the 8th tier. This revelation momentarily distracted her from her sword practice, and she paused to question him closely. What on earth happened to elevate your cultivation so drastically? I absorbed a demon beast core. Do you believe me? Li Xian felt no need to conceal the truth from his senior sister, especially since the core was obtained legitimately. A demon beast core? What tier? Ling Wan pondered for a moment. Refining a demon beast core could indeed assist a cultivator's advancement, but it depended on the quality of the core. 5th tier. What? You absorbed a 5th tier demon beast core? The moment he spoke, Ling Wan's demeanor shifted entirely. A 5th tier beast was akin to a golden core stage cultivator. Such a core would be immensely beneficial, even to her current level. If she too could obtain a 5th tier core, she would surely break through before the upcoming competition. No wonder he had skyrocketed 3 tiers. It all made sense now. Yet, to put it bluntly, for someone at Li Xian's level to absorb a 5th tier core was a sheer waste. Where did you acquire this demon beast core? I killed a 7-portal Linglong rabbit. What? The 7-portal Linglong rabbit is a rare beast. Each one is a treasure for the sect. You have landed yourself in a grave situation. Could it be that I heard rumors in the law enforcement hall that someone had stolen the 7-portal Linglong rabbit from the spirit beast garden, and it was you? Indeed, it was me, but I did not steal it. I caught it fair and square. In fact, it was Elder Yaofeng who took me there. Upon hearing Yaofeng's name, Ling Wan's tension eased slightly. You mean to say you captured the 7-portal Linglong rabbit with Elder Yaofeng's permission? Yes, and he has already consumed it. Seeing the growing skepticism on Ling Wan's face, Li Xian recounted the events of roasting the rabbit in the kitchen. You can cook? Ling Wan scrutinized him, clearly unconvinced. Sister, you underestimate me. Not only can I cook, but it tastes quite good as well. Would you care to try? Right now? Sure. Let us go. Since he had become acquainted with Su Zhong and the others, their relationship had improved significantly, making it perfectly acceptable to borrow the kitchen at this hour. Thus, the two forwent further sword practice that night and headed to the kitchen at Wanyao Peak. Coincidentally, Su Zhong and his companions were still awake, seated together and applying ointment to their bruises. Su Zhong, what happened to you all? Junior brotherly, what brings you here at such a late hour? I came to prepare some food, but what happened to you all? You look like you've been in a fight. As Li Xian drew closer to inspect, he realized their injuries were clearly inflicted by others, leading him to suspect Jiang Ping and his group. Don't worry, junior brother, you came to cook, so feel free to do your thing. If you need anything, just ask me. Seeing that they were tight-lipped, Li Xian decided not to press further, but made a mental note to ensure Jiang Ping faced the consequences of his actions. Sister, please feel free to find a place to sit. I will go prepare the ingredients. Upon hearing Li Xian's invitation, Su Zhong and the others finally realized that he was not alone, and the other visitor was a girl. Instantly, they straightened their postures and stowed away all their medicinal items. Creaking open, the door revealed a figure stepping inside, and the expressions of Su Zhong and his companions shifted from anticipation to astonishment. The newcomer was none other than the celebrated talent of the Sword Spirit Palace, Ling Wan. They instinctively turned to glance at Li Xian, who was busily preparing the ingredients, and were baffled. How could a mere servant disciple from Wanyao Peak be acquainted with such a distinguished lady? It felt as if a royal princess were mingling with a commoner, particularly one from the slums. Ling. They began to rise to greet her. But Ling Wan preemptively raised her left index finger in a gesture for silence. She then immediately conveyed through thought, do not reveal my identity. Act as if you do not know me, and do not mention who I am to Li Xian in private. They nodded eagerly, understanding that sister must have her reasons. And thus they collectively altered their greeting. Sister, please come in and make yourself comfortable. Didn't he expect you all to still be awake at this late hour? Ling Wan initiated a conversation, and in an effort to maintain face, they awkwardly fibbed. We're used to it. We usually sleep quite late. By the way, sister, may I ask how you and junior brother Li Xian became acquainted? Ling Wan paused, glancing at the busy Li Xian before replying. I suppose it is fate. I came to Wan Yao Peak to unwind and happened upon him. Understanding dawned upon Su Zhong and the others as they nodded in agreement. But they were acutely aware that if it were anyone else, they might not have had the opportunity to connect with such an illustrious figure. Moreover, it appeared that Ling Wan had a rather favorable impression of Li Xian. Suddenly, they recalled the incident when Li Xian was falsely accused by the law enforcement hall of stealing the purple ginseng flower, and how the sword master had unexpectedly intervened to assist him. Now it all made sense. They comprehended that it was Ling Wan who had been discreetly aiding him. It was undeniable that although Li Xian was merely a servant disciple, his connections were astonishingly formidable. One was a former sect master, another was the sword master. And now he had Ling Wan, a paragon of grace, as his ally. This was no ordinary servant. He was undoubtedly a winner in life. Sister, do you prefer lighter flavors or something richer? At this moment, having completed his preparations, Li Xian turned and inquired. Anything is fine. I am not picky, Ling Wan responded. And without hesitation, she retrieved 4 medicinal pills from her spatial ring. These are jade skin pills, which can aid in the rapid recovery of damaged skin. I believe you will find them useful. Thank you, sister. The 4 of them accepted graciously, considering her to be Li Xian's esteemed companion, thus making her generosity all the more significant. Meanwhile, Li Xian, engrossed in his cooking, displayed such skill that Ling Wan found herself momentarily captivated. Chapter 051. This is not drinking. It is clearly cultivation. In the dead of night, dining in the kitchen was something Li Xian had never imagined, especially in the company of a beautiful sister. Come, everyone, let us eat while it's hot. As Li Xian continued to serve one dish after another, Su Zhong and his companions could hardly contain their drool, though they wisely refrained from interrupting and instead stood to leave. No, junior brother Li, we must rise early tomorrow. We'll take our leave now. You and sister enjoy your meal. Don't go. I've made enough for all of you, Li Xian implored. Yet regardless of his persuasion, they remained resolute. As outsiders, they could clearly see the special attention Ling Wan afforded Li Xian. After all, Ling Wan, as the pride of the Sword Spirit Palace, was known to keep her distance from others, often appearing aloof. Yet here she was, in the dead of night, accompanying Li Xian to the kitchen, which could be construed as a secret rendezvous. Thus, how could they possibly intrude upon such a moment? Soon, as they departed, only Li Xian and Ling Wan remained in the kitchen. Honestly, I should have cooked less. Frustrated that his attempts to persuade Su Zhong had been in vain, Li Xian brought out bowls and chopsticks for Ling Wan. Don't mind them. Let us eat ourselves. I didn't realize you were such a skilled cook, Ling Wan remarked, her focus solely on Li Xian. It's just moderate. I have my strengths, he replied, serving her a piece of fish. Although Ling Wan generally preferred lighter fare, she decided to taste it considering it was prepared especially for her. Upon tasting, her preconceived notions about greasy meat dishes evaporated as she discovered a delightful new world. This fish is delicious. Then please eat more, sister, Li Xian encouraged. Satisfied as he sat down, just as he was about to serve her another dish, Ling Wan eagerly picked up her chopsticks and sampled each dish in turn. This flavor is quite good. This one too. Wow, they are all so delicious. After her tasting spree, Ling Wan sincerely praised every dish. To be honest, I have never had anything this delectable. Are these ingredients of some high quality? She inquired. Not at all. Li Xian shook his head, gesturing to the fish. This is just ordinary carp, and the meat is simply common pork and chicken. She scrutinized the ingredients and found them indeed ordinary. Yet their exquisite flavor was solely attributed to Li Xian's exceptional culinary skills. Since you have treated me to such a delightful meal, allow me to return the favor. Without waiting for Li Xian's reaction, she retrieved a jar from her spatial ring, its dark blue exterior exuding a captivating aroma even while sealed. Sister, what kind of wine is this? It smells so unique. I want to tell you. Initially thinking Ling Wan was jesting, Li Xian continued to press for an answer until she poured 2 cups for them, still withholding information. Sister, what is this wine? Why does it cause my spiritual energy to stir just from the aroma? Even before tasting it, he sensed its superior quality, likely surpassing what Zhao Qingshan had once offered him. I said I want to tell you. Just drink. Accepting the cup she handed him, Li Xian took a cautious sip. In that instant, astonishment washed over him, mirroring Ling Wan's expression when she had tasted his dishes. Sister, this wine, he began. But the remainder of his words caught in his throat, his surprise evident in his eyes and expression. How is it? Is it good? It's not just good. I feel it bears some resemblance to that water you gave me. It is somewhat similar. Lingwan nodded, acknowledging the connection. After all, one of the wine's ingredients was spirit spring water, and drinking it significantly aided the circulation of spiritual energy. For those with good constitution, they could even absorb energy suitable for personal advancement. Do not blame your senior sister for not reminding you. This is truly a remarkable elixir, so drink plenty. Lingwan smiled mysteriously as she filled Li Xian's cup once more. He did not hesitate, quickly tilting his head back and consuming it in one go. As he imbibed more of the potent liquid, the fluctuations of spiritual energy within him became increasingly pronounced. Remarkably, it seemed to circulate through his body autonomously, facilitating his cultivation without any need for guidance. How astonishing! Drinking could actually enhance one's cultivation? What sort of phenomenon is this? You should continue drinking. Let us see how it affects you. Tempted by Ling Wan's encouragement, Li Xian boldly embraced the jar and drank directly from it. Strangely, though it was indeed alcohol, it possessed a certain enchantment that compelled him to desire more with each sip. Senior sister, this one tea lead to an addiction, will it? Whether it becomes addictive, I cannot say. However, I can assure you that your spiritual energy is now thoroughly invigorated. Is there anything unusual about that? Li Xian pondered, feeling that the surge of energy had been evident from the very first sip. Why not attempt to refine it? I shall give it a try. Taking a deep breath, he followed her suggestion. In mere seconds, he widened his eyes in astonishment, gazing at Ling Wan. Senior sister, this increase is quite extraordinary. In that brief span, he had casually refined a portion of the liquid within him, resulting in a 1% enhancement of his spiritual energy. Though 1% may seem insignificant, it was merely the outcome of a few moments of refining. If he continued, achieving the 9th level of Qi transformation would be effortlessly within his grasp. Do not rejoice too soon. This effect is temporary, especially for someone of your cultivation level who has yet to establish a foundation. Once you have formed your foundation, the effects will begin to diminish, and after reaching the golden core stage, they will be negligible. This was no mere drinking. He was clearly consuming an essence of cultivation. The previous spirit spring had aided in rapid recovery, but its contribution to cultivation was minimal, akin to a gentle stream. In contrast, this unknown liquor, when refined, was like a torrential flood of spiritual energy surging within him, yielding a far more significant increase. The disparity between the two was unmistakable. This was undoubtedly a superior version of the spirit spring. Chapter 052. How could my senior sister possibly like me? Feeling the changes in his cultivation, Li Xian found himself refilling his own cup without needing Ling Wan's encouragement. Thus, one consumed while the other drank, and gradually, he began to feel lightheaded, his consciousness becoming hazy. No, I must not succumb to slumber. Realizing he was becoming intoxicated, he shook his head vigorously, attempting to regain clarity. Unfortunately, the effects of the alcohol rendered his awareness uncontrollable, and after a struggle, he collapsed onto the table. Observing this, Ling Wan glanced at the jars scattered across the table, a faint smile gracing her lips. You have done remarkably well to drink so much. After you digest this spirit liquor, I shall provide you with more. With that, to leave no evidence behind, she promptly stored all the jars in her spatial ring. Truthfully, she was quite astonished that Li Xian could consume 5 jars of her spirit liquor in one sitting. After all, when Grandfather Feng had given it to her, she could barely manage half a jar before feeling overwhelmed. Despite having developed some tolerance over time, she had only ever consumed a mere 2 jars, far less than his consumption. Now, you can peacefully drift into a pleasant dream. Setting down her chopsticks, Ling Wan retrieved a garment from her spatial ring, gently draping it over Li Xian before turning to leave. The following morning, around 6 o'clock, as Su Zhong and others began their usual preparations for breakfast, they opened the door to find Li Xian sprawled across the table. Junior Brotherly, why are you sleeping here? Junior Brotherly? He nudged the sleeping figure, but Li Xian remained unresponsive, as if in a deep slumber. Why do I smell alcohol? One of them sniffed the air and detected a hint of liquor emanating from Li Xian. Could it be that he drank with senior sister Ling Wan last night? And where is she now? She must have left. Perhaps junior brother Li was overpowered by her drinking prowess. They laughed, choosing not to disturb him further. If he was merely intoxicated, it was best to let him rest, while they busied themselves with their tasks. Chopping vegetables, cooking, plating, and running errands. The 4 worked in harmony, completing breakfast for the disciples of Wanyao Peak in less than half an hour. As they finished, Li Xian gradually awakened from his slumber. Is the junior brother awake? Come, have a bowl of porridge to soothe your stomach. Just as he regained consciousness, Su Zhong offered him a bowl of vegetable porridge. Normally, he would add river delicacies, but considering Li Xian's inebriation, he had prepared it very lightly. Thank you, senior brother. Accepting the kindness, Li Xian began to eat, and the warm porridge brought him considerable comfort. By the way, junior brotherly, what time did you finish drinking with senior sister last night? I forgot, half an hour? Or perhaps an hour. He could hardly recall when he had fallen asleep. So, how far did things progress between you? As he spoke, Su Zhong shot Li Xian a meaningful glance. What? Progress? Li Xian was taken aback, struggling to comprehend the implication. They had merely shared a meal and some drinks. How could that be considered progress? Senior brother, I don't quite understand your meaning. What progress are you referring to? Oh, you know. Su Zhong raised his hand, lightly tapping his thumb, and in an instant, Li Xian grasped the insinuation, hurriedly shaking his hands in denial. No. Senior brother, you're overthinking this. My relationship with senior sister is nothing like what you imagine. To be fair, he did find her quite beautiful and kind-hearted, but given his current status and abilities, he felt utterly unworthy of her. Not like that. Then how is it? Not only Su Zhong, but the other three also raised their eyebrows, clearly implying that they understood the situation. Truly, my senior brothers, my relationship with senior sister is merely ordinary. Ordinary? If it were truly ordinary, would she have come to the kitchen to share a meal with you late at night? Indeed, if it were ordinary, she likely wouldn't have bothered with you at all. If we were to replace this kitchen with another location, say, the medicinal forest behind Wanyao Peak, would you still consider it ordinary? Aye. Surprisingly, Li Xian found himself at a loss for words. If it were in a different setting, it would undoubtedly resemble a date. Upon reflection, if their relationship were truly ordinary, would she have ventured out in the night to meet him? Could it be that senior sister harbored feelings for him? Under the enthusiastic hints and suggestions from his companions, Li Xian finally began to grasp this possibility. Moreover, considering the spirit spring and spirit liquor, such privileges were not typically afforded to those with ordinary relationships. According to Yuan Tian, the spirit spring was not something just any disciple could possess. Therefore, it was quite remarkable that someone of her standing would seek him out daily. What do you think, junior brother? Have the senior brothers been mistaken? But still, how could senior sister possibly like me? Li Xian waved his hands dismissively. To put it bluntly, entertaining such thoughts would be akin to a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. He needed to achieve a certain level of strength before such notions could become a reality. Otherwise, it would simply be a farce. In this world of cultivation, especially within the sect, lacking power meant remaining perpetually beneath others, leading to a life devoid of autonomy. To seize control over his destiny, he realized that enhancing his strength was paramount. Why won't you listen, you stubborn lad? How about we make a wager? What wager? Upon hearing the mention of a wager, Li Xian's interest was instantly piqued. If the senior sister harbored feelings for you, you would provide each of us four with 2 inferior spirit stones. Conversely, should you fail, we would each give you 2. What do you think? Quite frankly, the stakes of this bet are rather enticing, yet it oddly felt as though he were the one taking the risk. Winning would yield 8 inferior spirit stones. But should he lose, where would he procure such a sum? He possessed a single superior spirit stone, but its value far surpassed that of 8 inferior ones, making it an unwise exchange. Sensing Li Xian's discomfort, Su Zhong promptly reassured him. Fear not, junior brother Li Xian. If you lose, we do not require immediate payment. You may owe us and settle it later. All right, then it's settled. This was indeed a splendid opportunity to acquire spirit stones, one that should not be missed. Yet, after agreeing, a new dilemma arose. How should he proceed? Simply gauge whether the senior sister allows you to hold her hand or embrace her. Any form of intimate contact would suffice. And for the sake of certainty, we will need to witness it ourselves. It became clear to him that these four were merely seeking amusement. Chapter 053. Do you wish to go to the Sword Spirit Hall or remain at the Wanyao Peak? The requirement for their first-hand observation left Li Xian somewhat bewildered. It was one thing to test the senior sister's feelings, but to do so in front of these onlookers was simply too daunting. Not so, senior brothers. I find myself rather shy in this regard. Fear not, junior brother. We shall keep your secret safe. Indeed, treat us as mere shadows. We will ensure the senior sister remains oblivious. Perhaps we should reconsider. Just the thought of being watched by them made Li Xian shake his head resolutely. Come now, junior brother, think of it. If the senior sister truly has feelings for you, wouldn't you wish to discover that early and respond accordingly? Respond? That would be utterly embarrassing. He firmly declined, his desire to avoid their prying eyes far outweighing the allure of spirit stones. How about this? We will reduce it to 3 inferior spirit stones. If we lose, we will each give you an extra stone. If you lose, it remains 2. Senior brother, this is not merely about the spirit stones. It's more complex than that. For stones, we shall each contribute 2 more. Before Li Xian could finish his sentence, Su Zhong raised 4 fingers, leaving Li Xian momentarily speechless. For stones per person amounted to 16. For these seasoned disciples, it may not have been much, but for him, as a newcomer, it was an enticing offer. 16 inferior spirit stones would significantly bolster his foundation when the time came, enhancing his chances of success. Even if he could not utilize them during his foundation establishment, they could still be beneficial for future cultivation. Junior brother, 4 spirit stones are quite generous. If you lose, you would only owe us half, 2 stones. This is a fair transaction. While the deal was indeed advantageous, the thought of performing this act in front of them was still too embarrassing. Senior brother, I believe. 5 stones. That is our final offer, junior brother. We cannot extend further. In their quest to clarify the relationship between Li Xian and Ling Wan, Su Zhong and the others were resolute. They had previously deliberated on similar matters, and thus 5 stones became their bottom line. Given their current resources, they could manage 4 inferior spirit stones a month, along with some side earnings from the kitchen, totaling around 10 stones monthly. Spending 5 inferior spirit stones for this information was hardly a loss. If their relationship was indeed as Li Xian described, then all was well. However, should it be more significant, they would need clearer guidance on how to treat him moving forward. Agreed. Upon hearing the 5-stone offer, Li Xian cast aside his embarrassment. 20 inferior spirit stones among the 4 of them was a lucrative sum. Very well, I shall inform you where to meet tonight. After finalizing the arrangement, Li Xian directed them to their meeting place before departing the kitchen. Though he now possessed a formidable backing and had largely escaped laborious tasks these past few days, as a servant disciple, he still felt the need to uphold his duties. Even if perfunctory, he ought to engage in some tasks rather than do nothing at all. Thus, he returned to the herb garden, tending to the spiritual herbs as per usual. To his surprise, he found the usual scorn from Yuan Tian or the elders absent. The disciples of Wan Yao Peak regarded him with a newfound clarity in their gazes. Was this truly the same Wan Yao Peak he remembered? Unbeknownst to him, news of his drawing the Sword Master's treasured sword had spread throughout the entire peak, especially after the Sword Master acknowledged him as his disciple. Such accolades were enough to earn him respect from others. Junior brotherly, the chief elder has summoned you. Did he mention the purpose of my summons? No. The disciple shook his head, unable to meet Li Xian's gaze, appearing somewhat apprehensive. What scheme did Li Tianqing have in mind this time? After contemplating for a moment, Li Xian set down his watering can and decided to follow the disciple. After all, the chief elder's word was paramount, and as a disciple of Wan Yao Peak, he was obliged to comply with his directives. However, upon arriving at the main peak where Li Tianqing resided, he found a throng of disciples at the entrance, far busier than before. Yet, for reasons unknown, these disciples regarded him with a peculiar demeanor, akin to the disciple who had summoned him, eyes reflecting awe, and some even offering friendly nods in greeting. Elder, junior brotherly has arrived. As the door creaked open, Li Tianqing stepped out, his expression grave, his gaze fixated on Li Xian. Well done, young man. You have managed to draw the Sword Master's sword. I must ask you, do you wish to go to the Sword Spirit Hall, or remain at Wan Yao Peak? What do you mean, Chief Elder? Li Xian was taken aback by the inquiry. Why was there talk of the Sword Spirit Hall? Was this merely a question, or was the Sword Master requesting him? Do you wish to stay or depart? To be candid, such a question hardly warranted asking. The answer was obvious. He would choose to leave. After all, as a mere servant disciple in the herb garden, the Sword Spirit Hall represented the Sword Master's favored disciples. A simple comparison made the choice clear. Yet, the direct inquiry, especially before so many witnesses, suggested ulterior motives. If he stated his desire to leave, would they truly permit him to go? Was the Sword Master indeed seeking him, or was this merely a straightforward test? Reflecting upon this, he concluded that he could not speak the truth. Chief Elder, I wish to stay. Li Xian's declaration astonished everyone present, including Li Tianqing, their faces registering shock. They had anticipated that he would seize the opportunity to leave Wan Yao Peak and join the Sword Spirit Hall, as a favored disciple. Yet, he chose not to depart. It was imperative to note that remaining at Yao Peak meant he would continue as a mere servant disciple. A far cry from the exalted status of a favored disciple. What did you say? Repeat that. I wish to remain. Li Xian articulated his words clearly, his tone resolute, his gaze brimming with determination, leaving the onlookers astonished while simultaneously pondering why he would choose to stay at Yao Peak. Was he truly foolish? Had he forgotten how he had been treated by the others at Yao Peak? Li Xian, do you truly wish to continue your stay at Yao Peak? In truth, Li Xian longed to shake his head vehemently and raise his middle finger in defiance. However, one must exercise caution, for a prudent journey lasts a millennium. He gritted his teeth and continued to nod, saying, Yes, esteemed elder. I have joined the Yao Peak, even as a mere servant. I am still a part of Yao Peak. Though these words were somewhat disingenuous, he believed that remaining at Yao Peak as a servant disciple was indeed a wise decision until he truly developed his abilities. Chapter 054. No. You must make a request today. To be frank, Li Xian's words were utterly unexpected for them all. Could it be that he would forsake the identity of a direct disciple to remain a servant at Yao Peak? It was clear to any rational individual how such a choice should be made. Understanding this scenario, he had arranged for many disciples to witness this moment, hoping to see Li Xian declare his desire to leave Yao Peak, allowing him to fan the flames of discontent and label him as an ungrateful person. Yet, the unfolding reality far surpassed his expectations. Li Xian, do you truly mean this? Indeed. Li Xian nodded vigorously. At this moment, in the eyes of the Yao Peak disciples, his stature soared. Such a choice was beyond their capability, and every individual present felt a newfound admiration in their hearts. Very well, since you have stated it thus, I shall not treat you unfairly and formally elevate you to the status of an ordinary disciple, relieving you of your servant status. Yet, merely an ordinary disciple, was it really appropriate to utter such words? Li Xian scoffed. Had it not been for the necessity of remaining at Yao Peak, he would have retorted angrily. He was primarily considering the fact that his system was an observation system, and Yao Peak was a place of alchemy. If he were to switch to another branch, opportunities to observe alchemical practices would become rare. Thus, he needed to master the art of alchemy here, as it was essential for his cultivation journey. And he understood the fundamental knowledge of dual cultivation in both martial and alchemical arts. Thank you for your kind intentions, Chief Elder, but I believe being a servant disciple is quite satisfactory. I do not wish to be promoted. What? In an instant, everyone, including Li Tiansheng, was dumbfounded. What was this fellow thinking? Why would anyone refuse the status of an ordinary disciple? Being a servant entailed tedious labor every day. Li Xian, what do you mean? Are you looking down on the status of an ordinary disciple? It was indeed puzzling. If one disregarded the identity of a direct disciple, how could they possibly value that of an ordinary disciple? Return, Elder. I merely believe that being a servant is quite beneficial for my cultivation. I see. Could it be that you are still upset about previous matters? Li Tiansheng, being a person who could rise above trivial grievances, reflected on his past actions toward Li Xian, even tacitly condoning Gu Beichen's behavior. It was reasonable for Li Xian to harbor resentment. Thus, if he wished to mend fences, it would be prudent to approach this matter. The mere identity of an ordinary disciple was not something he would accept lightly. Disregard it, Elder. I have not taken those matters to heart. Li Tiansheng's eyes narrowed slightly. He understood that this young man was likely being disingenuous, as he was all too familiar with the nature of young people, who often contradicted their true feelings. Very well. If that is the case, do you have any requests? Speak freely. I will do my utmost to accommodate you. Consider it a form of compensation for prior matters. No, Elder, I truly have not taken it to heart. Li Xian repeatedly declined. The more he refused, the more Li Tiansheng felt that this young man was intentionally vexing him. Thus, he became somewhat stern, saying, No, you must make a request today. The muscles at the corner of Li Xian's eye twitched slightly. He had not anticipated this turn of events. They were compelling him to make a request, since the other party had stated it so firmly. To refuse again would seem rather inconsiderate. Chief Elder, may I request to observe the alchemical practices of the esteemed elders? Observe alchemical practices? Upon hearing Li Xian's request, Li Tiansheng found it somewhat perplexing. Was this truly a request? While observing alchemical practices was commonplace at Yao Peak, such an observation required the consent of the elders. Ultimately, observation was just that. The knowledge gained depended entirely on the individual. If seasoned disciples could learn a great deal, Li Xian, as a mere servant disciple, would likely glean little from the experience. Truth be told, he might not even comprehend what he was witnessing. Perhaps you should consider a different request. This one seems rather unhelpful to you. No, elder, I insist on this. You stubborn child. Li Tianqing nearly lost his temper. He had encountered obstinate individuals before, but never one as inflexible as this. He was attempting to assist him, yet he remained ungrateful. If you truly understood, wouldn't you agree? I shall not change my request. Very well, I will concoct a pill later. You may come to observe. Thank you, Chief Elder. Li Xian clasped his fists in gratitude. Previously, he had received a reward for observing Su Shilan's alchemical practices. He wondered what he might earn from witnessing the Chief Elder Li Tianqing's alchemy this time. Enough. Since you are not leaving Wanyao Peak, there is nothing further for you here. You may return. Oh, by the way, Elder, I have one more matter I wish to discuss with you in advance. Just as Li Xian was about to depart, he suddenly remembered something and hurriedly bowed again. Speak. What is it? With Elder Luo's permission, I wish to select a sub-peak to establish my own alchemical workshop. I hope to choose one within the scope of Wanyao Peak. Would that be acceptable? Do as you wish. Regarding this matter, he had already received notice from Yaofeng the day before, so he had no objections now and dared not voice any. It was clear that Yaofeng had stated plainly that they were merely being informed, not consulted. Regardless of which sub-peak Li Xian ultimately chose, they had no choice but to acquiesce. Thank you, Chief Elder. With the elder's consent, Li Xian felt a wave of reassurance. This meant that his establishment of the alchemical workshop would face no further obstacles or threats. Then, I shall take my leave for now. As Li Xian departed, Li Tianqing gazed at his retreating figure, a look of confusion crossing his face. Even now, he struggled to comprehend how this young man could willingly abandon the prestigious position of a direct disciple under the Sword Master. If it were him, he certainly would not have let such an opportunity slip away. After all, it was not merely any elder but the Sword Master himself. To become a direct disciple of the Sword Master meant a status that could surpass even Gu Beichen, comparable to that of the elders. Yet, Li Xian had repeatedly declined. Of course, this was merely his conjecture after hearing of Li Xian receiving the direct disciple token from the Sword Master. Not an actual request for him to take on a disciple. Just then, Gu Beichen, hidden among the crowd, stepped forward, whispering in a tone only the two could hear. Master, I can't shake the feeling that this young man is up to something, who would willingly forsake the identity of a direct disciple to remain a lowly servant. Chapter 055. Do you think the sect is truly that affluent? To undermine Li Xian, Gu Beichen had been strategically placed among the many disciples. However, Li Xian's decision completely disrupted their plans, leaving him with no opportunity to assert himself. The crux of the matter was that Li Xian's actions were utterly inscrutable. Such a choice was not one that a rational person would make. Regardless of any ulterior motives, you should avoid provoking him in the future. Even Li Tianqing began to feel the weight of pressure, for behind this servant disciple, there stood not only the Sword Master, but also Yaofeng, the former sect leader. He could not afford to offend either, especially since both were aligned with Li Xian. However, Master, this fellow Li Xian has only recently arrived at our Wanyao Peak. Yet he has repeatedly violated the sect's rules without facing any punishment. If we simply let this matter pass, how will the other disciples perceive it? Let them think as they wish. If they possess the capability, they can also seek the Sword Master to support them, or have Elder Luo speak on their behalf. This retort left Gu Beichen momentarily speechless, as he found himself in comparison with Li Xian, realizing that in terms of background, he could hardly compete with his counterpart. The only aspect where he could claim superiority was his personal strength. Now that even his own master, who had previously allowed him to confront Li Xian, had ceased his support, any further attempts to target Li Xian would necessitate circumventing the older generation. To put it plainly, he would need to find a legitimate way to challenge Li Xian in certain special circumstances, rendering the Sword Master and Elder Luo unable to intervene. In any case, you would do well to remember my words. Otherwise, when misfortune befalls you, do not say, I did not warn you. With that, Li Tianqing turned and returned to his room to prepare for alchemy, while the other disciples quickly gathered around Gu Beichen, offering their advice. Brother Gu, the sect competition is approaching. When the time comes, we will teach that fellow a lesson. Excellent. If any of you encounter Li Xian during the competition and manage to severely injure him, I shall reward you with a high-grade spirit stone. If you happen to kill him, I will grant you 10 Upon hearing the promise of high-grade spirit stones, the eyes of the disciples lit up, especially with the subsequent offer of 10 stones, which piqued even the disinterested ones. 10 high-grade spirit stones, calculated against the resources they receive monthly, would take years, if not decades, to accumulate. Now, a shortcut lay before them, making it impossible to refuse. Rest assured, Brother Gu, although Li Xian is from our peak, we have no ties to him. If we encounter him, we will surely not let you down. All the disciples patted their chests, vowing loyalty. And given Li Xian's status as a menial disciple, whether he dared to participate was another matter. Even if he did, how far could he advance with his abilities? Gu Beichen evidently considered this issue, exchanging glances with Jiang Ping and the others before discreetly moving to another location. What is your command, Brother Gu? Jiang Ping had followed Gu Beichen for so long that he understood his intentions with just a glance. To prevent Li Xian from skipping the sect competition, find a way to make him register. Is that feasible? Indeed. However, there are significant challenges. Jiang Ping pondered, unless Li Xian has lost his mind. With his current cultivation level, participating in the sect competition would be tantamount to seeking suffering. Any of our brothers at the Foundation establishment level could easily defeat him. Gu Beichen nodded, acknowledging the validity of this statement. He then produced a 4th-tier monster core from his spatial ring. The moment Jiang Ping beheld the core, his eyes widened. And even without words, he could surmise Gu Beichen's intentions. Brother, won't this be too extravagant? A 4th-tier monster was equivalent to a human cultivator at the core formation stage. A treasure for disciples of their rank, especially for those below the core formation stage. Absorbing it would significantly enhance their cultivation. Just one 4th-tier monster core. If Li Xian agreed to register for the competition, it would be worth it. However, Gu Beichen's expression shifted with concern. But you must come up with a suitable reason. We can't be too obvious, lest he becomes wary. Do not worry, Brother Gu. I will simply say it is a reward for registering, and I believe he will not suspect a thing. However, as soon as he spoke, Gu Beichen smacked him on the head. What are you doing, brother? Why hit me? Can you think a little? A registration could yield a 4th-tier monster core? Do you think the sect is that wealthy? If so, they would be distributing countless monster cores each year. What should we do then? Should we consider something lower? Perhaps 1st or 2nd tier? No, too low. The allure is insufficient. We must devise a more suitable reason. With Jiang Ping proving unhelpful, Gu Beichen scratched his chin and slowly turned towards the distant quarters of Master Li Tianqing, a sudden idea sparking within him. I have it. You could suggest. Upon hearing Gu Beichen's plan, Jiang Ping was astonished and couldn't help but give a thumbs up in praise. As expected of Brother Gu, this strategy is brilliant. Enough of the flattery. Quickly, go and execute my plan. Yes. Meanwhile, after departing from Master Li Tianqing's residence on Wanyao Peak, Li Xian wandered leisurely among the deserted sub-peaks, seeking a suitable location. As he intended to set up a cooking area, the availability of a water source was paramount. Within the expanse of Wanyao Peak, there were hundreds of mountains, half of which were uninhabited sub-peaks. Among these, only 10 possessed the necessary water supply for prolonged cooking conditions. He further narrowed down his choices based on the size of each mountain, geographical location, scenic views, and the density of spiritual energy, ultimately selecting a relatively remote sub-peak named Yuanyang Peak. Although the site was modest, it boasted abundant water sources, with a pond nearby and another a little further back, not to mention a favorable landscape. Most importantly, the spiritual energy was rich, making it an excellent place for daily cultivation. He even considered tidying up the place for potential residents. Just as he prepared to clean the dust-laden house, the slumbering 9-een soul-devouring python suddenly poked its head out from his sleeve, seemingly curious about something. What's the matter, little one? Hiss, the python flicked its tongue, continuing to emerge from his sleeve, disregarding Li Xian's reaction and heading straight towards the back mountain. Hey, slow down. Wait for me. With the snake darting ahead and Li Xian trailing behind, he felt an inexplicable urge to tether it with a rope. Fortunately, the small courtyard was not far from the back mountain, and soon they arrived. Observing the 9-een soul-devouring python perched at the edge of the pond, Li Xian halted as well. What did you find that made you rush so fast? Hiss. The python remained unresponsive, fixated on the pond, seemingly able to perceive something below the surface. Is there something in the pond? With hands on his hips, Li Xian approached the pond's edge to inspect. But due to its depth, he could only discern a few meters below the surface. Frustrated, he activated the Eye of Insight technique, and in an instant, his vision sharpened, revealing even the depths of the pond clearly. The pond was quite deep, estimated to be around 20 to 30 meters, and it appeared to lead to an expansive cavern below, much larger than the pond's mouth, housing some peculiar formations. What is this? Furrowing his brow, he discerned an unusual pattern at the bottom, resembling an incomplete formation. Are you observing this formation? Glancing back at the nine soul-devouring python, he noticed it remained indifferent, seemingly not concerned with his speculations. However, aside from this, he discovered nothing else. Splash! Suddenly, a splash of water interrupted his thoughts as the python leapt into the pond. Hey, wait! What are you doing? What if there's danger? He called out. But the nine soul-devouring python had already reached a position over 10 meters away from the pool. With a slight distraction, it vanished to the bottom of the pond. It traversed freely within the array, which was missing some formations, seemingly searching for something. The aquatic plants, towering as high as 2 men, obstructed visibility, making it easy to lose sight of it with even a moment's inattention. Although he found this perplexing, he could only watch for now, curious to see what this creature intended to do. Amidst the sounds of splashing water, he faintly heard some noises. The previously tranquil surface of the water began to ripple, and upon closer inspection, the ripples resembled the path of the nine soul-devouring python. If these paths were connected, they appeared to complete the missing parts of the array, forming a complete formation. Could it be that you know how to restore this formation? As soon as the words left his lips, the nine soul-devouring python surfaced, peeking above the water and nodding repeatedly. But how does one go about repairing it? Glancing down at the bottom of the pool, Xianyun couldn't help but feel troubled. Although he was not well versed in formations, he understood that mending a broken array was no simple task. It required not only the correct formations, but also suitable materials for the restoration. With a thoughtful hiss, the nine soul-devouring python gazed at the bottom of the pond, as if pondering how to repair the formation. Realizing that this matter couldn't be resolved in a short while, Xianyun, with a sense of understanding, stood up to leave, leaving the python to contemplate alone. Remember to return. Before departing, he made sure to remind it. Unbeknownst to him, after he left, the nine soul-devouring python began to slither around the edge of the pond, reminiscent of a person deep in thought, pacing back and forth. Suddenly, it seemed to have thought of a clever solution and swiftly headed beyond the mountains. In its view, the best place to find materials to repair the formation would surely be at Yaofeng's. As he was the former leader of the Xianyun Sect and likely possessed a wealth of resources, asking him for a bit should pose no problem. Meanwhile, Xianyun busily cleaned his house. Despite hastening his efforts, it took him a full 2 hours to finish. Looking at the now clean and refreshed courtyard, he felt a sense of accomplishment. However, the nine soul-devouring python still showed no signs of returning. This creature is rather playful, isn't it? He glanced towards the pond at the back mountain but decided not to interfere. As long as he knew the python was there, it was fine. Usually, no one ventured that way, so it was not a significant concern. He made his way directly to the kitchen at Wanyao Peak, intending to gather some ingredients. After obtaining some supplies from Su Zhong and the others, he stepped outside and unexpectedly encountered Jiang Ping. How fortunate, junior brother Xianyun. Do you have a moment? Upon seeing him, Xianyun felt no goodwill whatsoever. In fact, he felt quite repulsed. The sight of this person reminded him of Gu Beichen's schemes against him and the bruised faces of Su Zhong and the others from the previous day. What's this about good news? Xianyun asked, puzzled. It seemed like the sun had risen from the west. How could this person bring him good news? Yes. Junior brother Xianyun, please step aside for a moment. With the kitchen bustling with disciples, Jiang Ping made a gesture to a less crowded area. I don't have time. Please, junior brother Xianyun, I truly have good news to share. Seeing Xianyun attempt to bypass him, Jiang Ping immediately stepped in front of him. What do you want? Believe me, junior brother Xianyun, I genuinely have good news for you. Rest assured, it won't take up much of your time. I'll leave right after. With a sigh, Xianyun decided to follow him to the side to see what he was up to. Once they reached a quieter spot, without waiting for Xianyun to speak, Jiang Ping retrieved a 4th-grade beast core from his spatial ring. What do you mean by this? Junior brother Xianyun, this is a gift from Elderly, who asked me to deliver it to you discreetly. He mentioned that the sect's grand competition is in 3 months. Hoping you can perform well. If you can absorb this 4th-grade beast core, it will undoubtedly enhance your strength. Xianyun looked at the beast core in Jiang Ping's hand, then raised his gaze to meet Jiang Ping's. He was filled with questions. When did Li Tiansheng become so generous? The conditions he had previously promised were likely just for show. Yet he had Jiang Ping secretly bring him a 4th-grade beast core? To be honest, after absorbing a 5th-grade beast core yesterday, his strength surged, and he realized the benefits of such cores, making him quite interested. Very well, senior brother, I shall graciously accept. He had no reservations. Something offered on a silver platter should not be declined. Do not forget to register for the sect competition. Elder Li is looking forward to your performance. Please convey to Elder Li that I will not disappoint him. Chapter 057. The Teleportation Array. The key to the cave of a tribulation stage expert? Alright, junior brother. I will return to report to Elder Li. Without lingering, Jiang Ping swiftly departed after handing over the beast core. Watching him leave, Li Xian glanced down at the beast core in his hand. Just wait, in 3 months. I will not only meet his expectations, but also yours. 3 months. Based on his current pace of cultivation, reaching the foundation establishment stage was certainly within reach. And he might even attain a higher realm. Thus, when the time came, he not only intended to participate in the sect competition, but also aimed for a commendable ranking. Moreover, he would not let go of those who had previously targeted him, especially Gu Beichen. Old and new grievances would be settled together. After placing the beast core back in his spatial ring, he hurried back to his freshly cleaned courtyard. He prepared a meal of 3 dishes and a soup, balancing meat and vegetables for nutrition. Sitting in the serene courtyard, with each bite of vegetables and meat, he felt an unparalleled comfort. Life was improving day by day. Suddenly, a slight tremor shook Yuanyang Peak, splattering some of the soup he had placed on the table. What is happening? He held his bowl, nervously looking around. As another tremor occurred, nearly causing him to stumble, he instinctively turned to look towards the back mountain pond. With the 3rd tremor, he distinctly felt a surge of spiritual energy emanating from the direction of the back mountain. Could it be the 9-yin soul-devouring python? Considering this possibility, Li Xian abandoned his meal, placing down his bowl and chopsticks before hastily making his way to the pond. Upon his arrival, his mouth dropped open in astonishment. The water in the pond was parting, creating a circular area in the center. Looking down into this area, he saw the formation at the bottom of the pond. However, unlike before, this formation was now complete and even activated, radiating a soft golden light. Is this formation a teleportation array? He was puzzled and confused. Standing at the edge for some time, a thought flashed through his mind. Fortune favors the bold. Since it was activated, why not take a closer look? Taking a deep breath, he jumped down. As he approached the formation, just 3 meters away, the golden light of the formation suddenly brightened, enveloping him entirely, obscuring his surroundings from view. After a few moments, as the golden light dissipated and his vision returned, he found himself in a cavern, standing upon a radiant teleportation array. Indeed, it was unmistakably a portal. But where had it brought him? Li Xian meticulously surveyed his surroundings. The cave walls were embedded with luminescent crystals. Approaching one, he attempted to pry it loose, only to discover that aside from its glow, it possessed no remarkable qualities, leading to a wave of disappointment. Reluctantly, he resumed his exploration of the cave. Suddenly, a familiar hissing sound reached his ears. Is that you, little one? Before long, the 9-yin soul-devouring python slithered into view, anxiously circling around him. Do you wish for me to follow you? Upon receiving a nod of affirmation, Li Xian promptly trailed behind. The cave was surprisingly vast. After several minutes of pursuit, the python finally halted. They had arrived at a secluded stone chamber, where a figure appeared to be seated at the far end. Greetings. Li Xian attempted to initiate a conversation, but received no response. As he drew closer, he was nearly struck with fright upon realizing he was gazing at a skeleton. Its attire remained intact, and poor lighting had obscured his initial recognition. Could you be the master of this cave? Having gathered his courage, Li Xian now stood before the skeletal remains, arms crossed, contemplating the identity of the occupant. Judging by the attire, the figure did not seem to belong to the Xianyun Sect. If they were indeed affiliated, why would they hide in such a remote location? As he pondered, he began to search the skeleton for any items that might reveal its identity. To his surprise, he discovered a spatial ring upon its hand. His eyes lit up with excitement as he hurriedly removed the ring, hopeful for treasures within. Unfortunately, upon eagerly inspecting the contents, his expression soured. The ring contained no valuables, merely a letter and a palm-sized piece of wood. As he unfolded the letter to read, his emotions shifted dramatically. First astonishment, then confusion, followed by perplexity, and finally exhilaration. It was astonishing to learn that the letter had been written for someone like him, who stumbled upon this skeleton. It seemed deliberately arranged. The rider claimed to be a rogue cultivator, pursued by enemies, and had fled to the Xianyun Sect. Yet, Li Xian found it hard to fathom how he could have escaped unnoticed. Just as he wrestled with this doubt, the letter revealed that the rider was a golden core stage cultivator, hunted for obtaining a key to a mysterious cave, rumored to belong to a failed tribulation stage expert. The treasures had become the target of desperate seekers, and he had fortuitously acquired the key. Is this what he referred to? Li Xian mused, holding up the piece of wood. Yet, upon closer inspection, it appeared utterly ordinary. How could such a trivial object serve as a key to a tribulation stage expert's cave? He contemplated the letter's abrupt conclusion, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. What good is a key without knowledge of the cave's location? As he raised the wood to smash it against the ground, he hesitated. If the writer's claims were true, possessing the key meant that even if others found the cave, they could not enter. Therefore, he merely needed to uncover the identity of any tribulation stage expert who had failed their trials. And he could follow the clues to potentially locate the cave. The thought of a tribulation stage expert's cave reignited a spark in his eyes. Very well, I shall keep this. After stowing everything in his spatial ring, Li Xian continued his search. However, aside from the skeleton, there were no further discoveries within the stone chamber. The 9 soul-devouring python, flicking its tongue, fixated on a wall, piquing Li Xian's curiosity. What is it? Have you found something? The python slithered closer to the wall, swaying its body in contemplation. At times, Li Xian wished it could speak, sparing him from the effort of guessing. Approaching the wall, he gently tapped it. The sound that echoed back left him stunned. This wall does not seem solid. After several more attempts, he concluded that a hollow space existed behind it, approximately the size of a door. Excitedly, he speculated whether a hidden chamber lay beyond. He began to strike the wall with force, hoping to break through, but to no avail. Even after painful exertion, the wall remained intact. Perhaps a more formidable approach is necessary, he thought, retrieving the 5th-tier artifact, the Heavenly Demon Sword, crafted specifically for him by Zhaoqing Xuan. Channeling a substantial amount of spiritual energy, he prepared for another assault. However, before he could strike a second time, the wall shattered under the sword's formidable intent, revealing a new passageway. Indeed, there lay a hidden chamber behind the wall, yet unlike the previous one, this new space was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any illuminating features. Li Xian suggested to the python, why not venture in first? The python, however, wisely shook its head, reluctant to enter. You are a 7th-tier beast. Surely you can muster the courage to enter a mere hidden chamber? Li Xian mused, having seen cowardice before, but never to such an extent. How could a 7th-tier beast be so timid? Hiss! It seemed as though the 9 soul-devouring python felt slighted and somewhat displeased. In an effort to assert its existence, it edged closer to the entrance, yet it refrained from entering. A sense of unease washed over it, as if something within the stone chamber was unsettling. Why don't you just go in? Upon hearing Li Xian's urging voice, the python immediately retreated from the entrance, its head swaying back and forth, as if to indicate that it would yield passage. Come on, you coward, I'll go first. With that, Li Xian rolled up his sleeves and brandished the Heavenly Demon Sword, stepping inside. Gulch, standing at the threshold, he could not suppress a gulp. Fortunately, he quickly reacted, casting several luminescent crystals against the walls to illuminate the interior, allowing him to discern the general layout of the chamber. It was spacious, filled with numerous ancient tomes. Yet that disconcerting feeling lingered. Casting a glance back at the python, Li Xian resolutely stepped inside. As a master, he needed to exhibit strength, even if his pet hesitated. A chill wind rushed forth, but Li Xian pressed on, only to discover that the ground beneath his feet was peculiarly soft. How odd, was his initial thought. For the floor was astonishingly yielding, even more so than a bed. There was no time to examine the other contents of the chamber. He crouched down to investigate what lay beneath him. A beast's carcass? His breath hitched as he spotted the fur of a demonic creature, explaining the softness beneath him. He threw more glowing crystals into the room, which stunned the 9 soul-devouring python lingering at the entrance. Its eyes widened in astonishment. Being a demonic beast itself, it had sensed a faint aura of other beasts before, but it was too weak for it to recognize confidently. Now, however, it could confirm that the source of its discomfort was indeed the pelts scattered about the room. Peering further inside, he saw an array of beast pelts, ranging from Tier 3 to Tier 6, and even Tier 7. Li Xian stood frozen in disbelief, unsure of where to place his feet. Who could have orchestrated such an extravagant display? The pelts on the ground were numerous, enough to cover the entire room and form a thick, plush layer. Could it be the person outside? He glanced at the scattered bones outside, quickly dismissing that idea. If the individual were aware, they would have surely indicated so in their correspondence, meaning they were not the masters of this chamber. Hiss! At that moment, the 9 soul-devouring python, previously too timid to enter, finally ventured inside, its gaze filled with not only surprise, but also wariness. What are you still afraid of? Li Xian looked at it in confusion, having taken the lead to uncover the interior, yet this creature remained apprehensive. Suddenly, a peculiar sound echoed from deeper within, startling both Li Xian and the python. Chapter 059. Is that a dragon? The sound was faint, akin to rhythmic breathing, resembling snoring from a creature in slumber. Little one, it's your turn to go first. Li Xian, feeling a surge of anxiety, subtly gestured for the python coiled around his arm to venture forward. Hiss flicking its tongue, the python shook its head, unwilling to advance. How can you, a Tier 7 beast, be so timid? Do you not feel ashamed to bear the name 9 soul-devouring python? Hiss seemingly struck by his words, the python turned its head in discontent. Why do you look at me like that? Is it not true? Swish, provoked, the python slid from his arm, wriggling deeper into the chamber. Half a minute passed without any sign of life from within. Little one, what is happening? Li Xian called out, waiting patiently for another minute. Could you at least respond? Yet, no matter how he shouted, the python remained silent, causing a sense of dread to creep into his heart. Had the 9 soul-devouring python met its demise? If so, the beast that could have silenced it would surely be of equal or greater rank. Was there an 8th-tier creature lurking within? The mere thought rendered Li Xian speechless. Though he longed to venture in search of the python, the desire for self-preservation prompted him to cautiously step back, preparing to exit the chamber. However, he could not return without the python. It had been entrusted to him by Elder Luo, and he could offer no satisfactory explanation for its absence. Thus, even if he were to leave, he must take it with him, alive or dead. Taking a deep breath, Li Xian steeled himself and, wielding the heavenly demon sword, cautiously advanced deeper into the chamber. As he drew nearer, the faint breathing grew louder, confirming his proximity to the source. Little one, can you make a sound? Hiss! Suddenly, the 9 soul-devouring python emitted its familiar hissing sound once more, filling him with both relief and embarrassment. Relieved that the python was unharmed, he felt embarrassed that it had ventured further in, leaving him in a dimly lit area where the range of the glowing crystals was limited to a mere 2 meters. He could scarcely discern the surroundings without delving deeper. With no other choice, he pressed on. As he advanced, the sound intensified, so much so that he began to suspect the creature might be right before him. Moving cautiously, he retrieved the glowing crystals he had previously tossed, continuing to throw them ahead as he traversed approximately 30 meters before finally spotting the python again. However, it remained fixated on the darkness ahead, refusing to move. What are you doing here? He queried, but received no response. Resigned, he tossed another glowing crystal forward. To his astonishment, during its flight, he finally glimpsed the source of the sound. Indeed, a demonic beast lay sprawled ahead, and it was sizable. Though he could only see one nostril, he estimated its length to be around 20 to 30 meters. Let us go quickly. Realizing the implication of his discovery, Li Xian yanked on the python to retreat, but despite his efforts, the python remained rooted in place, causing him to panic. If this beast were to awaken, a mere yawn could easily draw them in. Why are you standing there? Hiss! The python, emboldened, suddenly slithered toward the sleeping beast. You! Li Xian wanted to shout, but fearing to awaken the creature, he swallowed his words and followed closely behind. Now standing before the beast's face, they could ascertain through the glow of the crystals that it appeared to be a dragon. Li Xian was dumbfounded. Yet upon closer inspection, he realized it was not a true dragon, but rather a flood dragon, boasting a stronger lineage than the pythons. No wonder the python had been so cautious. It was under the weight of bloodline pressure. This flood dragon was a pale yellow, its scales shimmering under the light of the crystals, yet perplexingly. It showed no signs of awakening despite their proximity. As he gazed intently, Li Xian, almost as if under a spell, raised his hand to gently touch the creature before him. The sensation was icy, akin to the feel of a block of ice. Yet he was certain that this dragon still lived. However, for reasons unknown, it showed no signs of awakening. To confirm his suspicions, Li Xian gradually intensified his actions, transitioning from a light touch to attempting to strike with his fist, even climbing atop the dragon's head to tread upon it. Yet there was not the slightest response. After thorough verification, it was clear that this dragon could not be roused. What could possibly explain its presence here? Standing atop the dragon's head with his arms crossed, Li Xian was utterly perplexed. If it were merely sleeping, it should stir. Yet, the rhythmic sound of its breathing persisted, and regardless of his actions, there was no reaction. They say dragons possess a reverse scale. He wondered if this dragon had one as well. The reverse scale is the most vulnerable and sensitive part of a dragon. Any contact would elicit a response. Thus, he devised one more method to test this theory: to touch the reverse scale. Little one, you possess a similar bloodline within you. Do you know where its reverse scale is located? The 9 soul-devouring python instantly understood Li Xian's intent and swiftly descended from the dragon's head, gesturing with its body to indicate the area beneath the dragon's neck. Holding a glowing crystal close, Li Xian meticulously examined the area and indeed discovered a scale that differed from the others, a reverse scale, crescent-shaped and white in color. Was this truly the dragon's scale? Gazing at the scale before him, Li Xian's previously calm heart began to race with anxiety. Upon touching it, he wondered if it might awaken. If it did awaken, he and the 9 soul-devouring python might not have the chance to escape. Yet, if it remained unresponsive, he could potentially acquire a few dragon scales to barter for something valuable. Resolutely, he decided to take the plunge. After much internal conflict, he steeled himself and placed his hand upon it. Chapter 060. The dragon acknowledges its master, a ninth-order beast? Contrary to expectations, the reverse scale felt extraordinarily soft. So soft that Li Xian began to question his own reality. The other scales felt as hard as iron and razor-sharp. Yet the reverse scale felt like cotton. This peculiar texture was incongruous with its appearance. Remarkably, no matter how he touched or pressed it, the dragon showed no inclination to awaken, further substantiating his theory that this dragon had succumbed to a deep slumber for some unknown reason. Yet, something strange transpired. Just as he was prepared to study the reverse scale thoroughly, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy coursed through it and into his body, electrifying him and leaving him utterly disoriented for what felt like an eternity before it ceased. At that moment, his consciousness began to fade, and as he closed his eyes, he saw the 9 soul-devouring python slithering toward him. No, it couldn't be contemplating treachery, could it? Despite this unsettling possibility, his awareness slipped away uncontrollably. Time passed, and when Li Xian finally awoke, he found himself resting on something soft. Opening his eyes, he beheld the 9 soul-devouring python, now slightly larger, allowing him to recline upon its form, its serpentine eyes fixated upon him. Fortunately, this creature had not attempted any betrayal, otherwise he would have been in grave danger. Even with his system, if the python had harbored any ill intentions during his unexpected slumber, he would likely have found himself in its belly rather than upon its back. Hiss! The python flicked its tongue, seemingly eager to communicate, but unable to speak. It gently nudged Li Xian with its tail, as if expressing concern for him. It's all right. You needn't worry about me. As he sat up from the python's belly, Li Xian was astonished to discover he had achieved the pinnacle of the 9th order Qi transformation realm, just a step away from foundation establishment. What was happening? As he pondered this, he felt an inexplicable connection to the slumbering dragon beside him. You are not truly asleep. You are merely sealed, correct? Suddenly, he blurted out, and the dragon's breathing seemed to fluctuate, as if in response. Leaping down from the python's back, he approached the dragon once more, extending his hand to touch it. This time, he distinctly heard a voice within his mind. Help me. I beg you, release me. The voice echoed within his consciousness, startling him. Glancing back at the 9 soul-devouring python, he noticed it appeared unaware of the communication. Why should I assist you? Because you are now my master. Do you not care for me? What, master? Li Xian was taken aback, bewildered that he had somehow become the master of this dragon without any conscious effort on his part. No, wait. Suddenly, an idea struck him as he focused on the reverse scale. Could it be that his touch had established this bond? Yet, if that were the case, anyone could simply touch it and become its master. Do not speak nonsense. I am not your master. I am not speaking nonsense. I have already formed a master-servant contract with you, which is why you can hear my thoughts. This is the best proof. Indeed, after waking from his unconscious state, he had inexplicably formed such a connection with this dragon. Apart from this explanation, he could not fathom any other possibility. Otherwise, the dragon could have communicated with him from the moment he entered. Why wait until he touched its reverse scale? All right then, can you tell me why you were sealed here? Years ago, as I prepared to transform into a true dragon, I was interrupted by a supreme being, which caused my transformation to fail. This being attempted to make me acknowledge him as my master, but I would rather die than submit. Ultimately, he sealed me here, stating that if I came to terms with it, I should contact him voluntarily. A supreme being. Li Xian felt a chill run down his spine. Such a powerful entity likely did not exist within the entire Xianyun Sect. Yet, if this being were not affiliated with the sect, how had he managed to imprison this dragon here without being discovered? Setting aside this question, it became clear to him that the chamber he occupied had been created by a supreme being, explaining the abundance of high-tier beast pelts scattered across the floor. With even dragons of higher rank than the 9 soul-devouring python imprisoned within, why would you choose someone like me, who lacks even the foundation establishment strength, as your master? Suddenly acquiring a dragon companion would typically be a boon, yet he remained astutely aware. It was evident that acknowledging a supreme being as a master would be the wisest course of action. Beyond that, the being had obstructed his transformation, thwarting his endeavors. He would certainly seek vengeance if he ever managed to escape and restore his strength. What about others? Why not find someone else without enmity towards you? Surely they would be stronger than I. Li Xian maintained his vigilance. Should he release the dragon only to find that things were not as they appeared, he could be in dire trouble. I said you are the first person, besides him, to arrive here. Do you believe me? The first person? Li Xian was dumbfounded. Turning to glance at the entrance of the chamber, the remnants of his caution evaporating in an instant. Indeed, this chamber had not been entered by anyone else. Otherwise, the walls he had seen outside would not be so intact. Considering this, it was likely that the dragon had been waiting here for quite some time before finally encountering him, prioritizing escape over strength. So what must I do to rescue you? Having grasped all of this, Li Xian tentatively believed the dragon, yet he understood that this seal had been set by a supreme entity, making it far from simple to break. It's simple. If you can bring me a 7th-order beast core, I will have the means to free myself. The 7th-tier demon beast's inner core. Li Xian felt a twitch in the corner of his eye. Where could he possibly find a 7th-tier demon beast's inner core? Such a thing was akin to the presence of a god transformation realm expert. Even if he rounded up his abilities, he was merely at the foundation establishment stage and could not procure one. It's not that I am unwilling to save you. It's simply that my strength is too feeble, and obtaining a 7th-tier demon beast's inner core is no trivial matter. I understand, and thus I shall do my utmost to assist in your cultivation, enabling you to acquire the 7th-tier demon beast's inner core to rescue me. And how will you assist? Did I not just forcibly enhance your cultivation by 1 tier? This revelation enlightened Li Xian. It was not a coincidence, but rather a deliberate act on the part of his companion. However, due to your physical condition, I can only assist you intermittently, the voice continued. Unable to contain his curiosity, Li Xian pressed. Might you divulge your own tier as a demon beast? I am a 9th-tier demon beast, equivalent to a Dao Palace realm cultivator among humans. Had it not been for that supreme interfering, I might have already successfully transformed into a dragon, becoming a 10th-tier demon beast, equal to the supreme realm. Chapter 061. Observing Li Tiansheng's alchemy, a 10th-tier demon beast, a supreme realm powerhouse. Upon hearing the dragon's words, Li Xian's heart raced and his breath quickened. Had he truly stumbled upon such fortuitous luck, unwittingly acquiring a pet dragon with such formidable combat prowess? Though the dragon could not yet move freely, if he could procure a 7th-tier demon beast's inner core, it would help the dragon break its seal. Very well, I shall visit you regularly and strive to obtain a 7th-tier demon beast's inner core for you. After reaching an agreement, Li Xian did not linger within the secret chamber, swiftly departing with the 9 soul-devouring python. Upon their return through the teleportation array, the sky had begun to darken. Alas, I must go observe the chief elder's alchemy. You stay here and guard. With that, Li Xian dashed towards the summit of Medicine Peak without looking back. He wondered what rewards the system might grant him for watching an elder-level alchemist at work. Upon arriving at Li Tiansheng's courtyard, he found that all the disciples had already left. If you had delayed any longer, I would have sent someone to hurry you. Li Tiansheng's voice echoed from within the room, prompting Li Xian to hasten his steps inside. My apologies, Elder. I spent more time than anticipated tidying up Xianyun Peak. Oh, you chose Xianyun Peak? Once inside, Li Tiansheng regarded him thoughtfully, as if Yuanyang Peak held some special significance. Indeed, Elder, the water source there is particularly suitable, which is why I selected it. Very well, if you are content with Yuanyang Peak, that suffices. As long as you do not come to regret it. Regret? Li Xian pondered, confused. What could there be to regret? Based on his observations, among the many idle subpeaks, Yuanyang Peak had the most favorable overall conditions, rendering any regrets impossible. Enough talk. Since you are here, settle down and watch. I shall commence alchemy now. With that, Li Tianqing swiftly opened the alchemical furnace and began preheating the alchemical fire. Li Xian remained silent, attentively observing, fearful of missing any detail. Alchemy required precision. A single misstep could disrupt the entire process. Unlike Zhao Qingshan, who would explain while forging, Li Tianqing was silent, engrossed in his alchemical operations, giving off the impression of merely fulfilling a task. This left Li Xian feeling perplexed at many points, struggling to grasp the intricacies. Moreover, the elder added numerous medicinal herbs. Within a mere incense stick's time, over 10 varieties had already been incorporated. With the elder unwilling to speak, he could only continue to watch quietly. As time trickled by, despite Li Xian's focused attention, he found himself growing somewhat bored, even stifling a yawn. Suddenly, after 2 incense sticks' worth of time, the alchemical furnace stirred, emitting faint sounds that snapped Li Xian to attention. Out! Li Tianqing commanded sharply as the furnace lid opened, and a jade-like elixir soared into the air, accompanied by an intense fragrance of medicine that made Li Xian inhale deeply. Here, take a good look. With a wave of his hand, the elixir floated closer to Li Xian, granting him an opportunity for close examination. At this proximity, Li Xian noticed that the elixir was not only smooth and lustrous, but also bore several intricate dark patterns, clearly visible, such that even a deliberate engraving could not achieve such an effect. Elderly, what kind of elixir is this? What do you think it is? Li Tianqing regarded him with a knowing smile. If you can guess correctly, I shall gift it to you. Indeed, he was a cunning old fox, fully aware of Li Xian's ignorance, yet deliberately posing the question. However, Li Xian was not naive. As a mere errand boy of Medicine Peak, he had some familiarity with various herbs from his daily interactions in the medicinal gardens. Though he could not pinpoint the exact name of the elixir, he could vaguely infer its general effect. Elder, if I am not mistaken, this elixir is an auxiliary type, capable of helping stabilize one's internal spiritual energy, correct? At last, upon hearing his deduction, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Li Tianqing's eyes. He had not anticipated that a mere errand disciple could possess such knowledge. Indeed, this elixir was named the Spirit Stabilizing Pill, specifically designed to suppress instances where foreign spiritual energy unexpectedly surged within one's body. While its tier was not exceedingly high, it was a staple among cultivators. You young lad, I did not expect you to possess some skill. Your praise is unwarranted. Elder, I merely guessed. Li Xian responded with a smile and a respectful bow, yet his gaze remained fixed on the elixir. Seeing this, Li Tianqing was generous in his reward, saying, though you could not name the elixir directly, your assessment was close enough. I shall grant it to you. His motivation for doing so was also to cultivate a sense of goodwill towards Medicine Peak in Li Xian, ensuring that he would not be swayed by others. Thank you. Elder, receiving the elixir, Li Xian could even feel its residual warmth. Externally, he appeared delighted, yet internally, he was even more exuberant. For this elixir was like a timely rain for him. He had been forcibly elevated to the peak of the 9th tier Qi transformation realm by the dragon. And to establish his foundation, he needed to stabilize his realm first, and the Spirit Stabilizing Pill was precisely what he required. As a disciple of Medicine Peak, even if you are merely an errand boy, I treat all equally. Those who contribute to Medicine Peak shall receive rewards. Work diligently, and I shall ensure you do not regret your choice today. Li Tianqing smiled, launching into a grandiose vision of the future. If it were anyone else, they might have been easily misled. However, Li Xian was not so easily fooled. The blatant flattery was lost on him. Once he successfully established his foundation and advanced to the core formation realm, he would naturally consider departing from Medicine Peak. At that time, with so many sub-peaks in the Xianyun Sect, he could go wherever he pleased without needing to regard the old man's whims. A smile of uncontainable satisfaction crept onto his face. Just then, the anticipated system notification chimed in, causing Li Xian to freeze momentarily, almost doubting his hearing. The system's reward for observing the alchemy seemed to exceed expectations. Chapter 062, Tianyuan Spirit Returning Pill, Mid-Foundation Establishment. Congratulations to the host for observing another's alchemy and receiving a red quality reward. Tianyuan Spirit Returning Pill, 9th tier. Good heavens! He exclaimed. Another red quality reward? Was the drop rate truly so generous? Previously, that 9th tier Xianyun Rebirth pill had dramatically transformed his physique with astonishing results. It left him wondering what extraordinary effects this new 9th tier pill might possess. Without further contemplation, he decisively entered the system warehouse to examine it. Tianyuan Guiling Dan. Rank: 9th tier. Type: consumable. Effect: upon consumption, significantly enhances the efficiency of external energy absorption, achieving perfect conversion without concern for energy rejection. Duration: 1 year. How long? 1 year? Li Xian stared blankly at the description of the pill. The specific effects were already astonishing, but the effective duration of a whole year was somewhat excessive. Truly, this was a 9th tier pill. This meant that for an entire year, he could freely absorb various energies that did not belong to him for cultivation, and it would be a perfect conversion, with no waste whatsoever. To put it simply, as long as his body could endure, he could absorb all the inner cores of the magical beasts he possessed without issue. With this in mind, he planned to consume it immediately upon returning. All right, Li Xian, although you are merely a servant, this elder must remind you that as long as you cultivate diligently, you shall not lack in the resources you deserve. If you achieve commendable results in the Sect's grand competition, there shall be additional rewards. Understood, elder. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. After a casual dismissal, Li Xian departed from the location. Li Tianqing watched his departing figure, pondering thoughtfully. What peculiar qualities did a person possess to be recognized by both the Sword Sovereign and the venerable Yaofeng? Upon returning to Yuanyang Peak, dusk was settling in. The 9 soul-eating python lay resting in the courtyard. Upon seeing him return, it eagerly approached, seeking affection, but was gently rebuffed by Li Xian's raised hand. I must devote my time to cultivation. You can entertain yourself for now. With a soft thud, he closed the door. The 9 soul-eating python felt a bit dejected but obediently retreated to the woods to rest. Inside the room, Li Xian secured all doors and windows, then decisively retrieved the Tianyuan Guiling Dan. The pill radiated a haunting blue glow, its rich fragrance filling the room, even catching the attention of the 9 soul-eating python outside, which turned its gaze curiously in his direction. In an instant, before Li Xian could grasp it, the pill darted chaotically around the room. Had the doors and windows not been shut, it might have already escaped. After considerable effort, he finally managed to seize it. Now, where do you think you're going? Even in his grasp, he could feel the pill struggling to take flight. Such was the nature of a 9th tier pill, already imbued with a degree of sentience. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth and swallowed it whole. The moment it entered, an overwhelming surge of medicinal power coursed through his limbs and body. After consuming this pill, the one gifted to him by Li Tianqing became redundant, though he could save it for later use. After all, both pills belonged to the same category, albeit one was of a lower tier while the other was of a higher tier. Whether due to the pill's properties or his physique, the absorption occurred remarkably swiftly. From ingestion to complete absorption, it took less than half a stick of incense. He could already feel his body moving more fluidly than before. The discomfort he had experienced from absorbing residual energies from 5th tier magical beast inner cores had completely vanished. Notably, his cultivation level was now firmly established, allowing him to attempt foundational establishment. While others required foundational pills for this process, he did not need one. He could simply draw upon the 4th tier magical beast inner core that Jiang Ping had sent him, and with one deep absorption, he devoted 2 hours to this task. Although it took a bit longer, fully absorbing the 4th tier inner core allowed him, who had already reached the pinnacle of 9th tier Qi transformation, to successfully establish his foundation. No unusual occurrences transpired. The advancement was remarkably smooth, even more so than he had anticipated. Was this the foundational establishment phase? Feeling the transformation in his body, Li Xian was filled with excitement. The gap between Qi transformation and foundational establishment was but one level, yet the difference was vast. Typically, only after establishing a foundation could one be termed a cultivator. Otherwise, below this threshold, one was merely dabbling in trivialities. Entering this new phase, the strength of the spiritual energy within him surged to new heights, even allowing him to fly with a sword. Unable to contain his exhilaration, he swiftly exited the room, summoned his 5th tier Tianma sword, and attempted to fly. Indeed, with a mere thought, the the Tianwu sword suspended beneath him, lifting him aloft. Before this, such a feat had been inconceivable. The nine soul-eating python watched in awe, seemingly astonished by Li Xian's newfound ability to soar. Ascend. He attempted to fly higher, though his speed was modest. As the Tianwu sword gradually elevated him, his heart raced, for a fall would result in severe injury or worse. Let us go. After reaching a height of about 10 meters, he dared not ascend further, opting instead to maneuver at that altitude. The Tianwu sword shot forward with a whoosh, nearly causing him to lose his balance and tumble. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, steadying himself just in time. Gradually, after practicing for about half an hour, he became adept at flying with the sword, avoiding any embarrassing tumbles. This was not the end. After mastering the basics of sword flight, he attempted some more advanced maneuvers, such as spinning in midair, flying backwards, and executing sharp turns. However, as soon as he attempted these complex moves, he found himself stumbling and bruised. Indeed, haste does not yield success. These skills required gradual practice. After tumbling several times, Li Xian finally ceased his attempts. He returned to his room, retrieved the remaining inner core of the 7-portal Linglong rabbit, and resumed his absorption. With the efficacy of the Tianyuan Gui Ling Dan active, he could absorb as much as his body could endure. Now in the foundational establishment phase, his physique was significantly stronger than before, making it an opportune moment for absorption. This time, he continued until midnight, just concluding his practice when it was time to meet Lingwan. With a rumble, a wave of spiritual energy radiated from him, marking his successful advancement to the mid-foundational establishment phase. Li Xian exhaled deeply, feeling thoroughly satisfied with his current state. Although the prolonged meditation had left him somewhat fatigued, the breakthrough to the mid-foundational establishment phase made all his efforts worthwhile. Of course, one could argue he had not exerted much effort. He had merely absorbed a few inner cores. After a quick wash and changing into clean clothes, he made his way to the usual meeting spot with his senior sister. However, unlike before, tonight he soared through the sky on his sword. Tianwu sword arise. Standing upon this 5th-tier exquisite sword, Li Xian felt an unparalleled sense of comfort. As he soared above the peaks, he experienced immense satisfaction. Junior brother Yu. Upon sensing the approach of a foundational establishment cultivator, Lingwan instinctively turned to look. As the figure in the sky became clearer, her face was filled with astonishment. You have actually established your foundation? Just how many days has it been? I recall when I first met this young man. He seemed to be at the mid-level of Qi transformation. Even when we parted yesterday, he was still in the Qi transformation stage. How is it possible that he has reached foundational establishment in just a day? Yes, senior sister. It was merely a fortunate breakthrough. As he descended before Lingwan, he intended to make a graceful landing, but miscalculated and fell off the sword. Fortunately, the height was manageable. Otherwise, his life would have been in jeopardy. Seeing his awkwardness in sword flight, Lingwan was certain that he had just recently made his foundational establishment breakthrough. Are you all right, junior brother? Lingwan asked with concern, extending her delicate hand toward Li Xian. Seeing her worry, Li Xian hurriedly scrambled to his feet, trying to appear nonchalant. I'm fine, really. I just wanted to see if it would hurt to fall from this height. Congratulations. You've successfully established your foundation, Lingwan said with a smile, retracting her hand. Perceptive yet discreet. Hee, senior sister, this achievement is largely due to your guidance. Li Xian exclaimed. My guidance. Lingwan was taken aback. She felt Xianyun contributed much to his success. Ever since I learned the 7-star sword technique from you, my cultivation speed has noticeably increased. Otherwise, I wouldn't have progressed so quickly, he explained. Not at all. This is entirely due to your own hard work. The 7-star sword technique has little to do with it. Lingwan was not easily swayed. She knew that while the technique was a martial skill, it did not significantly aid in the advancement of cultivation levels. Now that you've reached the foundation establishment stage, you must prepare diligently for the sect competition in 3 months. We might even face each other. Really, senior sister? Li Xian was astonished. He believed her strength far surpassed his own. Even if they both participated, the chances of encountering each other seemed slim, as the strength of opponents would only increase with each round. Unless he could significantly enhance his abilities within 3 months to match hers, the odds were not in his favor. I hope we don't meet until later rounds, he said. Why not? She asked. Because I would prefer not to be eliminated so soon. Lingwan laughed at his response. With his current strength, he would likely only advance to the second round, as the opponents would grow increasingly formidable. Even with the best of circumstances, he would only reach the mid-stage of foundation establishment, which was still insufficient unless he could achieve the late stage. Don't worry, junior brother. If we do cross paths, I will definitely show you mercy. Senior sister, you were too kind to me. Of course, you are my little brother. Who else should I be kind to? Hearing this, Li Xian recalled the wager he had made with Su Zhong and the others in the kitchen. He quickly glanced around, suspecting they might be hiding nearby. As long as Ling Wan did not actively seek them out, she would likely remain oblivious to their presence. What's wrong, junior brother? What are you looking for? Nothing. Senior sister, I thought I heard a mosquito. Did you hear it too? A mosquito? Ling Wan glanced around, shaking her head. I don't hear anything. You must have misheard. Perhaps Li Xian brushed it off, turning his focus back to Ling Wan, contemplating how to initiate a closer interaction. Since you've just reached the foundation establishment stage, your sword control is still a bit shaky. It could be dangerous if you fall again while flying. How about I teach you sword control tonight? Sure. Li Xian nodded eagerly, deciding to take things step by step and look for opportunities as they arose. Before he could react further, Ling Wan stepped closer, brandishing her long sword and inviting him to mount it with her. Come on, hop on. Senior sister, aren't you going to teach me sword control? Yes. Just get on first. I'll help you get a feel for it. Seeing the surprised expression on Li Xian's face, Ling Wan did not wait for him to respond and swiftly pulled him onto the sword. With Li Xian in front and Ling Wan behind, she held onto his shoulder to prevent him from falling. Steady yourself and try to feel how I control the sword. Okay, in the next moment, they took off on the sword, though they did not fly far, merely elevating to allow Li Xian to grasp the basics. When flying, envision the sword beneath your feet as an extension of your own body. If you can synchronize your movements with the sword, you 1T fall. It sounded simple, yet executing it was a different matter entirely. The phrase synchronize with the sword would take Li Xian considerable time to comprehend. Although he possessed rudimentary sword intent, it was not directly applicable to sword flight. Meanwhile, hidden in a patch of grass, Su Zhong and his companions chuckled quietly. I told you, senior sister Ling Wan definitely has feelings for junior brother Li Xian. Look, she even has her hand on his shoulder. If it were me, I would have embraced her by now. You're quite clever, Su Zhong. We just scored 2 spirit stones from junior brother Li Xian. Win, win, win. All you think about is profit. Do you really want his spirit stones? Su Zhong frowned at his companions. Didn't you bet with junior brother Li Xian to win his spirit stones? Come on, you guys have such low aspirations. Su Zhong shook his head in disappointment. The wager was merely to confirm whether senior sister has feelings for junior brother Li. As for the spirit stones, we shouldn't accept them. Instead, we should offer him something. What do you mean? We won the wager. What they had witnessed was sufficient evidence that senior sister Ling Wan, the master of the sword spirit hall, harbored affections for Li Xian, and her feelings were quite substantial. Therefore, according to their agreement, they had indeed won. The spirit stones were Li Xian's responsibility, not theirs. Yes, we won, but I presume you wouldn't want to win the wager and lose a potential opportunity, would you? Opportunity. The three exchanged glances, gradually grasping Su Zhong's implication. Indeed, they were eager to please Li Xian and would not jeopardize their relationship over a mere 2 spirit stones. Besides, he had only been at Xianyun Sect for less than a month. Where would he have acquired spirit stones? In the end, they all gave Su Zhong a thumbs up, recognizing his role as the brains of their group. At times, his quick thinking outmatched theirs. 2 spirit stones might mean little to them as senior disciples, but to Li Xian, they held significant value. Given his character, he would surely remember their kindness in the future. This was a surefire investment in the sky. After flying for quite a while under Ling Wan's guidance, she finally handed over the control of the flying sword to Li Xian, allowing him to steer. At first, he struggled a bit, causing the flight path to be erratic, but gradually, with Ling Wan's various instructions, his control became clearer and more straightforward. Senior sister, I think I'm getting the hang of it. After an hour, Li Xian attempted all the movements he had previously hesitated to try. Although he still appeared somewhat unsteady, he showed no signs of falling, genuinely grasping the essence of sword control. Congratulations, junior brother. However, unless it's urgent, you should fly a bit slower. A sudden change in direction while flying at high speed can lead to accidents. Regarding sword control, it can be categorized into 4 levels: beginner, proficient, mastery, and perfection. At present, she has only just entered the great completion stage. Even under high-speed conditions, a sudden change in trajectory could potentially cause her to be flung away. And as for Li Xian, He is merely a novice. I understand, senior sister. But may I inquire about your name now? They had only just met previously, and while the other party did not press for it, after several days of interaction, he felt their relationship had improved significantly. Thus he believed he deserved to know her name. Make sure to remember it. My name is Ling Wan. I am a disciple of the Sword Spirit Temple. Initially, she intended to keep this information from Li Xian for a while longer, but as their acquaintance deepened, Ling Wan realized that he would inevitably learn it. So it was better to reveal it sooner rather than later. Fortunately, Li Xian was unaware of the significance of the name Ling Wan within the Sword Spirit Temple, so he displayed no great surprise. What a lovely name, senior sister. I must admit, you possess quite the silver tongue. With a gentle poke to Li Xian's shoulder, Ling Wan reclaimed control of the flying sword and accelerated swiftly away from the location. Where are we headed, senior sister? To explore the Sword Spirit Temple. In the blink of an eye, Li Xian found himself whisked away from Wan Yao Peak. It must be said, as a seasoned sword user, Ling Wan not only flew swiftly but also with remarkable steadiness, truly an experienced pilot. Before long, Li Xian spotted a mountain that resembled a towering sword plunged into the earth, adorned with various magical swords reflecting the moonlight, casting an intimidating gleam. This mountain is the spirit memorial of our Sword Spirit Temple. Each magical sword you see represents a sword of a deceased disciple, placed at varying heights according to their contributions to the temple. Upon hearing this explanation, Li Xian estimated that there were at least tens of thousands of swords adorning the memorial. Had so many disciples truly perished within the Sword Spirit Temple? Senior sister, how many disciples does our Sword Spirit Temple have in total? There are approximately a few thousand who reside long-term within the sect, with some frequently venturing out for training, totaling around 20,000. Given such figures, it is not implausible that the Sword Spirit Temple has seen the loss of over 10,000 disciples over the years. But this raises a question. Why have so many disciples perished? Senior sister, how did they meet their demise? As the topic arose, Ling Wan halted midair before the memorial, allowing Li Xian to observe closely. Each sword's hilt was suspended with a nameplate detailing the identity of each individual. In an instant, Li Xian felt a chill run down his spine, as if thousands of spirits were gazing at him. Some had been executed for grave mistakes, others had perished during training. But many more. Her voice grew thick with emotion, making it hard for her to continue. Senior sister, what troubles you? It's nothing, merely some unpleasant memories. Does it relate to their deaths? Yes. Nodding, Ling Wan composed herself to continue. The number of swords on this memorial was not always so great. 3 years ago, a training team from our Sword Spirit Temple was ambushed. We immediately dispatched a rescue team, but each batch sent out suffered casualties, resulting in over 2,000 disciples being brutally slain. In the end, even the sword master could not trace the attackers. This has long been a painful topic for all in the Sword Spirit Temple, a shame for the Xianyun Sect. With a clenched fist that produced a sharp sound, Ling Wan was seething with anger. Had she not been singled out by the sword master for independent training, she might have faced a similar fate. Suddenly, the thousands of swords on the memorial began to tremble, and Ling Wan instinctively shielded Li Xian behind her. Yet, in the next moment, Li Xian felt an unseen force pulling him away from Ling Wan's flying sword, guiding him towards the junction of the sword's hilt and blade. To his astonishment, he noticed a particular sword that was distinct from the others. Its blade glowed a sinister red, evoking an ominous feeling. Before he could examine it further, a burst of red light erupted from the sword, piercing directly into his forehead. In that instant, Li Xian lost consciousness, his body plummeting downward. Junior brother, Ling Wan exclaimed, swiftly flying in to catch him. Are you all right, junior brother? She shook him repeatedly, yet he showed no signs of awakening. After checking his pulse and breathing, all seemed normal. What could possibly be happening? Looking up at the red sword on the memorial, Ling Wan noticed that its glow had dimmed, returning to normal. But the nameplate hanging from it had cracked. Suchanga. A look of surprise crossed Ling Wan's face. Suchanga had been the elder brother of the Sword Spirit Temple. It was due to his death that she had ascended to the position of elder sister. He had also perished during the rescue mission 3 years ago. But why had the sword changed color? What had just occurred? In her quest for clarity, she had no choice but to take Li Xian back to her residence on Lingjian Peak. I am Suchanga, wronged by treachery, destined to perish. Before my death, I lay this curse. Should a person of formidable sword intent arise, I, Su, shall willingly offer my golden Dan, hoping that in due time, a fated individual will avenge our grievances. In the depths of his mind, Li Xian seemed to hear a voice. Upon opening his eyes, he found a golden den floating before him. However, he was not truly awake. The surroundings were engulfed in darkness, clearly not the realm of reality. What does this mean? Has the curse come to claim me? Attempting to escape, he was astonished to find that this space seemed to exist independently, trapping him within, making it impossible to flee. As he gazed at the floating golden dan, he reached out to grasp it. Instantly, the golden dan erupted with a red glow, coursing up his arm and into his dantian. Gradually, the previously dark space became illuminated, transforming into a semblance of a room. His senses returned, and he detected a peculiar fragrance, intuitively recognizing it as belonging to a female's chamber. Startled, he sat upright in bed, rubbing his head, vaguely recalling that he had come to the spirit memorial with senior sister Lingwan, only to be knocked unconscious by a burst of red light. Accidentally, he noticed a dark red mark on his left wrist, resembling a long sword, but only outlined with no color filling. What is this? He tried to scratch it with his other hand, but the pattern seemed embedded within his flesh, impossible to remove. Strangely, having just broken through to the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, he now felt as though his realm had solidified, akin to a veteran with years of experience. Could the Golden Dan Suchanga promise be connected to this? If so, then this red sword mark must also correlate with him. At that moment, the word curse inexplicably sprang to his mind. Had he been cursed the moment he touched the Golden Dan? If he did not seek vengeance on behalf of the deceased, would he be deemed in violation of the pact? Surely not. I never agreed to help with any revenge. The Golden Dan is yours. I do not want it. This is absurd. The one capable of exterminating so many disciples of the Sword Spirit Temple is not someone he could confront. His own life felt far more precious than a mere Golden Dan. However, the curse was set, leaving him no room for retreat. But whose room is this, anyway? How did I end up here? He got out of bed and took a few steps around the room, gently opening a door to peek outside. The sky was still dark, indicating he had not been unconscious for long. Could this be Senior Sister Lingwan's room? Upon realizing this possibility, he cast aside the curse that had plagued his thoughts. Junior brother, you're awake. Just as he took a step out of the door, Lingwan's voice came from nearby. She was carrying a food box and quickened her pace upon seeing him. How do you feel? Is there anything uncomfortable? No, I feel quite well. Li Xian scratched his head awkwardly, unsure of what else to say. However, in the next moment, Lingwan noticed the blood sword mark on his wrist and quickly seized his hand. Junior brother, what happened to you? Her heart raced as she recognized the significance of the mark. As the eldest sister of the Sword Spirit Hall, she immediately identified that Li Xian had fallen victim to a blood curse. Typically, such a curse required the caster to sacrifice their own life. How could Li Xian have been afflicted by a blood curse? Who did you offend? Why would someone cast a blood curse on you? I didn't offend anyone. Senior sister. Li Xian shook his head in explanation, but Lingwan's thoughts drifted to Gu Beichen. As far as she knew, Li Xian had only one enemy within the Xianyun Sect. Given her understanding of Gu Beichen, he would never do such a thing, and if he were to enlist someone else who would willingly sacrifice themselves for him, therefore, it had to be someone else. Then how did you get this blood sword mark? I was cursed by someone named Suchanga. Do you believe me? Suchanga? Lingwan's surprise was palpable, and upon hearing that name, she instinctively released Li Xian's hand. Wasn't he Suchanga the deceased senior brother of the Sword Spirit Hall? If he was dead, how could he possibly cast a blood curse on Li Xian? Suddenly, she recalled the red long sword she had seen at the Spirit Sacrifice Monument, along with the shattered identity plate. She understood now. Suchanga must have cast the blood curse before his death, only for it to find its target just now. This meant that the curse was not aimed at a specific individual but rather selectively cursed, while the exact criteria for selection remained unknown. It was undeniable that the blood curse had chosen Li Xian. What's wrong, senior sister? Do you know Suchanga? Well, this time, it was Li Xian's turn to be baffled. He had merely asked out of curiosity, not expecting her to actually know him. But he died 3 years ago, during that rescue mission. How did you come under the blood curse? Do you have any recollection of what might be needed to lift it? Li Xian pondered carefully, uncertainly stating, it seems he hoped someone would seek vengeance for them, but he didn't specify how to break the curse. Exactly. As long as you can help avenge them, your curse will be lifted. Lingwan again grasped Li Xian's hand to examine it closely. Look, the internal color of your blood sword mark has only just begun to fill in, which means you still have time. If the filling completes and you haven't avenged him, the blood curse will activate, and at that moment, your vital energy will evaporate in an instant. Chapter 066. Delicious, then I shall frequently prepare it for you. What? Li Xian panicked. As if being inexplicably cursed wasn't enough, now there was a time constraint based on the Mark's color-filled progress. Who knew if it would fill up suddenly? Especially upon hearing Ling Wan describe the consequences of the curse's activation. He couldn't help but tremble. If his vital energy evaporated in an instant, wouldn't he simply become a lifeless husk? It seemed he couldn't afford to live too leisurely anymore. He needed to enhance his strength while also uncovering the identities of those who killed Su Chang'e, ideally to take vengeance upon them. Senior sister. Has the Sword Spirit Hall discovered who was behind it after 3 years? His hopeful expression vanished with Ling Wan's shake of her head. Indeed. Despite the Sword Spirit Hall's thorough investigation over the past 3 years, no leads have surfaced. It's as if the perpetrator appeared from thin air and vanished without a trace. Don't worry, junior brother. Based on my understanding of senior brother Su, the time he gave for the blood curse shouldn't be too short. We still have a chance. But the critical issue was that they hadn't even identified the murderer yet. Li Xian refrained from voicing the rest of his thought, as he didn't want to discourage Ling Wan. After all, even if they found the culprit, they might not be able to eliminate them within the required time frame. But please trust me, even if we can't find the culprit and can't lift the curse through normal means, I will think of other ways to help you. So don't worry. He recognized that Ling Wan was merely trying to console him. A blood curse was inherently complex. If there were truly alternative methods to dispel it, she wouldn't exhibit such concern. I'm sorry, senior sister, for causing you trouble. Today marked the election day for the head of the fire stove room, and I need to gather there shortly, so I'll take my leave now. He sidestepped Ling Wan and prepared to fly away on his sword. But she gently pulled him back, her voice soft. Why not have breakfast first? Glancing at the food box she held, Li Xian initially intended to decline, but his stomach betrayed him with a loud grumble. Reluctantly, he nodded in embarrassment. Upon returning to the room, Ling Wan served a steaming bowl of porridge, infused with a faint medicinal aroma. Just a single taste invigorated him. Senior sister, what kind of porridge is this? This is spirit crab porridge. The main ingredient is the third-tier demon beast, spirit crab, accompanied by various medicinal herbs like blue flag flower, yuan fruit, and giang seed, all simmered together, which is beneficial for your health. So is this medicine or porridge? Li Xian sniffed, unable to resist wanting to indulge. It's more accurate to call it medicinal cuisine. At that moment, Li Xian's mind briefly went blank. Medicinal cuisine. The term was both familiar and foreign. In his previous world, medicinal cuisine was not uncommon. Yet true medicinal cuisine was exceptionally rare, as most on the market merely masqueraded as such, lacking the genuine benefits. However, this bowl of medicinal porridge, though only tasted once, was undoubtedly authentic. Impressive, senior sister, you can cook this. He praised before diving back into his bowl. It's nothing. I grew accustomed to it at home. Learned from my mother, from others. Seeing Li Xian enjoy the meal so heartily filled Ling Wan with joy, yet she withheld certain details, such as having learned it from her mother. However, Li Xian's focus was not on her learning source, but rather on her frequent consumption of such nourishing food. Since childhood, and often at that, it suggested that Ling Wan had been well taken care of. This further affirmed his suspicion that before joining the Xianyun Sect, Ling Wan must have hailed from a wealthy family, at least well off enough to afford such delicacies. After a while, Li Xian set down the bowl, satisfiedly burping. Thank you. Senior sister, this medicinal porridge is exceptionally delicious. If it's delicious, I shall often prepare it for you. Really? Li Xian was astonished, not expecting Ling Wan to be so generous towards him. Of course, I usually have it as well. Having an extra person only means adding a bit more ingredients. Then I'll thank you in advance, senior sister. Rising to his feet, he cupped his fists in gratitude before departing. This time, Ling Wan did not stop him, but instead watched as he soared into the sky on his sword. Just as Li Xian disappeared into the clouds, a shadow appeared behind her. My dear girl, I have long been craving this medicinal cuisine, yet you have never prepared it for me. How is it that you make it for this young man instead? Enough of that, Grandpa Feng. I promise I will make it for you too. Unable to resist Yaofeng's teasing, Ling Wan hurriedly assured him. She had been too preoccupied with her cultivation to dedicate time to such matters. Ha. It seems that I owe my chance to relish your culinary skills to this young lad. Li Xian. Grandpa Feng. Ling Wan's face flushed crimson, feeling embarrassed and wishing to shoo him away. Nevertheless, Grandpa Feng shared your optimistic view of this young man. In 3 months, I wonder what level he will attain. I am truly looking forward to it. He had been observing quietly. With his strength, he could see that Li Xian was at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. However, it should be noted that when he first encountered this young man, he was merely at the Qi transformation stage. To jump to the mid-stage of foundation establishment in such a short time, it would be difficult to believe that he did not harbor any secrets. Yet, he was not the type to pry excessively. Everyone possesses their unique opportunities, whether early or late. I feel that his maximum potential may only reach the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Lingwan had not examined him closely, so she merely considered Li Xian to be at the early stage of foundation establishment. Perhaps, Guanfeng did not elaborate much, as he believed Li Xian's aptitude was at least on par with Lingwan's, if not superior. Thus, some matters were best left for her to discover gradually. To prevent discouragement, Grandpa Feng, can you allow junior brother Li Xian to enter the Sword Spirit Hall's questioning sword platform for training? The questioning sword platform is a designated public training ground for the disciples of the Sword Spirit Hall, where even the outer regions boast spiritual energy concentrations 3 times that of other locations. The closer one gets to the center, the denser the spiritual energy becomes, accompanied by stronger spiritual power repulsion. Therefore, in some respects, only those with greater strength can reach the central areas for training. As for herself, she could barely approach within 100 meters of the center, where the spiritual energy concentration reached an astounding tenfold. Chapter 067. What if it contradicts sect rules? Let him compete. To Lingwan's surprise, Grandpa Feng agreed readily. It is known that not everyone can access the questioning sword platform, even among the disciples of the hall. Their training time is strictly limited to a maximum of 2 hours per day. Additionally, since Li Xian was neither a disciple of the Sword Spirit Hall nor someone deserving of rewards, it was illogical for him to gain access to the platform. Even if she pleaded with Grandpa Feng, he should not have agreed so easily. Grandpa Feng, why do I feel you treat junior brother Li Xian differently? Is there? Guanfeng glanced at Lingwan, his face betraying a satisfied smile, evidently optimistic about Li Xian. Yes, if it were anyone else, you would have likely refused outright. To be honest, she had merely mentioned it on a whim, not expecting much. She thought that if Grandpa Feng declined, she could ask for some useful resources for Li Xian instead, but the outcome was utterly unexpected. Should I retract my previous statement? No, Grandpa Feng, as the sword master. Your words are not to be taken back. Compared to medicinal pills, she believed the questioning sword platform would be of greater benefit to Li Xian. After all, one offers short-term gains while the other provides long-term benefits, making the latter far more cost-effective. All right, I will not retract my words. Noticing Lingwan's concern for Li Xian, Guanfeng felt genuinely pleased. In his memory, Lingwan had always kept her distance from others, lacking friends. Her attentiveness towards this young man was indeed a positive development. So when do you plan to let junior brother Li Xian start training on the questioning sword platform? Anytime. Upon hearing this, Lingwan felt as giddy as a child. She took a few steps forward to embrace Guanfeng, exclaiming, "Thank you, Grandpa Feng." She then turned on her heel and departed on her flying sword. Leaving the spirit sword peak, Li Xian headed straight for the kitchen. As usual, Su Zhong and the others were busy preparing breakfast, and upon seeing him, they eagerly greeted him. "Junior brother Li is here. Congratulations, junior brother." "Ha ha ha. So how about it, junior brother? Was I right?" Observing their expressions, Li Xian understood their words referred to his intimate encounter with Ling on the previous night. Clearly, these fellows had been watching from the shadows. "Fine, I concede. But I currently lack the spirit stones to pay up, so I can only owe you for now. A wager is a wager." And he would not deny it. 2 low-grade spirit stones each, a total of 8, and he would surely find a way to repay them. "Junior brother, don't take it too seriously. The wager was merely a casual remark. The spirit stones are not of great importance." However, Su Zhong stepped forward, mysteriously handing him 5 low-grade spirit stones, saying, "This is a little token from your senior brother. Please accept it." Huh. Li Xian looked at the spirit stones presented to him, puzzled. He had lost, and they did not expect him to pay up. Yet they were giving him spirit stones instead? "Yes, junior brother Li, this is our small token of appreciation. Please accept it quickly." Not only Su Zhong, but the other 3 also produced 5 low-grade spirit stones each, leaving Li Xian both surprised and flattered. 20 low-grade spirit stones were certainly a substantial resource for his current stage of cultivation. "Senior brothers, what is the meaning of this?" "Of course, it is to congratulate you." Seeing Li Xian hesitating to accept the stones, Su Zhong quickly explained, "Your relationship with senior sister Lingwan is so close. You are bound to rise to great heights." and we are genuinely happy for you. But this is too much. He could understand receiving 1 or 2 as a gesture, but being given so many made him feel somewhat embarrassed. Too much? After reaching the foundation establishment stage, you will need spirit stones for many things. This is hardly excessive. Just accept it. Yes, junior brother, please take it. After much insistence, Li Xian finally accepted the 20 low-grade spirit stones. He was in need of cultivation resources, and since they were so generous, he thought it best to accept them. Thank you, senior brothers. It's nothing, junior brother, once you thrive. Don't forget your elder brothers. They laughed and continued preparing breakfast. Before long, more disciples arrived for their meal. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xian and his companions began preparing for the upcoming competition for the kitchen master. They needed not only sufficient ingredients, but also the appropriate utensils and cookware. In short, they had to bring everything they could. It's almost time. Let us go. After an hour of preparation, the 5 of them left the kitchen of Wanyao Peak and headed towards the trial square of Xianyun Sect. This location did not belong to any branch, but was part of the main sect, typically used to gather teams for outings or host various competitive events. They arrived a bit late, and most of the kitchen members had already gathered, with disciples eager to watch forming layers of spectators. After all, the competition for the kitchen master directly impacted the culinary delights they would enjoy at the Xianyun Sect for the year. Unlike martial arts or alchemy competitions, this culinary contest promised to showcase enticing dishes. Through Su Zhong's introductions, Li Xian discovered that the judges were quite distinguished, comprising representatives from various branches, including elders and branch leaders, even the hall master, all of notable stature. It is evident that everyone is quite invested in the matter of the housemaster elections. Su Zhong, I recall there are only 4 members in your cooking team. Why are there 5 present today? The current housemaster, seated in the judges' panel, squinted in confusion and inquired. He was well acquainted with the circumstances of each cooking team, even possessing a discernible judgment of each individual's culinary skills. To put it bluntly, he already had a rough idea of who would be elected as the new housemaster today. Returning to the housemaster, this is our newly recruited junior apprentice, and we haven't had the chance to report his presence to you yet. Without prior notice, he cannot participate. He lacks the qualifications. Regardless of Su Zhong's explanations, the other party maintained a stern expression, coldly reminding him, non-disciples of the cooking team are not permitted to partake in the housemaster election. Su Zhong was momentarily taken aback. If that were the case, how would they justify this to Li Xian afterwards? Housemaster, Li Shidi possesses exceptional culinary skills. Please allow him to give it a try. Are you implying that I should disregard the sect's rules for your sake? Certainly not. Su Zhong vehemently shook his head, unwilling to bear such a heavy burden. What if we disregard the sect's rules? Let him compete. Suddenly, a voice filled with authority resonated from outside the crowd, causing everyone to be momentarily startled. Chapter 068. The dishes you prepare are inferior to Li Xian's by a factor of 10. Everyone turned to look towards the source of the voice. A figure emerged from the crowd, hands clasped behind his back, strolling forward. The individual appeared disheveled and poorly dressed, resembling a beggar. However, anyone who caught sight of him could not help but show signs of reverence, instinctively stepping aside and bowing respectfully. Elder Luo. Greetings, Elder Luo. As Luo Feng made his way through, the chorus of greetings echoed continuously. To the astonishment of the current housemaster, the elder approached Su Zhong and his companions directly, specifically standing before the newly joined disciple, patting him on the shoulder in front of everyone. Young man, do not let me down. Rest assured, Elder Luo, I won tea. Li Xian nodded vigorously, brimming with confidence for the election. This marked the first step towards his ascendance within the Xianyun Sect. Should he be elected as the housemaster, he could use the guise of procurement to venture out, thereby seeking other cultivation resources for his own benefit. Elder Luo. The rules for this housemaster election have been established by previous masters. This action may not be appropriate. Did you not hear what I said? Let him compete. This time, Luo Feng's tone was not only frigid but also bore a chilling undercurrent in his gaze that sent shivers down one's spine. Yes, disciple understands. Faced with Luo Feng's imposing presence, Wan Hong, despite his reluctance, could only concede. Beyond the cooking team of the library, the representatives from the other 8 cooking teams felt little concern, as they perceived no threat from this newcomer of the Wanyao Peak cooking team. Unbeknownst to them, those from the library, having witnessed Li Xian's culinary prowess, exchanged peculiar glances, each pondering what dish he would prepare for the election. Elder Luo. Why don't you take your seat? We shall commence the housemaster election. Although Wan Hong was about to step down, he remained the housemaster until the results were declared, bearing the duty and responsibility of overseeing the election. Regrettably, Yaofeng did not acknowledge him, turning away as if in a sulk and proceeding to his designated position. The representatives present awkwardly smiled in his direction. Before we commence, as per tradition, let me explain the election rules. All participating disciples may use their own knives, pots, as well as various seasonings and ingredients, or they may opt for the provisions prepared in advance. The choice is yours. During the competition, the type of dishes is unrestricted, and the winner will be determined by the highest number of votes received. The time allotted for dish preparation is a maximum of 2 hours. Please manage your time wisely, as no one may continue once time is up. Is that clear to everyone? As the crowd nodded in agreement, Wan Hong walked towards a gong and struck it forcefully with a specially crafted spatula. Dong, I hereby declare the commencement of the Xianyun Sect cooking team housemaster election. With the announcement, everyone sprang into action, each retrieving their prepared ingredients to begin their preparations. However, upon taking out the rabbit meat intended for his dish, the 7-portal rabbit, Li Xian noticed a slight deterioration in its quality. While still edible, it had surpassed its prime freshness, and continuing to use it could risk a disastrous outcome. The 7-portal rabbit? My heavens, does he truly possess such a rare beast ingredient? Yet, upon inspecting the meat SHU, it appeared less than fresh. A lack of freshness and unfit for consumption are two different matters. With proficient culinary skills, such minor flaws in the ingredients can still be compensated for. It all hinges on his execution. Although the audience may not be adept at cooking, they understood certain principles. Quality ingredients can be prepared using the simplest methods, as their inherent quality suffices. Conversely, inferior ingredients may necessitate elaborate cooking techniques to mask their deficiencies with additional accompaniments and seasonings. However, the hundreds of cooking disciples present did not share such optimism. The 7-portal rabbit was a 5th-tier beast ingredient, and even if it was not entirely fresh, it still surpassed the quality of the ingredients they had prepared. Little did they know that this newcomer from Wanyao Peak had already placed immense pressure on them from the outset. Elder Luo, did you provide this disciple with the 7-portal rabbit ingredient? Indeed, it was I who supplied it. In response to the inquiry, Yaofeng nodded noncommittally. After all, throughout the entire Xianyun Sect, he was the only one with such authority. Even the current sect master could not touch any beast or spirit beast within the 100-beast peak without his consent. It seems Elder Luo holds this disciple, Li Xian, in high regard, considering he even bestowed upon him such a precious beast ingredient. The representatives from the various halls expressed their astonishment, while Wan Hong chimed in. What a waste, Elder Luo. If this 7-portal rabbit were entrusted to me, I would undoubtedly craft culinary delights that would tantalize your taste buds. To give it to a newly recruited disciple is simply squandering it. Culinary delights? Do you believe your dishes are exquisite? Clearly, Yaofeng did not concur with the notion of culinary delights, for he had previously tasted Wan Hong's dishes. They were not inedible, but certainly did not rise to any remarkable standard, particularly after experiencing Li Xian's culinary skills, which left him with a stark comparison. Do you believe they are not delicious? Despite being the housemaster of the cooking team, Wan Hong's culinary skills had been vetted by many. Over the past year, he had delighted the palates of numerous elders from the sect, and behind closed doors, there had even been discussions about re-electing him as the housemaster. To be fair, the dishes you produce do not even measure up to a fraction of Li Xian's. What? Those who heard this were left astounded, staring incredulously at Yaofeng. Was it true that this individual called Li Xian possessed such extraordinary culinary skills? In their recollection, Yaofeng was an eccentric character, rarely bestowing praise upon anyone, and to hear him lavish compliments was a rarity indeed. Impossible. How could I be inferior to a mere new disciple? Wan Hong felt as though he had been dealt a resounding slap across the face. Before the representatives and numerous disciples of the sect, Yaofeng had audaciously claimed that the culinary skills of the housemaster were less than those of a newcomer. How significant must the disparity between the two parties be for such judgments to arise? Nevertheless, Yaofeng remained indifferent to the reactions, even fanning the flames further by declaring, "Believe it or not, this fellow Li Xian possesses remarkable culinary skills. If I didn't genuinely believe he had the capability to be the head of the kitchen, I wouldn't have permitted him to participate." Chapter 069. Isn't this sufficiently novel? It must be intentional. Yaofeng was undoubtedly deliberate in his actions. In the presence of the current head of the kitchen, he audaciously suggested that Li Xian, a newcomer, had the potential to lead, which felt like a blatant affront to his own authority. Previously admitting that he was inferior in cooking had already been a blow. There was no need to add such a comment. Master Luo, though I remain perplexed as to why you hold this newcomer Li Xian in such high esteem. Aspiring to be the head of the kitchen is not merely a matter of words. He must earn the recognition of all present representatives and disciples through his culinary skills. Let us observe. Luo Feng, disinterested in further discourse, lazily scratched his ear and settled into a posture he deemed suitable to quietly watch. Meanwhile, on the trial square, 10 individuals formed a row, totaling 13 rows. Besides Su Zhong and a few others from the Wan Yao Peak kitchen, the other kitchens were quite populated. Resulting in this configuration, Li Xian found himself positioned at the end of the last row. However, unlike his preoccupied peers, he gazed at the exquisite rabbit meat before him. His mind embroiled in a tumult of thoughts. Should he proceed with this ingredient or opt for the medicinal dish he had enjoyed that morning at Lingjian Peak? The primary concern was the freshness of the rabbit meat, which fell short of the ideal quality as recorded in his culinary repertoire. If he failed to captivate the taste buds of the representatives, that would indeed be embarrassing. Kid, what on earth are you doing? Why aren't you getting started? As he pondered, Luo Feng, unable to remain still, inquired telepathically. While Li Xian was lost in thought, those around him had nearly completed their preparations. Yet he had yet to make a move. Should this young man fail to secure a commendable position, Luo Feng's reputation would be at stake as well. Master Luo, I neglected to refrigerate the rabbit meat, so its freshness is lacking. Can you not be more reliable? How could I have forgotten? Li Xian sheepishly scratched his head. Just as he was about to suggest switching to the medicinal porridge, Luo Feng vanished from his seat without a word. Oh no, that old man won't be angry. Will he? The realization struck Li Xian, causing his heart to sink. Upon reflection, the seven-portal rabbit was a rare delicacy, and it was already a privilege for him to be granted such an ingredient. His negligence in preserving its freshness was an oversight that could hinder his chances in the competition. Well, what is meant to be will be. I shall proceed. Taking a deep breath, Li Xian resolved to prepare a dish with bold flavors to compensate for the ingredient's freshness deficiency. He grabbed a set of knives haphazardly taken from the kitchen and began processing the rabbit meat. As he commenced his work, the moment he moved, all eyes turned toward him. With swift strokes, he cut numerous slits into the rabbit meat, employing intricate techniques as he meticulously applied various seasonings in specific sequences for marination. Is he intending to roast it? He dares to use such precious ingredients for roasting? Many spectators gasped at the thought. Conventionally, such rare ingredients as the seven-portal rabbit were best suited for stewing or steaming to enhance their innate flavors. Roasting would only squander their natural advantages. Pure waste. No way. He is going to roast it? Those who had previously tasted Li Xian's culinary skills widened their eyes in disbelief. If memory served, his roasting took an exceedingly long time. Yet this competition allowed merely 2 hours, far too little to indulge. Li Xian, do keep an eye on the time. We only have 2 hours. Will you be able to finish? Rest assured, my fellow disciple, I am well aware of my limits. Li Xian replied with a calm smile, setting the marinating rabbit meat aside while he prepared other accompaniments. Suddenly, the sound of chopping echoed, and spectators watched as his knife movements became a blur, producing uniformly cut vegetables as if they had been molded from the same template. Wait, this fellow's knife skills are exceptional? Many competitors marveled inwardly, acutely aware of their own inadequacies in comparison. Fine knife work is one thing, but the true measure of skill lies in the flavor of the finished dish. Conversely, some doubted Li Xian, deeming him merely a newcomer with superficial flair. Just then, Luo Feng reappeared, this time holding a lively seven-portal rabbit. Master Luo, what is the meaning of this? The crowd was puzzled by his actions. Luo Feng remained silent, simply dispatching the rabbit onto Li Xian's workstation. Is this fresh enough for you? Li Xian was taken aback, realizing that Luo Feng had gone to procure a rabbit for him. Had he known earlier, he would have held off on his current preparations, but the marinated meat was already in process and could not be discarded without waste. Yet, the newly acquired fresh rabbit demanded attention. Neglecting it would invite reprimand from Luo Feng. After much contemplation, Li Xian decided to prepare an additional dish. After all, only half an hour had elapsed, and he did not intend to roast the marinated rabbit but rather stir-fry it, akin to a dry pot, which required little time. He had ample opportunity to create a second dish. With that resolve, he said nothing further and began skinning and deboning the freshly acquired rabbit with remarkable finesse, displaying the skill of a seasoned butcher. Upon discovering the fifth-tier beast core within, a smile of delight crept across his face as he discreetly pocketed it. Having previously absorbed 2 fifth-tier beast cores, this would perfectly replenish his supply. In addition to this core, he also possessed 20 low-grade spirit stones gifted by Su Zhong and a high-grade spirit stone he had previously found. Once he absorbed these resources, he would be on the cusp of breaking through to the late foundation establishment stage. Despite having previously absorbed a single fifth-tier beast core to advance from early to mid-foundation establishment, such progression had relied heavily on the assistance of the Tianyuan Gui Ling Dan. Without it, such breakthroughs would have been unattainable. The challenges of further advancements necessitated increasingly substantial resources. Unbeknownst to him, the onlookers were filled with bewilderment. What merit did Li Xian possess that warranted Luo Feng's dedicated effort to fetch him a 7-portal rabbit? Chapter 070. Fear not, I am well aware of my own limits. Master Luo, this 7-portal rabbit is an extraordinarily rare delicacy. Our Xianyun Sect possesses very few. Is it not excessive to allocate such a resource to this disciple? Questioned a representative who disapproved of Li Xian. Even if he were the former sect master, such extravagant use of sect resources seemed excessive. Rest assured, I have tasted this lad's culinary skills. Entrusting him with the 7-portal rabbit will yield no waste. Witnessing Luo Feng's unwavering confidence, the crowd fell silent, patiently awaiting the outcome. Should Li Xian produce a commendable dish, they would acquiesce. If not, even with Luo Feng's presence, they would not spare him their scorn. In the trial square, over 100 disciples of the Fire Stove House completed their preparations and busied themselves with their tasks. 2 hours was more than sufficient for them. Typically, a little over an hour sufficed, while 2 hours provided ample opportunity for trial and error. If one was dissatisfied with their dish, they could at least redo it. However, such instances were rare. Almost everyone managed to finish on the first attempt, and in an effort to showcase their culinary skills, they all aimed to complete their dishes as quickly as possible, valuing not only taste, but also speed of preparation. Yet today, there was a peculiar case, Li Xian. While others focused on one dish, he was attempting two. Indeed, having already marinated rabbit meat, he was now cutting newly slaughtered rabbit into pieces for a different dish. This left his peers shaking their heads in disbelief. What a waste of good ingredients. If I had such fine ingredients, I would have simply made a stew. Each part of the exquisite rabbit could yield a different dish, yet he was chopping it all into one pot. Li Xian had not even begun cooking, yet he had already drawn the dissatisfaction of others. He paid no mind to their murmurs, completely unfazed. As time passed, most of the other disciples had nearly completed their dishes, while he had yet to start cooking. The rabbit meat he was preparing was particularly fresh, so he chose to saute it. Unlike the dry pot method, sautéed rabbit would be tender, requiring precise control over the heat, neither too much nor too little. The dry pot method, on the other hand, emphasized both fragrance and a crispy exterior with a tender interior. Thus, he needed to commence both dishes just before the time limit to ensure optimal taste. An hour had elapsed. Over half of the disciples had completed their dishes, crossing their arms with a sense of smugness as they glanced at those still working, as if finishing first guaranteed them higher scores. Upon noticing that Li Xian remained unaffected and merely stood aside, they were taken aback, realizing he had only prepared his ingredients without cooking. Is he not starting? With another hour left, he must think he has plenty of time. Indeed, with a full hour remaining, he had sufficient time. As they came to this conclusion, their initial surprise waned significantly. Yet, as the remaining time dwindled to half an hour, Li Xian still showed no signs of beginning to cook, leaving them puzzled. What does this mean? Is he not moving? With only half an hour left, surely that's just enough time for one dish. Could it be that he intends to combine both portions of rabbit into a single dish? Curiosity swept through the crowd regarding what Li Xian planned to create. If he intended to roast it, half an hour would hardly seem sufficient. He needed to start soon. Moments later, even Luo Feng, seated at the judge's table, furrowed his brow. Growing anxious as time ticked away with Li Xian standing idly. Even though he himself was not a cook, he understood that time was running out. Even completing one dish would be a challenge. Why is he not starting? Growing increasingly impatient, he even resorted to telepathy to question Li Xian, who remained unperturbed. Glancing briefly at the burning incense signaling time's passage, with a slight smile, he replied, "Fear not. I have my methods." "What methods? Time is nearly up. Why are you still hesitating? Let me tell you, if you lose, I will not let this go." After hearing Luo Feng's remarks, Li Xian sensed it was time to get to work and promptly ignited the stove. Observing this, others became intrigued. Is he finally starting? However, with time running so short, will he have enough? Everyone watched intently as Li Xian worked, occasionally glancing at the dwindling incense, questioning whether he could complete his dishes on time. Even if he managed to finish, would the quality be satisfactory under such pressure? As the head of the fire stove house, Wan Hong squinted at Li Xian, a smile creeping onto his face. Based on his extensive experience, he could tell that whatever dish Li Xian intended to make, the remaining time was insufficient. Suddenly, a burst of flames erupted from Li Xian's stove. He swiftly added various seasonings into the pan, tossing the rabbit meat in with vigorous heat, specifically an extraordinary high flame, making it difficult for onlookers to discern the contents of the pot. After approximately 30 breaths, he extinguished the flame and covered the pot. But this was not the end. He then set up another stove to fry the previously marinated rabbit. After nearly 2 hours of marination, the rabbit was well seasoned, and its freshness was somewhat compensated for. Compared to the earlier sought ing, this frying process was slightly slower, yet he patiently turned the rabbit pieces to ensure each was perfectly cooked. After 10 breaths, he removed them and raised the oil temperature for a second fry, with less than 60 breaths remaining until the time was called. With 40 breaths left, Li Xian retained a small amount of oil in the pan, adding all the spices to stir-fry them, maintaining the same intense heat, obscuring the view of the pot's contents. But a distinctly enticing aroma began to waft through the air. With 30 breaths remaining, he added the rabbit meat to stir-fry alongside the spices. Shortly thereafter, he retrieved a dish and plated both portions of rabbit, even taking the time to artfully arrange it, resulting in an aesthetically pleasing presentation. Just then, Wan Hong's voice rang out. Time's up. All cooking must cease. In truth, half an hour prior, Li Xian was the only one still actively preparing food. The crowd could hardly believe it. Had he truly managed to finish within the allotted time? Chapter 071. Is it really that delicious? Everyone regarded the 2 plates of dishes before Li Xian with palpable curiosity. The aroma suggested a delightful experience. Yet the question remained, what would the taste be like? Given the rushed preparation, it was likely that the flavors would not be remarkable. Wan Hong, unimpressed, was the first to voice his opinion, prompting nods of agreement from many participating disciples and representatives from other halls. After all, completing 2 dishes in less than half an hour was hardly a serious effort for a competition to lead the fire stove house. It seemed to disregard the significance of the event or the presence of other skilled chefs. That may not be the case. They appear quite appetizing to me. Zhao Xuan, representing the refining hall, held a favorable view of Li Xian, despite not having tasted his dishes. His intuition suggested that based solely on appearance, the flavors could not be far from satisfactory. Old Zhao, do you trust Wan Hong's judgment? He is the head of the fire stove house, after all. A representative, who was close to Wan Hong, retorted, seemingly championing Wan Hong's perspective, which instantly bolstered Wan Hong's confidence. While Li Xian's dishes indeed emitted a delightful fragrance, the heavy oiliness in both plates was evident, leading to speculation about the taste experience. The Xianyun Sect, being a place of cultivation, traditionally favored lighter fare. Even meat dishes were generally prepared with minimal oil. Thus, Li Xian's choice of cuisine diverged significantly from the preferences of the representatives present. Upon reflecting on this, many began to envision the greasy sensation of such dishes. Indeed, as expected of the head of the fire stove house, his analysis is quite astute. Personally, I lean towards lighter flavors, but considering this is made from the exquisite 7 Quirks rabbit, I might indulge in a taste. Indulge or abstain, no one is coercing you. Do not speak as though you were being implored to partake. Upon hearing such words, Yaofeng's mood soured instantly. He regarded these uncultured individuals with disdain. Yet, considering the exquisite 7-portal linglong rabbit, even if Li Xian had merely utilized an ordinary rabbit for his dish, he could not help but salivate in anticipation. Let us commence the tasting promptly. Under Yaofeng's urging, Wan Hong gestured for the disciples to present their dishes to the elders in an orderly fashion. 10 at a time. Yaofeng paid little heed to these disciples, merely sniffing their offerings before dismissing them with a wave of his hand. Though the disciples felt a tinge of displeasure, they dared not express it, silently moving on to the next judge. Indeed, the flavor is commendable, though the texture is slightly lacking. The dish is visually and aromatically appealing. I have high hopes for you, though the taste may be a bit off. The handling of the ingredients is praiseworthy. Strive to improve next year. On the judging panel, various assessments were rendered in succession, yet Yaofeng remained silent. his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Li Xian at the rear of the line, as if eager to summon him forth immediately. This behavior not only puzzled the representatives on the panel, but also intrigued the disciples observing the competition. Typically, favoritism is discreet. Yet, Yaofeng's blatant partiality left others perplexed, seemingly unperturbed by potential gossip. As he anxiously awaited, over 100 disciples swiftly passed before him, and at last, Li Xian arrived. "Hurry, lad. Let me sample this not-so-spicy dish," Yaofeng urged, his chopsticks poised in anticipation. As he finally savored a piece of meat, he closed his eyes in rapture. Everyone's gaze instinctively shifted towards him, eager to witness the delight Li Xian's dish could evoke to warrant such anticipation from Yaofeng. "Incredible. It has indeed exceeded my expectations." After savoring the dish for a considerable time, Yaofeng exclaimed, leaving the onlookers astonished. Could it be any more exaggerated? He disregarded the other dishes, focusing solely on Li Xian's, declaring it delicious. Such blatant favoritism was hard to overlook. Of course, Li Xian understood that Yaofeng's praise alone was insufficient. Unanimous approval from the other judges was imperative. Yet, before Yaofeng could elaborate further, a representative from a neighboring branch swiftly sampled a piece of rabbit meat, only to be rendered speechless. In mere moments, he exclaimed, "Delicious. Truly delicious." While he continued to eat with fervor, his pace paled in comparison to Yaofeng's relentless consumption. As he voiced his praise, Yaofeng remained silent, preoccupied with devouring the meat. Given the limited quantity prepared by Li Xian, he knew he must seize the opportunity before it vanished. "What is happening with you two?" The other representatives watched in disbelief. While Yaofeng's enthusiasm could be attributed to his theatrical tendencies, the exaggerated reactions of another individual after tasting Li Xian's dish warranted attention. "Quickly, everyone, you must try this. This lad's cooking is genuinely exquisite." Without needing Yaofeng's endorsement, the excited representative called out, prompting those nearby to cautiously sample a small piece of rabbit meat. To their astonishment, each individual widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to articulate a single word as they savored the complex flavors, both tangy and spicy, with succulent, tender meat, a combination they had never encountered before. "Come on, if it's not delicious, at least say something." The onlookers grew anxious, eager to determine the dish's merit. Yet, the tasters remained silent, merely raising their thumbs in approval while continuing to indulge in the meat. "Hey, take it easy. Don't finish it all. Leave some for us." The representatives yet to taste the dish grew agitated, those closest diving in, while those farther away rushed forward to join the fray. In an instant, the spectators were left bewildered. Was it truly that delectable? Someone even began to swallow in anticipation, as all eyes were drawn to the platter of fresh rabbit meat. Yaofeng had already reached for a plate of rabbit meat prepared by a different method. Chapter 072. The first unanimous vote in history. Delicious, absolutely delicious. Who would have thought rabbit meat could be prepared so exquisitely? The elders from various branches gathered around the plate of stir-fried rabbit, consuming it voraciously. Despite Li Xian having utilized an entire rabbit for the dish, their appetite was insatiable. Within mere moments, the platter was devoid of its contents. Each individual licked their lips, yearning for more. Wanhong, unable to resist, leaned in, eager to taste, only to find the plate nearly empty upon his turn. Resigned, he dipped his chopsticks into the remaining broth. Upon tasting the broth, his eyes widened in delight. What a unique flavor. It was both tangy and spicy, yet not overwhelming, perfectly balanced. After the flavor subsided, it left one craving more. He dipped his chopsticks again, savoring the broth. Although he missed out on the meat, he couldn't help but admire the remarkable taste. "Elder Luo, leave some meat for us." As he continued to relish the remaining broth, Yaofeng was halted by the crowd, for in his fervent consumption, the second platter of spicy rabbit was nearing depletion. "Didn't he look down on him? If you have the audacity, then don't eat." He shot them a glance, then resumed his rapid eating, especially enticed by the enticing crunch of the rabbit meat, which further tempted the others. Seizing the opportunity, Wanhong quickly maneuvered through the crowd, snatching a piece of rabbit meat to taste. "Wow, that is spicy." Compared to the previous dish, this one was significantly spicier, with no other flavors to temper the heat. Yet, after the initial spiciness, it was utterly satisfying, leaving one wanting more. However, Wanhong squinted at the piece he had bitten into, discovering it was crispy on the outside, tender on the inside. Bursting with juices, each bite offered a delightful contrast of textures and flavors. At that moment, He finally comprehended why Yaofeng was so supportive of Li Xian. The latter indeed possessed the skills befitting a master cook. After all, with the same ingredients, he might not have achieved such results. This dish is even more delicious. Each person had their preference. While he preferred the previous dish, this one was certainly commendable. Truly, our Xianyun Sect has birthed an extraordinary talent in the kitchen this year. The flavors in this dish are unlike anything I have ever experienced. Anyone who had tasted Li Xian's dry pot spicy rabbit could not help but applaud in admiration. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe we can solidify this year's choice for the head of the kitchen. As the rabbit meat neared its end, Yaofeng paused, using a toothpick to inquire of the others. I cast my vote for Li Xian. I too cast a vote. Let my vote also go to him. You need not look at me. I shall certainly cast my vote for him. The representatives expressed their opinions one after another, regardless of their previous impressions of Li Xian. At that moment, everyone's stance was remarkably unified, bestowing their votes upon him. There were no hidden agendas. This vote was earned through the sheer strength he had demonstrated. The representatives from various halls and a few specially invited judges totaled 30 votes, and with Wan Hong's own, there were 31 votes in total. Thus far, Li Xian had garnered 30 votes, only one more from Wan Hong for a full count. All eyes turned to Wan Hong, silently inquiring whether he would cast his vote or not. I have no reason not to vote for him. Wan Hong was not a petty individual. After personally witnessing Li Xian's prowess, he quickly lost any lingering resentment, willing to apologize for his previous disdain. With that, Li Xian achieved a unanimous vote. This marked the first time in the history of the kitchen master's election that someone had succeeded with a full count. The other participants, despite any lingering doubts, could only suppress their feelings, as they lacked the confidence to aspire for a full vote themselves. I hereby announce that the new kitchen master is Li Xian. With Wan Hong's proclamation, he presented the jade token representing the kitchen master's authority. Junior brother Li Xian, upon receiving this token, you shall be the kitchen master of our Xianyun Sect, responsible for overseeing the meals of all sect members. I trust you will not disappoint our expectations. Li Xian shall not fail in this mission. Stepping forward, Li Xian received the jade token and raised it high, displaying it proudly. The atmosphere erupted with applause, a resounding acknowledgement of his overwhelming victory, a historic first. Now, as the kitchen master, please say a few words to the crowd. Wan Hong pulled Li Xian to the spot he had just vacated, evoking a sense of an elder stepping back to support a newcomer. I have little to say. Simply put, I will lead the kitchen so that everyone eats well and drinks well. His speech was remarkably concise, leaving many astonished. Typically, one would seize the opportunity to elaborate on future plans and ambitions, yet he merely stated his intent to ensure good meals. Head of the Medicine Hall's kitchen, Su Zhong, acknowledged. Head of the Library Hall's kitchen, Li Tong, acknowledged. Head of the Battle Hall's kitchen, Lu Qin, acknowledged. Head of the Spirit Hall's kitchen, Zhang Quan, acknowledged. Head of the 10,000 Poisons Hall's kitchen, Li Lu, acknowledged. Head of the Main Hall's kitchen, Wang Shun, acknowledged. Head of the Artifact Hall's kitchen, Shun Kongwen, acknowledged. Under Su Zhong's lead, the heads of the various kitchens voiced their recognition of Li Xian as the new kitchen master. Li Xian reciprocated with a polite clasp of his fists, expressing gratitude. I appreciate your recognition, and I hope you will be forgiving of any shortcomings in the future. Additionally, I wish to announce something else. Pausing to build anticipation, Li Xian continued, I will be establishing my own kitchen on Yuanyang Peak. Should anyone wish to taste my dishes, they may come to Yuanyang Peak. However, as I am still a servant disciple of Wanyao Peak, my time will be limited, and food availability may vary. So I ask for your understanding. Upon hearing this, the crowd's emotions fluctuated. The good news was that even ordinary disciples might enjoy Li Xian's culinary creations. But the downside was that it would be a matter of chance whether they could partake. Chapter 073. Did you not think to take the initiative? The election concluded. Under Yaofeng's subtle hints, Li Xian prepared a feast and invited notable individuals to a celebration banquet. Each participant held a special status: the former sect leader of Xianyun Sect, current head of the Library Hall, Yaofeng, elder of the Artifact Hall, Zhaoqi Shan, the sword sovereign of the Sword Spirit Hall, Guan Feng, and the prodigious disciple, Ling Wan, the chief elder of Wanyao Peak, Li Tianqing, elder Li Wan, and his direct disciple, Yun Luo. Such a gathering rendered Su Zhong and the other three disciples hesitant to move, casting furtive glances at one another. What merit did they possess to dine with such dignitaries? Had Li Xian not insisted on their presence, they would have sought an excuse to leave. Come, everyone. Do not hold back. Eat to your heart's content. And if it is insufficient, I shall prepare more. Although Li Xian was the host, he did not overly prepare. Merely selecting a few dishes from his proficient culinary repertoire, 9 dishes and 3 soups, more than enough for their table. As he brought over the last dish, Yaofeng quickly urged him to sit down. Sit down quickly. I am starving. If you are hungry, then eat. This is not like your usual demeanor, Luo elder. Li Xian chuckled. Typically, Yaofeng would sample each dish as they were presented, yet today, with other guests present, he seemed to be holding back. You rascal. Now you're teasing me. You are the main character today. How can I eat if you do not sit down? Hearing this, Li Xian smiled even more. For he was not only the main character of today, but of this world. Let us toast to Li Xian, our new kitchen master. Although Zhao Qingshan yearned to dive into the feast, he took the lead in raising a toast to congratulate Li Xian. Congratulations. Congratulations, junior brother. Well done. While this occasion warranted celebration, the Sword Sovereign hoped Li Xian would not neglect his cultivation. He understood the extraordinary talent Li Xian possessed, no matter how exquisite his dishes. They could not eclipse the profound sword intent he had comprehended at such a young age. Rest assured, Sword Sovereign, I shall participate in the Sect's grand competition in 3 months, and my cultivation will remain my utmost priority. If he were solely focused on cooking, the hours of operation for his kitchen would not be so erratic. His aspiration to become the kitchen master stemmed from a desire to have a legitimate reason to descend the mountain. Settling for a simple life as a cook was out of the question. Good, I have high hopes for you. Guanfeng nodded with a smile. As long as Li Xian maintained this mindset, he had no concerns, fearing that a fleeting opportunity might distract him from his extraordinary potential. Ah, Grandfather Feng, do not press junior brother so hard. He is a disciple of the medicine hall, and elderly has not rushed him, so why should you? Among those present, aside from Luo Feng, only Ling Wan dared to speak such words to Guanfeng. All right, I shall refrain. Understanding her intent, Guanfeng promptly conceded. This girl likely feared that excessive mention of Li Xian's abilities might draw the attention of Li Tianqing and lead to unfavorable outcomes for him. To all my esteemed seniors and fellow disciples, I raise a toast to you. At this moment, Li Xian proactively stood and raised his cup, scanning the room before finally downing it in one go. Except for a few minor grievances with Li Tianqing and Su Zhong, the rest present had been supportive in various ways, and he felt compelled to express his gratitude. Old Li, your disciple Li Xian is here. Do you not plan to show your appreciation? Whether it was due to intoxication or intent, after a brief time at the banquet, Luo Feng addressed Li Tianqing directly. Li Tianqing cast a sidelong glance at Li Xian, then surveyed the others present before declaring, to be frank, Elder Luo, I did seek out Li Xian earlier to inquire what he desired. He merely expressed his wish to observe my alchemical practices, but offered no further requests. This matter had transpired when Li Xian successfully ascended to the position of master of the alchemy chamber. Regrettably, apart from observing his alchemical endeavors, Li Xian had not articulated any other desires, leaving Li Tianqing at a loss as to how to bestow some form of reward. Could he not have been a bit more proactive in expressing his wishes? Luo Feng's tone shifted, revealing a hint of irritation that caused the others to instinctively hold their breath, as the atmosphere felt less like a dialogue between an elder and a junior, and more akin to a reprimand from the sect leader towards an elder, compelling Li Tianqing to sit up straight in his seat. This made Li Tianqing inwardly proclaim his innocence. Let us not delve into that. After all, both Luo Feng and the Sword Sovereign possess rewards far superior to mine. If they truly wish to grant something, they could easily do so without pursuing me for specific requests. Furthermore, it is not that I am unwilling. It is simply that Li Xian has been reticent. Elder Luo, you must allow me to explain. I am not interested in your explanation. You may clarify matters with Li Xian, but please refrain from doing so in our presence. Luo Feng waved his hand dismissively, engrossed in his meal and drink, exuding an air of indifference that made the others feel a twinge of awkwardness. Elder Luo, rest assured, our alchemy hall has produced such an exceptional talent in Li Xian. I shall ensure he receives ample training, so you need not worry on that front. As he spoke, he cast a deliberate glance at Li Xian, intending to make a casual remark. To his surprise, Luo Feng was still fixated on him, showing considerable interest in Li Xian. When do you intend to allow Li Xian access to the alchemy chamber for cultivation? The mention of the alchemy chamber piqued the interest of everyone present. The alchemy chamber served as a dedicated space for disciples of the alchemy hall to refine their skills. Ordinary chambers could only be used for closed-door alchemical practices, but advanced chambers were vastly different, offering exponential benefits, a truly exceptional place for cultivation. In a manner akin to the Sword Spirit Hall's questioning sword platform, the functions of the alchemy chamber leaned more towards alchemy, with cultivation being a secondary benefit. At any time, as long as Li Xian is willing, he may commence his training in the alchemy chamber at his convenience. With that, Li Tiansheng turned his palm over and promptly produced a jade token from his spatial ring. Li Xian, this is your permit to access the alchemy chamber. With this token, you may freely enter the area designated for the alchemy chamber, and you are qualified to access all chambers within our alchemy hall. Upon seeing the token, Li Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. Having arrived not long ago, he was unaware of the significance of the alchemy chamber, and thus had not anticipated the existence of such a place on Wanyao Peak. However, the real surprise came from the others. The token presented by Li Tiansheng was of the highest authority among all permits. To enter the alchemy chamber for alchemical work or cultivation, one must possess this type of token. Different levels of tokens granted access to different chambers, distinguished by color. White for the most basic permit, allowing entry only to lower-level chambers, green for advanced permits, granting access to higher-level chambers, and purple for special permits, allowing entry into elite chambers. Among the three types of chambers, the first was almost exclusively for closed-door alchemical practices, offering little enhancement to cultivation realms. The second type was relatively balanced. Not only could one perform alchemy, but it also provided noticeable improvements in cultivation, making it quite popular among the disciples. The final type, however, boasted remarkable effects for both alchemy and cultivation, a coveted destination for every disciple of the alchemy hall. If not for the limitations on the ranks of permits they could obtain, many would wish to reside there daily for training. It is important to note that within the alchemy hall, those who possessed a purple permit were exceedingly rare, no more than 10 individuals, typically comprising those with extraordinary talents, those who had made significant contributions to the hall, or direct disciples of certain elders. Junior brother, why are you still in shock? Quickly think, elderly. Recognizing the immense value of this token for Li Xian, Yun Luo hurriedly prompted in a hushed tone. She herself possessed a similar token, having received it due to being a direct disciple of Li Wan. Thus, she fully understood the substantial advantage of being able to access the elite alchemy chamber at this stage for Li Xian. Thank you, elderly. Li Xian clasped his hands in gratitude as he accepted the token publicly. Observing this, Yaofeng, the sword sovereign, interjected nonchalantly, that's more like it. However, you should primarily use the alchemy chamber for alchemy. If you wish to cultivate, come directly to our sword spirit hall. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned towards Yaofeng, especially Luo Feng, who seemed to have anticipated something, a faint smile gracing his lips. Young lady, you should elaborate. Feeling the inquisitive gazes upon her, Yaofeng gestured to Ling Wan, who obediently informed Li Xian, Junior brother, our sword spirit hall has a place called the questioning sword platform, an area imbued with rich spiritual energy, making it an exceptional venue for cultivation. If you do not mind, you are welcome to come to our sword spirit hall whenever you wish to train. Remarkable, the crowd exclaimed in unison, while Li Xian, the newcomer, may not have been aware of the questioning sword platform's significance or its formidable cultivation effects. The elders and senior disciples present were acutely aware that compared to the alchemy chamber, the effects of training at the questioning sword platform were even more extraordinary. If Li Xian could gain access to it for training, he would undoubtedly advance within 3 years. Thank you, esteemed sword sovereign. Do not thank me. It was your senior sister who advocated for you. In that simple statement, Yaofeng bestowed credit upon Ling Wan, acknowledging that it was her suggestion that prompted him to consider granting Li Xian access to the platform. However, it must be noted that even if permission was granted, whether Li Xian could ultimately ascend would depend on his own abilities. As Li Xian looked at Ling Wan with gratitude, Yun Luo interjected, somewhat displeased, Li Xian, do not celebrate too soon. I have heard that the questioning sword platform is not accessible to just anyone, even if you obtain permission. Whether or not you can ascend depends on your own fortune. This cold splash of reality left Li Xian momentarily bewildered. With the sword sovereign's endorsement, how could there be any chance of failure? He cast a puzzled glance at Yaofeng, who nodded in affirmation and continued to explain. Indeed, the questioning sword platform is rather unique. Whether one can access it entirely depends on personal chance. When the opportunity arises, even an ordinary individual can ascend. Conversely, If the opportunity is lacking, even those at the core formation or nascent soul stages cannot gain entry. The questioning sword platform is not merely a training ground. At its core, it is a domain for cultivating sword intent. Without a certain level of innate talent, even with a permit, one can only stand at the periphery and watch. So in essence, I will only know if I can access the questioning sword platform after I attempt to go there. Precisely. Li Xian's conclusion was astute, but the reality remained unchanged. Junior brother, do not fret. I firmly believe you will be able to ascend. Perhaps the position you reach may not be ideal, but gaining access to the questioning sword platform should pose no problem. Ling Wan quickly reassured him, while Yun Luo, ever the troublemaker, continued to pour cold water on their enthusiasm. No problem? If it were that simple. The disciples of your sword spirit hall would not be so few in number who could access it for training. In Yun Luo's view, although the questioning sword platform was special, it had its own shortcomings, namely, it was highly selective. Not only was it discerning, but it was also exceedingly particular. To put it simply, this is akin to the selection process for disciples at the Xianyun Sect, where the innate talent of candidates is meticulously evaluated. Those with exceptional aptitude may directly ascend to become disciples of a specific branch, or even core disciples, or personal disciples, while those lacking in such qualities, like Li Xian, are often relegated to a position no one desires, ultimately being assigned as a mere servant disciple in the medicine hall. The same principle applies to the sword inquiry platform. Entry requires a certain level of talent in swordsmanship. Furthermore, even if one manages to ascend, the difference in cultivation benefits between the outermost and innermost zones of the platform is vast. Hence, she harbored doubts regarding Li Xian's potential to ascend the sword inquiry platform. It would be fortunate if he could manage to do so. Regardless of whether he was in the outer or inner area, at least he would have made it. However, the consequences of failing to ascend would be a considerable blow to his confidence. If his inner strength were not sufficiently robust, this seemingly trivial setback could leave a significant shadow over his future cultivation. Although this sentiment is not unfounded, everyone is well aware of Li Xian's capabilities. Do you truly believe he cannot even ascend the sword inquiry platform of our sword spirit hall? Despite Ling Wan's unawareness of Li Xian's possession of the extreme Dao sword intent, she nonetheless held unwavering faith in him. If he lacked talent in swordsmanship, he would not have mastered her 7-star sword technique so swiftly. It is difficult to predict. After all, the sword inquiry platform is a highly competitive place. Unlike our medicine hall's alchemy chamber, which can be accessed with permission. Observing the two women in heated debate, Li Tianqing felt a surge of panic. Fearing that the sword spirit hall might covertly entice Li Xian away with various benefits, and thus hurriedly voiced his agreement. Furthermore, Yun Luo was, after all, a disciple of his medicine hall, so he naturally sided with her. Just then, as an elder, Guanfeng, seeing Li Tianqing stepping in to voice his support, chimed in, I assert today that Li Xian will undoubtedly ascend the sword inquiry platform. Chapter 075. What shall we have for breakfast today? Undoubtedly ascend the sword inquiry platform? The crowd fell silent, taken aback by Guanfeng's declaration. Had Li Xian already been there? Otherwise, how could Guanfeng speak with such certainty? Swordmaster, what prompts this assertion? Though Zhao Qingshan held high hopes for Li Xian, the sword inquiry platform was not simply a place one could access at will. Nothing significant. Merely a belief that this young man possesses potential. Guanfeng refrained from further elaboration, as the extreme Dao sword intent was too unique. It was preferable to keep it under wraps until Li Xian had truly matured. Indeed, I too believe Li Xian is capable. The sword inquiry platform is merely a minor obstacle for him. Misinterpreting Guanfeng's demeanor as irritation, Li Tianqing hastily aligned himself with his view, causing others to awkwardly chuckle and drop the topic, save for Luo Feng, who regarded Guanfeng with a knowing glance before turning to Li Xian. For Guanfeng to hold such expectations, it could not simply be a unilateral belief. He must have discerned something exceptional in Li Xian, for he would not have spoken so definitively. Thus, it became evident that he still did not fully understand Li Xian and needed to pay more attention moving forward. After nearly an hour of celebration, as the guests gradually departed, Li Xian was called aside by Ling Wan, who said, Junior brother, we shall not practice swordsmanship today. Rest early. Tomorrow, come to the Sword Spirit Hall, and I will take you to the Sword Inquiry platform. Having already expressed her intentions at the banquet, she hoped to expedite Li Xian's training on the platform, striving to enhance his strength as much as possible before the sect competition. Thank you, senior sister. Why thank me? If it weren't for your assistance, I doubt the sword master would have consented to my training on the sword inquiry platform. If you truly wish to thank me, focus on your cultivation and strive for a commendable rank in the sect competition. Rest assured, I will. After nodding vigorously, Li Xian watched Ling Wan soar into the sky on her sword, vanishing into the clouds. Following the departure of the last guest, Li Xian returned to his quarters, retrieving the 5th-tier monster core he had acquired that day to begin absorbing its energy. Thanks to the effects of the Tianyuan returning spirit pill, the process went smoothly, allowing his already stable cultivation level to gradually rise. If this progress continued, he was confident he could break through to the late foundation establishment stage within a month. Meanwhile, in a room on one of the medicine hall's peaks, Gu Beichen clenched his fists in frustration. Are you saying Master also attended Li Xian's celebration banquet? Indeed. Senior Brother Gu. From our observations, several individuals attended, including the Chief Elder, Elder Luo, and the Sword Master. Nearby, Jiang Ping stood respectfully, covertly monitoring Gu Beichen's emotional shifts. It seems my master cannot be relied upon either. I must handle Li Xian's situation myself. Taking a deep breath, Gu Beichen gradually relaxed his grip, continuing to speak to Jiang Ping without turning his head. What of Xiaomei? How is she faring? Do not worry, Senior Brother Gu. I have arranged for someone to meet Xiaomei, and they will go to the alchemy chamber together tomorrow. Rest assured, no one will disturb you. You may do as you please. As he spoke, his expression subtly changed, much to Gu Beichen's satisfaction. You finally managed to accomplish something worthwhile. Once I emerge from the alchemy chamber, I shall reward you handsomely. Thank you, Senior Brother Gu. Upon hearing of the reward, Jiang Ping's heart soared with delight. Before departing, he proactively presented a pill to Gu Beichen with both hands. What is this? Gu Beichen took the pill and examined it closely. Despite being a disciple of the medicine hall, he was perplexed. This is a dream-inducing pill I obtained from someone else. Consuming it will leave one feeling fatigued and ignited with desire. It will surely serve you well tomorrow, Senior Brother. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Gu Beichen's eyes. This was indeed a remarkable item. Knowing Su Shilan well, he realized she would not cooperate willingly, but if she ingested this dream-inducing pill, she would have no choice. He could already envision her looking at him with a dazed expression. The following day, Li Xian awoke from his cultivation, stretching comfortably. Although his progress was not as rapid as before, this steady ascent brought a sense of reassurance. With just over 2 months remaining, he had ample time to advance to the late foundation establishment stage. As for breaking into the core formation stage, that would be ideal, but he dared not be too ambitious. However, as he stepped outside, he was taken aback to find a throng of people gathered outside the kitchen, filling the courtyard with eager faces, all staring at him with anticipation. What is going on here? We came for breakfast, Junior Brotherly. Is the kitchen open today? Today. He initially intended to say it was closed, especially since he still needed to visit the Sword Spirit Hall. But seeing the crowd at the door and recalling that it was his first day as the kitchen master, he decided to change his response. Today we are open. But I must clarify one thing. Dining in my kitchen will require an additional fee, and supplies are limited. If you miss out, please come back another day. May I ask, Junior Brother, what will we be having for breakfast today? His stipulation did not deter the crowd. Rather, they grew even more excited. For their wait had not been in vain. Given the time constraints today, he decided to prepare a simple porridge for everyone. Hearing this, the crowd's enthusiasm waned significantly, as they believed that no matter how skilled Li Xian was, porridge could hardly be anything special. Yet, considering they had been waiting for over an hour, they suppressed their impatience and decided to give it a try. Soon, Li Xian returned to the kitchen, stoked the fire, and began boiling water, preparing 4 large pots to accommodate the demand, each capable of yielding 50 to 60 bowls. It is noteworthy that this porridge is a premium white kanji, meticulously documented in advanced culinary arts, devoid of any superfluous accompaniments. It is pure white kanji, where the subtleties lie in the precise control of heat and water. Any misstep in the process would render the entire pot futile. Simultaneously, Li Xian prepared a selection of side dishes to accompany the kanji, 1 meat and 1 vegetable cold dish, with the meat being hand-shredded chicken from his memories, and the vegetable dish comprising cold fish mint. In the span of a single tea time, all the meals were ready. As the fragrant steam rose from the white kanji and the 2 plates adorned with red oil, the onlookers could not resist swallowing their saliva. Junior Brother, how much for a serving? 1 fragment of spirit stone per serving. The fragment of spirit stone is of lesser value than a low-grade spirit stone, generally. 100 fragments equate to a single low-grade spirit stone. Many individuals often break down low-grade spirit stones for use. Thus, in relative terms, this pricing is not insignificant, primarily aimed at making it affordable for everyone. Simply put, the several pots of white kanji he prepared are roughly equivalent to 2 low-grade spirit stones, with the cost being merely a few fragments. Chapter 076. Is he not wearing the uniform of a menial disciple? As they gazed at the neatly arranged white kanji and side dishes, hesitation washed over the crowd. Typically, they dined at the sect's other kitchens without any expense, and even when having kanji, it was of various vegetable or seafood varieties, far superior to the plain white kanji before them. Who would have thought Li Xian would dare to charge them for such simplicity? However, to be fair, setting aside the kanji, his side dishes did appear quite appetizing. Nevertheless, one fragment of spirit stone seemed a bit excessive. In the mundane world below the mountain, even a small fragment of spirit stone would suffice for a lavish feast. So why would they settle for just this kanji and side dishes? Are you eating or not? If you want to eat, hurry up. I have other matters to attend to. Seeing the crowd stagnant, Li Xian hastily urged them, while serving himself a portion and watching the others as he ate. The sounds of slurping kanji and crunching vegetables resonated, emphasizing the deliciousness of the meal. Observing his evident enjoyment, some could no longer resist the temptation and decided to give it a try. Bring me a serving. Upon receiving the fragment of spirit stone handed over, Li Xian waved his hand nonchalantly, and a serving of white kanji and side dishes floated toward the individual. At that moment, all eyes converged on this person. Since Li Xian's enjoyment could be feigned, they could only await the response of this fellow disciple after tasting the food. He took a small sip of the white kanji. The flavor. After savoring it with closed eyes, he immediately opened them wide and exclaimed, "This kanji is remarkable, with an intensely rich aroma of rice, and each grain is soft and melts in the mouth." Following his evaluation of the kanji, he attempted to add a piece of pickled cucumber. The moment the juices burst in his mouth, his eyes sparkled with delight. Delicious. This is truly exquisite. I never imagined cucumber could be prepared this way. Suppressing the urge to devour more cucumber, he quickly grabbed a piece of chicken. More precisely, it was shredded chicken. The moment the meat entered his mouth, he promptly gulped down 2 big mouthfuls of white kanji, followed by another piece of cucumber. His expression conveyed 2 words, so delicious. "Hey, how's the chicken? You haven't mentioned it yet." He remained silent, only continuing to consume the kanji and side dishes, which made it difficult for others to restrain themselves, prompting them to pull out their fragments of spirit stone to purchase from Li Xian. "Junior brother, bring me a serving. I want one too. Count me in." With the first person leading the charge, many who were previously hesitant began to express their intentions. However, once they all tasted the kanji and side dishes, they finally understood why he had been silent, for it was simply too delicious. Consequently, an increasing number of individuals were willing to pay, with some even buying a second serving, for the flavor was worth more than just a fragment of spirit stone. They would gladly pay too. In less than half a stick of incense, all of Li Xian's hurriedly prepared white kanji and side dishes were sold out, totaling 262 servings. When converted into spirit stones, it amounted to approximately 2 low-grade spirit stones and 62 fragments. However, his cost was merely 2 fragments, making it a remarkable profit. All right, esteemed brothers and sisters. Breakfast sales have concluded. Is that all? Some, still yearning for more, expressed their disappointment upon hearing this. Each serving consisted of merely a bowl of white kanji and 2 side dishes, which a hearty eater could finish in just a few bites. Even for an average person, it would only suffice for a light meal, suitable only for those with small appetites. I mentioned that supplies are limited. If anyone desires more, please come early next time. Having said that, Li Xian gathered all the bowls and chopsticks with his spiritual energy, directing them toward the washing basin. Reluctantly, the crowd dispersed, as they had come for breakfast and had other matters to attend to afterward, making it impossible to linger. Once the crowd had dispersed, Li Xian summoned the 9 soul-devouring python. "This is your portion. Don't forget to clean the bowls after you're done." He set aside a reserved portion of white kanji and hand-shredded chicken for it. Without hesitation, the python devoured everything in one gulp. It hissed, seemingly dissatisfied, as if to say it wanted more. "That's all for now. Bear with it until I return from the Sword Spirit Hall, and I will prepare something better for you." With that, Li Xian affectionately patted its head and turned to leave. Upon stepping outside, he concentrated, and the heavenly demon's sword soared from his dantian, levitating before him. With a leap, he was airborne, riding the sword away. One cannot deny that after advancing to the foundation establishment stage and mastering sword flight, the convenience it offers is unparalleled. Following the route etched in his memory, he soon beheld the silhouette of Spirit Sword Peak. Stop. However, since it was daytime and lacking Ling Wan's guidance, the guards immediately intercepted him. Greetings, senior brothers. What brings you here? I am a disciple of Wan Yao Peak, sent by senior sister Ling Wan to find her. Senior sister Ling Wan? The two frowned, evidently incredulous. Ling Wan was a paragon among their ranks, and few had the opportunity to converse with her, let alone receive her invitation. Do you truly know senior sister Ling Wan? Indeed, indeed. If you doubt it, feel free to report it. As Li Xian spoke, another disciple from the Sword Spirit Hall happened to pass by and recognized him. Hey, isn't that the Master of the Fire Kitchen? Master of the Fire Kitchen? The guards were taken aback. Wasn't he a disciple of Wan Yao Peak? How did he also attain the title of Master? Gongwen, do you know him? Of course. He was just elected as the Master of the Fire Kitchen yesterday. How could you not know such a significant event? I didn't know? They shook their heads, having been out on a mission the previous day and unaware of the internal affairs of the sect. Well, now you know. Shouldn't you let him pass? As they spoke, the disciple named Gongwen quickly approached Li Xian and politely inquired, May I ask what brings you to our Sword Spirit Hall, Master Li? Senior sister Ling Wan sent me to find her. She's likely training at the sword asking platform. Would you like me to take you there? Thank you, senior brother. It's nothing. Waving his hand, Gongwen led Li Xian away, leaving the two guards in a state of bewilderment, filled with curiosity about this disciple named Li Xian. As they watched his receding figure, they suddenly realized the significance of the moment. Isn't he wearing the uniform of a servant disciple? Chapter 077. Quickly apologized to junior brother Li Xian. The Sword Spirit Hall features the unique cultivation area known as the Questioning Sword Platform. All disciples of the hall have the opportunity to practice on the platform, but the duration and position of their practice depend on individual capabilities. The Questioning Sword Platform spans a radius of over 100 meters, with a massive stone sword standing vertically at its center. This sword is inscribed with intricate runes, and its hilt is bound by 9 chains that radiate outward to connect with various points in the area, as if securely anchoring the sword in place. Furthermore, the ground where the disciples practice is adorned with bizarre patterns, and when viewed from above, it reveals a grand array. At this moment, hundreds of disciples are cultivating on the Questioning Sword Platform, each maintaining a distinct distance from one another. Some are separated by dozens of meters, while others by merely half a meter. Yet, even this slight distance signifies a disparity in strength between them. Sitting cross-legged 100 meters away from the central stone sword is Ling Wan. Even as the renowned pride of the Sword Spirit Hall, she can only practice at this distance. Should she advance further, the runes on the stone sword would unleash a powerful surge of spiritual energy, repelling her. This distance represents the limit she has discerned after numerous attempts. Behind her, the closest disciple, the second senior brother Chang Mingyi, maintains a 10-meter gap. Although his aptitude does not match hers, he still excels in the Sword Spirit Hall, appearing to be at the late stage of foundation establishment, though he has actually succeeded in forming a core. Sister, during the sect's grand competition, if you encounter Gu Beichen, I will certainly intervene to assist you. Despite his cultivation, he seizes the opportunity to converse, hoping to gain her favor. There is no need for you to worry, junior brother. I can handle it myself. Of course, if you do encounter him, it won't concern me. Ling Wan replies with her eyes closed, her tone icy, yet a hint of derision lurks beneath her words. She is well aware that Gu Beichen's strength is not as simplistic as it appears, and if Chang Mingyi were to underestimate him, he would surely suffer. How could it not concern me? Your matters are my matters. If Gu Beichen dares to compete with you, he is simply courting death. In his desperate attempts to please Ling Wan, Chang Mingyi spares no effort, yet her attitude remains unchanged, causing him great distress. You needn't concern yourself with my affairs. Just take care of yourself. Thank you for your concern, sister. I assure you, I will not disappoint you. Ling Wan chooses not to respond further, and Chang Mingyi, undeterred, gazes at her silhouette with a smirk, his eyes roaming over her form, his heart racing with desire, wishing he could seize her. Sister Ling Wan, someone is looking for you. A sudden voice disrupts them, causing nearly everyone on the Questioning Sword Platform to turn and look. While they could ignore others, they were keen to see who had come for Ling Wan. After all, as the master sister of the Sword Spirit Hall, she had no friends. From the direction of the mountain gate, Gongwen approached, accompanied by a servant disciple clad in black robes. Gongwen, what are you doing? This is the questioning sword platform of our Sword Spirit Hall. How can a mere servant disciple tread here? Before they even arrived, Chang Mingyi's reprimanding voice echoed. However, most present recognized Li Xian and remained silent, eager to observe how Ling Wan would respond. Not at all, senior brother Chang. This junior brother Li was summoned by sister Ling Wan. I merely encountered him and offered to guide him. Oh, is guiding someone such an honorable task? Chang Mingyi's expression turned cold, causing Gongwen to tremble slightly, and he dared not speak further, casting a pleading glance at Ling Wan on the questioning sword platform. Chang Mingyi, Li Xian was invited by me. If you have an issue, you can address it to me directly. There's no need to frighten him. And Gongwen was merely being kind by offering assistance. Your tone is unwarranted. Apologies, sister. I merely feel that the questioning sword platform of our Sword Spirit Hall should not be accessible to just anyone, which is why I reacted so urgently. His words subtly targeted Li Xian. Yet, as soon as he finished speaking, a wave of spiritual energy erupted from Ling Wan, sending Chang Mingyi sprawling off the questioning sword platform. With a cough, he spat blood, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Ling Wan had actually taken action. Not only that, but it appeared Chang Mingyi had sustained serious injuries. Sister Yu. Even Chang Mingyi himself was bewildered. He had merely spoken a few words. Why had she resorted to violence? What do you mean, what? Immediately apologized to junior brother Li Xian. Me apologize? Chang Mingyi raised a hand to point at himself. Then at Li Xian, his face filled with disbelief. Why should he apologize when he was the one who had been struck? Indeed, you just insulted him. You must apologize. Chang Mingyi felt the bitterness rise within him. Was it wrong to call a servant disciple a mere cat or dog? Even disciples of the hall must seek permission before attempting to practice on the questioning sword platform. And those allowed to cultivate here are all core members of the Sword Spirit Hall. Thus, what qualification does a servant disciple from an outer hall have to be present? Hurry and apologize to junior brother Li Xian. Despite his frustration, Ling Wan paid him no heed. What if I refuse to apologize? With so many witnesses. His pride compelled him to rise and wipe the blood from his lips. If you refuse, then I shall force you to apologize, Ling Wan declared, breaking off her cultivation and standing upright. The atmosphere thickened with tension as a confrontation loomed. The surrounding disciples of the Sword Spirit Hall hesitated, contemplating whether to report to the elders. How unexpected that Sister Ling Wan would display such hostility towards me for the sake of an outer hall servant. Uncertainty loomed as they questioned who among them truly belonged to the same sect. All of us are disciples of the Xianyun Sect. The concept of same sect is irrelevant. As Ling Wan advanced, an overwhelming aura emanated from her, leaving no doubt that her strength far surpassed Chang Mingyi's. Sister, are you truly going to fight? Faced with her relentless approach, Chang Mingyi instinctively clenched his fists. He understood he was no match for her, but in front of so many witnesses, he could not afford to appear too cowardly, especially not in front of Li Xian, the one whom Ling Wan held in such regard. Chapter 078, Elder Yang. Please take a look at this. Apologize to junior brother Li Xian, and I will forego attacking you. Ling Wan's voice was as cold as frost, her expression striking terror into those who beheld it. Her beautiful visage was marred only by fury. They were all disciples of the Sword Spirit Hall, yet none had witnessed her so incensed. Regardless of whether they knew Li Xian or not, they were all left to wonder what merit he possessed to warrant such attention from Sister Ling Wan. Was it merely because he had become the head of the kitchen? Sister, what if I choose not to apologize? Then you may certainly try. As her words fell, a chilling force erupted from Ling Wan once more, forcing Chang Mingyi to retreat several steps. Should a true confrontation arise, he knew he would not stand a chance against her. He turned sharply to glare at Li Xian, silently urging him to speak up and provide an escape for him from this predicament. Regrettably, Li Xian remained oblivious. As the words stray cat and dog echoed relentlessly in his mind. Chang Mingyi, I shall grant you one final opportunity to apologize to junior brother Li Xian. I refuse. Unable to swallow his pride, he resolutely chose to confront Ling Wan. Even if it meant enduring a beating, he would never apologize. If he bowed his head today, how could he face the other disciples of the Sword Spirit Hall in the future? Moreover, as a direct disciple of an elder in the Sword Spirit Hall, bowing would be akin to tarnishing his master's reputation, a deed he could never commit. Then do not blame your senior sister. As the words left her lips, Ling Wan lunged forward, swiftly closing the distance to Chongmingi. By the time he instinctively reacted, her slender fingers had already delivered a resounding slap, sending him sprawling at Li Xian's feet. This turn of events left the onlookers utterly bewildered. Ling Wan had truly struck. Not only had she acted, but it appeared she had also exerted considerable force. Senior sister Yu. Chongmingi lay on the ground, gazing incredulously at Ling Wan, his heart burdened with an indescribable sense of grievance. Apologize. I refuse. Ling Wan's form flickered, returning once more to Chongmingi, poised to strike again when a surge of spiritual power surged from afar, forcibly pushing her back. As the senior sister of the Sword Spirit Hall, are you so quick to turn against your own junior brother? Upon hearing the voice, Chongmingi's expression brightened, and he quickly turned to shout in the direction of the sound. Master, senior sister is attacking her junior brother without discernment. Please come and arbitrate. In the next moment, a beam of light descended from the clouds, landing on the sword inquiry platform. The newcomer exuded an ethereal aura, clad in flowing white robes adorned with golden sword patterns at the cuffs and collar. With a mere glance, Li Xian felt his spirit tremble, as if he were being scrutinized entirely, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The presence of this individual was undeniably formidable. Disciple pays respects to Elder Yang. Following Ling Wan, the surrounding disciples all bowed in unison. We pay respects to Elder Yang. However, Elder Yang remained unfazed. After briefly assessing Chongmingi's condition, he assured, "Do not worry, Mingi. With your master present today, no one shall bully you, not even those who rely on their connection with the Sword Sovereign." The implication of his words was clear, and all present understood, for aside from Ling Wan, they could not identify another individual close to the Sword Sovereign. Unbeknownst to them, Li Xian was indeed that second individual. Even without Ling Wan, Guan Fengye would undoubtedly stand by him in support. Thus, with Chongmingi's grievance presented, Elder Yang comprehended the events that had transpired. From a perspective of fairness, Chongmingi's derogatory remark about stray cats and dogs concerning the servant disciples was indeed inappropriate. But so what? Servant disciples inherently held a lower status than the other disciples, especially those from other halls. This was a unique venue of the Sword Spirit Hall. What harm was there in speaking a few words? Was it reasonable to forsake the bonds of brotherhood over a mere servant disciple? While all belonged to the same Xianyun Sect, each hall operated as a small community, and his words were not without merit. If Elder Yang believed the disciple was at fault, he could certainly pursue accountability. But I must emphasize that even if junior brother Li Xian is an outer hall disciple and merely a servant disciple, guests are to be treated with respect. Chongmingi's insult was a disgrace to our Sword Spirit Hall. How would others from different halls perceive us? Her words, once spoken, left Elder Yang momentarily speechless. He had not anticipated that such a young girl could articulate herself so compellingly. Yet you cannot resort to physical violence against your junior brother. The elders often teach us to consider the greater good, do they not? I had already instructed Chongmingi to apologize, but he refused. In the interest of preserving our Sword Spirit Hall's reputation, I had no choice but to act. Such a commendable sense of the greater good left even the elder nearly speechless. But it is not your place to reprimand him. As the saying goes, like master, like disciple. If Elder Yang were to shelter Chongmingi so blatantly, would that imply his endorsement of such conduct? Elder Yang opened his mouth, struggling to articulate a response, but finding himself at a loss. Sensing the gazes of the surrounding disciples upon him, he felt a rising anxiety. After all, how could he, as an elder, be bested by a mere disciple like Ling Wan? Taking a deep breath, he unleashed a pressure surpassing Ling Wan's, declaring, "You have overstepped your bounds. Who is the elder here, you or I? Do you presume to possess the discernment of right and wrong solely for yourself?" The overwhelming spiritual force compelled Ling Wan into a half-crouch, rendering her unable to stand upright. She had not anticipated that Elder Yang would go to such lengths to favor Chongmingi. Not only Ling Wan, but all present were taken aback by the sudden manifestation of his power, feeling its impact. Transformation stage. This old man was indeed at the transformation stage. Li Xian furrowed his brow. It was no wonder he carried himself with such confidence. Even Chongmingi cast a smug glance in his direction, as if to say, "You have your senior sister backing you, and I have my master. Is it not merely a matter of connections?" He too had backing now, and was not intimidated in the least. Left with no alternative, Li Xian retrieved a jade token from his spatial ring. "Elder Yang, please take a look at this." As he spoke, the jade token transformed into a streak of light, shooting toward Elder Yang. Reflexively, Elder Yang raised his hand to catch the token, initially regarding it with indifference. But his expression shifted dramatically in the next instant, his pupils widening as if he had laid eyes upon something extraordinary. Chapter 079, An Insufficiently Sincere Attitude. A direct disciple's token? Elder Yang stared at the token in his hand, momentarily lost in thought. Prior to inspecting it, he had dismissed it, but upon closer examination, he was astounded. He was indeed gazing at the token of a direct disciple of the Sword Sovereign. It was known that within the Xianyun Sect, every elder and those of higher rank possessed distinct tokens, including those of direct disciples. If it were the token of another elder's direct disciple, it might not have been noteworthy, but the one in his hand bore the character Xuan, and the patterns etched upon it included sword motifs, unmistakably originating from their Sword Spirit Hall. In the entirety of the Sword Spirit Hall, the only individual with the surname Xuan was Yaofeng. Gulping audibly, Elder Yang found himself at a loss. In many respects, Li Xian seemed to evoke greater apprehension than Ling Wan. Although Ling Wan had a close relationship with the Sword Sovereign and received personal guidance from him, she had not been bestowed with a direct disciple's token. Thus, in comparison, Li Xian, who possessed such a token, inspired even more trepidation. However, this was contingent upon the token being genuinely bestowed by the Sword Sovereign and not merely acquired by happenstance. Where did you obtain this token? It was given to me by the Sword Sovereign. Nonsense. How could the Sword Sovereign bestow a direct disciple's token upon an outer hall servant disciple? Not only did Elder Yang doubt it, but the surrounding disciples of the Sword Spirit Hall shared his skepticism. If it was indeed given by the Sword Sovereign, feel free to inquire. With integrity, Li Xian felt no fear. He welcomed the opportunity for them to summon Yaofeng, for it would alleviate much of his burden. Master, could this fellow be attempting to intimidate us with a counterfeit token? Chong Mingyi inched closer, fixated on the token in Elder Yang's grasp. Despite his words, he himself possessed a direct disciple's token, and it appeared authentic. Had anyone else presented it, he would not have questioned its legitimacy. No, this token is genuine. After gently refuting Chong Mingyi's thoughts, Yang Wugua found himself in a state of inner turmoil. Should he seek an audience with the Sword Master for clarification? Or should he let the matter dissipate out of respect for the token? Elder Yang, I suggest we summon the Sword Master directly. The truth will be evident. Li Xian squinted his eyes and clasped his fists, addressing those around him. Could anyone inform me of the Sword Master's whereabouts? While some knew, none dared to act without Yang Wugua's approval at such a critical moment. No need. Yang Wugua laughed heartily, returning the token to Li Xian. The Sword Master's disciple's token is not something just anyone can possess. We need not trouble him over this. Perhaps there has been a misunderstanding today, so let us leave it at that. What do you think? It must be said, the old fellow was adept at playing his cards right. Not only did he regain face by suppressing Ling Wan, but he also managed to avoid alarming the Sword Master, Yaofeng. That won't do. The attitude of Brother Chong towards me, and your demeanor towards Sister Ling, warrant an apology, Chong Mingyi retorted. Otherwise, we might as well invite the Sword Master over. Do not overreach. Chong Mingyi stepped forward, ready to confront, but was restrained by Yang Wugua, who, with a meaningful glance, took over the conversation with Li Xian. Young one, there is a saying, let bygones be bygones. I propose we let this matter rest. You may be magnanimous, but I remain oblivious. Thus, an apology is in order. Chong Mingyi clenched his fists, ready to lash out had it not been for his master holding him back. Very well, if an apology is needed. But let me be clear, every action has its consequences. Today's incident is the cause, and our apology is the effect. However, the conclusion of one matter does not signify a true ending, but rather a new beginning. You must ponder whether you can bear the subsequent repercussions. To put it bluntly, wasn't this a veiled threat? Li Xian dismissed it entirely. He had taken on even the chief disciple of the esteemed one Yao Peak without fear. Why would he be intimidated by an elder of the Sword Spirit Hall? I've waited. Let us apologize. Previously, he had no connections or backing, so he accepted his subservience, but now that he had support, there was no need to bow his head. Fine. Seeing Li Xian insistently demand an apology from them, Yang Wugua nodded firmly and turned to Ling Wan, who stood not far away, saying, I have acted inappropriately as a senior. I hope you can forgive me. I don't mind, as long as Brother Chong receives your forgiveness. Upon hearing this, Yang Wugua turned to Chong Mingyi, who wore a pained expression and whispered, Master, you can't be serious about me apologizing to this servant disciple, can you? Servant disciple? He is the sword master's direct disciple. Apologize at once. Yang Wugua reprimanded, unleashing his frustration on Chang Mingyi. If it weren't for this boy, he wouldn't have lost face today. After this, Chang Mingyi would undoubtedly become a laughingstock among the disciples of the Sword Spirit Hall, diminishing the elder's prestige. Apologies, junior brother. I hope to gain your forgiveness. Under the pressure of his master, Chang Mingyi, despite his reluctance, had no choice but to bow to Li Xian. Yet, Li Xian remained unresponsive, as if he couldn't hear. Young one, my disciple has apologized to you. That should suffice, right? Has he? The unexpected response from Li Xian left Yang Wugua incredulous. At that moment, he wanted to ask Li Xian if he was deaf, unable to hear the loud apology, but it was clear that the boy was deliberately ignoring him. Reluctantly, he shot another glance at Chang Mingyi. Apologies, junior brother. Can you forgive your senior? Your sincerity is lacking. As Chang Mingyi was about to erupt, he was restrained by his master. He had already taken the initiative to apologize, yet this boy was still provoking him, which was infuriating. After a long silence of 10 seconds, he adjusted his emotions and once more bowed to Li Xian, saying, I apologize, junior brother. It was my fault, and I hope you can forgive me. As he spoke, he bowed deeply, showing far more sincerity than before. Very well, this is the last time. If it happens again, I won't bother with your apology and will simply summon the Sword Master. Chapter 080, Zero Distance. What has happened to sister? Thank you for your forgiveness, junior brother. Despite the myriad thoughts swirling within him, Chang Mingyi condensed them into a single sentence. His master, Yang Wugua, was gripping his hand tightly, subtly urging him to remain calm. Regardless of how Li Xian treated him now, he had to put this matter behind him. Otherwise, if the sword master pursued the issue, a mere apology would not suffice. Since you have forgiven my disciple, I have matters to discuss with him. We shall take our leave. Without waiting for Li Xian's reaction, Yang Wugua grasped Chang Mingyi and soared into the sky. Only after they had departed did someone dare to exclaim loudly, Junior brother Li Xian actually ascended the questioning sword platform? The revelation sent ripples through the crowd. As everyone realized that Li Xian stood at the center of the questioning sword platform, over 150 meters in height. Many among them had only reached the outermost perimeter on their first attempt. Even the formidable Sister Ling, during her first ascent, had barely reached 200 meters. Yet here was Li Xian, achieving such a distance on his first try. Junior brother, how does it feel? Ling Wan, equally taken aback, quickly inquired. The closer one approached the center of the platform, the greater the pressure one faced. She recalled barely reaching that height when she had just broken through to the initial stage of the core formation. Now, even at the later stage, she could only manage 100 meters. In comparison, Li Xian's achievement was indeed remarkable. What does it feel like? Aside from the surrounding spiritual energy being more abundant, I feel nothing else, Li Xian replied, genuinely puzzled as to why everyone was staring at him in such a peculiar manner. Do you feel any pressure, such as in the flow of spiritual energy or the smoothness of your meridians? None. Then why not try moving a few steps closer? At Ling Wan's suggestion, Li Xian walked from 150 meters to 140 meters in a single breath. Do you feel anything now? No. Then let's continue moving. Ling Wan was determined to uncover Li Xian's limits and would not give up easily. This was a process every newcomer to the questioning sword platform had to undergo. Most newcomers would only manage a few steps before discovering their limit, but Li Xian, astonishingly, had walked an additional 20 meters without any discomfort. Before long, Li Xian, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, reached 130 meters. Turning back, he asked, Sister, should I keep going? Have you not felt anything? No. Keep going. Though it seemed unbelievable, Ling Wan urged him onward, curious about his limits. In a matter of moments, Li Xian stood at the center stone sword, 110 meters away, having traversed an additional 20 meters, matching Chang Mingyi's distance. If Chang Mingyi were to see this, he would surely be infuriated. When Li Xian turned back to glance at Ling Wan, he found her silent and merely gesturing for him to continue walking. This time, he felt no need for pleasantries and strode forward with determination, covering a distance of 100 meters in the blink of an eye, matching Ling Wan's position. The collective breath of the onlookers was held in suspense. This fellow, making his debut on the sword inquiry platform, could match Ling Wan's distance? Goodness, he was still advancing. Without sensing any pressure or unusualness, Li Xian continued on for several dozen meters. However, as he approached the central stone sword, just 30 meters away, his heart suddenly quivered. As if establishing a connection with something inexplicable, compelling him to halt and absorb the sensation. Unbeknownst to him, this action appeared to the crowd as if he had finally felt the pressure exerted by the sword inquiry platform, unable to proceed further. 30 meters. This was perhaps second only to the record left by the Sword Sovereign, was it not? Before Lingwan, their senior brother in the Sword Spirit Hall had ventured to a distance nearing 100 meters, around 90, and while some early seniors had reached even closer, the closest ever was Yaofeng, the Sword Sovereign himself, who had stood merely 10 meters from the central stone sword, a record that had remained unbroken. No wonder the Sword Sovereign had taken him as a direct disciple. His innate talent was astonishing. In my view, he should directly join our Sword Spirit Hall as a direct disciple. Why suffer as a mere servant disciple in the medicine hall? Who could argue otherwise? If I possessed his talent, I would not settle for anything less than being a core disciple. Just as the surrounding individuals speculated that 30 meters marked Li Xian's limit on the sword inquiry platform, he suddenly moved again, striding confidently without any hindrance. Under the astonished gazes, the distance between him and the central stone sword continued to diminish. 25 meters, 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters. He reached the same distance as Sword Sovereign Yaofeng had in his time. Yet, he showed no signs of stopping. The distance kept shrinking. 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. He even approached the central stone sword, raising his hand to touch it. At that moment, the collective minds of the onlookers went blank. They could accept that he had entered the 100-meter range, and they could accept that he matched the Sword Sovereign's distance. But to surpass the Sword Sovereign's record and achieve zero distance to touch the stone sword, was this necessary? The most astonishing part was that he appeared completely unfazed. When had ascending the sword inquiry platform become so effortless? Recalling their own struggles to inch forward, even a single step closer brought them immense joy. Yet now, in comparison to Li Xian, they felt like mere jesters. Sister, aside from feeling the surrounding spiritual energy becoming denser, I have no other sensations. If Lingwan had not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would never have believed anyone could reach zero distance on the sword inquiry platform before attaining the nascent soul stage. Sister? Li Xian called out from afar, snapping Lingwan out of her astonishment. Junior brother, continue cultivating here. I will return shortly. She needed to inquire. She had to ask Grandfather Feng. Such a bizarre occurrence could not go unexplained. She suspected she would not sleep well that night. Seeing Lingwan hurriedly departing on her sword, Li Xian felt even more puzzled, prompting him to ask the surrounding disciples of the Sword Spirit Hall, Seniors, what is wrong with her? Chapter 081. An hour equals 3 days of hard training? What's the matter? The crowd stared at Li Xian, their muscles twitching. Didn't he realize what he had done? Not only had he shattered Lingwan's limit distance upon arrival, but he had also broken the Sword Sovereign's record, achieving zero distance on the sword inquiry platform. And he had the audacity to inquire what was wrong? Junior brother, I suggest you ask Sister Lingwan this question later. The crowd scoffed, suppressing their astonishment. With no answers forthcoming, Li Xian decided to sit down and cultivate while he waited for Lingwan. Positioned at the very center of the sword inquiry platform, the density of the spiritual energy he experienced was beyond what others dared to imagine, more than 10 times that of other locations within the Xianyun Sect. In just a few seconds of absorbing the energy, he felt a remarkable improvement in the fluidity of the energy circulating within his body and in all aspects of his cultivation. Indeed, a conducive environment could significantly enhance one's practice. Moreover, today's greatest achievement, aside from reaching the center of the sword inquiry platform, was establishing a connection with the stone sword embedded at its heart. He could clearly sense its presence, specifically its existence as a sword on the sword inquiry platform. Furthermore, he discovered he could manipulate the density of spiritual energy in various regions. For instance, at a distance of 300 meters, the energy density was double that of outside the sword inquiry platform. Between 250 to 300 meters, the density quadrupled. From 200 to 250 meters, it increased sixfold. From 150 to 200 meters, it became 8 times denser. Within 100 to 150 meters, it reached 10 times. 50 to 100 meters had a density 12 times greater, and from 30 to 50 meters, it was 15 times. 0 to 30 meters increased in stages of 10 meters, with each stage doubling the density. Thus, the area where Li Xian currently stood boasted a terrifying density of 21 times. In simpler terms, cultivating here for a day equated to 21 days of practice outside the sword inquiry platform. With such efficiency, he would surely soar in strength over the remaining 2 months leading to the sect competition. It was no wonder that disciples of the Sword Spirit Hall generally exhibited superior prowess compared to those from other branches. This was the reason. However, as Li Xian continued his cultivation, he noticed another phenomenon. This state seemed unsustainable for long. In essence, there was a time limitation. After merely an hour of training, he could distinctly feel the density decrease, dropping to around half, roughly 10 times. As he persisted, even that tenfold diminished, progressively lowering further. Eventually, he had no choice but to inquire of the surrounding disciples, "Seniors, why do I sense the energy density diminishing?" Because each individual can only cultivate on the Sword Inquiry platform for a maximum of 1 hour each day. Exceeding this limit causes the energy density to decrease on its own, requiring a return tomorrow. Upon hearing this explanation, Li Xian felt as though a bucket of cold water had been thrown over his excitement. He had anticipated spending more time cultivating on the Sword Inquiry platform, only to find he could only train efficiently for 1 hour, estimating the total time, including the subsequent decrease in energy density, to be around 2 hours. It seemed he had overestimated the situation, with a density of 21 times, if it could be absorbed over an extended period. The Xianyun Sect would surely see a surge of nascent soul masters. Yet, he soon discovered another issue. He appeared capable of controlling the energy density in other areas. For example, he could reduce the quadruple density to a maximum of 3 times, and the tenfold to a maximum of 5 times. The surplus could then be allocated to any area, such as his central zone. Contemplating this, he adjusted the energy density in other regions down by 1-fold, instantly gaining an additional 9 times, which he then concentrated within his 10-meter radius. In an instant, the density that had been reduced to 5 times surged to an astonishing 14 times, though it began to gradually decrease afterward. This method allowed him to enjoy a prolonged period of heightened energy density. If he had increased the energy density in his area from the start, would it not have reached 30 times? If he further reduced the density in other regions, the potential for enhancement would only grow. In the other 9 regions, there is a total of 61 times the multiplication factor. Assuming the minimum limit is to retain 1 time, then 61 minus 9 leaves 52 times, plus the original 21 from the central area, resulting in a staggering total of 73 times. Just the thought of it sent shivers down Li Xian's spine. A cultivation speed of 73 times means that even if he only practiced for 1 hour each day, it would equate to 3 days of cultivation. By this calculation, practicing at such efficiency for 1 hour daily over the course of 2 months would be tantamount to continuous cultivation for 6 months. This terrifying ratio instilled in him the confidence that he could reach the golden core stage before the sect competition. However, he faced a dilemma. A slight reduction of 1 or 2 times might go unnoticed by others, but a significant decrease would undoubtedly attract attention. Therefore, to execute this plan, he could only wait for fewer people around or for the Sword Query platform to be unoccupied. When would the Sword Query platform be deserted? Perhaps at night? A brief glance around revealed no guards present, suggesting free access. Reluctantly, he continued to inquire of those nearby. "Excuse me, fellow disciples. Is the Sword Query platform open all day? What are you thinking? The Sword Query platform is only open from the hour of the rabbit to the hour of the rooster. Outside of that, it is closed to all. To convert that, it means it is accessible from 5 in the morning until 7 in the evening. In that case, he only needed to come during the hours it was closed to attempt to transfer all the spiritual energy multipliers to the central area. Without hesitation, he resolved to try it out the following day. Meanwhile, at the Spirit Sword Peak, the hurriedly departing Ling Wan arrived at her destination. Excitedly, she addressed Guanfeng, who was seated by the pond observing the fish. "Grandpa Feng, has something happened at the Sword Query platform?" "Why do you say that?" Guanfeng nonchalantly scattered some bait into the water. Junior brother Li Xian just went to the Sword Query platform for the first time and walked directly to the central area. "What?" Guanfeng's hand trembled, causing the bait box to tumble into the pond, where the fish swarmed to snatch it away. "How far did he walk?" "0 distance. He actually made contact with the central stone sword." Chapter 082. The Sword Query Great Array. Does this lad not feel any discomfort? Guanfeng was aware that Li Xian had comprehended the supreme sword intent, and while he knew he would be capable of reaching a surprising area on the Sword Query platform, he never anticipated that he could achieve such proximity to the central position. "Yes, I asked him, and he said he felt nothing. Moreover, from his demeanor, he seemed quite at ease." Upon hearing Ling Wan's further explanation, Guanfeng could no longer remain seated. With a wave of his hand, he took Ling Wan and headed straight for the sword query platform. However, upon their arrival, they found Li Xian seated at the very top of the central stone sword. With his cultivation multiplier completely diminished, he could only enjoy the view while waiting for Ling Wan. Had it not been for her request to wait, he would have departed long ago. "Welcome, Sword Master." All the disciples bowed in unison, their grand gesture capturing Li Xian's attention, prompting him to greet back. "Sword Master." "Senior sister." The Sword Master's facial muscles twitched slightly. This was indeed real. Li Xian had managed to touch the central stone sword without experiencing any pressure. This indicated that the central stone sword had accepted him. Others might not understand, but as the Sword Master and one of the decision-makers of the Sword Spirit Hall, he was well aware of what the central stone sword represented. This sword, named the Demon-Suppressing Sword, provided high-intensity spiritual energy to a 100 zhang radius precisely because it suppressed countless demonic beasts beneath it, ranging from the 3rd to the 7th rank. The sword query platform itself was a massive array, with the immense spiritual energy drawn from the demonic powers of these suppressed beasts. This action served a dual purpose. It not only prevented the beasts from regaining their powers and breaking free, but also aided the disciples of the hall in their cultivation. As for why they did not simply eliminate the beasts, it was because there were demonic beasts at the tribulation stage within, and currently, the Xianyun Sect lacked the capability to resolve this perfectly. There were 2 tribulation stage beasts below, one in the late stage and another at the peak. Within the entire Xianyun Sect, only he, a 3rd-rank sword master, could contend with them, yet even he lacked confidence in resolving the situation without endangering others. Moreover, due to Yaofeng's failure during his tribulation years ago, no action had been taken until now. Even someone as formidable as he could only communicate with the demon-suppressing sword to ascertain the condition of the beasts below. He could not gain the sword's endorsement. Otherwise, his cultivation would have ascended to a higher level, granting him the strength to deal with the beasts. Now, the demon-suppressing sword had chosen Li Xian, which could only imply that, in the sword's eyes, Li Xian's talent in swordsmanship surpassed his own. "Have you cultivated here already?" "Indeed, I have. The spiritual energy here is exceedingly dense," Li Xian excitedly reported. But Guanfeng's focus had shifted from the sword query platform to the central stone sword. "What do you feel when you touch this stone sword?" "Feelings." Li Xian frowned, contemplating revealing that he could freely adjust the density of the spiritual energy. But after a moment's thought, he decided against it. Such a secret was best kept to himself. "It feels quite familiar." After a moment of deliberation, he fabricated a reason, reinforcing Guanfeng's suspicions that this lad had indeed been recognized by the demon-suppressing sword. "By the way, Sword Master, I heard that each person can only cultivate at the sword query platform for 1 hour per day. Is it possible to increase that?" "No." Guanfeng firmly shook his head. "An hour is already the maximum, and it is controlled by the demon-suppressing sword behind you. We cannot interfere." "Does this sword have a consciousness of its own?" Li Xian glanced back at the central stone sword. Aside from his slight connection with it, there seemed to be no other peculiarities. If it truly had its own consciousness, it would have likely spoken to him by now. Yes, or rather, it once did. Guanfeng glanced around at the other disciples before deciding to lead Li Xian away from the area. For what he was about to say was not meant for the ears of the other disciples. The 3 moved back to the Spirit Sword Peak. Guanfeng even set up a barrier to prevent anyone from eavesdropping before cautiously explaining to Li Xian. "The stone sword at the sword query platform is the demon-suppressing sword. 1,000 years ago, our Xianyun Sect faced an invasion of demonic beasts. In a critical moment, the powerful cultivators within the sect, both at the Tao Palace and tribulation stages, perished alongside the beasts. In desperation, a supreme elder of the sect intervened but inadvertently drew the wrath of heaven, resulting in their departure. However, before leaving, this supreme elder used the demon-suppressing sword as the array's focal point, establishing the sword query great array, sealing all remaining demonic beasts beneath the sword query platform. The spiritual energy you absorb is precisely derived from the extraction of demonic power from these beasts. A century ago, the seal weakened, and the demonic beasts attempted to break free. The sword spirit of the demon-suppressing sword risked its own dissolution to suppress them, and at the cost of falling into a deep slumber, it managed to seal them once more. Understood. Li Xian finally grasped why Guanfeng mentioned that there was once a sword spirit. So, is the demon-suppressing sword a magical artifact? To be precise, It is a top-tier magical artifact of the 10th rank, the treasured sword of our sect's supreme ancestor. Unfortunately, the ancestor was captured, and the sword's spirit fell into slumber. Whether our Xianyun Sect can withstand the next invasion of demonic beasts remains uncertain. Based on the current situation, should the beasts below attempt to break free once more, he alone would not be sufficient to resolve the crisis. Swordmaster, does our Xianyun Sect not possess other powerful cultivators? In Li Xian's view, the vast Xianyun Sect must harbor numerous reclusive ancestors. Thus, even in the face of adversity, there was no need for alarm, as someone would surely step forward to address any issues. However, to his astonishment, Guanfeng responded with unwavering certainty, leading him to momentarily question the clarity of his own hearing. A sect of such magnitude, devoid of any formidable power? Swordmaster, surely you jest. Isn't our Xianyun Sect renowned? How could we lack other strong warriors? Indeed, my junior brother. However, Lingwan interjected before Guanfeng could speak further. The Xianyun Sect appears strong outwardly, but is rather hollow within. When it comes to a genuine confrontation, we would struggle against other sections. Looking across the entire sect, there is but one tribulation stage expert, Grandfather Feng. What? Li Xian was instantly taken aback. If he understood correctly, the true strength of the Xianyun Sect was alarmingly feeble, with only Guanfeng holding the fort, leaving even Luo Feng unranked. Sister, you wouldn't have conspired with the sword master to deceive me, would you? The notion was simply too incredulous. An expansive sect with scant formidable warriors? Why would I deceive you? This is confidential information pertaining to our Xianyun Sect, known only to a select few among the elders. Lingwan, as the grand senior sister of the Sword Spirit Hall and the chosen disciple of Swordmaster Guanfeng, had long been privy to such matters. Typically, she wouldn't bother explaining to others, but for Li Xian, she was willing to clarify. Does this imply that any visiting sect could easily annihilate us? Not quite, Guanfeng interjected, placing a hand behind him and exuding a measure of confidence. As the saying goes, a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. To conquer our Xianyun Sect, one would require at least 2 experts of the tribulation stage. And if they are both tribulation stage, at least one must be at the pinnacle of that realm. Otherwise, we are a tough nut to crack. Why would you share such classified intelligence with a mere outer sect disciple? Li Xian questioned, reasoning that, given his status, he should not be privy to such information. Yet, Guanfeng had divulged it, appearing particularly eager for him to comprehend the true strength of the Xianyun Sect. Though you are a mere servant of the Wanyao Peak, in the Sword Spirit Hall, you are my direct disciple. Moreover, having gained the recognition of the demon-slaying sword, you must bear the future of the Sword Spirit Hall and even the Xianyun Sect. Li Xian felt an immense weight upon his shoulders, as if a colossal stone were crushing him, and he hastily waved his hands in refusal. No, Swordmaster, I am merely a servant, and my cultivation is too low to bear such a burden. Youth, you must believe in yourself. Guanfeng encouraged. I wish to believe, but my abilities do not permit it. Li Xian lamented, feeling as though he could weep without tears. He had no idea how Guanfeng discerned any potential in him. Perhaps you could consider someone else, like senior sister Lingwan. He sidled over to her, hoping Guanfeng might reconsider. No. Compared to her, I have greater faith in you. Why? Because your swordsmanship talent is the strongest I have ever encountered in my life. Without a doubt, it was Li Xian's extreme sword intent that caught Guanfeng's attention. Junior brother, Grandfather Feng has an impeccable eye for talent. Do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. Simply let things unfold naturally. Focus solely on your cultivation. If you can reach the late foundation stage before the sect competition, I shall reward you with something. What might that be? At the mention of a reward, Li Xian's spirits instantly soared. Given Guanfeng's stature, it was likely that he would not offer a trivial gift. You will find out in due time, but for now, concentrate on your training. With a mysterious smile, Guanfeng chose not to linger further and turned to walk away, adding, remember, what I have shared with you today must not be disclosed to others. As he spoke, the barrier he had erected dissipated. Junior brother, have you reached the mid-foundation stage? Lingwan had not paid much attention earlier, but upon hearing Guanfeng's words, she scrutinized Li Xian's current cultivation level intently. My goodness, the last time we met, you were only in the early foundation stage. How did you advance so rapidly? A stroke of luck. Li Xian scratched his head awkwardly, unsure how to explain to Lingwan that he had absorbed several 5th-tier demon beast cores. Is luck truly all it takes? Lingwan recalled that last time he had said the same thing, and now he was using the same excuse again. Yet, Observing Li Xian's sheepish demeanor, she chose not to press further. After all, who didn't have their little secrets? Though she didn't know how Li Xian had achieved such rapid advancement, the outcome was undoubtedly favorable. Oh well, if you prefer not to share, I shall not pry. However, I must advise you, haste makes waste. While you may have a means to hastily elevate your level if you do not stabilize it, you will be unable to unleash your true combat potential. Li Xian was well aware of this. Despite possessing mid-foundation stage strength, he still lacked combat experience and needed to engage in practical battles. So, senior sister, when can we descend the mountain? Disciples below the foundation stage are permitted to leave only for tasks or special circumstances, whereas those above the foundation stage can venture to Silent Ridge every 7 days for training, returning within the same period. Failing to do so incurs penalties. So, I can descend now? Indeed. Lingwan nodded vigorously but quickly restrained the eager Li Xian. However, junior brother, do not rush. I happen to be heading down tomorrow. Why not accompany me then? Well, all right. After a brief moment of hesitation, Li Xian agreed to wait until the next day, primarily considering his unfamiliarity with the world below, and it would be much safer with Lingwan, an experienced guide. I still have not completed my training at the sword platform. You should return to Wanyao Peak and try your hand at the alchemy room. Before parting, Lingwan pointed Li Xian toward a promising opportunity, which he had nearly forgotten. According to Chief Elder Li Tiancheng, the alchemy room was also beneficial for cultivation, though he was unsure of the extent. However, upon his arrival at the alchemy room's sub-peak, he discovered it was quite crowded. In addition to those refining pills, many others were there for the spectacle, as a shimmering screen displayed names, with the foremost being Wang Chuxue and the second, Gu Beichen. Unable to comprehend the rankings, Li Xian randomly approached someone and inquired, "Senior brother, what is this ranking?" Initially, the individual dismissed him for wearing servant garb, but upon recognizing Li Xian, his demeanor swiftly changed. "Ah, it's you, junior brother Li. You may not know, but this is the alchemy room ranking, which records each disciple's number of successful alchemical creations and their overall quality. And who is this Wang Chuxue to rank above Gu Beichen? Oh, while brother Gu excels in both alchemy and rigorous cultivation, hence his second place, Wang Chuxue specializes in alchemy, spending all her time in the alchemy room. It is no surprise she ranks first." After listening to the other's explanation, Li Xian realized that the numbers following their names were 515 and 473, respectively, indicating a relatively small gap. In this light, it was evident that Gu Beichen indeed possessed considerable skill, managing to maintain his own realm while not lagging significantly behind others in the realm of alchemy. As they spoke, a brilliant light suddenly emanated from the jade stone atop one of the alchemy chambers. "Look, someone has successfully refined a pill in this chamber." Chapter 084. What do you intend to do about Sister Su? With the exclamation from a disciple, Li Xian turned his gaze in that direction. The so-called alchemy chamber resembled ancient towers, standing about 20 to 30 meters high, with a semi-transparent jade stone atop each chamber. When alchemy is successfully completed inside, the stone automatically emits a corresponding light and displays a numerical value based on the grade of the pill produced. At that moment, in a chamber 100 meters away from Li Xian, the jade stone indicating pill success was glowing, revealing the bright character 3, signifying that the pill refined within was of the 3rd grade. A 3rd grade pill. Li Xian squinted. Even among the multitude of disciples in the apothecary hall, this was a formidable achievement. Most could only manage 1st or 2nd grade pills, and the ability to refine a 3rd grade pill demonstrated that the disciple within this chamber was indeed exceptional. Junior brother Li Xian, I forgot to mention that the grade of the refined pill will add points to the ranking. Additionally, based on the specific quality of the pill, further points may be added. No points for inferior quality, 1 point for medium quality, 2 points for superior quality, and 3 points for excellent quality. According to what was said, if one could not refine a pill of medium quality or higher, accumulating points would be rather difficult, relying solely on the grade of the pill. Look, the chamber door has opened. It's Sister Su. No wonder she could refine a 3rd grade pill. It turns out to be junior Sister Su. The surrounding disciples voiced their thoughts. Their confusion instantly cleared. Although Su Xinlan had entered late, her talent in alchemy was not lacking. Had she started a few years earlier, she might have contended with Wang Chuxue. Congratulations, sister. Sister, you are amazing. Congratulations, junior sister. The crowd offered their congratulations when suddenly, a female disciple stepped forward from the throng. Sister Su, I have some questions regarding alchemy that I would like to ask you. May I take up a bit of your time? Of course. With her successful alchemy, Xianyun was in high spirits. Since a junior sister sought her guidance, she naturally would not refuse, especially in front of so many witnesses. However, just as she was about to pull the other into the chamber, the junior sister gently tugged at her hand and whispered, "Sister, there are too many people here. Shall we find a quieter place?" Xianyun was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood her intention. After all, if they succeeded in refining a pill, the jade stone would give a prompt, and conversely, if they failed, it would also notify, which likely made this junior sister anxious about the potential embarrassment of a public failure. All right, let's find another chamber. With that, the two women stepped away from the crowd and ventured deeper into the alchemy area. After their departure, Xianyun unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure in the crowd, Yaofeng. What was he doing here? Narrowing his eyes, he felt a sudden impulse and was about to approach to greet him when he noticed that this fellow was stealthily trailing behind Xianyun and her companion. His instincts told him that Yaofeng was certainly up to no good. Observing this, he swiftly followed suit, intent on uncovering the truth. Previously, he would have ignored such matters, but given Yaofeng's association with Gu Beichen and the latter's lingering resentment towards him for Xianyun's sake, Xianyun was determined not to overlook any opportunity to confront them. Thus, Yaofeng followed Xianyun while Xianyun trailed Yaofeng. Akin to a mantis stalking a cicada, arriving at the depths of the alchemy chambers where the crowd was significantly diminished, with many chambers unoccupied. As Xianyun and her companion entered one chamber, Yaofeng stopped at the entrance. He swiftly formed a hand gesture, erecting a barrier outside the chamber to prevent any sound from escaping. Since this area was relatively deserted, whatever transpired inside would remain a mystery to the outside world. Indeed, something was amiss. Xianyun narrowed his eyes, licking his lips, suppressing the urge to act, determined to observe a little longer. However, after a considerable wait, Yaofeng made no further moves, merely standing guard outside the chamber like the previous onlookers. How strange. This fellow followed stealthily and set up a barrier, but then did nothing. Xianyun found Yaofeng's behavior perplexing and could not fathom his intentions. Was he waiting for an opportune moment to burst in? Or was he monitoring Xianyun? If he intended to intrude, there would be no need to wait, would there? And if it was mere surveillance, why erect a barrier? Did he wish to prevent passers-by from hearing the commotion inside? Upon considering this, and correlating it with the possibility of surveillance, Xianyun suddenly had an epiphany. Perhaps Yaofeng was not monitoring Xianyun, but rather the situation outside the chamber, essentially acting as a lookout. This realization made Yaofeng's barrier seem logical. Oh no! Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Xianyun wasted no time and swiftly approached the chamber entrance. "Xianyun, what are you doing here?" Yaofeng queried. "Why can't I be here?" Xianyun retorted, pointing at the chamber entrance. "What do you plan to do about Sister Su?" "What do you mean? I'm just here to observe her alchemy process." Yaofeng appeared unfazed, seemingly prepared for such inquiries. "Are you sure about that?" "Of course," Yaofeng asserted confidently, hands on his hips. "Senior Brother Gu specifically instructed me to investigate Junior Sister Su's progress in alchemy and report any issues to him promptly. Do you think I have nothing better to do than loiter here?" Strangely enough, it did seem plausible. Xianyun scrutinized Yaofeng, then turned his attention back to the chamber, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. "Then why set up the barrier?" "To prevent anyone from disturbing her," Yaofeng replied, sounding reasonable. "The structure of the chamber is unique. Only those outside can hear what occurs within, while those inside may not hear anything from outside. Don't you think your barrier is a bit excessive? What do you know? This is called being prudent." Had he truly misjudged the situation? Standing hesitantly at the chamber door, Xianyun wrestled with his decision. If nothing was amiss, he would be intruding for no reason. However, if something were to happen, Xianyun would truly be at a loss for help. "All right, Xianyun, you attend to your matters. If Senior Brother Gu sees you, he will surely hold a grudge against you." Upon hearing Yaofeng's seemingly caring words, Xianyun suddenly made up his mind. He needed to see for himself. Chapter 085. Stop it. I said that's enough. What do you intend to do? As Xianyun advanced toward the chamber door, Yaofeng grew anxious and swiftly positioned himself in front of him. "Are you out of your mind? She's inside refining a pill. Entering now would disturb her." Yaofeng feigned explanation, yet internally he was already worried. If Xianyun entered, it would ruin Gu Beichen's plans, and the fallout would be disastrous. Not to mention that he himself would undoubtedly face Gu Beichen's wrath. He had to find a way to stop Li Xian, under duress. Even if it meant resorting to force, he had to prevent the other from entering. I'll just say a quick hello, and one tea stay long. Li Xian smiled as he prepared to bypass him, but Jiang Ping was determined not to let him succeed. He shifted his stance and blocked Li Xian once more. No, you cannot go in. Even if you must enter, you need to seek Sister Su's permission first. Do you have a way to contact Sister Su now? No. Then that settles it. Li Xian shrugged, dismissing the matter. He raised his hand and pushed Jiang Ping aside, continuing forward. The more Jiang Ping obstructed him, the more it indicated he had something to hide. There was certainly an issue within the alchemy room. You cannot enter. This time, Jiang Ping unleashed the oppressive aura of his mid-foundation stage cultivation, attempting to subdue Li Xian. Unfortunately for him, his pressure had no effect, as Li Xian was also at the mid-foundation stage. As he watched Li Xian unrestrainedly advance, Jiang Ping was left dumbfounded. What's going on with you? Li Xian ignored him, attempting to open the alchemy room's door. In this critical situation, Jiang Ping could no longer hesitate. He drew out his personal magic tool and charged forward. I command you to stop. Get lost. Li Xian snapped, with a wave of his hand sending Jiang Ping flying against the wall of another alchemy room nearby. Strange, why won't this door open? Regardless of whether Li Xian pushed or infused it with spiritual energy, the door remained immovable. This made him wonder if there were specific techniques required to open it. He abruptly turned to Jiang Ping and shouted, Brother Jiang, how do you open this door? Don't ask me, I don't know. No, you do know. Li Xian's voice grew stern, and his gaze turned unfriendly, causing Jiang Ping to feel a chill run down his spine. What do you want to do? Tell me how to open the alchemy room door. I don't know. Jiang Ping shook his head frantically. For some reason, he felt an overwhelming pressure from Li Xian, who, despite being merely a newly initiated disciple, exuded a foundation stage aura that was rather exaggerated. Isn't he at the Qi transformation stage? I'll ask you one last time. How do I open the alchemy room door? Li Xian's voice grew increasingly frigid. Yet Jiang Ping took a deep breath and stubbornly replied, I've said I don't know. I don't refine pills in the alchemy room. So asking me is futile. How could this guy have been in the sect for so long without ever entering the alchemy room? As the saying goes, one doesn't have to have eaten pork to know how pigs run, even if he had never been inside. He should have at least seen others go in or heard about it. Growing weary of Jiang Ping's excuses, Li Xian decided to take matters into his own hands. With a resounding punch, Jiang Ping was left dazed. I'm your senior brother. How dare you hit me? A second punch landed on his left eye, followed by another on the right, causing him to clutch his face and scream. I'll inform the elder that you attacked a fellow disciple. Still hitting? Enough already. Or I'll truly report you to the elder. Li Xian remained silent, continuing his assault. In a matter of half a minute, Jiang Ping's face was bruised and battered. Stop. I'll tell you. Seeing Li Xian prepare to strike again, he quickly added, use the permission token. The permission token. Finally, upon hearing the words permission token, Li Xian halted mid-motion. How could he have forgotten about the permission token? Earlier, Li Tiansheng had given him one. Is this what you meant? Upon seeing Li Xian produce a purple permission token, Jiang Ping was left speechless. A special level permission token? His eyelids twitched. He had only seen such tokens with senior brothers Gu Beichen and Wang Chuxue. It was a symbol of status that ordinary disciples could not possess. How could you have a special level permission token? Answer me, is it with this? Li Xian's question was evasive, but Jiang Ping, fearing further violence, could only nod. Yes, that's it. With that, Li Xian swiftly returned to the alchemy room door, placed the token into the corresponding slot, and with a booming sound, the tightly sealed door began to open slowly. It seemed Jiang Ping had not lied. Meanwhile, inside the alchemy room, Su Xinlan was patiently explaining to her junior sister the difficulties encountered during pill refinement. So that is how it is. Truly impressive, senior sister. Now I understand. The junior sister looked at Su Xinlan gratefully, revealing a spirit pill in her palm. Senior sister, I don't have much to offer. But this is a spirit gathering pill given to me by someone. I hope you will accept it. A spirit gathering pill. Even Su Xinlan's beautiful eyes widened. This was a high-grade 3-tier pill that could further condense and purify the spiritual energy in 1's dantian, enhancing 1's spiritual strength. It was most effective when consumed at a lower cultivation level, particularly during the foundation stage, offering lasting benefits from a single use. But what about you? It's fine. I have another one. Fearing Su Xinlan would refuse, the junior sister quickly produced another pill and even swallowed it on the spot. Senior sister, you should take one too. and we can see whose purification effect is better. Though surprised that the junior sister could produce 2 spirit-gathering pills, Su Xinlan indeed needed one to establish her foundation. After a brief moment of hesitation, she also consumed the pill. Gulp upon witnessing Su Xinlan swallow the pill. The junior sister noticed a fleeting expression of relief on her face, as if she had accomplished something significant. Senior sister, why do I feel something is off with the spirit-gathering pill? After ingesting the pill, Su Xinlan immediately inquired, feeling her head slightly dizzy and her body starting to heat up. Chapter 86. Senior sister, what is wrong with you? I feel a bit dizzy. Su Xinlan shook her head, trying to clear her thoughts, but no matter what she did, the heaviness in her head only grew. Her instincts told her that the issue lay with the pill, especially as she observed her junior sister appearing completely unaffected. An ominous premonition began to creep into her mind. It's all right, junior sister. Just wait for your senior brother to come help you. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from deeper within the alchemy room, causing Su Xinlan to snap to attention. She turned to see a figure emerging slowly from within. Gu Beichen. Recognizing the newcomer, Su Xinlan called out, while the junior sister eagerly addressed Gu Beichen. Senior brother Gu, senior sister Su has taken the illusion pill. You promised me. Here. Without hesitation, Gu Beichen tossed a porcelain vial to her. As the junior sister opened the vial and confirmed it contained the foundational pill she needed, her face lit up with joy. Thank you, senior brother Gu. I'll take my leave now, so as not to disturb you and senior sister Su's intimate moment. Seeing her understanding, Gu Beichen smiled with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Su Xinlan finally comprehended that events had unfolded precisely as she had suspected. She had been deceived. The illusion pill was a prohibited substance. The entire alchemy hall had strictly forbidden its refinement. Where had Gu Beichen obtained it? Had it not been for the ban on its production, she would have investigated further and would not have been unable to identify the pill he had given her, thus avoiding this predicament. Sister Su, if I were to take the place of the junior sister, I would have readily succumbed to brother Gu. As for today's matter, let it be a favor from the junior sister to assist you. Before departing, the other party did not forget to exonerate themselves, which made Su Xinlan feel a surge of murderous intent. Junior sister, do you not see how difficult it is for brother? I treat you with utmost kindness, yet you remain indifferent. You insist on forcing brother to resort to such actions. As the conversation unfolded, Gu Beichen had already approached Su Xinlan, gazing at her as she gradually succumbed to the ground, his eyes glimmering with avarice. He had long awaited this moment. From the very first encounter with Su Xinlan, he had harbored such thoughts, captivated by her innocence, akin to a freshly bloomed bud, evoking an irresistible desire to protect her. Yet, regrettably, no matter what he did or how he attempted to attract her attention, Su Xinlan remained utterly unresponsive. Faced with the humiliation of his pride, he had been making a concerted effort to maintain decorum. However, only a few days prior, news reached him that a mere servant disciple had entered Su Xinlan's room and lingered there for quite some time, provoking his ire. Why should a lowly servant disciple be allowed entry, while he, the esteemed senior brother of Wan Aopeak, was not, especially considering the duration of their stay? One could only wonder what transpired. Even if it was later revealed that the other was merely concocting alchemical potions, who could truly know what occurred within those walls? Thus, he could no longer contain himself. Alongside his vendetta against Li Xian, he began to entertain forceful ideas regarding Su Xinlan. Today, without fail, he would make her his woman. After all, he was the senior brother of Wan Yaopeak, a disciple of the esteemed grand elderly Tiancheng. Even if this matter were made known to others, he was certain his master would assist in covering his tracks, so he harbored no fears. Brother Gu, it is not too late for you to turn back. At this moment, Su Xinlan realized escape was futile and sought to awaken Gu Beichen's conscience. Yet she overlooked the fact that he possessed no such sentiment, especially now that his wicked intentions had surfaced. Turn back? Why would I turn back? Gu Beichen sneered. If I turn back, will you agree to me? If I turn back, will you accept me? Yes. I cannot promise what will happen between us, but as long as you turn back, I will attempt to understand you. In her desperation to escape the tiger's den, Su Xinlan uttered these insincere words. Understanding him was an impossibility. After all, having spent so many years as fellow disciples, she was well aware of Gu Beichen's character. No, that is far too slow. Moreover, if you truly wish to understand me, we can commence right now. As he spoke, he raised an eyebrow at Su Xinlan, implying his intentions. Gu Beichen, you are utterly repulsive. You best not lay a finger on me. Otherwise, upon my return, I shall report you to the elders." Seeing her animated demeanor, Su Xinlan could no longer contain herself, exclaiming in agitation, "Even then, you, as the senior brother, cannot evade the sect's punishment. Report me, I care not." To his surprise, Gu Beichen continued fearlessly, "As long as I can possess you, I fear nothing." At this point, he was entirely consumed by desire, oblivious to the consequences, his mind singularly fixated on acquiring Su Xinlan. With a mere gesture, a gentle surge of spiritual energy unfastened Su Xinlan's outer garment, and despite her desperate struggles, it was in vain. "No, do not touch me," Su Xinlan cried out repeatedly, yet Gu Beichen showed no signs of relenting. "Why is it permissible for that lowly Li Xian to touch you, but not I?" Upon hearing the name Li Xian, Su Xinlan momentarily froze in her struggle, quickly regaining her composure to clarify, "No, Brother Gu, there is nothing between Li Xian and me. We are innocent." "Innocent? You emerged from a room alone with a solitary man for so long. Do you expect me to believe that? Had it been anyone else, he might have entertained their claim, but given Su Xinlan's usual distance from the opposite sex, her sudden companionship with a servant disciple for such an extended period was simply too suspicious. Truly, Brother Gu, I was merely concocting alchemical potions, and he was merely observing." Little did she anticipate that Gu Beichen would respond with a lewd grin, his delight palpable. "If he was merely watching you concoct potions, then that makes it even better. Your virginity now belongs to me." The ground seemed to shake beneath Su Xinlan as she realized just how resolute his wicked desires were, leaving her no room for escape. As he approached with malevolent intent, seeking to remove her remaining garments, she found a flicker of rationality amidst her panic, asserting, "Brother Gu, actually, you have guessed correctly." "What do you mean by that?" His words momentarily halted Gu Beichen's actions. "That day, I did indeed share some intimate moments with Li Xian." In an instant, Gu Beichen's aura surged outward, clearly enraged. Despite his previous facade of indifference, Su Xinlan's admission had ignited his fury. "What do you mean you shared intimate moments?" The words, though softly spoken, reverberated through the air, reaching the ears of the approaching Li Xian, causing him to freeze mid-step. "What is this? What intimate moments occurred?" "I certainly did nothing." The next moment, Gu Beichen unleashed his spiritual pressure, sending a tremor through Li Xian's heart. The esteemed senior brother of the Medicine Peak had reached the peak of the Foundation establishment stage. Yet, the gap between their levels was merely 2 minor ranks. If it came to a conflict, Li Xian felt confident he would not fear the confrontation, hastening his pace. Inside, Gu Beichen glared furiously at Su Xinlan, demanding, "Are you implying that you have already slept with him?" "Of course not." Su Xinlan initially intended to deny it, but realizing the futility of her lie, she quickly amended, "Of course we did. Moreover, Li Xian swore that he would protect me." "Surely, Brother Gu, you have heard that Li Xian is now the master of the furnace room, and it is rumored that Elder Yaofeng has taken him as a personal disciple. As his woman, if you lay a hand on me, should you not consider the wrath of his master?" It must be said that Su Xinlan was indeed clever. In the face of danger, she promptly thought to use Li Xian as her shield. This was primarily due to the recent events surrounding Li Xian that had been the talk of the sect, giving her leverage to intimidate Gu Beichen. "Wrath? Do you truly believe I fear that lowly servant?" In his fury, Gu Beichen vehemently explained to Su Xinlan, "Were it not for the sect's rules, I would have dealt with him already. Rest assured, soon the grand competition will commence, and I shall allow him to prance about a little longer. If he dares to cross paths with me during the competition, I will ensure he understands the consequences of crossing Gu Beichen." Such words are mere bravado. If you truly had the courage, you would directly challenge Li Xian to the life and death platform. Yet you do not, for you fear his master, Elder Luo. The life and death platform, a place where disciples could resolve disputes through combat, had seen its share of fatalities, and it was not uncommon for grievances to be settled there. A mere servant disciple. Do you think he has the qualifications for me to challenge him to the life and death platform? Gu Beichen had considered this, but he was wary of his own status. Proposing a challenge there would seem beneath him, and he would be accused of bullying the weak. If he sought someone else to propose the challenge, similar concerns would arise, preventing him from acting with legitimacy. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly invited the other to the life and death platform. After all, Li Xian's master was Elder Luo, a direct disciple of the elders. What right did he have to deem him unworthy? The words left Gu Beichen momentarily stunned, and they caused Li Xian, who was entering, to halt as well. What audacity! Su Xinlan truly dared to say anything. Although he understood that she was attempting to save herself, was it necessary to provoke him like this? Yet, there was a grain of truth in Su Xinlan's words. In terms of status, he was not inferior to Gu Beichen, perhaps even superior. Gu Beichen was merely the direct disciple of the chief elder of Yaofeng. While he had already confirmed his identity as the direct disciple of the esteemed sword master of the Sword Spirit Hall, both were direct disciples, but their backgrounds were worlds apart. If Luofeng also confirmed his status as a direct disciple of the former sect master, what could Gu Beichen possibly compare? What does being a direct disciple matter? His strength must match that title. Just a mere transformation stage cultivator. I could crush him with one hand. His true strength was that of the core formation stage, but to mislead others and prepare for the sect competition. He had temporarily sealed his power at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. At this point, Su Xinlan felt a surge of anxiety. If Gu Beichen disregarded all else and sought out Li Xian, it was clear that Li Xian would meet his end, and she would be left bearing the guilt. However, she herself was trapped, her consciousness becoming increasingly hazy, the heat in her body reaching intolerable levels. She clenched her fists, desperately trying to resist the urge to undress. In such dire circumstances, she could afford to think of nothing else but to apologize to Li Xian. It was easy to say, but I doubt you truly have the courage. Who said that? Gu Beichen's eyes flashed, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Su Xinlan. He loathed being looked down upon, especially by someone he cared about. It was I who said it. If you had the audacity, you wouldn't resort to such underhanded tactics against me. You would confront Li Xian directly before engaging in such matters. Boom! In a fit of anger, he unleashed his spiritual energy, shattering a stone table within the pill chamber into dust. Rest assured, once I enjoy myself with you, even before the sect competition arrives, I will ensure that boy learns his place. I will show you who the real man is. What can a mere servant, hiding behind others, possibly compare to me? You. Su Xinlan was utterly despondent. After countless struggles, she realized that Gu Beichen was determined to impose himself upon her today. Even her attempts to provoke him were futile against his aggressive intentions. All right, junior sister, once this chamber is sealed, it will be isolated from the outside. Even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one will hear you. Moreover, this pill chamber is located deep within, seldom visited. And with Jiangping's barrier set up, there is no chance anyone will come to your aid today. Su Xinlan's heart sank to the depths of despair as she closed her eyes, overwhelmed by the realization of her circumstances. It appeared she could not escape his clutches today. Gu Beichen, do you believe I would die for you right now? Die? What do you have to die with? Gu Beichen coldly chuckled. You might not realize that once the illusory pill takes effect, your spiritual energy will be disrupted and your muscles will weaken. Even if you wish to bite your tongue, you would be incapable. What do you have to die with? Had I not prepared thoroughly, I wouldn't have ventured this far. Therefore, your only choice now is to cooperate when I am comfortable. Do you understand? At that moment, Su Xinlan regretted her decision to offer guidance and her presence in such a secluded pill chamber. The thought of what was about to transpire made her tremble, and her hidden fears began to surface. Oh, why are you crying? I won't eat you. I merely wish to draw closer. As Gu Beichen approached, noticing the glistening tears on her face, he hastily reached out to wipe them away, only to be met with her rejection. Do not touch me. This reaction frustrated Gu Beichen. After a brief pause, he seized her chin, forcing her to face him. And why shouldn't I touch you? You little vixen. Having slept with Li Xian, what pretense do you maintain before me? Chapter 088. You want me to kneel? Not in this lifetime. You little vixen. Having slept with Li Xian, what pretense do you maintain before me? Su Xinlan felt wronged, but chose not to explain, knowing it would only incite further excitement in him. As he reached for her waist with his other hand, she squirmed to evade him, but it was all in vain. If you cooperated a bit, I might be gentler. But if you resist, I shall be forced to be rough. Oh, I wonder just how rough Brother Gu intends to be with Sister Su. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from the corridor, halting Gu Beichen's actions and causing Su Xinlan, who had been despairingly crying with her eyes closed, to open them in disbelief. No way, Li Xian. Could it be that my will to survive has conjured an illusion? What are you doing here? I was about to ask you the same. What do you intend to do to Sister Su? Li Xian faced Gu Beichen without a trace of fear, having secretly vowed to take revenge once he reached the foundation establishment stage. He had already dealt with Jiangping, now it was Gu Beichen's turn. What I do is none of your concern. You should leave now. Otherwise, do you think I won't kill you? Kill me? Li Xian raised a hand, incredulous. In the past, he might have felt a twinge of fear due to their vast differences in cultivation, but now, as a mid-foundation establishment cultivator with the 7-star sword technique and a superior artifact, he was no longer the defenseless pawn he once was. Gu Beichen, do you think you are overly confident? Moreover, casually threatening to kill others. Does the senior brother act in such a manner? He feigned calmness while preparing for a potential confrontation, aware that Gu Beichen was still stronger. That depends on who you are. Gu Beichen's eyes glinted coldly, as if truly contemplating murder. Li Xian, run. You are no match for him. Go fetch an elder. Bring an elder to save me. Though surprised by Li Xian's presence, Su Xinlan understood the disparity in their strengths. If Li Xian remained, he would likely fall victim to Gu Beichen's wrath. Junior sister, do you think I could find an elder and you'd be safe? You see, even if I find someone, will Gu Beichen let you go? She glanced meaningfully at Gu Beichen, who was also watching her with a knowing smile. Indeed, if you wish to seek an elder, I will not allow you to leave. However, if you are willing to kneel and beg, I might consider sparing you. In his eyes, crushing Li Xian was as easy as squashing an ant, so he was unconcerned about any tricks the latter might try. Kneel before you? I, Li Xian, kneel to neither heaven nor earth, only to my parents. If you wish for me to kneel, don't even think about it in this lifetime. However, with a shift in tone, Li Xian gazed at him and continued, if you were to kneel before me, I might consider going easy on you when the time comes. What did you say? He was aware that Li Xian was audacious and fearless, having gained the protection of Elder Yaofeng and Lord Swordmaster, which only emboldened him further. Yet, he was taken aback by the audacity of Li Xian suggesting that he might go easy on him. Do you truly believe that with your meager strength, you could possibly defeat me? Upon finishing his words, the overwhelming pressure of the Peak Foundation establishment realm instantly locked onto Li Xian, and indeed, Li Xian felt a degree of discomfort. After all, the gap of 2 minor realms rendered him not entirely immune to such oppressive force. Oh, I didn't expect you to withstand pressure so well and still stand upright. Kneel before me, he bellowed, intensifying his oppressive aura. However, to his bewilderment, no matter how he increased the pressure, Li Xian remained unfazed. What is happening? He pondered, staring at Li Xian, unable to comprehend the situation. Logically, Li Xian should have knelt immediately under the increased pressure. How could he maintain his standing posture? I said, if you want me to kneel, it will never happen in this lifetime. Su Xinlan was equally stunned. In her mind, Li Xian was merely a junior disciple in the Qi transformation stage. Facing Gu Beichen, a Peak Foundation establishment cultivator, he should have been unable to withstand even a mid-foundation establishment like Jiangping. Wait. Suddenly, she realized that if she recalled correctly, Gu Beichen had mentioned that Jiangping had set up a barrier outside, yet here stood Li Xian. Where had Jiangping gone? In short, had Li Xian surpassed Jiangping, who possessed mid-foundation establishment strength, to enter the alchemy chamber? This fellow. Her eyes fixated on Li Xian. But under the influence of the illusion pill, her spiritual energy was obstructed, preventing her from perceiving too much, leaving her unaware of Li Xian's current realm. Have you reached the foundation establishment stage? Gu Beichen, sensing something amiss, ventured a guess. Yet even if Li Xian had indeed reached that stage, he might still struggle against the pressure from a Peak Foundation establishment cultivator like himself. Take a guess. Li Xian grinned, brandishing the Tianwu sword in his hand. In an instant, with the infusion of sword intent, the scant pressure that had restrained him dissipated entirely. Although merely a magical artifact, the Tianwu sword was a top-tier artifact of the 5th rank, forged from the magic core of a 5th-rank demon beast, equivalent to a golden core cultivator. Thus, it completely immunized him against the pressure of a foundation establishment cultivator. Even if you've reached foundation establishment, what does it matter? Before me, you will still meet your demise. This time, Gu Beichen prepared to take matters into his own hands. As he spoke, he swiftly appeared behind Li Xian, drawing his own magical sword and striking fiercely at the back of Li Xian's neck. Junior brother, be careful, Su Xinlan exclaimed in alarm, instinctively closing her eyes, unable to bear witnessing such a bloody scene. Clang. However, the next moment, a crisp metallic clash resonated. Slowly, she opened her eyes to see Li Xian, without turning his head, raising his sword to intercept Gu Beichen's strike. Moreover, the angle at which he caught the attack was exceptionally skillful under normal circumstances. It was quite challenging for an ordinary person to achieve such a feat even in a face-to-face confrontation. Chapter 089. There is no secret technique, merely some sword intent. Not bad, You managed to catch that. Gu Beichen was astonished, yet his long sword did not falter, continuing its assault. Clang, clang, clang surprisingly. No matter how fiercely he attacked, Li Xian accurately parried every strike. Gradually, he began to sense something was amiss. Are you at the mid-foundation establishment stage? Witnessing Gu Beichen's incredulous expression, Li Xian merely smiled in silence. From start to finish, he had not revealed much of his own aura, relying solely on his supreme sword intent and the 5th-tier Tianwu sword to counter. What on earth is going on with you? How could you have advanced from the Qi transformation stage to the mid-foundation establishment stage in just a few days? His question mirrored Su Xinlan's curiosity. It had only been a short while since she first met Li Xian, and his breakthrough to foundation establishment was already surprising enough. Now he had directly reached the mid-stage? Was that not excessive? Yet, the fact that he was able to engage Gu Beichen in combat was an undeniable reality. There was no room for dispute. But even if he were at the mid-foundation establishment stage, what of it? Gu Beichen was a peak foundation establishment cultivator, 2 whole levels above him. Under such circumstances, not being utterly defeated would be considered fortunate. Clang, clang, clang. Accompanied by the sounds of their swords clashing, Gu Beichen's attacks grew increasingly fierce. He could not believe that with his clear advantage in realm, he was only able to match Li Xian. Sword frost her eyes. Suddenly, Gu Beichen's long sword trembled violently, countless strands of spiritual energy coalescing around it, enveloping the entire sword in a frigid blue light, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet instantly. Whoosh! As the long sword sliced through the air, the chilling aura froze the atmosphere. Clang this time. Li Xian was astonished to find that the blade of the Tianwu sword had actually been frozen by Gu Beichen's attack. He attempted to withdraw it, but found it impossible, and the cold energy rapidly spread along the Tianwu sword to his gripping hand, instantly freezing his fingers. Just a mid-foundation establishment, do you really think you can match me? Gu Beichen smirked, controlling the cold energy to extend towards Li Xian's arm. If he could freeze both of Li Xian's arms, he would only need to strike lightly to sever them cleanly. Dream on. Break for me, Li Xian shouted, and the previously frozen Tianwu sword suddenly burst forth with a red light, shattering the ice enveloping it and freeing his hand in an instant. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xian lunged forward, raising the Tianwu sword to deliver a powerful downward strike. Gu Beichen, upon seeing this, quickly reacted, lifting his sword to block above his head. Boom! A deafening sound erupted, and the ground where Gu Beichen stood was engulfed in dust, sinking several meters into the earth. Upon closer inspection, Gu Beichen's sword had been cleaved in two, and his hands trembled uncontrollably. How could this be? The shock on his face could not adequately express the turmoil within. In that fleeting moment, he felt the threat of death. He had anticipated easily intercepting Li Xian's attack, yet not only had his magical sword been destroyed, but the residual force of the attack had also devastated the ground. With such power, he feared that even if he were to unseal his strength and unleash his golden core combat prowess, he might still not withstand it. Gulp! He could not help but swallow hard, his mind replaying the moment he had endured the attack. Normally, after his sword was shattered, the residual force should have been sufficient to cleave through his body, yet it had not. Instead, it had struck the ground. Could it be that this was a result of Li Xian's deliberate control? Unbeknownst to him, Li Xian was equally astonished. For that strike, he had never anticipated such tremendous power. He had merely aimed to release a bit of sword intent to free himself from being frozen. Yet he had not expected that a mere thought would yield such destructive capability. Aren't you at the mid-foundation establishment stage? How could you unleash such a powerful attack? Gu Beichen racked his brain, unable to fathom what had just occurred. Meanwhile, Li Xian chose to cease his assault, fearing that a moment's carelessness might lead to Gu Beichen's demise, which he would find difficult to justify. After all, there was a significant difference between delivering a beating and outright killing someone. Without a justifiable reason, it was unwise to take a life so lightly. Humph. How does it feel to understand my might? Sheathing his sword, Li Xian gazed at Gu Beichen with a sense of triumph, as if relishing in the moment of restraint. Gu Beichen remained silent, yet his gaze towards Li Xian was laden with bewilderment. It was evident that he was profoundly perplexed about the extraordinary capabilities of this youth. To put it bluntly, even among those at the pinnacle of foundation establishment, it should not be possible for him to be subdued to such an extent. Could it be attributed to the sword wielded by his opponent? Yet, that seemed implausible. While it was indeed a remarkable fifth-tier weapon, the previous attack had clearly emanated from sword intent, which could not solely be unleashed by a weapon of this caliber. As a practitioner of swordsmanship himself, he had heard the adage that the strength of sword intent is more closely tied to the wielder than to the sword itself. However, how could Li Xian, merely at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, exude such formidable sword intent? Was he perhaps imparted with some secret technique by the sword sovereign? After much contemplation, this was the only plausible explanation he could conceive. Otherwise, how could one explain the rapid enhancement in such a brief span of days? Secret technique? Li Xian was momentarily taken aback before responding with a hint of playful defiance. Indeed, the sword sovereign has imparted a secret technique to me. If you wish to continue this duel, I am more than willing to oblige. You mean you can unleash that attack again? Gu Beichen was alarmed. This was the first time Li Xian had witnessed a look of panic on his face. Previously, he had merely displayed shock, but this time, it was sheer disarray. The last attack had nearly cost Gu Beichen his life, and even if it were a secret technique that could only be utilized once in a short span, he would accept it. Yet, Li Xian claimed he could unleash it again. Did he think him so easily deceived? A secret technique. If it could be employed repeatedly within a short time frame, could it still be deemed a secret technique? Or did such secret techniques require a certain cost to be paid? Even if he could use it multiple times in quick succession, it would likely inflict severe damage upon himself. One must admit, Gu Beichen possessed a sharp intellect. Under normal circumstances, his conjectures would not be far from reality. Yet, he had encountered Li Xian, an anomaly. His attacks stemmed from his own comprehension of the ultimate sword intent, and were merely a fraction of the sword intent under Li Xian's control. Thus, there was no secret technique involved, only an expression of sword intent. Furthermore, if there were any consumption to speak of, it was merely a modicum of spiritual energy. Chapter 090. Junior brother, I'm hot. Senior sister, can you endure? Li Xian retorted with ambiguous tones, neither confirming nor denying Gu Beichen's assertions, thereby imposing considerable psychological pressure upon him. How could he possibly test this? Setting aside whether Li Xian's sword intent could indeed be sustained or whether it required some form of sacrifice, if he could not perfectly evade the next strike, his life would be forfeit. To phrase it nicely, it would be a trial. To put it bluntly, it meant he was courting death. Hence, he resolved to evade the confrontation and refrain from seeking momentary glory, for the cost of such trial and error was one he could ill afford. Very well. Consider yourself fortunate. I just remembered I have matters to discuss with Master, so I shall take my leave for now. As he leapt from the pit, he cast a distant glance at Su Xinlan, saying, Junior sister, this fellow has spoiled my mood today. I shall seek you out another day. Only after Gu Beichen reluctantly turned and departed did Su Xinlan realize she had been saved. It's all right, senior sister, he has gone. Through the use of the gaze-forgetting technique, Li Xian observed Gu Beichen exiting completely before turning around. However, upon doing so, he noticed that Su Xinlan's condition appeared rather peculiar. She lay on the ground, her eyes half closed, and her exposed arms and neck were flushed. Senior sister, what's wrong? He hurried to her side, grasping her wrist to check her pulse. From the pulse, it seemed she was not in immediate danger, yet curiously, her meridians were obstructed, her spiritual energy stagnating, and there was a tumultuous heat surging from her dantian, rendering her body unbearably hot. Junior brother. Her dazed eyes fixed upon Li Xian, and the effects of the medicinal herb she had suppressed for so long overwhelmed her, causing her to embrace him tightly and kiss him passionately. No, Li Xian was bewildered. How could such an unexpected turn occur? He had not prepared for this at all, and it was utterly unlike Su Xinlan's usual demeanor. Could it be the effect of the hallucinogenic pill? Realizing this, Li Xian attempted to push her away to assist in her recovery, but to his astonishment, the moment he pushed her away, she leaned in again. Their lips met, leaving him utterly flustered. Before he could react further, he felt a delicate hand exploring his body. No, senior sister, please wait. Instinctively reaching out to grasp her, he was still too late. One of her hands had already traversed from her upper body to her lower body. The atmosphere in the chamber became remarkably awkward, sending a jolt through him as if he had been electrified. Could this hallucinogenic pill possibly be? A particular class of substances flashed through his mind, and combined with Gu Beichen's intentions towards Su Xinlan, it all seemed rather clear. Senior sister, I'm Li Xian. Please, regain your composure. Yet, Su Xinlan had completely lost control of her body, her hands alternating between caressing him and returning to her own body to remove her garments. Within mere seconds, Li Xian was fully acquainted with the meaning of delicate skin. Junior brother, I'm hot. I understand you're hot, senior sister. But could you please let go of me for a moment? No, I cannot let go. You must help me. Help you? Li Xian assessed Su Xinlan at this moment. He could grant her a 9 out of 10 for her beauty and an 8.5 for her figure, categorizing her as a true beauty. Now, under the influence of the hallucinogenic pill, the fabric adorning her body had dwindled to nearly nothing, rendering her extraordinarily alluring. This left Li Xian, a normal man in the prime of his youth, in a state of fervent agitation. Senior sister, can you hold on just a bit longer? It wasn't he that he lacked interest. Rather, it was the fact that she was under the influence of the drug and in a state of uncontrollable desire. If something were to transpire between them in this state, once the effects wore off, she would undoubtedly deny everything, and he would find himself in a precarious situation. I can't hold on. Please help me. Su Xinlan exhaled softly, her alluring eyes glimmering, her body pressed against Li Xian, clinging to him with an expression of desperation. This was an unbearable torment for Li Xian. To assist her would surely lead to trouble later on, yet refusing would mean she would continue to cling to him. Wait, senior sister, I could knock you out, and when you awaken, the effects of the drug should have passed. Li Xian, displaying commendable wit, exclaimed, but was immediately met with Su Xinlan's vehement denial. No, don't knock me out. The hallucinogenic pill can only be resolved through release. Enduring it will harm my meridians and dantian. Is it really that severe? He could not help but think that having lived 2 lifetimes, he had encountered enough knowledge in this realm to believe that it could not possibly be so dire. Senior sister isn't deceiving you. Please, help me. I feel terrible. The remnants of her awareness were expressed through her pleading gaze directed at Li Xian. For reasons unknown, she found him far more agreeable than Gu Beichen. Seemingly lacking any aversion to this situation, and perhaps even harboring a hint of anticipation. Senior sister, let us be honest. Is this favor truly unavoidable? Yes. In tandem with her affirmative response, Su Xinlan began to take matters into her own hands, attempting to assist Li Xian in disrobing. Senior sister, why don't we consider other options? Before he could finish his sentence, his lips were swiftly captured by hers. Under the influence of the hallucinogenic pill, Su Xinlan's actions shattered all previous impressions he held of her, revealing an astonishing contrast. Forget it. If she, a girl, is unafraid, why should a man like me be apprehensive? Taking a deep breath, Li Xian ceased his struggles and began to acquiesce to her advances. Soon, the atmosphere within the alchemy chamber grew tense. Outside, a battered Jiang Ping hurried over upon seeing Gu Beichen emerge. Senior brother Gu, why are you out so soon? What about Li Xian? Gu Beichen remained silent, fixing Jiang Ping with a piercing gaze before delivering a swift slap. With a resounding crack, Jiang Ping was sent sprawling several meters, crashing against the wall of another alchemy chamber. What a worthless fool. If it weren't for Jiang Ping allowing Li Xian to enter, my plans would not have been thwarted. By now, I should have been in the midst of something delightful with Su Xilan. Anger surged within him, and for a moment, he contemplated killing Jiang Ping. Yet, he recognized that Jiang Ping was not entirely to blame. After all, Li Xian had somehow managed to break through to the mid-foundation stage, forcing even Gu Beichen to tread carefully around him, let alone this useless Jiang Ping. Go to the Sword Spirit Hall and find a way to summon Ling Wan here. The moment the words left his lips, he caught sight of Jiang Ping's battered visage and quickly amended. Never mind, just stay here and keep watch. I shall go myself. With that, he soared into the sky on his sword, heading straight for the Sword Spirit Hall. If Li Xian dared to ruin his good fortune, then he would reciprocate by sabotaging Li Xian's. He had heard that Li Xian had a good relationship with Ling Wan, the senior sister of the Sword Spirit Hall, and he intended to persuade her to come here, to witness firsthand when Li Xian exited the alchemy chamber alongside Su Xilan. Chapter 091. You must have some interest in him, right? At the Sword Spirit Hall, on the questioning sword platform, Ling Wan returned to her practice after bidding farewell to Li Xian, unknowingly concluding her training for the day. Standing up and stretching her limbs, she noticed a flash of light streaking towards her from outside the mountain. Upon recognizing the visitor, the other disciples on the platform adopted a wary demeanor. Gu Beichen, what brings you to our Sword Spirit Hall? Don't be alarmed. I come seeking a word with your senior sister. Oh, what business do you have with me? Ling Wan crossed her arms. To others, she and Gu Beichen were rivals, but in truth, she hardly regarded him as a threat, thus lacking any genuine interest in the conversation. I heard that Li Xian, a disciple from Wan Yao Peak, has become the direct disciple of your esteemed swordmaster? Indeed. That's correct. Among those present, her relationship with Swordmaster Guanfeng was the closest, and her affirmation served to validate the claim. Moreover, Li Xian had recently displayed his disciple token, further confirming the truth of the matter. In that case, as the senior sister, wouldn't you feel obliged to inquire about the well-being of your junior brother? What do you mean by that? Ling Wan detected an oddity in Gu Beichen's words. It seemed he was alluding to something. I just heard from others that Li Xian has entered the alchemy chamber with a female disciple from our Wan Yao Peak. And they have been inside for quite some time, with no sounds emerging from within. And what of it? What if they are merely concocting elixirs? Ling Wan replied dismissively, well aware of the purpose of the alchemy chamber. Not necessarily. Gu Beichen shook his head, his expression turning conspiratorial. I also heard that there are no signs of alchemical activity within the chamber, leading me to suspect. Suspect what? His hesitance sparked Ling Wan's curiosity. After a moment of reflection, she thought it unlikely that Li Xian would engage in such behavior, especially since they were not even close companions. So why should I care? Though she spoke lightly, her heart felt a pang of discomfort. The images flashing through her mind depicted Li Xian alone with another woman, a solitary male and female. Without any distractions, this was indeed precarious. The thought of Li Xian engaging in intimate acts with another only deepened her unease. Is it really none of your concern? I heard you were quite close to him, which is why I came to inform you. They're still inside. Should we not go take a look? There's no need. To Gu Beichen's surprise, Ling Wan outright rejected the idea, leaving him momentarily embarrassed. He had ventured all this way with the intention of having her witness Li Xian exiting the chamber with Su Shilan. Now, with her refusal, his plans were dashed. Ling Wan, I may not know others well, but do I not know you? On the surface, you may seem to have a good rapport with Li Xian. Yet deep down, it appears you harbor feelings for him. Don't spout nonsense. Ling Wan's vehement denial only solidified Gu Beichen's suspicions. If she held no feelings for Li Xian, why had Swordmaster personally intervened to protect him when Gu Beichen had targeted him? Now, with Li Xian being accepted as the Swordmaster's direct disciple, it further hinted at something amiss. Most telling was Ling Wan's demeanor. She typically displayed little warmth towards anyone, especially males, yet she treated Li Xian with exceptional kindness. Am I truly speaking nonsense? Since you are so unconcerned, then I shall let it go. This is the location of the alchemy chamber. You are free to come and go as you please. With that, he tossed her a jade slip containing the precise location of the alchemy chamber before striding away without a backward glance. Watching Gu Beichen's retreating figure, Ling Wan stared at the jade slip for a long moment. You really are with another woman. Her voice trailed off, and as she grasped the slip and quickly read the location of the alchemy chamber, she resolved to take a look. Whether Gu Beichen's claims held any truth, she felt compelled to verify. If Li Xian truly was with another woman, she would wish him well and subsequently maintain a respectful distance, never crossing the line. After Gu Beichen departed, a triumphant smile crept across his face, as if reveling in his cunning. I knew you cared for this fellow. In reality, the jade slip not only detailed the alchemy chamber's location but also bore his mark, allowing him to track its movement at any moment. Minutes later, Gu Beichen stealthily followed Ling Wan back to the alchemy chamber. Outside the chamber Li Xian occupied, the door remained firmly shut, indicating that its occupants had yet to emerge. Spotting this, Ling Wan tightened her grip on the jade slip, her expression growing serious as she sensed Li Xian's lingering aura, confirming he had indeed been there. Senior Brother Gu, Jiang Ping, still stationed nearby, greeted Gu Beichen respectfully. Go, find a way to gather more people here. Today, I shall utterly ruin Li Xian's reputation. Jiang Ping understood Gu Beichen's intent and quickly set off. Shortly after, he returned with a number of people in tow. Everyone. Su Shimi is currently refining pills in this chamber. Do you believe she will succeed? Absolutely. After all, Su Shimi's talent is extraordinary. I find it somewhat precarious, considering that Sister Su has only just concocted a third-tier elixir over there. To attempt another so soon seems excessively taxing on the mind and spirit. The group began to converse animatedly about Su Xinlan. Upon learning that the woman with Li Xian was indeed Su Xinlan, Ling Wan's heart quivered. If it were any other woman, perhaps she would not have been as concerned, but she never anticipated that it would be Su Xinlan, who had previously stirred rumors with Li Xian. Chapter 092. Why does Li Xian bear some faint bruises on his neck? In the alchemy chamber, Li Xian lay on the ground, with Su Xinlan cradled in his arms, her body temperature having diminished significantly, returning to normal. Both of them were drenched in sweat, as if they had just engaged in an intensely vigorous and exhausting endeavor. "I apologize, sister," Li Xian began, but Su Xinlan placed her finger on his lips, silencing him. "Enough, you need not say anything. Today's events were merely an accident and do not involve you." Li Xian, bemused, recognized that it was indeed an accident. Yet he wished to convey that since such an occurrence had transpired, he would accept his share of the responsibility. However, he did not expect her to be so understanding, so readily absolving him. "If it weren't for you today, I might have fallen into Gu Beichen's clutches. I owe you my gratitude." What a revelation! To think that being ensnared by Gu Beichen led to such an intimate exchange with her, and now he had effectively saved her? Li Xian found himself momentarily speechless. "In any case, junior brother, you must not breathe a word of today to anyone. Rest assured, sister, even if you do not mention it, I shall remain silent." Li Xian promptly replied. Who would voluntarily disclose such matters? That would be sheer folly. Just as he attempted to rise, Su Xinlan tightened her embrace slightly, seemingly reluctant to let go. "Sister, I have yet to recover. Let us wait a while longer." "Very well." In truth, she had fully recovered during their profound exchange, as the effects of the illusory pill had subsided. Her current excuse was merely a pretext, for she found herself somewhat reluctant to leave the comforting sensation of resting against Li Xian's chest. Time passed, and once the heat from their vigorous movements dissipated, leaving her with a slight chill, Su Xinlan finally released her hold, albeit reluctantly. Turning her back to him, she began to dress. The sight of her smooth, delicate back filled Li Xian's mind with memories of their intimate exchange. After approximately 2 minutes, he hastily donned his own garments. Their eyes met, both wide with surprise, and the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. "All right, junior brother, I must take my leave. Remember, today's events remain between us." "I understand." After Li Xian reassured her once more, Su Xinlan turned contentedly and departed. However, upon exiting the alchemy chamber, she was taken aback by the throng of people gathered outside, even more than those present when she had previously been in the outer chamber. Why has she emerged? There was no indication of success or failure in her alchemy. What if she did not even refine anything? True, perhaps Sister Su simply grew weary from alchemy and came here to rest, the crowd speculated, each voicing various possibilities. However, soon, with the appearance of another figure, all were rendered speechless. Li Xian? No, how could he be here? As Li Xian ambled out of the chamber, everyone gawked in disbelief. Ordinarily, the alchemy chamber was designed for solitary use, save for exceptional circumstances where multiple individuals might share the space for refining purposes, and even then, all must possess a permit to enter. Otherwise, the trespassers would be expelled, and the permit holder would face penalties. How could Li Xian, a mere errand disciple, possess such credentials? Moreover, this was Su Xinlan's chamber, a lone man and woman confined together, especially for Ling Wan, who had been waiting anxiously. Witnessing Li Xian's emergence left her utterly stunned. She had not anticipated that he would truly be with Su Xinlan. She had instructed him to continue his cultivation in the alchemy chamber, only to find he had engaged in such antics. Why are there so many people? Sensing the multitude of gazes upon him, Li Xian swiftly inquired telepathically of Su Xinlan, who, equally perplexed, shook her head. "How would I know? Did you not notice when you entered?" "Just now." Li Xian squinted. When he had entered, only Jiang Ping had been outside, and he had encountered a female disciple leaving. Aside from that, he had seen no one else. Thus, he had no clue how this crowd had gathered. Why is that errand disciple inside? Jiang Ping, who had been instructed by Gu Beichen, immediately interjected, drawing even more attention. Suddenly, Li Xian understood, his gaze sweeping across the crowd until he spotted a familiar figure. "Gu Beichen, so it was your doing." "What do you mean?" Gu Beichen shrugged nonchalantly, feigning ignorance. "I merely heard that Sister Su was refining alchemy here and came to observe." "You lie. Clearly, you orchestrated this to summon Sister Su here." Li Xian retorted. "There was scarcely anyone outside moments ago. So what?" Gu Beichen grinned at the enraged Li Xian. Despite the chaos he had sown, Li Xian possessed no evidence against him. So whatever he claimed would be futile. After all, everyone only believed what their eyes beheld. "So you gathered all these people for what purpose?" "I have already stated. I came here with everyone else. Their presence here is entirely unrelated to me. But you, my friend, alone with Sister Su in the alchemy chamber, and without engaging in any alchemy, what were you two doing in there?" His question echoed the curiosity of all present. For utilizing the alchemy chamber for purposes other than refining was not unheard of, though most kept such activities discreet. I was merely seeking guidance on alchemical techniques. Su Xinlan interjected hastily, clearly anxious that Li Xian might inadvertently divulge too much. Li Xian silently admired her quick thinking. Indeed, she was a master at weaving her tales. Does one require such an extended duration to inquire about alchemical techniques? We observed from outside for quite a while, and I heard others mention that you remained inside for over an hour. What alchemical query could possibly necessitate such a lengthy discussion? As the interrogation continued, Gu Beichen's gaze shifted, focusing intently on Li Xian. Moreover, why does Li Xian bear those faint bruises on his neck? His inquiry sparked immediate scrutiny, and all eyes turned to Li Xian's neck, where indeed 2 small bruises were visible. The onlookers were not foolish. They quickly began to conjure various scenarios in their minds, their glances darting between Su Xinlan and Li Xian, their expressions revealing a dawning comprehension. Chapter 093. You would do well not to resist, lest you incur greater punishment. A solitary man and woman confined together, with no alchemy occurring, and Li Xian bearing peculiar bruises. It was difficult to interpret such a scenario as anything but intimate. Upon Gu Beichen's remark, Li Xian belatedly touched his neck, realizing he had overlooked this detail. In the alchemy chamber, during their profound exchange, he had been so engrossed that he entirely forgot the evidence Su Xinlan had left upon him. Now being pointed out, he could not help but feel his face flush with embarrassment. Brother Gu truly has a tendency to forget important matters. Was it not you who struck junior brother Li Xian, leaving the bruise around his neck? Just as everyone was engulfed in confusion, firmly believing in the intimate affair between Li Xian and Su Xinlan calmly began to explain. Don't think that merely gathering people here can tarnish Li Xian's reputation. Tarnish? Do I even need to tarnish him? Gu Beichen was instantly enraged. While perhaps he had indeed engaged in slander previously, the current situation was different. Li Xian was alone with you, and under the influence of a hallucinogenic pill. Can this still be called slander? It is clearly the truth, is it not? Su Xinlan remained unfazed, defiantly countering Gu Beichen. The others, witnessing her reaction, began to hesitate. After all, they were all aware of Su Xinlan's character. How could a girl who values her chastity so highly engage in indiscriminate behavior with another man in the alchemy chamber? Thanks to her rebuttal, Ling Wan, who was equally furious, managed to calm down a bit. How amusing. You two were clearly having an affair, yet dare not admit it. What evidence do you have to prove we were having an affair? Su Xinlan, no longer willing to show any courtesy to Gu Beichen, had previously held back due to his status as the senior brother, but today was different. He had crossed her bottom line. If you cannot prove it, I kindly ask you to refrain from making baseless accusations. All right, you seek evidence, do you? Taking a deep breath, Gu Beichen, having anticipated such a scenario, signaled to a female disciple who promptly stepped forward from the crowd. Everyone, I approached Sister Su for guidance earlier, and as a token of gratitude, I shared a spirit-gathering pill with her, but due to my oversight, I mistakenly gave her a hallucinogenic pill instead. I realized this only after I left. Upon hearing the term hallucinogenic pill, everyone's expression shifted. This was a prohibited substance, strictly banned from being concocted by the entire alchemy hall. If caught, one would face severe punishment. Setting aside the question of who had provided the hallucinogenic pill, if Su Xinlan had indeed consumed it, without engaging in deep conversation to counteract its effects, she would likely suffer from obstructed meridians and internal injuries. How could she possibly stand here, vibrant and lively? Moreover, when I exited, this junior brother Li Xian, for some reason, managed to enter the alchemy chamber through the main door. Her addition further puzzled the crowd. Normally, entering would require a permit token, and once a chamber was entered, no one could access it again without a special permit. Therefore, how could Li Xian, a mere servant disciple, have entered if no one inside had opened the door for him? Li Xian, what do you have to say for yourself now? Gu Beichen's voice rang out, as if he had provided ample evidence, watching Li Xian and Su Xinlan with a mocking smile. As the saying goes, if you cannot have it, destroy it. Since Su Xinlan, this ungrateful wretch, refused to appreciate his efforts, he would go to great lengths to tarnish her reputation. And if necessary, he would seek another partner. There was no need to hang on to her alone. I do not know what hallucinogenic pill you speak of. This matter was rather peculiar. He deemed it better to feign ignorance. Let us set aside the hallucinogenic pill for now. How did you gain entry? Naturally, I entered through the main door. Jiangping taught me that using the permit token would grant access, so I did just that. And from where did you obtain your permit token? It was given to me by the chief elder. Li Xian's explanation left everyone dumbfounded. The chief elder would not bestow such a privilege upon a mere servant disciple. If you do not believe me, see for yourself. Without hesitation, Li Xian produced the permit token. As everyone laid eyes upon the purple token in his hand, they gaped in astonishment. It was a special permit. The elder had actually granted him a special permit? Even Gu Beichun was taken aback, as he had pleaded with Li Tianqing for a long time before receiving his own special permit. Otherwise, such a thing was exceedingly rare among the disciples of the Wan Yao Peak. If Li Xian possessed a special permit, he indeed had the authority to unlock any alchemy chamber present. However, after a tense silence of over 10 seconds, Gu Beichun pointed at Li Xian, exclaiming, "You audacious servant disciple, daring to steal a special permit. Where are the disciples of the law enforcement hall?" Here. In response, several onlookers from the law enforcement hall swiftly stepped forward. "Servant disciple Li Xian has unlawfully taken a special permit token. I command you to apprehend him immediately and take him back to the law enforcement hall for interrogation and punishment." Yes, a dozen or so rushed towards Li Xian, while Su Xinlan grew anxious. She was completely unaware of Li Xian's possession of a special permit, and thus had been astonished at his presence in the alchemy chamber. "Li Xian, you had better not resist, or the consequences will be dire. I did not steal anything. On what grounds do you arrest me?" This was given to me by the chief elder. Still trying to argue. "Do you truly believe the elder would grant you such a thing?" At this moment, Ling Wan soared out from the crowd. She approached Li Xian, her presence intimidating enough to compel the law enforcement disciples to step back. "Sister Ling Wan." The crowd bowed in unison, their eyes filled with awe. Seeing Ling Wan here, Li Xian was momentarily stunned. He felt a pang of guilt, remembering the friendly exchange he had with Su Xinlan in the alchemy chamber. Facing her now, he felt an undeniable awkwardness. However, Ling Wan did not linger on him, instead focusing on the law enforcement disciples, stating, "This special permit for the alchemy chamber was personally handed to junior brother Li Xian after he successfully campaigned for the position of the Fire Cauldron Room Master by Elder Li Tianqing of Wan Yao Peak. If you have any doubts, you may consult Elder Li for confirmation. There is no need to harass junior brother Li Xian." With Ling Wan's endorsement, the law enforcement disciples realized that they had likely misunderstood the situation. They had no further reason to assist Gu Beichun in targeting Li Xian, and thus decided to retreat. Ling Wan then turned to Li Xian and said, "The sword master seeks you. Come with me." Without waiting for Li Xian's reaction, she walked away, not giving him a chance to respond. In this situation, Li Xian could only cast a glance at Su Xinlan, signaling that he would take his leave first, before swiftly taking to the skies on his sword, following Ling Wan. Only when they saw him flying did the disciples of Wan Yao Peak suddenly realize, how did he reach the foundation establishment stage? That's right, wasn't he a servant disciple? It seems he has been with our Xianyun Sect for less than a month, right? I seem to recall he was only at the qi refining stage. Wasn't he, I mistaken? With a disdainful snort, Gu Beichun watched as Li Xian narrowly escaped a predicament, casting a distant glance at Jiangping before shifting his attention to Su Xinlan, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. "Junior sister Su, I must take my leave for today. I shall seek you out for a private conversation another day. Get lost." Su Xinlan furrowed her brows and coldly retorted. In her eyes, Gu Beichun had long forfeited his right to call himself her senior brother. A man with such a heartless disposition was scarcely better than a beast. The thought of him seeking her out alone was utterly preposterous. The events of today had left her with a profound psychological scar, leading her to be excessively cautious with any future invitations, even from others. Meanwhile, Li Xian, who had departed first, hastened his pace in an attempt to catch up with Ling Wan. However, her speed was astonishingly swift, as if she had no intention of allowing him to close the gap. "Senior sister, slow down." Having just learned to fly with his sword and lacking her cultivation level, he struggled to keep up, merely managing to trail behind without falling too far behind. Ling Wan remained silent, continuing to fly forward, gradually crossing the mountainous region where the Sword Spirit Palace was situated, heading towards the outskirts of the Xianyun Sect. "Senior sister, where are we headed? Didn't you say the sword master wanted to see me?" She offered no reply, leaving Li Xian with no choice but to persist in following her. After approximately half an hour of flight, they finally ventured beyond the Xianyun Sect's periphery, at which point Ling Wan's pace began to slow, allowing Li Xian to catch up and position himself beside her. "Senior sister, Where exactly are you taking me? To Silent Ridge. Aren't we supposed to set off tomorrow? I changed my mind. Is that a problem? The good news was that she finally responded, yet the bad news was that her tone hinted at irritation. Not daring to broach any sensitive subjects, Li Xian feigned ignorance to redirect her attention. Then, senior sister, how far is this Silent Ridge from the Xianyun Sect? How much longer must we fly? It had taken them over half an hour to completely leave the Xianyun Sect. So he was curious about the distance to this so-called Silent Ridge and whether they could arrive before nightfall. Not far, roughly a day's journey. A day is still considered not far? Li Xian was taken aback. Although flying with a sword was not overly exhausting, it consumed a significant amount of spiritual energy. A few hours was bearable, but to fly for an entire day seemed excessive. What was this? If they were traveling elsewhere, would it not take 10 days to half a month? While he had anticipated the vastness of the Tianwu Continent, he had not expected it to be so immense. For a cultivator to require a day of flight to reach a destination, what would it mean for an ordinary person? Months of travel. Enough, you'll get used to it. Let us hasten our journey. Our objective this time is to investigate a series of recent homicides at Silent Ridge. As they flew side by side, Li Xian noticed that Ling Wan's brows furrowed as she spoke, suggesting that this matter was somewhat troublesome for her. Senior sister, what kind of homicides are we discussing? The sect received pleas for help from some mortals in the area, reporting that over the past 6 months, Silent Ridge has seen a string of more than 100 homicides. In the best cases, bodies were recovered. In the worst, there were no remains. Could it be the work of beasts? No. Based on the corpses that were found, there were no clear signs of beast attacks. It appeared to be man-made. Shaking her head, Ling Wan's expression grew increasingly grave. Man-made. Are there any leads? Li Xian inquired with curiosity, intrigued by such matters. There is a slight lead, but it's not yet certain. Ling Wan's gaze fixed ahead, as if she could already see Silent Ridge. This Silent Ridge is part of a special area filled with miasma, making it rare for mortals to enter. Even if they do, it's during specific times when the miasma dissipates, and they must leave quickly. Aside from that, only beasts inhabit Silent Ridge. The only other presence would be that of a cultivator family, the Hong family. So, senior sister, are you implying that these homicides are linked to the Hong family? Exactly. Fearing Li Xian might not grasp the gravity of the situation, she quickly added, if the cultivator family, the Hong family, were to harm ordinary people, the nature of the situation would worsen significantly. The foremost taboo for cultivators is to act against mortals without cause. Li Xian immediately comprehended the implications. After all, cultivators wielded immense power over mortals. Without constraints, even moderately accomplished cultivators could easily dominate territory among the common folk. If it were just 1 or 2 incidents, alternative explanations might suffice, but with over 100 homicides, if this possibility were substantiated, the Hong family would be in deep trouble. As a prominent sect in the area, the Xianyun Sect had the obligation to impose consequences and deliver justice to the surrounding mortals. Senior sister, since the Hong family is a cultivator family, do you know what realm their strongest member has attained? Given that their mission was to ascertain the Hong family's involvement in these matters, it was essential to gather foundational information. If they were not implicated, that would be one thing, but if they were, they needed to consider whether they stood a chance against them, lest they walked into a trap. Upon hearing this, Ling Wan's expression darkened as she slowly enunciated 4 words. Peak of Core Formation. Chapter 095, Xiao Tianyi, currently at the Golden Core stage. Peak of Core Formation? Li Xian felt a jolt of shock within him. What an impressive cultivator family, with their strongest member having reached the peak of core formation. It was important to note that cultivator families were often dispersed among the common folk, unlike sects that remained secluded and overlooked. Even a mere peak of foundation establishment cultivator could reign as a local tyrant. Senior sister, do you think we can handle this with just the 2 of us? He himself was only at the mid-foundation establishment stage, even with a special physique and a supreme magical artifact that enabled him to battle above his level. He could only contend with those at the late foundation establishment stage or peak. Taking on a core formation cultivator seemed daunting. Are you afraid? Ling Wan shot him a sidelong glance, a hint of a cold smile gracing her lips. Weren't you just fighting Gu Beichen? You managed to defeat someone at the peak of foundation establishment. What are you afraid of? Li Xian looked at Ling Wan in confusion. He had never claimed to have defeated Gu Beichen. How did she know? Senior sister. How did you know Your senior sister mentioned that the bruise on your neck was from Gu Beichen, didn't she? Though slightly embarrassed by the teasing, Li Xian pressed on. So what? You deduced that from this alone? What if it's not true? If it were not true, then what about the bruise on your neck? Ling Wan's eyes lit up, as if she had stumbled upon a significant revelation, sending a shiver down Li Xian's spine. He hurriedly interjected, No. I was just saying it casually. It was indeed Gu Baichen who did it. But I don't understand why you're so certain I defeated him. It's simple. If Gu Baichen had truly injured you, he wouldn't have gone to the Sword Spirit Palace to summon me. From what I know of him, it's clear that he lost to you. And that's why he devised a plan for me to witness you both emerging from the alchemy chamber together. After hearing her explanation, Li Xian found her reasoning somewhat convincing. However, at the end of the day, he was merely at the mid-foundation establishment stage, while Gu Baichen was at the peak of foundation establishment. Even if others entertained such speculations, they would not easily believe them to be the truth. Therefore, in certain respects, Ling Wan's confidence in his combat prowess was quite remarkable. Nevertheless, senior sister, the Hong family we are heading to has a peak of core formation expert. I'm certain I won't stand a chance. What about you? What is your probability of victory? As long as the opponent has not yet entered the golden core stage, the odds of victory are at least 70%. Could it be that you, senior sister, are also at the peak of the golden core stage? Indeed. Upon hearing this, Li Xian involuntarily slowed his breath. As expected of the master sister of the Sword Spirit Hall, her strength was truly impressive, far surpassing that of Gu Baichen from the Wanyao Peak. It appeared that there was a significant disparity in the abilities of peers across different halls. Previously, he had anticipated Ling Wan's strength to be around the late foundation establishment stage, but he was taken aback to discover that she was at the golden core stage. And even at its pinnacle, senior sister, you are truly remarkable. I presume your combat prowess must rank among the top 5 in the Xianyun Sect. Quite so. After some contemplation, Ling Wan did not deny it. To be precise, her combat strength could be ranked second. As for the one in first place, that would be Xiao Tianyi from the Battle Sun Hall. According to reliable intelligence, he has already reached the golden core stage, making him the strongest among peers, and the only individual she regarded as a rival within the Xianyun Sect. Who holds the first position? Li Xian, well aware of the adage that there are always greater beings, did not consider Ling Wan to be the strongest in the sect. Xiao Tianyi is currently at the golden core stage. This upon receiving the answer, Li Xian gasped in astonishment. The golden core stage felt exceedingly distant to him. Indeed, there are always those who surpass others. There is no ultimate strength, only greater strength. Enough about me, let us discuss you. In just a few days, you managed to successfully establish your foundation and even reached the mid-foundation establishment stage, possessing the combat strength of the peak foundation establishment stage. How on earth did you accomplish this? Although aware that this delved into Li Xian's personal secrets, Ling Wan could not help but inquire, for it was simply astonishing. It's nothing much. I just absorbed a few 5th-grade demon beast inner cores. What? He had not even finished speaking, and the mere mention of it left Ling Wan wide-eyed. 5th-grade demon beast inner cores? Moreover, several of them? Where did you acquire 5th-grade demon beast inner cores? They were given by Elder Yaofeng, the 7-hole exquisite rabbit. After a brief moment of shock, Ling Wan quickly realized that demon beasts also possess inner cores, which was perfectly plausible. However, she was astounded that Li Xian could absorb several 5th-grade demon beast inner cores in one go, which was truly remarkable. Leaving aside whether such resources were plentiful, even if they were, others might not be able to absorb them all within such a short period. After all, one's physique must be able to endure it. Thus, it was not hard to deduce that Li Xian's physique was likely somewhat extraordinary. Oh, sometimes I truly envy you. How can you be so lucky? Elder Luofeng and Grandpa Feng treat you so well. And I even heard that Elder Zhao from the Artifact Refining Hall personally forged a 5th-grade top-tier magic sword for you. Is it the one beneath your feet? As she spoke, her gaze fell upon the Heaven Demon Sword at Li Xian's feet, fixated. Yes, it is indeed this Heaven Demon Sword. The Heaven Demon Sword. Such a domineering name. However, you should still exercise caution. Are you aware of the saying that a man is innocent but may bear the burden of possessing treasures? Li Xian nodded vigorously. He naturally understood this principle, as even Li Tiancheng, the chief elder, had the audacity to approach him for the Heaven Demon Sword, which demonstrated the rarity of a 5th-grade top-tier magic artifact. It is good that you understand. Your current cultivation is still shallow, unless absolutely necessary. It is better to use the sword I previously gave you to avoid unnecessary troubles. All right, I will heed your advice, senior sister. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Xian agreed to the change. Thus, the two engaged in casual conversation as time swiftly passed unnoticed. As the sun dipped below the horizon, under Ling Wan's guidance, they arrived at a quaint little town to rest for the night before continuing their journey. The two descended from a distance, concealing their auras and blending in as ordinary folk as they entered the town. The town was not particularly large, with perhaps 100 families, and shops were scarce, with only a single inn available. The Inn of Good Fortune. Standing at the entrance of the inn, Xianyun looked around, for this was his first descent from the mountain, or rather, his first venture into the mundane world, making him quite curious about the common folk. "Welcome, esteemed guests." At the sound of the innkeeper's welcoming call, he was pulled inside by Ling Wan. The smooth sensation beneath his fingers instantly grounded him, even triggering memories of the earlier events with Su Xinlan in the alchemy chamber. "Stop running." Suddenly, before they could follow the innkeeper inside, a loud shout accompanied by a figure darting out from the inn caught their attention. move aside, everyone." As the figure rushed forward, he shouted, pushing aside anyone in his path. Unsurprisingly, he soon reached Xianyun and Ling Wan. However, neither Xianyun nor Ling Wan showed any intention of yielding, remaining calmly in place, unaffected by the commotion. "Can't you hear me telling you to move aside?" As he drew closer, the man shouted angrily, reaching out to grab Xianyun in an attempt to pull him aside. Yet, upon exerting force, he was astonished to find that the person before him remained utterly unmoved. No matter how hard he tried to tug, his throat tightened. Instinct told him that the two individuals before him were not to be trifled with. "Kind sir, please help me capture him." Hearing a voice from behind, the man panicked, quickly releasing his grip on Xianyun's arm and attempting to escape to the right. However, at that moment, Xianyun swiftly grabbed his arm, securing him in place. "Spare my life, sir. We have no quarrel. What do you intend?" "It's nothing much. You just held on to me for a moment, and now I am merely returning the favor." The man, despite having countless words to express, he found himself speechless. Considering the time, he had held on to Xianyun for about 3 seconds. If he had to stand there for another 3 seconds, the pursuers would surely catch up. "Let go of me." In a desperate attempt, he struggled to break free from Xianyun's grasp, only to find that his hold was as unyielding as a vice, rendering him powerless. Fortunately, 3 seconds is not a long time. Just as the pursuers drew near, Xianyun released his grip. Whoosh! Regaining his freedom, the man swiftly turned and continued to flee. Although the pursuers had not directly captured him, Xianyun's intervention had significantly narrowed the distance between them. "Thank you, kind sir." As he brushed past Xianyun, the fleeing man expressed his gratitude, not displaying any anger for being released. "What happened here?" Ling Wan inquired with interest, observing the chase unfold. "I apologize, esteemed guest. I am not entirely clear about the specifics. However, the man who was chasing is also a guest at our inn. While the one being chased looks somewhat unfamiliar, at least, I have not seen him before. Could it be a thief?" Xianyun casually suggested. To which the innkeeper hurriedly replied, "What are you saying, esteemed guest? Our inn has been diligently managed for many years, and there has never been an incident of theft. Any suspicious individuals would be promptly identified and expelled. All right, please prepare a room for us and a table of food and wine," Ling Wan urged nonchalantly, evidently not wishing to waste time on such matters. After a long journey, she felt somewhat fatigued and simply wanted to eat and rest as soon as possible. "Of course. Esteemed guests, please come in." As they entered the inn, many gazes were drawn towards them. After all, the inn catered not only to lodging but also to dining, attracting travelers who dined alone. There was little to be done. Primarily, Ling Wan was too beautiful. Even though she had concealed her aura as a cultivator, her ethereal and pure demeanor remained striking, causing even the innkeeper to glance back at her repeatedly, stealing furtive looks. Soon, the two entered the room. As the innkeeper closed the door behind them, one of them promptly rose to discreetly glance outside. Upon inspection, he noted that the number of people upstairs had significantly dwindled. Aside from the innkeeper, only a few other guests were meandering in the corridor. Everything appeared normal. "What are you doing?" Hearing Ling Wan's voice, Xianyun responded without turning around, "I am observing the surroundings." The two, who had actively concealed their cultivator's aura, refrained from using any spiritual energy, thus rendering them no different from ordinary individuals in this regard. Apart from intuition and instinct, they needed to rely on their eyes for confirmation. "What's there to observe?" Ling Wan seated herself at the table, poured 2 cups of cool tea from the pot, and nonchalantly lifted one to her lips. "This place still falls under the jurisdiction of our Xianyun Sect and is quite peaceful. Are you worried that these commoners could harm you? This was not an expression of arrogance from Ling Wan, but rather a reflection of the fact that, even without utilizing their spiritual power, cultivators could still sense danger at close range. After all, one must be cautious to navigate life's waters safely. It's my first time descending the mountain, and I'm a bit nervous. Unwarrantedly nervous. Ling Wan chuckled, shaking her head, and refrained from saying more, allowing Li Xian to continue his observations. Before long, the innkeeper brought in their meal, and the two shared a modest dinner as the sky outside darkened. Just as they set down their bowls and chopsticks, a knock resounded at the door. "Who is it?" "It's me, young sir. I've come to express my gratitude. If it's convenient, could you please open the door?" The voice seemed to belong to the individual who had been pursuing them earlier. Li Xian exchanged a glance with Ling Wan, and upon receiving her nod of approval, he rose to open the door. "My apologies for the intrusion." Upon greeting, the man's gaze swept past Li Xian to rest on Ling Wan and the uneaten food on the table. Gathering his thoughts, he promptly spoke. "Thank you for your timely intervention earlier. Otherwise, I would have had great difficulty capturing that person." "Oh, so you caught him?" "Indeed. Thanks to your assistance. He has been apprehended." "And why were you pursuing him?" "Because he stole something from my young master." The man's eyes darted, suddenly altering his phrasing to conceal certain details. "As soon as I caught him, my young master instructed me to come and thank you." "It's no trouble at all. I hardly did anything." He grabbed my arm first. I merely returned the favor. If I truly wished to assist you, I would not have allowed him to escape. Everything is dictated by cause and effect. He had held the other for 3 seconds only because he had been seized for the same duration. Once the act was complete, their karma was resolved. As for having inadvertently aided the man before him, that was merely the consequence of the latter's own actions. More importantly, Li Xian was curious about the audacity of this thief, brazen enough to strike during daylight. After all, according to the innkeeper, the establishment was remarkably secure, with a very low probability of theft occurring. The young sir is a man of principle. Everything must be accounted for, yet gratitude must still be expressed. With that, the man retrieved a money pouch from his sleeve. The intricate embroidery on the exterior suggested it was of considerable value. "Here, young sir, is 100 taels of gold from my young master. Please accept it." Chapter 097. I didn't see it coming. You, young fellow, are surprisingly cautious. Gold. And 100 taels at that? For Li Xian, a prominent traveler, this was astonishing. 1 tael equals 100 grams, and with 10 taels making a pound, 100 taels amounted to a staggering 10 pounds, 10,000 grams. In his past life, this equated to a fortune exceeding 8 million. What does this mean? He had merely assisted in apprehending someone for 3 seconds in exchange for 8 million. Truly, fortune had smiled upon him, impossible to resist. Of course, he did not forget that in this world, transactions were typically conducted with silver or similar currencies. So 100 taels of gold would undoubtedly have less purchasing power than 8 million in his past life. Nevertheless, 100 taels would still suffice to procure numerous items. How can I accept this? Your young master is exceedingly gracious. Though he verbally expressed this sentiment, Li Xian accepted the pouch without hesitation, prompting Ling Wan to shake her head in disbelief. "It's just 100 taels. Look at how delighted you are." For cultivators, gold and such mundane items held little value. Once one became a cultivator, even a single item could yield considerable wealth in the secular world. The true currency of cultivators often comprised various spiritual stones, rare treasures, or magical artifacts. Miss is correct. While 100 taels isn't much, it reflects my young master's sincere intentions. I hope the young sir does not find it lacking. The man chuckled awkwardly and continued, "If the young sir finds it insufficient, I can return and inform my young master to bestow upon you even more." "Not at all. How could I find it lacking? Please convey my gratitude to your young master. I shall accept this 100 taels. Thank him for his kindness." After a few polite exchanges, Li Xian saw the man off and quickly closed the door, returning to the table. "Senior sister, this is indeed 100 taels. We can buy many things." "Yes, we can procure quite a few items, but it depends on what you intend to buy," Ling Wan replied, sipping her tea, still not overly excited. "For instance, if you only buy food, this would suffice for a family's expenses for a lifetime. However, if you seek spiritual herbs, it may not even cover the basics." Li Xian had no retort to this, for her words were indeed logical. Yet, he was not solely preoccupied with the acquisition of 100 taels of gold. He was more intrigued by the fact that the individual could so readily produce such an amount. In the secular world, gold remained relatively precious. Ordinary families would scarcely possess it, and even having 1 or 2 taels would be commendable. However, being able to offer 100 taels as gratitude indicated that the individual's family background was quite substantial. Adhering to the principle of caution, he accepted the gold to avoid revealing any flaws. Senior sister, do you think there are cultivators disguising themselves as ordinary people, just like us? Certainly. She barely needed to ponder this question. Such occurrences were not uncommon. It was merely that, prior to any confrontation, their identities remained unknown to one another. Do you think that the one who presented the 100 taels of gold could be a cultivator? Probably not. Upon hearing this, she momentarily felt an inkling of doubt. Yet, after swiftly processing her thoughts, she remarked, if they were indeed cultivators, they would offer you far more than just 100 taels. It could be 1,000 or even 10,000 taels. Li Xian understood Ling Wan's reasoning. She merely believed that if the individuals were testing them, they would certainly be more generous than a mere 100 taels. However, he did not entirely agree with her perspective. Senior sister, what if, while they are testing us, they are also striving to conceal their identities? If, as you suggest, wealth in the secular world holds little value for cultivators, they might possess ample resources to grant me more. However, such generosity would risk exposing their true identities. Thus, they choose to present 100 taels, which could attract ordinary individuals while ensuring their own identities remain hidden. Finally, upon hearing Li Xian's words, Ling Wan's expression froze. She had never contemplated this angle. If Li Xian's assumptions held merit, then it was highly possible that the individuals were indeed cultivators. So do you think they are cultivators? Perhaps. Nodding, Li Xian placed the money pouch on the table and stated, I want to assert it as a certainty, but at the very least, they have raised my suspicions. That is why I feigned excitement when accepting this money. In truth, the reasons were rather evenly split. Half of it was as he said, wanting to conceal the identities of the 2 cultivators, while the other half stemmed from his own simple desire to accept the gift that was presented to him without hesitation. Unfortunately, Ling Wan's remark about a mere 100 taels might very well arouse suspicion in the other party's mind, so he could not afford to let his guard down. He did not expect that this young man would be so cautious. Giving a thumbs up in praise to Li Xian, Ling Wan rose and sat down on the bed. All right, regardless of the other party's identity, we should rest early. We have to continue our journey tomorrow. With that, she lay down first and even deliberately left a space for Li Xian. It was only at this moment that Li Xian belatedly realized that they had only booked 1 room, which naturally contained only 1 bed. If they were to rest, it meant they would have to share the bed. He sat at the table for quite some time, pondering Ling Wan's intentions. Was she inviting him to sleep together? But if that were not the case, would it not be awkward for him to just lie down next to her? Yet on the other hand, if it were not the case, why would she have left space for him? This dilemma troubled Li Xian, and he was uncertain whether he should lie down beside her. What are you waiting for? Quickly turn off the light and come rest. All right, senior sister. Noticing that Li Xian had remained silent for a long time, Ling Wan hastily urged him. Normally, it would indeed be more appropriate for them to have separate rooms, but in terms of safety, sharing a room was the wiser choice. After extinguishing the candle, Li Xian stealthily approached the bed and cautiously lay down. In an instant, the fragrant scent of Ling Wan's hair filled his nostrils, and he could even clearly perceive her scent. This involuntarily reminded him of the events that had transpired with Su Xinlan in the alchemy room earlier that day. Knock, knock. Knock. At that moment, the door was knocked upon again, startling Li Xian, who quickly turned his head and shouted towards the door. Who is it? Apologies, esteemed guest. May I ask if you 2 require breakfast tomorrow? Yes. Very well. I shall inform the chef in the kitchen. Sorry for the disturbance. Although the innkeeper had already left politely, Li Xian's heart was still unsettled. On one hand, he was lying next to a stunning beauty, making it difficult to concentrate. On the other, he was worried about the other cultivators staying at the inn, and lastly, he had indeed been startled by the innkeeper just now. As a result, he lay there for over half an hour, and even as Ling Wan's rhythmic breathing signaled that she had fallen asleep, he still could not drift off. With nothing to do, he began to glance around, particularly towards the door and windows illuminated by the light. To his astonishment, a bamboo tube, about the thickness of a finger, suddenly poked through the paper of the window. Chapter 098. Rest assured, young hero, there will definitely not be a next time. Gazing at the bamboo tube, an ominous premonition surged within Li Xian. Soon after, he saw a cloud of smoke billowing from it. Instinctively, he covered his mouth and nose, even hastily shielding the sleeping Ling Wan, who was forced from her dreams due to the obstruction of her breathing. When she saw Li Xian covering her, she did not panic. Instead, she calmly glanced at him twice, noticing that he was fixated on the door. "What is happening?" she quietly communicated, to which Li Xian replied in kind, "I don't know. Someone is releasing sleeping gas into our room." Waking up, Ling Wan covered her own mouth and nose, swiftly retrieving 2 antidote pills from her spatial ring, handing one to Li Xian before taking one herself. This was an antidote pill, capable of immunizing against such toxic gas found in the mundane world. As expected, after consuming the antidote, Li Xian felt much more alert, and as for the gas in the room, it only caused minor irritation, having no real effect on him. However, to avoid alarming their intruder, they both remained lying on the bed, preparing to feign ignorance and observe what the intruder intended to do. Creak. After a few minutes, someone pushed the door open. Li Xian lay on the bed, squinting his eyes as he witnessed the intruder's every move, though he could not discern their features due to their mask. The intruder briefly surveyed the room, and, finding nothing of interest, made a beeline for the bed. Upon seeing the 2 unconscious figures, the intruder immediately began rummaging through Li Xian's belongings, seemingly searching for valuables. "Strange, why is there nothing here?" Embarrassed, the intruder could find nothing on Li Xian except for a spatial ring. Reluctantly, he shifted his gaze towards the still-lying Ling Wan. Just as his hand was about to reach for Ling Wan, who lay nestled beside Li Xian's hand shot up from the bed to grab his wrist. "What are you looking for? Do you need my assistance?" His sudden action startled the intruder, who instinctively turned to flee. However, he underestimated Li Xian's strength, despite having turned. He could not escape even an inch from the bed. Unable to speak without revealing his identity, the intruder silently struggled to break free. "Where do you think you're going? You've come this far. You might as well stay a while." At this point, Li Xian ceased to feign ignorance, rising from the bed and dragging the intruder to the table. With a slight push, the intruder fell to the ground. On the surface, he appeared to be an ordinary person, yet Li Xian sensed a familiar aura from him, as if they had encountered each other before. The innkeeper? The intruder remained silent, focused solely on escaping the guest room. Yet Li Xian casually tossed a teacup, which struck the intruder's shin, sending him sprawling. As he struggled to get up and reach the door, a figure emerged beside him and shut the door. "You won't be leaving without explaining yourself." The one speaking was Ling Wan, who had also descended from the bed. She regarded the kneeling, masked man at her feet, feeling a flicker of anger within her. This was not her first time out, but it was the first time she had encountered such a situation. The intruder looked up at Ling Wan, then back at Li Xian, caught between a rock and a hard place. Ultimately, he had no choice but to get up and kneel, pleading for mercy. "Heroine, spare me. I only wanted to steal a little money. I had no other intentions." Upon hearing his voice, both of them immediately recognized his identity as the innkeeper from earlier. "How interesting. You assured us during the day that your inn was safe and free of thieves, yet here you are at night, attempting to steal?" Ling Wan had previously stayed at this inn without any incident, unsure whether she had simply overlooked something or if the innkeeper had not targeted her. "Young hero, I swear this is my first time. Please spare me." The innkeeper continued to plead with Li Xian, but Li Xian remained silent, staring at him with no intention of responding. The feeling he got from the innkeeper was that of a habitual offender. Otherwise, how could he execute such a seamless plan? From releasing the gas to entering? That won't do. We let you go once, but now that we've caught you, we must hand you over to the authorities. No, please. Young hero, I have an elderly parent and young children. If I go in, what will happen to my family? The innkeeper cried out in despair, continually bowing his head in apology. "Look, I didn't steal anything. Just let me go this time." Ling Wan narrowed her eyes, glancing at the kneeling innkeeper, then at Li Xian, seemingly waiting to see what he would decide. "I might consider letting you go, but you must tell me about the guests who left in pursuit of something." "The guests who left in pursuit?" The innkeeper hesitated briefly before awkwardly explaining. "I'm sorry. Young hero, that pertains to the guest's privacy, and I cannot disclose it without permission." "Very well, if it's privacy, then I have no choice but to turn you in. Please, do not be so agitated, my friend. I assure you I have something to share." The innkeeper, sweating profusely under the pressure of potential consequences, exclaimed, "Those guests are from Zhoshi City, and they reportedly plan to procure materials from the nearby Jingling Ridge. The fact that they can acquire such materials implies they are not lacking in wealth, which corroborates Li Xian's speculation that they are cultivators possessing ample worldly assets. Of course, they might also belong to a prominent family in the secular world, so further verification of their identities is necessary. Do you know their specific identities? Alas, I am truly unaware. The innkeeper shook his head vigorously, fearful of inciting Li Xian's ire, and hastily added, however, while delivering their meals, I did overhear them mention the Hong family. Upon hearing the name Hong family, both Li Xian and Ling Wan's eyes lit up with excitement. This was indeed an unexpected revelation. If all went well, the Hong family they referred to was likely the one from Jingling Ridge. This further solidified the possibility that these individuals were indeed cultivators. What did they mention about the Hong family? I struggled to recall, but it seemed they were to meet someone from the Hong family. That is all I heard. I swear, even if you were to threaten me, I know nothing more. Judging by the innkeeper's demeanor, he appeared to be truthful, having revealed all he knew. Very well, you may leave. I shall pretend this evening's events did not transpire. However, if there is a next time, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Yes, rest assured, there will be no next time. With the forgiveness granted, the innkeeper hurriedly exited the guest room. Ling Wan, with her arms crossed and delicate fingers tapping her elbow, pondered seriously. It seems you were correct, junior brother. These individuals are not to be underestimated, especially with their connections to the Hong family. Chapter 99, The Supreme Blood Pill. In a top-floor suite of the Fortune Inn, candlelight illuminated the entire room. A young woman with long flowing hair sat gracefully at the table, while two attendants stood at her sides. Opposite her, the man who had delivered the pouch of gold to Li Xian stood respectfully. Miss, after the interrogation, the individual revealed that the ancestor of the Hong family has ascended to the Golden Core stage. Our upcoming negotiations may prove to be quite challenging. That is of no concern. As long as we can obtain the blood pill to treat my father, any price they demand is irrelevant. Sighing heavily, the man empathized with his mistress's predicament. They had come under the pretense of acquiring materials from beast corpses, but in reality, they intended to purchase a blood pill from the Hong family to extend the life of Zhou Yicheng, the head of the Zhou family. However, given the Hong family's notorious reputation and their powerful Golden Core ancestor, they had prepared themselves for a potential exploitation. The recent interrogation had revealed that the Hong family's ancestor had indeed advanced to the Golden Core stage, which cast doubt on whether their dealings would be fair or merely a form of oppression. In these times, sheer strength was paramount. Without sufficient power, one would not even merit a glance from others. Oh, by the way, did you deliver my thanks in the payment? Yes, Mississippi, as he recalled the matter. The man quickly added, however, based on my observations, I believe those two individuals are rather suspicious. Especially the woman. There is a high probability she is a cultivator. As for the young man, he seems harmless. His conclusion stemmed from the way they regarded the substantial sum of gold, and Ling Wan's demeanor suggested she possessed an air beyond that of ordinary mortals. Cultivators, the young woman murmured, not overly concerned, for the world was vast. And cultivators were plentiful. They could easily conceal their identities, just as others could. Miss, should I continue to investigate their true identities? No need. She waved her hand gently, commanding softly, as long as they do not provoke us, we need not concern ourselves too deeply. We should simply remain vigilant. The priority is to procure the blood pill from the Hong family. In her view, nothing was more crucial than obtaining the blood pill to treat her ailing father. All else was trivial. Understood, miss. However, for caution's sake, I advise against your personal appearance during the meeting with the Hong family. After saying this, a hint of disdain flickered in the man's eyes. While others may not know much about the Hong family, the Zhou family, being a clan of cultivators, had ample knowledge of them. Otherwise, they would not be aware of the existence of blood pills. These pills, crafted from vital essence, could forcibly enhance one's vitality and extend lifespan, typically made using beast materials, with a unique crafting method known to only a few. Furthermore, blood pills were ranked in 4 tiers: inferior, medium, superior, and supreme. The varying levels required different amounts of vital essence, with each tier demanding vastly different quantities. Their current objective was to purchase a supreme blood pill, purportedly refined by the Hong family, which perfectly matched the needs of Zhou Yicheng's ailment. Being on the Hong family's territory, any tricks they might employ during the transaction could place them in a precarious position. If I do not attend, will the Hong family still sell to us? Such matters hinged on sincerity. Without it, no amount of money would suffice. For others, losing out on a profit might be disappointing, but for her family, failing to acquire the blood pill meant losing her father's life. Therefore, this transaction was one that must succeed, without room for failure. Miss, sincerity may work on others, but do not harbor such expectations with the Hong family. If they truly wish to sell the blood pill, even if you do not attend, they will still offer it. Conversely, if they do not wish to sell, not even bringing the family head would change their minds. Understanding that he was safeguarding her interests, Zhou Xian nodded in agreement. Zhou Ping, as the steward of the Zhou family, had served diligently for many years and had even received the Zhou surname from her father, making him entirely trustworthy. In fact, aside from her immediate family, he was the only person she could trust unconditionally. Meanwhile, within the Xianyun Sect, Gu Beichen sat in his chamber, reveling in a toast with a mysterious figure. Brother Gu, I raise a glass to you. After a few casual exchanges, Gu Beichen directly broached the subject. Has Brother Hong come with important news? Indeed, I bring good tidings for you, Brother Gu. After setting up a barrier to prevent eavesdropping, the figure lowered his voice and continued. Thanks to the blood pill refining method you provided, the ancestor of the Hong family has successfully ascended to the golden core stage. This supreme blood pill is a gift from the ancestor to you. Please accept it. As he spoke, he retrieved a white jade vial from his spatial ring. Gu Beichen opened it, and a unique fragrance wafted forth, instantly refreshing his spirit and improving his previously agitated complexion. Is this all? Apologies, Brother Gu, but I must clarify the quantity. The Hong family has crafted a total of 3 supreme blood pills. One was used by our ancestor to break through to the golden core, one is here, and the last has been reserved for the Zhou family in Pingyang City. Indeed, Gu Beichen did not express any dissatisfaction regarding the quantity. After all, he was acutely aware of the arduous nature of refining such a blood pill. He merely provided the method for the other party, and in return, he received a supreme blood pill, which left him quite content. Furthermore, this was merely the present scenario. Who could say what future benefits might accrue? Thus, he harbored no anger. With this blood pill in hand, he was entirely confident that over the next couple of months, he could achieve a breakthrough, astonishing everyone at the sect's grand competition, especially that woman, Ling Wan. Oh, by the way, Senior Brother Gu, I have another request during my visit. What is it? Gazing at the porcelain vial in his hand, Gu Beichen's joy was nearly palpable. Due to his recent fervent refining of blood pills, he had drawn the attention of others. It was likely that the Xianyun Sect had already received requests for assistance and would send someone to Silent Ridge to investigate the Hong family. Gu, could you possibly intervene in this matter? Certainly. However, I will need some time to ascertain who the Xianyun Sect has dispatched to Silent Ridge to visit the Hong family. Understood. Upon finishing, Gu Beichen took out a jade slip and crushed it, simultaneously conveying his thoughts. Help me find out who from our Xianyun Sect has gone to Silent Ridge on a mission. Afterward, the two resumed their jovial drinking, thoroughly at ease. By the way, Gu, I heard that the sect's grand competition is scheduled in a little over 2 months. The top 10 will gain eligibility for the Southern Region selection. Given your prowess, it is certain you can participate with ease. I wonder if I could accompany you to broaden my horizons. The Southern Region selection is an internal competition within the Southern Territory where all sects and prominent families will send their juniors to compete, with participant numbers varying from 1 to 10 based on their standings. Thus, the grand competition of the Xianyun Sect is organized to select those participants. No problem. You shall accompany me as my sworn brother, but you must avoid causing any trouble. After all, the Southern Region selection is filled with hidden talents, many of whom are far more formidable than I. Of course, everything will be at your discretion. Gu. Hong Yu's eagerness stemmed from the fact that the venue for the Southern Region selection is located at the extreme southern reaches of Tianwu Continent, a place typically closed to outsiders and heavily guarded due to its exceptional environment conducive to rapid cultivation. Merely being in that area would lead to an automatic increase in one's cultivation level, making it one of the rarest sanctuaries for training. By the way, how long until you can procure another supreme blood pill for me? Although he had yet to consume the blood pill, Gu Beichen could already envision the profound effects it would yield. After all, this substance had helped the Hong family's ancestor break through to the golden core stage. For someone at the core formation stage like himself, the benefits would undoubtedly be significant. If all goes smoothly, it might take a month or two, as the energy and blood required for refining a supreme blood pill are substantial. Furthermore, given the recent scrutiny, we cannot afford to be too reckless. No worries. I will intervene, and you should expedite the refining process to ensure I receive another supreme blood pill before the sect's grand competition. Certainly, good to go. The other party assured him, promising that once they circumvented the Xianyun Sect's oversight, the Hong family would manage the blood pill refinement with ease, having become quite adept at it over the past 2 months. Soon, a knock echoed through the room, and the two exchanged glances. Hong Yu immediately concealed himself within a cupboard. Come in. At the command, a figure hurriedly entered, reporting cautiously, Senior Brother Gu. We have discovered who the Xianyun Sect sent to Silent Ridge to investigate the Hong family. Who is it? From the Sword Spirit Hall, it is Ling Wan. Her? Gu Beichen narrowed his eyes, sensing that the situation had grown intriguing, just as he had found her rather displeasing. It was fortuitous to seize the opportunity to teach her a lesson while she was away from the protection of the elders and sword sovereigns within the sect. Has she already set off? Yes, according to reliable information, she departed around noon. Calculating the time, if she chose to rest, she should have arrived at Defuzhen by now. Defuzhen. He was familiar with that town, having dined at an inn there. Unfortunately, he had learned of this intelligence too late. Otherwise, he could have had Hong Yu contact the Hong family to arrange an ambush. Understood, you may leave now. Senior Brother Gu, I have another piece of information, though I am uncertain whether I should share it. Speak. The individual before him specialized in gathering various intelligence within the sect, unlike the disposable lackeys like Jiang Ping. Thus, anything he categorized as intelligence was likely pertinent to him. The servant disciple who provoked you, Li Xian, seems to have left Xianyun Sect alongside Ling Wan. Oh? Upon hearing this news, Gu Beichen, who had initially been indifferent, suddenly found his interest piqued. Li Xian dared to leave Xianyun Sect? However, upon reflection, since he had already reached the foundation establishment stage, he possessed the qualifications to venture out, and given his status as the head of the fire kitchen, there was little he could do if it was claimed that he was merely procuring ingredients. Thus, attempting to leverage this situation for his own plans would be futile. All right, I understand. Waving his hand to dismiss the informant, Gu Beichen then spoke in a low voice. Now that he has departed, come out. Once Hong Yu emerged from the cupboard and resumed his seat, Gu Beichen fixed him with a fierce gaze. Can you devise a way to ensure Ling Wan has no way back? Isn't she a prodigy of the Sword Spirit Hall? It wasn't he that Hong Yu was unwilling, but Ling Wan's identity and strength made him somewhat apprehensive. The strongest among the Hong family had only recently broken through to the Golden Core stage. What of it? No matter how exceptional she may be, she cannot surpass your family's Golden Core ancestor. Gu Beichen smirked, dismissing Ling Wan's significance. Both were competitors, and he was well aware of her strength. They were both merely at the core formation stage. Thus, should it come to confrontation, the Hong family undoubtedly possessed the capability to eliminate her. But what if the Sword Spirit Hall investigates? We, the Hong family, are but a small cultivator clan. We cannot withstand the wrath of your Xianyun Sect. Worry not. As long as you handle it discreetly, you can easily shift the blame onto the beasts of Silent Ridge. This, Hong Yu hesitated, feeling that he could not make such a decision on his own and would need to consult with his family. Gu to Gu, perhaps I should check with my father? What need is there to consult? You are the future head of the Hong family. Can you not make such a trivial decision? But it is a significant matter. What if? There are no what ifs. Just tell me whether you will do it or not. Gu Beichen's tone was resolute, leaving no room for Hong Yu to ponder. At this critical juncture, he could not afford to offend Gu Beichen. All right, I will do it. That is more like it. Gu Beichen patted him on the shoulder in satisfaction. Rest assured, as long as your Hong family manages the situation without leaving any traces, I will find a way to help you settle it. By the way, especially that young man accompanying Ling Wan. If possible, capture him alive, but if not, prioritize eliminating him. Understood. After nodding, Hong Yu immediately produced a talisman, writing down Gu Beichen's instructions before igniting it with spiritual fire, ensuring that the Hong family in Silent Ridge would receive his message. She knelt before the table, incessantly pleading with her master who had come to visit her. Master, that Gu Beichen is truly a scoundrel. Please assist your disciple. Sighing, Elder Mu Feng of Wan Yao Peak wore an expression of helplessness. It was not that he wished to refrain from helping, but rather that Gu Beichen, as the direct disciple of Chief Elder Li Tiancheng, was beyond her reach. The crux of the matter was the lack of concrete evidence. They could only rely on the verbal account of her disciple Su Xinlan, which was insufficient. Xinlan, I understand your grievances, but everything requires proof. Li Tiancheng is protective of his own, and I am equally aware of the nature of Gu Beichen. However, unless you possess direct evidence to substantiate that he has indeed wronged you, confronting him will only lead to futility. As a master, Mu Feng felt even more distressed than Su Xinlan. Watching her disciple being bullied while feeling powerless was an unbearable sensation, leaving her wishing to strike herself in frustration. Given her understanding of Su Xinlan, she knew the girl was incapable of lying, hence Gu Beichen's intentions to harm her were undoubtedly genuine. Master, I could endure the previous incidents, but this time Gu Beichen has gone too far. If it weren't for junior brother Li Xian's timely intervention, I fear I might never see you again. Su Xinlan's words sent a chill through Mu Feng's heart. If she interpreted correctly, it seemed that Su Xinlan was implying she might resort to suicide if Gu Beichen had indeed violated her. Foolish child, do not think so despondently. Rising, she drew Su Xinlan into her embrace, inhaling deeply. Although this matter is indeed grave, he did not succeed. Let us remember this debt, and in due time, I shall seek justice for you. While she could overlook the previous minor harassments, Gu Beichen's actions today were intolerable. As a fellow woman, she could imagine the despair Su Xinlan must have felt in that moment. Thus, Gu Beichen better not provide her with an opportunity, for she would hold him accountable for both old and new grievances, even if it meant escalating the matter to the higher echelons of the Xianyun Sect. Su Xinlan, understanding her master's response, refrained from further protest and nodded, swallowing her indignation. By the way, Xinlan, the junior brother Li Xian you mentioned, is he the one causing such a stir in Wanyao Peak recently? Suddenly recalling something, Mu Feng hastily separated from Su Xinlan, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Yes, that's him. Upon mentioning Li Xian, Su Xinlan too remembered something, her excitement bubbling over. Master, Li Xian is remarkable. When I first met him, he was merely a Qi transformation disciple, yet today he has already compelled Gu Beichen, who possesses peak foundation establishment strength, to retreat. So formidable? Mu Feng was taken aback. How could someone achieve such rapid advancement in so short a time? It seemed implausible unless he had been concealing his true capabilities. However, from what she had gathered, this servant disciple had only recently joined the Xianyun Sect and became part of Wanyao Peak, making it somewhat unrealistic to suggest he had hidden his strength beforehand. If he truly possessed foundation establishment strength before joining, other branches would have eagerly claimed him instead of discarding him to Wanyao Peak. Indeed, Master, how could he have cultivated so rapidly? Moreover, the Sword Sovereign has even taken him as a direct disciple. Is that so? Mu Feng had been away for some time and only returned today, thus she was not well acquainted with Li Xian's circumstances. Being the Sword Sovereign's direct disciple was far more prestigious than being Li Tiancheng's. It seemed this young man, named Li Xian, possessed extraordinary qualities. Otherwise, the Sword Sovereign would not have chosen him. What had previously perplexed her now began to make a modicum of sense. Yet, what exactly had he experienced to achieve such significant progress in such a brief period? So, Xinlan, tell your master honestly, has anything transpired between you and this Li Xian? What do you mean by anything? Su Xinlan feigned ignorance, but Mu Feng, as her master, was well versed in the effects of the illusion pill. Once ingested, unless one had engaged in certain activities, the effects could not dissipate so swiftly. Moreover, I have examined your condition, and everything appears normal. Clearly, the effects have been released. Tell your master truthfully, did you and that Li Xian fellow engage in that? Su Xinlan's heart raced at her master's astute analysis, prompting her to turn her head away in embarrassment. Oh master, why must you ask such things? What's wrong with asking? I am merely concerned for your well-being. Seeing Su Xinlan's reaction, Mu Feng became increasingly convinced that something had indeed transpired between the two. It was not that she intended to blame Su Xinlan, given the circumstances. She had little choice. Instead, she was quite pleased to hear of the subtle developments between them. From everything she had heard about Li Xian, he was undoubtedly a rising star, destined to flourish within the Xianyun Sect, and when that happened, Su Xinlan's status would naturally ascend alongside him. What she could not provide, Li Xian could. Just the thought excited her. Quickly, tell me, did you two do that? At that moment, Mu Feng's curiosity burst forth as she bombarded Su Xinlan with questions, and Su Xinlan, overwhelmed by her master's relentless inquiries, reluctantly nodded in admission. Yes, please, master. No more questions. It's so mortifying. Su Xinlan's face flushed like a ripe apple, and she regretted confiding in her master. Had she known, she would have kept silent. Xinlan, since you two have developed such a close bond, why not nurture it further and strive to become Dao partners with Li Xian. What? Dao partners? Su Xinlan, still blushing, was momentarily stunned. This seemed rather extravagant. Why so suddenly speak of becoming Dao partners? Master, please, do not jest. I am quite serious. Mu Feng's expression turned grave as she earnestly advised. In my opinion, you two share a remarkable affinity. Should you become Dao partners, it would greatly benefit your future cultivation. Moreover, tell me, do you not harbor some feelings for him? Chapter 102. Consuming the blood pill, I shall speak of my advancement to Yuanying later. Feelings for Li Xian? Su Xinlan had never truly contemplated this question before. Until today, she had merely thought that this junior brother was less disagreeable than others, which prompted her to engage with him. It was only after being schemed against and humiliated by Gu Beichen that he appeared, evoking a sense of appreciation. If one were to call it interest, then perhaps she did possess some. At this moment, her mind was flooded with memories of the events that transpired between her and Li Xian in the pill chamber. Observing Su Xinlan's silence, yet noticing the smile playing at her lips, Mu Feng understood. Since you have feelings for him, as someone who has been through similar experiences, I must advise you to seize this opportunity. While the waters are still calm, take your chance. Otherwise, when others begin to admire him, it may be too late for you to regret. After saying this, Mu Feng chose not to dwell on the matter further and shifted to a more serious tone. By the way, there is something else I must caution you about. Do not venture out for training recently, especially to Silent Ridge. It is not a safe place. What is it, master? Has something happened? Her master was elusive, often disappearing for 10 days to half a month at a time, so her news was typically quite extraordinary. In any case, don't venture out just yet. Stay within the sect for now. Mu Qin nodded vigorously, her mind flashing back to the bizarre scenes she had witnessed with her own eyes in Silent Hill. The air was thick with an aura of death. Yet not a single corpse was in sight, not even a drop of blood. Previously, Silent Hill was merely a name that sounded peculiar. In reality, it was no different from an ordinary forest haunted by beasts. However, now, true to its name, Silent Hill was filled with an eerie stillness and strangeness, with even the spiritual energy significantly diminished. Something must have happened. Can't you share more details? You've been away for many days and Haven Tea spent much time with your disciple. Curiosity is a natural trait in everyone, and Su Xinlan was no exception, especially regarding matters beyond the sect. There are no detailed results from the investigation yet. The sect is aware of the situation and has issued related tasks. We must wait for the disciples who take on the tasks to return with findings. It's not that she was unwilling to speak. It was merely that such bizarre events were difficult to explain, especially since it involved the Hong family, for whom she held great respect as a mentor and thus refrained from making hasty conclusions. Stingy. Crossing her arms and turning her head away, Su Xinlan sulkily moved to sit aside. All right, Xinlan, do not be upset. This time, I have brought you a wonderful gift. With that, she produced 2 fist-sized red fruits from her spatial ring. Fire spirit fruits. These are treasures of the earth, classified as 5th-tier spiritual herbs, which can significantly benefit one's cultivation even when taken alone. Since there is still time before the sect competition, do your utmost to enhance your abilities and strive for a commendable rank. There may be opportunities to participate in the Southern Region selections. Thank you, Master. Su Xinlan exclaimed joyfully, rushing over to embrace her mentor and planting a fervent kiss on her cheek. A long-lost smile graced Mu Qin's face. While she referred to Su Xinlan as her disciple, she truly regarded her as a daughter. Although she frequently ventured out for tasks, she always brought back anything beneficial for Su Xinlan, just like these 2 fire spirit fruits, which had cost her a hefty 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. Meanwhile, deep within the Hong family in Silent Hill, a series of characters suddenly materialized before the family head, Hong Jichong. Once he had read them, the characters transformed into a wisp of smoke and vanished without a trace. A gifted disciple from the Sword Spirit Palace, is it? Quite intriguing. Come in. Creaked, the door opened, and a figure entered respectfully. What is your command, family head? Take 2 of our clan members in the core formation stage to lay an ambush at the outskirts of Silent Hill. Upon locating this individual, eliminate her immediately, prioritizing the elimination of the man accompanying her. As he spoke, he tossed an image of Ling Wan over. As a disciple of the Sword Spirit Palace under the Xianyun Sect, he was already well acquainted with Ling Wan's appearance, especially since the Hong family was a subordinate clan under the Xianyun Sect. He was familiar with many outstanding figures from various branches. Understood. The subordinate quickly departed after receiving his orders. Hong Jichong stood quietly in the room, and after a moment, waved his hand to retrieve a top-grade blood pill from the drawer. Sensing the immense vitality contained within the blood pill, he nodded in satisfaction. This pill was intended for trade with the Zhou family from Zhouxi City, but after careful consideration, he deemed it too precious to sell. It would be more advantageous to enhance his family's overall strength first. With that thought, he tilted his head and swallowed it whole. Yet, at that very moment, the candlelight in the room extinguished, and the door swung wide open as a figure silently appeared at the entrance. Great-grandfather. Upon seeing the visitor, Hong Jichong remained unperturbed. For the aura was familiar. It belonged to the current golden core ancestor of the Hong family. I just sensed the vitality of the blood pill. You didn't consume the remaining one, did you? Yes, great-grandfather. I thought our Hong family doesn't lack material resources at this stage, and we should focus on enhancing our hard strength instead. However, the elder said nothing and raised his hand to pull Hong Jichong closer, delivering a punch to his dantian, forcibly extracting the blood pill from within him. Great-grandfather, what are you doing? Staring at the floating crimson pill, Hong Jichong was utterly confused. What could his great-grandfather possibly want? How dare you think you deserve to consume it? If anyone should eat it, it should be me. With that, the elder, showing no disdain for the pill that had passed through Hong Jichong's body, opened his mouth and swallowed it whole. At that moment, the muscles around Hong Jichong's eyes twitched violently. They say a tiger does not eat its cubs. The elder had already consumed one blood pill to break through to the golden core stage, and now he was not even allowing his great-grandson to have the remaining one? Great-grandfather, this thing is not easily consumed multiple times in a short period. You have already taken one. Swallowing the second so soon may not yield ideal results. How about letting your grandson have it instead? He looked at the elder with eager eyes. As a late-stage core formation cultivator, if he could obtain this blood pill's assistance, he would surely reach the peak of core formation, thereby enhancing the family's strength further. If you wish to consume the blood pill, wait until I achieve the nascent soul stage. What? Hong Jichong's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at his great-grandfather. Chapter 103. How can a man claim he is incapable? He had diligently toiled for the Hong family, and though he might not have earned any accolades, his efforts should count for something. If there was only one blood pill, that would be understandable, but considering that the elder had already consumed one, was it too much to allow his great-grandson to have the remaining one? In an instant, his heart was filled with unexpressed bitterness and discomfort. What are you staring at? Am I wrong? Hong Shichen narrowed his eyes, fixating on his great-grandson. Typically, elders would be eager to give the best to their juniors, yet he was different. His lifespan was nearing its end. Had he not consumed the blood pill to break through to the golden core stage and extend his lifespan, he might have already perished. Having experienced the fear of death, he resolved to forsake all emotions and prioritize cultivation above all else. Although he had reached the golden core stage, his remaining lifespan was less than a century, and thus he was determined to break through to the nascent soul stage, where he could secure a millennium of life, allowing him to breathe a little easier. Achieving such a breakthrough from the initial golden core stage to the nascent soul stage within a mere century was exceedingly challenging, especially since he was not extraordinarily gifted, and his cultivation speed was quite ordinary. He could only rely on continued consumption of blood pills to forcefully enhance his strength. The Hong family's foundation had spanned hundreds of years without producing a single nascent soul powerhouse. Now that they had this miraculous blood pill, the priority was naturally to focus on the elder. Sensing he might have disheartened his great-grandson, he retrieved another pill from his spatial ring and tossed it over. This pill was a fourth-tier top-grade pill, the breaking core pill, which could potentially help a core formation stage cultivator break through. But one could only consume it once in a lifetime. The elder had fortuitously obtained two in his youth, having consumed one himself. He was now giving this one to his great-grandson. Seeing the breaking core pill floating before him, Hong Jichong felt a slight alleviation of his wounded heart. While it paled in comparison to the blood pill, in terms of compatibility, it was indeed more suitable. Thank you, great-grandfather, for this gift. Now, hurry and have them refine the blood pill, striving for my breakthrough to the nascent soul stage within 50 years. However, great-grandfather, the situation has become quite tense recently. We cannot hasten the refinement of the blood pill. If the Xianyun Sect discovers it, it would spell doom for the entire Hong family. What is there to fear? At present, I am at the golden core stage, and among the disciples of the Xianyun Sect, how many can truly rival me? Moreover, Even if an elder from the Xianyun sect were to arrive, they would require substantial evidence. Otherwise, they would find it impossible to contend with the Hong family. Very well. I shall make the necessary arrangements. The grandfather and grandson exchanged glances, and an eerie aura enveloped them. The next day, as dawn broke, Li Xian and Ling Wan set off from the Laifu Inn. However, unbeknownst to them, another group had also embarked on their journey, intentionally avoiding any encounter with them. Yet, one individual's aura felt strikingly familiar to Li Xian. It was likely the man who had come to express his gratitude the previous night. Indeed, the individual was a cultivator. Sister, if they too are heading to the Hong family, could the incident at Silent Ridge be connected to them? It is difficult to say. Based on the intelligence we currently possess, anything is possible. In truth, she harbored some suspicions, but found it challenging to articulate them. As the only cultivator family in Silent Ridge, the Hong family's status and position far surpassed those of the nearby cultivators in Pingyang City. Therefore, it was perplexing that they had not yet identified the perpetrator behind the incident that had transpired over half a year ago. This situation was indeed intriguing, leading to the speculation that perhaps the Hong family themselves were the culprits, which would explain their inability to discover the truth. As they traveled, the journey was far from dull. Li Xian practiced his sword flight technique while occasionally inquiring about their surroundings from Ling Wan. They hurried along, ultimately arriving at their destination by evening. From a distance, Li Xian beheld a lush forest, vibrant and green, far removed from the desolation suggested by the name Silent Ridge. However, employing his insight technique, he quickly discerned that all was not as it appeared. The enchanting scenery was merely a facade. With the insight technique enhancing his perception, he detected a surge of blood energy emanating from the depths of Silent Ridge, akin to smoke billowing from the aftermath of a great fire. His instincts urged him that something significant lay hidden within. They have headed to Pingyang City. Come, let us follow them. Before Li Xian could voice his thoughts, Ling Wan seized his hand, propelling them towards the direction of Pingyang City. In contrast to her surroundings, Ling Wan's focus remained entirely on the other group accompanying them. Ever since Li Xian had uncovered their cultivator identities the night before, she had been keenly observing them. But sister, I sense something unusual deep within Silent Ridge. Shouldn't we investigate that first? If we do not pursue them now, we may never find them again. Noticing Ling Wan's anxious demeanor, Li Xian proposed, how about this, sister? We can split up. You follow them to Pingyang City while I venture into the depths of Silent Ridge. I shall return to meet you later. Can you manage alone? Ling Wan asked, concern etched on her face. Of course, Li Xian replied with a confident grin, patting his chest. After all, he was in the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. Should any danger arise, he could easily make his escape, especially with his trump card, the extreme sword intent, at his disposal. Very well, if anything occurs, just send me a message. With that, Ling Wan turned and pursued the trail of the other group. Meanwhile, Li Xian glanced back at the area radiating blood energy, licking his lips with a hint of nervousness. Although curiosity stirred within him regarding the unknown, an underlying fear lingered. In a flash, he transformed into a streak of light and soared through the clouds, swiftly approaching Silent Ridge. However, upon reaching the outskirts, he was intercepted by a trio of individuals. Young man, are you alone? Seeing that all three were at the initial stage of Golden Core, he promptly nodded. Yes, esteemed seniors. May I inquire why you have stopped me? No matter, you may go. To his surprise, they merely posed that one question before waving him off. Though puzzled by their intentions, Li Xian did not linger and swiftly darted past them towards the depths of Silent Ridge. After his departure, one among the trio could not help but voice his thoughts. Strange, why hasn't Ling Wan arrived yet? Indeed, even at Foundation establishment, she should have reached by now. Hearing the second man agree, the leader whispered, what are you rushing for? This is the main path to the Hong family. If she intends to go there, she must pass through here. We shall wait. Chapter 104. The method for refining blood pills, enhanced version. After the earlier interception, Li Xian grew increasingly cautious. He lowered his flight altitude, navigating through the dense forest, where he encountered numerous first and second-tier low-level beasts, posing no challenge to him. As he ventured deeper into Silent Ridge, he began to observe a growing presence of formidable third-tier beasts, comparable to cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage. However, he found it peculiar that he had yet to encounter a single fourth-tier beast. According to Ling Wan, Silent Ridge was home to many fourth-tier beasts. Even with the worst luck, he should have seen at least one by now. Although he was not yet at the core area, he was certainly within a territory frequented by high-tier beasts. Where could all the fourth-tier beasts have gone? Having pondered this for a while without resolution, he decided to set the matter aside. When he finally arrived at the area suffused with blood energy, he was left astounded. In the depths of Silent Ridge lay a section thick with death energy. Yet, he could not fathom why this particular area exuded such an overwhelming presence of death. Typically, death energy emanates from corpses, whether human or beast. It is released upon death. The intensity of the energy here suggested that at least 1,000 lives had been lost. Yet, upon inspection, he found no bodies, not even a single drop of blood. Only death energy remained. What had transpired here? Suddenly, a rustling sound broke the silence. Xianyun swiftly concealed himself behind a tree. The next moment, he witnessed a tree in the vicinity shifting to reveal an underground passage, from which two individuals emerged. I'm exhausted. I need a good rest when I get back. Indeed, the process of refining blood pills is no task for mere mortals. As they walked, they complained and stretched their limbs. Once this phase of refinement concludes, I must request leave from the family head for some much-needed rest. You must be dreaming. The family head just issued orders to expedite the process. You think you'll get time off? I don't care if I don't get a break. I want tea refine. Shoo. One of them immediately covered the mouth of the other. Are you trying to get yourself killed? You've learned of the blood pill refining method. If the family head hears you say you won't refine, you might as well be signing your own death warrant. As the two continued to walk away, Xianyun intended to follow and gather more information. However, seeing the entrance begin to close, he reluctantly abandoned that plan and slipped inside before it sealed completely. After all, he was unaware of how to reopen it. And if he returned later only to find it inaccessible, regret would come too late. Once the tree shifted back into place, he successfully entered the passage leading underground. Along the stone walls, candles flickered at intervals, illuminating the path below. As he descended, the darkness seemed endless. Patience required him to walk for several minutes until he finally spotted an exit, accompanied by the unmistakable scent of blood. The death energy here was even more potent than what he had previously encountered. What on earth was this place? Upon reaching the exit, he cautiously peered inside. The exit was a corridor, with a wall directly ahead, leaving only paths to the left and right. A brief examination revealed that both sides were quite similar, each emanating a sense of lifelessness and a stench of blood. Faced with this indecision, he adhered to the principle of men to the left, women to the right, resolutely choosing the left passage. Focusing intently, he reminded himself not to make any mistakes. They were in the third phase, nearing the formation of a Dan. After achieving this, the head of the family would bestow significant rewards. Hearing sounds ahead, Xianyun stealthily concealed his presence and followed the noise to the entrance of a stone chamber. Fortunately, with the gazing at chi technique, he could see through the stone door and discern what was within. The stone chamber was considerably larger than he had anticipated, roughly the size of half a martial arts arena, and the floor was inscribed with a formation that was currently radiating a red light, indicating it was in operation. At each of the 8 cardinal points of the formation sat an individual, each continuously channeling spiritual energy into the center of the formation to fuel its operation. Activating the gazing at chi technique again, he peered deeper through the inscribed formation and discovered an additional space beneath it, a pool of sorts, where corpses were piled high, both human and beast alike. Under the formation's influence, the vitality within these corpses was being extracted, gathered, and beginning to merge. This scene brought to mind the term blood Dan he had previously heard. Could this be the process of crafting a blood Dan? Narrowing his eyes, he felt a lump rise in his throat. The case was solved. The Hong family were the culprits behind the murders. No wonder he and T encountered even a single fourth-tier beast along the way. They had all been captured to concoct blood dawn. Moreover, upon closer inspection, he noted that many of these corpses belonged to ordinary people. This implied that the Hong family was capturing common folk to create blood dawn. The thought sent a chill down Xianyun's spine, despite his strong composure. If this were to be made public, the Hong family would surely face ruin. Congratulations, host, for observing the crafting of a blood Dan and receiving a green quality reward. Blood Dan crafting method, enhanced version. Suddenly, the long-absent voice of the system interrupted Xianyun's thoughts. Was this possible? And it was enhanced? No, this method surely didn't require enhancement. His expression turned peculiar. The crafting of blood dawn was so heinous that an enhancement would likely make it even more outrageous. Shortly thereafter, Knowledge regarding the crafting of blood dawn manifested in his mind. It turned out that blood dawn were distinct from regular Dan pills. The crafting of Dan pills necessitated a Dan master, while the creation of blood dawn merely required understanding the method and inscribing a formation. As for the grade of the crafted product, it typically fell into 4 categories: low, medium, high, and top quality. However, his enhanced version could produce a perfect grade blood Dan, surpassing the top quality. Though he felt some disdain, the system had granted it, leaving him with little recourse. As the saying goes, a knife can harm, but its impact is determined by the nature of its wielder. Thus, if he were to craft blood dawn in the future, it would be prudent to hunt beasts or collect their corpses for the process. Moreover, thanks to the system, he learned the specific uses of blood dawn, which could replenish the vitality of the user, thereby enhancing their cultivation. Chapter 105. Can we still accept training tasks? Who's outside? Before Li Xian could fully process the blood Dan crafting method, a voice emanated from within the stone chamber. In a moment of urgency, he swiftly concealed himself within another stone chamber. Simultaneously, the door to the stone chamber swung open, and a figure darted out. Observing the empty corridor, he wore a puzzled expression, having distinctly sensed a strange presence moments before. How could there be no one around? Casting a suspicious gaze toward the other stone chambers, he began to check them one by one. As the overseer of this underground hideout, his duties extended beyond supervising the crafting of blood dawn. He was also responsible for ensuring the security of the location, allowing no outsiders to enter or discover their activities. If discovered, none would be spared. There were 4 stone chambers in close proximity to the crafting room. He inspected them from left to right, while Li Xian remained hidden in the 3rd chamber. The darkness rendered visibility impossible, so he retrieved a candle from the corridor's wall slot to illuminate his surroundings. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xian hurried out of the stone chamber and retraced his steps back the way he had come, moving swiftly without looking back. Upon returning to the entrance on the surface, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. The lack of hiding spots below had compelled him to leave sooner than he wished, as he had hoped to gather more information. Just as he contemplated how to reopen the passage back to the surface, the entrance mysteriously swung open. At the same moment, a figure stood at the doorway, locking eyes with him. Judging by their age, the individual was somewhat older, carrying a food box, presumably to deliver meals to those below. Who are you? I am. Li Xian awkwardly scratched his head, a sudden idea sparking in his mind. I am here to deliver corpses. Delivering corpses? The member of the Hong family stared at Li Xian in confusion, momentarily unable to comprehend. Oh, so you're the one delivering corpses. Have you eaten yet? As the crafting of blood dawn required numerous corpses, the Hong family had dispatched many to gather them, resulting in a fluctuating roster of personnel. Not yet. I still have some corpses to deliver. I'll eat once I return. Without further ado, Li Xian braved past the individual. Wait a moment. Suddenly, after he had walked a dozen meters, the man called out from behind. Had he realized something? Feeling anxious, Li Xian slowly turned around to find the man tossing him 2 buns from the food box. You all must be working hard running around. Take these to eat on the way. Thank you. Glancing at the buns in his hand, Li Xian felt a wave of relief wash over him. It had merely been a false alarm. He did not linger any longer, quickly setting off in the direction of Pingyang City. Now that he had uncovered the secret of the Hong family, he needed to reunite with Ling Wan as soon as possible. Being alone was too perilous. As he passed the outskirts of Silent Ridge, the 3 individuals from earlier were still waiting in place. Although they remained concealed, he took the time to search for their presence and indeed sensed their aura. He wondered whom these 3 were waiting for. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the moon rose high, Li Xian arrived at Pingyang City. After a brief communication with Ling Wan, he headed straight to an inn within the city. In the room, Ling Wan had prepared a meal and awaited his arrival. How did it go, junior brother? Did you uncover anything? I did, and it's quite significant. Upon entering, Li Xian nodded vigorously, his expression grave. The Hong family are the murderers. Oh, did you find any evidence? Indeed. After sitting down, Li Xian casually picked up a chopstick and gestured toward the dishes on the table. If we consider this table as Silent Ridge, there is an overwhelming aura of death emanating from this position. Beneath it, they are utilizing corpses to concoct something called blood dawn. Blood dawn? The moment Ling Wan heard those words, her expression shifted. Although she was not a Dan master from the Pill Hall, she had heard of blood dawn before. Are you implying they are using human corpses to craft blood dawn? Yes, and there are quite a number of 3rd and 4th tier beasts as well. Li Xian's explanation left Ling Wan in a state of shock. While she had suspected the Hong family to be the culprits behind the murders, she never imagined they would engage in such practices as crafting blood dawn. Junior brother, this is no trivial matter. Did you witness this with your own eyes? Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he might have found it hard to believe that beneath Silent Hill lay a mountain of corpses where blood pills were being concocted. Did they discover you? Probably not. I encountered a delivery person when I was leaving, but I managed to brush them off. Ling Wan nodded, contemplating for a moment before she spoke. You handled this matter well. When we return, the rewards for the mission will be yours. What rewards? He looked at Ling Wan in confusion. They had merely ventured out for training, so how could there be rewards? I accepted a training mission to come here. Otherwise, why would I have gone to Silent Hill? Moreover, there was another reason she took on this training mission. The rewards were particularly suited for Li Xian, a mid-tier, Earth-level martial technique. You can accept training missions? Of course. The difficulty of training missions varies. Some can be completed within the sect, while others, like ours, require going out, but the rewards are correspondingly more substantial. Why didn't you mention this earlier? I should have taken on a training mission as well. Realizing this, Li Xian felt as though he had missed out on a fortune. I wanted to, but someone was too busy spending time alone with his senior sister Sue in the alchemy room. Indeed, a woman's mood could shift quicker than turning a page in a book. One moment, everything was fine, and the next, Li Xian regretted speaking up. To divert the conversation from this topic, Li Xian hastily asked, by the way, senior sister, how are things on your end? Did those people display any unusual behavior? Yes. They have arranged to meet with the Hong family tomorrow to discuss matters. So before we visit the Hong family, we should find a way to investigate what they intend to discuss. So, you already know the location of their meeting? Ling Wan did not answer directly, but instead smiled knowingly at Li Xian, implying that everything was under her control. All right, junior brother, let us eat. Afterward, I'll show you around Pingyang City. Although Pingyang City was not particularly large, it was bustling, especially during the evening market, where the atmosphere was vibrant and lively. Perfect for cultivators like them to immerse themselves in the experience. Chapter 106. Senior sister, you're not angry, are you? After dinner, under Ling Wan's guidance, Li Xian left the inn, leisurely wandering through the lively streets of Pingyang City like an ordinary person. Being a cultivator instilled in Li Xian a strange sense of superiority. It was an innate feeling that made him view passers-by as insignificant, regardless of their apparent strength. How does it feel? A bit strange, isn't it? Ling Wan tilted her head, unable to suppress a chuckle at his unusual demeanor. Yes, it wasn't my intention, yet I can't help but think that way. And that's the right way to feel. Unexpectedly, Ling Wan did not dismiss his thoughts, but rather nodded in agreement, explaining, before we became cultivators, we were just ordinary people like them. Now that we possess great power, it is natural to develop feelings of disdain toward them. The reason I brought you out is to help you dispel this feeling early on. Otherwise, it may hinder your cultivation in the future. Although he had yet to experience any obstruction in his cultivation, Li Xian felt that Ling Wan's words held merit. The path of cultivation encompassed not only the training of spiritual power, but also the refinement of one's character. Currently, in the early stages of cultivation, he had not encountered such feelings, but as his realm increased, the demands on his character would gradually become apparent. However, there's no need to worry too much. Just maintain your original intent, engage with the secular world more, and ideally, interact with ordinary people. This feeling will gradually fade, and you will discover that a person's strength is not solely determined by their appearance, but rather by their inner self. Li Xian listened, only partially comprehending. After all, he was merely at the mid-foundation stage, and it was normal not to fully grasp the concept. Just approach it with a calm heart, and don't overthink it. Understood. Senior sister. As they walked and chatted, they attracted quite a few glances from passers-by, partly due to Ling Wan's ethereal demeanor and stunning beauty, and partly because of Li Xian's handsome appearance. To onlookers, they appeared to be a perfect match. Big brother, would you like to buy a bouquet? At some point, a little girl dressed in tattered clothes approached them, holding a basket of flowers, appearing to be around 8 or 9 years old. After sizing her up, Li Xian immediately produced a tael of gold without hesitation, primarily because he had received 100 taels of gold as thanks from someone just the previous day. The surrounding people gasped at his generosity. For just a bouquet, he was giving a tael of gold? Who is this young master? He looks unfamiliar. He must not be from Pingyang City. Such extravagance. Hearing the murmurs around him, Li Xian felt embarrassed. If possible, he would have preferred to give less. It wasn't that he was unwilling to give, but it was dangerous for a little girl to carry gold, making her an easy target for ill-intentioned individuals. Big brother, you're giving too much. However, while he was willing to give, she was hesitant to accept. Gold was not something a flower-selling girl could possess. She would prefer him to give less, even just a few copper coins, rather than directly handing her gold. But I have no other money. Please accept it. Xianyun smiled, urging her to take it. Yet this time, the little girl shook her head in refusal. Thank you, big brother, but if that's the case, let us forget it. This bouquet is for you and this beautiful sister. That won't do. Wait a moment, I'll find someone else to change money. Seeing her reluctance, Xianyun quickly turned to approach another stall to exchange some currency. However, just as he took a few steps, Lingwan stopped him. No need to trouble yourself. I have some. Saying this, she opened her palm to reveal a few pieces of broken silver. Though it was still more than the price of a bouquet, it was far easier for the little girl to accept compared to Xianyun's tale of gold. Thank you, beautiful sister. You're welcome. Your flowers are lovely. I really like them. Lingwan sniffed the fresh flowers in her hand and waved goodbye to the girl with a smile. Meanwhile, Xianyun stood awkwardly to the side. He had intended to buy the flowers for Lingwan, but now it seemed she had to pay for them herself. I'm sorry, Lingwan. I truly have no other money. It's all right, don't worry about it. Although she was a girl who would love to receive flowers from someone she admired, the situation had been unusual, and she completely understood Xianyun. Moreover, who said only boys could give flowers to girls? It was perfectly acceptable for a girl to give flowers to a boy as well. With that thought, she casually handed the flowers to Xianyun. Here, junior brother. This is for you. Huh. Lingwan's gesture left Xianyun momentarily speechless. What did she mean by this? Was she angry? Senior sister, you're not upset, are you? Upset? Do I seem that petty? No. This was not flattery, but rather an honest observation. Through their time together, Xianyun had come to realize that Lingwan indeed possessed a generous spirit. Then take it, and when we return, be sure to take good care of it. If it wilts, I want to let you off the hook. Confirming that Lingwan was not angry, Xianyun eagerly accepted the flowers. Just then, both of them simultaneously sensed something and looked up, their gazes piercing through the crowd towards a distant building. Boom! In an instant, the doors and windows of the building exploded outward, and two figures shot out, colliding with each other, clearly engaged in combat. Bang, bang, bang. As they passed through, the powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy wreaked havoc on the surrounding structures. Look, it's an immortal. Despite the inherent dangers, the multitude of mortals below were filled with an unusual excitement. For them, celestial beings were entities of unattainable grandeur. Merely witnessing one was considered a stroke of luck, prompting many to bow in reverence towards the two individuals. In contrast, Xianyun and Lingwan exhibited expressions of wariness as they noticed two figures approaching them. Although the likelihood of a threat was minimal, it was prudent to remain prepared. Yidong, if I do not slay you today, I shall no longer be known as Zhang Lingfeng, he declared with a haughty disdain. Humph, you, a pampered wastrel, think you can kill me? Return and train for another 20 years. As they drew closer, their dialogue became distinctly audible. It was clear that they belonged to the Zhang family of Pingyang City. Lingwan recognized one of them from their conversation. While Pingyang City housed several clans, the Zhang family stood preeminent due to their lineage of cultivators. Receive my dragon-subduing palm, Zhang Lingfeng proclaimed, unleashing a palm strike from a distance. However, the man named Yidong reacted swiftly, dodging just in time, causing the attack to crash into a nearby inn, sending bricks and tiles flying. Not good. Both Xianyun and Lingwan gasped. For one of the bricks was hurtling towards a young girl who had earlier sold them flowers. Chapter 107. If you do not intervene, can these buildings withstand such destruction? Quickly, take cover, they shouted in unison. In that moment, Yidong, who had been embroiled in combat, suddenly flickered and deflected the brick with a decisive palm strike. Zhang Lingfeng, can you not exercise a modicum of caution? Do not endanger the innocent and tarnish your family's reputation. They are but a swarm of ants. Their demise matters not to me. Zhang Lingfeng sneered contemptuously, casting a dismissive glance at the young girl before turning his attention back to Yidong. It is you who shall perish today, to rid me of this lingering resentment. I have told you, you cannot kill me. Instead of pursuing me, you would do better to cultivate diligently, for your internal energies are yet to be harmonized. Silence. I shall first silence your insolent tongue. In an instant, Zhang Lingfeng vanished and reappeared before Yidong. the two resuming their fierce exchange, their movements causing ripples of spiritual energy that further damaged the surrounding structures. Is the young master of the Zhang family truly a celestial being? No wonder he is so arrogant. The citizens of Pingyang City, previously unaware of Zhang Lingfeng's formidable lineage, were now engulfed in despair. They had hoped that a celestial being might one day come to address Zhang Lingfeng's tyranny, only to find that he himself was a celestial being. Their aspirations had been naively optimistic. Everyone, clear the area. Given the density of the crowd, any reckless destruction of buildings could result in significant casualties. Yet Zhang Lingfeng remained undeterred, issuing commands for the ants to disperse while continuing his onslaught. The ferocity of the battle intensified, and despite the crowd's attempts to evade danger, many were still caught in the chaos, leading to a scene of utter disarray. Boom, boom, boom. The combat soon spread to the vicinity of Lixian and Lingwan. Dong managed to avoid the more crowded areas during his counterattacks, but Zhang Lingfeng remained heedless, wreaking havoc without restraint. Enough! Suddenly, a thunderous voice echoed, halting the conflict. All eyes turned to see a streak of light descending from afar, hovering above the two combatants. Upon recognizing the figure, the previously irate Zhang Lingfeng underwent a remarkable transformation, adopting a more subdued demeanor as both he and Dong bowed in respect to the newcomer. Greetings, Mayor Huang. Not only they, but even the surrounding commoners knelt in reverence. The newcomer was none other than Huang Pingyang, the mayor of Pingyang City. Upon seeing him, Zhang Lingfeng felt a swell of apprehension. Apart from his grandfather, this was the one person he feared most in Pingyang City. The mayor treated him not as the young master of the Zhang family, but rather as one accountable for his actions. And his grandfather's tacit approval of this was equally troubling. Do you two wish to bring down Pingyang City? Mayor Huang admonished sternly. As cultivators, such behavior in public is utterly disgraceful. Dong seized the opportunity to shift the blame onto Zhang Lingfeng, asserting it was Zhang Xiao who refused to listen. Would these buildings sustain damage if you had not acted? Huang Pingyang took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure, before surveying the gathered crowd and issuing a stern warning. I care not for your grievances. If you wish to fight, do so outside Pingyang City. Otherwise, I shall hold you both accountable. Did you hear that, Zhang Lingfeng? The mayor has ordered you to refrain from fighting within the city. You. Zhang Lingfeng struggled to restrain himself, nearly succumbing to the urge to retaliate. Enough. This ends here. Should either of you initiate combat again, do not expect leniency. With his words, a powerful aura emanated from Huang Pingyang, compelling both combatants to comply. They were merely in the mid-stages of foundation establishment, and the mayor could easily eliminate them if he so desired. Understanding that Zhang Lingfeng would no longer pursue him, Dong prepared to depart, but fortuitously, his gaze fell upon Ling Wan amidst the crowd, igniting his interest. What a stunning woman! After a brief hesitation, he descended and approached her, introducing himself. Miss, I am Dong. May I have the pleasure of your acquaintance? Not interested, Ling Wan replied, her resolve unwavering, denying him any opportunity. Ha! Dong, who would have thought you would find yourself in such a predicament? Zhang Lingfeng, once incensed, now relished the moment, reveling in Dong's failed attempt to woo Ling Wan, feeling more satisfied than if he had struck a successful blow himself. Above, Huang Pingyang soared through the air on his sword, his gaze lingering on Ling Wan with a hint of intrigue. Despite recognizing her normal aura, her demeanor suggested she was far from ordinary. None of your business. Dong shot Zhang Lingfeng a fierce glare before turning back to Ling Wan with a smile. Fair lady, you appear unfamiliar with this place. Might I offer my guidance around Pingyang City? As a cultivator, Dong's approach was somewhat beneath his station. Yet he had successfully engaged many women in conversation using such tactics. After all, who among ordinary folk could resist the allure of flying through the skies? Not necessary. I am familiar with the way, Ling Wan stated firmly, grasping Lixian's hand as she prepared to depart. However, she underestimated Dong's persistence, who swiftly intercepted her path. Miss, surely you saw that I am a cultivator, a celestial being in your vernacular. How about I take you for a flight? He wore his most confident smile, as this method had won him the favor of many beautiful women before. Yet, to his astonishment, Ling Wan remained resolute in her refusal. Not interested, leave me alone. Does he not fear retaliation from the other party? In the eyes of others, the celestial being's act of slaying ordinary mortals is as effortless as child's play. Chapter 108. Whether I smile or not is of no concern to you. In front of so many people, Hidong felt somewhat embarrassed. After all, he was a cultivator. Yet he had been rebuffed by an ordinary person. However, with the city lord Huang Ping'an present, he could not act too aggressively and could only continue to engage the other party in a cordial manner. Miss, one relies on parents at home and friends outside. The more friends one has, the more avenues there are. I believe having a celestial friend like me can only bring you benefits, not drawbacks. I have said, no need. This time, Ling Wan's voice became even colder. Even Li Xian, who was familiar with her, broke into a cold sweat. It was evident that she was genuinely angry. It was reasonable for her to be annoyed by such a bothersome fly. As Ling Wan and Li Xian turned to leave, Hidong could only stand there awkwardly, furious, more so than when chased by Zhang Lingfeng. Hidong, aren't you quite the talker? Who would have thought you couldn't handle two women? Shut up. If you think you're so capable, why don't you give it a try? Hidong took a deep breath. When had he ever been so rejected? Regardless of how much he fancied the woman before him, all feelings evaporated in an instant. She had humiliated him so thoroughly that he vowed to make her pay, to realize his prowess. Fine, I will give it a try, but let me make it clear. If I succeed in my pursuit, you will kneel before me and call me father. And furthermore, you shall relinquish your cultivation and leave Pingyang City. What did you say? Hidong stared incredulously at Zhang Lingfeng. The stakes seemed excessively high. Kneeling and calling him father was one thing, but to forsake one's cultivation? What, are you afraid? Seeing Hidong's reaction, a glimmer of amusement crossed Zhang Lingfeng's face. He conceded that, in terms of strength, he might be slightly inferior, but when it came to courting women, he was brimming with confidence. Outside of his cultivation, his greatest interest was indeed in pursuing women, hence his unwavering assurance. I'm afraid. Hidong scoffed dismissively. If you're truly that confident, let me add another condition. If you fail, you will kneel and call me father. But I demand you forsake your cultivation. You simply need to give me your family's fourth-tier supreme artifact. Upon hearing this, even Huang Ping'an, who stood high above, could not help but raise an eyebrow. While he held his peace, he was internally astonished. Hidong was indeed audacious. A fourth-tier supreme artifact was a treasure of the Zhang family. And even Zhang Lingfeng had no authority over its fate. As for Huang Ping'an, his own artifact was merely a fourth-tier inferior type. Zhang Lingfeng fell silent. His family did possess a fourth-tier supreme artifact, but it had been lying unused in the storeroom, gathering dust, and he had failed to refine it despite multiple attempts. Frankly, he was hesitant to agree. If he lost, he would have to hand it over, and his father would surely skewer him for it. If you dare not agree, then step aside and stop bothering me. Fine, it's settled then. Provoked by Hidong, he steeled himself and agreed. Compared to losing his cultivation, he believed his father would not mind this fourth-tier supreme artifact too much. Moreover, who could predict the outcome? He then hurried after the departing Ling Wan and Li Xian. Meanwhile, Ling Wan had moved quite a distance and continued to stride briskly through the crowd without looking back. Senior sister, we've already walked quite far. Is it necessary to hurry so much? No, not yet. Frequently approached by suitors, she knew well that they would not easily concede, so she wanted to distance herself as much as possible. Only those who had experienced such annoyance could understand this feeling. Miss, please wait. Suddenly, a familiar voice called from behind. Ling Wan remained silent, quickening her pace, while Li Xian glanced back, noting that it was not Hidong but rather Zhang Lingfeng pursuing them. Compared to Hidong, this individual was even more tenacious, exuding confidence. Miss, I called out to you just now. Is there something you want? Ling Wan replied coldly, her demeanor unchanged from when she dealt with Hidong. I am Zhang Lingfeng from the Zhang family of Pingyang City. I noticed your beauty earlier and wish to make your acquaintance. Might you honor me with your company for a meal? No time. It seemed Zhang Lingfeng had anticipated this response and remained undeterred. If you agree to dine with me, I shall offer you a first-tier superior beauty elixir, a treasure only available to celestial beings. Consuming it can delay aging, a priceless gem for ordinary mortals like yourself. What do you say? I have no need for it. Beauty elixirs? Were they not merely ordinary pills? Did he truly believe she was an ignorant mortal, easily swayed by a simple potion? To say the least, she had likely consumed pills that Zhang Lingfeng had never even seen. I will add 2 inferior spirit stones to sweeten the deal. Uffed. Li Xian could not contain his laughter. Had he heard correctly? This fellow sought to entice Ling Wan, the esteemed senior sister of the Sword's Spirit Hall, with a first-tier pill and 2 inferior spirit stones? If he were not a cultivator, he might have thought that was a fair offer, but given his understanding, it was utterly ridiculous. let alone the value of the first-tier pill. Just 2 inferior spirit stones would be laughable to someone of Lingwan's stature. Truly, ignorance can be terrifying. What are you laughing at? Did I permit you to laugh? Zhang Lingfeng's annoyance flared as Li Xian's laughter drew his ire. This was already an awkward situation, and now he faced ridicule, which infuriated him further. Whether I laugh or not is of no concern to you. Li Xian's retort left Zhang Lingfeng in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. How dare the youth speak to him so boldly? You think I want to get acquainted with her, and I cannot do anything to you? If you truly provoke me, I can still kill you. As he uttered the word kill, he deliberately paused, emphasizing his seriousness. Huh, you think you can kill him? Lingwan, who had remained expressionless, finally revealed a rare smile. Zhang Lingfeng was merely at the mid-stage of foundation building, on par with Li Xian. In a real confrontation, he would not stand a chance against Li Xian. After all, this was a man who had faced off against Gu Beichun at the peak of foundation building. Chapter 109. The wager continues. I shall help you find him. What? Do you think I cannot kill him? Suddenly, a thought struck Zhang Lingfeng. Judging by the woman's demeanor, she must have feelings for this young man. All he needed to do was eliminate him in front of her, thereby establishing his formidable image and proving himself superior. If you think you can, then by all means, give it a try. At this point, they had no reason to remain low-key. It was time to act, making it clear to the other party that they were not to be trifled with. If I truly make a move, you won't be angry, will you? Rest assured, I won't be angry. Lingwan maintained her smile, only fueling Zhang Lingfeng's eagerness to act. As long as she was not upset, he would not hold back. Regarding this, Li Xiantong had no objections. Observing Zhang Lingfeng's itching hands, he thought that since the other party had come looking for a fight, he could not be blamed. Kid, considering you are this young lady's companion, I shall grant you an opportunity. If you call me brother sincerely, I will spare you this beating. However, if you wish for me to call you brother, you must first prove your worthiness. Haha, you seek strength, do you? Zhang Lingfeng was not foolish. He immediately unleashed his mid-foundation stage pressure, attempting to force Li Xian to kneel before him. This kind of pressure, for an ordinary person, was akin to having a mountain forcibly placed upon their shoulders. Yet, despite releasing his pressure, Li Xian remained unmoved, standing there without reaction. What is going on? He looked at Li Xian in confusion. Clearly, he had exerted his pressure, so why did this kid remain unfazed? Are you also a cultivator? After pondering for a while, this was the only conclusion he could draw, for otherwise, it would not make sense. The ability to withstand his pressure indicated that the other's cultivation was not inferior to his own. This revelation made their identities seem rather extraordinary, particularly since this kid appeared younger than himself, yet had already reached the mid-foundation stage. If he claimed to be a loose cultivator, Zhang Lingfeng found it implausible. I see. You are so calm because you have confidence. Yet even so, do you truly believe you can match me? Without allowing Li Xian a chance to respond, he charged forward, gathering spiritual energy into his right fist, eager to engage Li Xian in close combat. However, his confident smile froze the moment his fist struck out, as the target deftly evaded, seemingly having anticipated his attack angle. What swift reflexes! After a brief moment of astonishment, he launched another attack. Yet each time Li Xian precisely dodged. Once or twice could be mere coincidence, but after so many successful evades, could it still be mere luck? The opponent was formidable. This was Zhang Lingfeng's first-hand experience. Even without the other revealing his true cultivation aura, he could boldly predict that this fellow's true strength was likely far beyond the mid-foundation stage. Come on, Zhang Lingfeng, you can't even graze his clothing. Yet you speak of teaching him a lesson. Coincidentally, this scene unfolded before He Dong's eyes. Without regard for the situation, he couldn't help but mock. He finally understood why the other had seemingly disregarded his attempts at conversation. As fellow cultivators, the worth of a first-class superior-grade pill and 2 inferior-grade spirit stones was certainly well understood by the other. It was no wonder he ignored him. Thus, he resolved to wait until Zhang Lingfeng's confrontation concluded before producing something substantial enough to catch the cultivator's attention again. He was determined not to be dissuaded by the lady's beauty. Spare me your sarcasm. This kid is not as simple as you perceive. Indeed, it was not that Zhang Lingfeng was weak, but rather that the opponent was strong enough to predict every one of his attacks. I only believe what my own eyes see. I had warned you of your inadequate strength, yet you would not heed. Now look, what a disgrace. The two exchanged glances filled with disdain, And in such moments, Dong was even less inclined to show any semblance of respect, ruthlessly pressing on. Silence. Zhang Lingfeng, agitated by the remarks, took advantage of a brief moment in the skirmish with Li Xian to send a slap in Dong's direction from afar. Why the hurry? Am I not speaking the truth? Dong retorted with a derisive smile. It's embarrassing for you as the young master of the Zhang family. How shameful this is for your clan. I suggest you concede swiftly and return home to fetch that fourth-grade supreme artifact for me. I said, be quiet. Unable to endure any longer, Zhang Lingfeng abruptly halted his attacks on Li Xian and charged at Dong, his mid-foundation stage aura fully unleashed. Even more potent than when he attacked Li Xian. Boom, boom, boom. The two became streaks of light, their afterimages colliding, each clash releasing waves of spiritual energy. A waste is a waste. All you can do is lash out in anger. Nevertheless, Dong's mockery continued unabated. His words were indeed rather biting. Amidst this chaos, Li Xian leaned against his arms, watching the two engage in their aerial tussle with keen interest. Were he in their place, he too would likely struggle to contain the urge to strike back. Enough, junior brother. While they are busy biting at each other, let us depart. At the sound of Ling Wan's voice, Li Xian turned and followed her away. Time passed, and after a series of fruitless clashes, the two combatants separated to catch their breath, only to discover that the two others had vanished from sight. It's your fault. You let them escape. My fault? Who was the fool that suddenly launched an attack on me? Dong crossed his arms, a dismissive smile on his face. If it weren't for Zhang Lingfeng's madness, would they have left so easily? Now look, they've disappeared, and our wager is nullified. Zhang Lingfeng spoke up, realizing after their earlier encounter that he could not gain the upper hand against that kid, so it was better to nullify the wager quickly. Otherwise, that fourth-grade supreme artifact of his would be in jeopardy. Nullify? Weren't you just brimming with confidence? Dong understood the calculations behind the other's words, but had no intention of allowing Zhang Lingfeng to have his way. He was determined to teach him a lesson and also wanted to use Zhang Lingfeng to uncover the identities of the other two. Regret? I, Zhang Lingfeng, do not know the meaning of that word. To nullify the wager was contingent on the condition that the other party had already departed. How could it be that they had left, and he expected to fulfill the wager? Rest assured, the wager continues. I will help you find them. Dong was no slouch in the art of tracking. Having spent years in the world, he had a few tricks up his sleeve. As long as the other party had not strayed too far, he was quite likely to locate them. Chapter 110. My father is not a good man. Though they had been disturbed by two pesky flies, it did not deter their leisurely stroll. As they moved away from the bustling streets, the surroundings gradually became quieter, illuminated by dim lights. Passing by a few houses, they could even hear the snippets of domestic life within. Junior brother, whom do you think was stronger among those two earlier? Naturally, the one named Dong. No, their strengths were comparable. It was just that Zhang Lingfeng was too impulsive, easily influenced by his opponent or external factors, leading to errors in his strikes. Ling Wan patiently analyzed the situation for Li Xian. Although she recognized his exceptional talent, there were still aspects where he required guidance. Sister, your insight is indeed valuable. Li Xian acknowledged her wisdom, realizing that it was hard to dispute her assertions. Given Zhang Lingfeng's temperament, it was no wonder he found himself at a disadvantage. Thus, in the future, when he ventured out alone, he could learn from that fellow named Dong, exploiting the weaknesses of others for his advantage. I have learned much from you, sister. Li Xian nodded humbly. While he might disregard the opinions of others, he certainly valued Ling Wan's words. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from a nearby house, accompanied by the cries of a young girl and the sound of a whip cracking. Why are you hitting the child? Didn't Jin'er earn some money? Earn money? A mere silver or two, and you dare to say she earned money? I've heard she was offered a gold piece before, and she had the audacity to refuse. It's utterly infuriating. Upon hearing this, Li Xian and Ling Wan exchanged glances, both thinking, could it be that coincidental? The two individuals swiftly approached the humble dwelling, while Li Xian employed the technique of gazing through walls to peer inside. As expected, for people occupied the residence, a man, wrathfully seated at a table with a whip in hand, consuming alcohol. Beside him, a woman shielded a small girl, and further away, a frightened boy timidly peeked out. The girl in distress was none other than the one who had sold flowers to him earlier. Senior sister, this. He turned back, intending to ask Ling Wan if they should lend assistance, only to realize that she had vanished, having already made her way to the door to knock. Knock, knock. Knock, who is it? A voice full of impatience emanated from within. It's the flower buyer. Upon hearing this, the man glanced at the tear-streaked girl and barked. Get out of here with your heap of worthless flowers. Despite her sadness, the little girl stifled her emotions and trudged towards the door with her basket of flowers. When she opened the door, her eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, Pretty sister, don't cry, Xianyun, I'll hold you. Gently stroking the girl's head, Lingwan took her into her arms, feeling a deep empathy as she recognized a reflection of her own childhood in the girl. Pretty sister. Overcome with emotion, Xianyun could no longer hold back her tears, which evoked a sense of inexplicable sorrow in Li Xian, who stood at a distance. What are you doing? Aren't you here to buy flowers? Hurry up and leave. Noticing the unusual activity at the door, the man shouted, clearly intending to approach with his whip in hand, which frightened Xianyun into pushing Lingwan away. Pretty sister, you must go. My father has been drinking. If he sees you, it will be disastrous. She knew all too well the kind of person her father was. Gambling and drinking were his vices, and he beat her regularly. If not for her mother's timely intervention, she feared she would have suffered greatly. Fear not, Xianyun, I am not afraid. Lingwan reassured her, pulling the girl close before stepping into the house. The moment she entered, the man's demeanor changed. His drinking halted as he gazed at her. What are you staring at? This young lady is here to buy flowers. Don't frighten her. Xianyun's mother, realizing the situation, pushed the man, urging him to maintain his composure. However, emboldened by drink, he approached Lingwan with eager hands, saying, Miss, do you wish to buy flowers? My backyard has plenty. Perhaps I could take you there to choose? Sure, but you must give me a thorough introduction. Lingwan replied, her smile concealing her disdain, a sentiment lost on the inebriated man who only noted her agreement to accompany him to the backyard. Miss, just tell me what flowers you want, and I'll have Xianyun fetch them for you. Yes, pretty sister, I can fetch them for you. You needn't go to the backyard. Both mother and daughter hurriedly insisted, but Lingwan, undeterred, shook her head and followed Xianyun's father toward the backyard. Li Xian, observing the scene, could not suppress his amusement. He knew Lingwan intended to seize the opportunity to act, and he felt no urgency, as the man was merely an ordinary person. Stay here and do not disturb me while I assist this young lady in selecting flowers. He shot a fierce glare at Xianyun and her mother, making them avert their eyes in fear. Big brother, please save the pretty sister. My father is not a good man, Xianyun implored. Indeed, this gentleman, Xianyun's father, is notoriously ill-tempered. Allowing that lady to be alone with him is akin to sending a lamb into the jaws of a tiger. Fear not. The roles of lamb and tiger are yet to be determined. To the astonishment of both mother and daughter, Li Xian